Shen Hui accidentally got hit on the head, resulting in a certain mysterious part being struck, awakening his sixth sense. Chapter 1. Trading Stocks by Instinct. Nanshan Longxing Foundry Company, Limited is a fourth-level subsidiary under the Central Enterprise Longxing Group. It is not large, with only about 300 employees, but despite its small size, it has all the necessary departments that a central enterprise should have. At 26, reaching a middle management position in a central enterprise, Shen Hui felt he could be considered a young talent. Although he was a deputy position, it was still a middle management role. Of course, this was also thanks to the national trend of younger cadres. Local government officials are getting younger, and central enterprises are leading the way in this regard. As National Day on October 1st approached, Shen Hui was extremely busy, working non-stop for half a month, finally completing a series of activities. To reward his subordinates, he organized a dinner, which was just a meal without any alcohol. After the event, while waiting for transportation, something fell from the sky and hit Shen Hui on the head, knocking him unconscious. This frightened his subordinates, who hurriedly called the company leaders to take Shen Hui to the hospital. This incident was a bit eerie. No one could find what had hit him. Only Zhu Lingling, who was relatively close, vaguely saw something fall from the sky and hit Shen Hui's head, after which he fell without a sound. Everyone panicked, and no one paid attention to what had hit him. When they arrived at the hospital and the doctor inquired about the situation, everyone suddenly remembered this incident. He was knocked out, but there was no bleeding, just a bump on his head. The hospital said it was a mild concussion, and he could wake up at any time. Resting for a few days would be fine. Everyone felt relieved, and as for who had thrown something, there was no way to investigate. They didn't think to report it to the police, and it wasn't until the company leaders arrived that they remembered this matter. Shen Hui quickly woke up, feeling dazed for a while before his mind gradually cleared. "Minister, are you all right?" A female voice asked beside him. "It's a hospital." Cheng Yufang said, "We brought you to the hospital, don't you know?" Cheng Yufang continued, "Someone threw something that hit you on the head, and you passed out immediately, which scared us to death." "What the hell? Who did it?" Shen Hui couldn't help but curse, unable to hold back his anger, even with a girl next to him. Anyone who encountered such a situation would be furious. Cheng Yufang said, "We don't know. No one paid attention at the time. Zhu Lingling saw something hit you, but we couldn't find what it was. That we were all scared and called the secretary before taking you to the hospital." "What, the secretary knows?" Shen Hui was shocked. This was a big problem. Cheng Yufang felt awkward. "We were so scared at the time that we called the secretary." Shen Hui was utterly speechless. He wanted to scold them, but held back. "Go ask the doctor what's going on." He asked Cheng Yufang to inquire, and Shen Hui sat up from the hospital bed. There was a faint pain at the back of his head, but when he touched it, there was no break in the skin. Shen Hui sighed in relief. Thankfully, it wasn't a big issue. After a while, the on-duty doctor arrived. After asking a few questions, the doctor checked the spot where Shen Hui was hit and was somewhat puzzled. Not only was there no break in the skin, but there wasn't even a mark. He could only say, "As long as you're awake, there's no problem. Just observe for a few days, and you can be discharged." After lying in the hospital for 3 days, Shen Hui decisively discharged himself. Although the National Day 70th anniversary activities were completed, the workload did not decrease. In fact, there were even more tasks, especially with the theme education, just starting. A bunch of regulations needed to be implemented, and the work was never finished. He originally planned to take a long trip during the National Day holiday, but ended up eating in the hospital, which was truly unfortunate. As expected, on the first day back to work after the National Day long holiday, he had just arrived at the office in the morning and hadn't even settled down when he was called into the secretary's office for a scolding. Fortunately, he had been mentally prepared and calmly admitted his mistakes. After arranging the day's work in the office, Shen Hui quickly checked the stock market. He had been trading stock for 3 years, and not only had he not made money, but he had also paid a lot in tuition that he thought about stopping, but he was still a bit reluctant to just give up. 30,000 yuan had shrunk by a third, leaving just over 20,000. After nearly half a month of decline, Zhongjing Company Limited finally showed some red. Shen Hui perked up, looking at the bright red, feeling a bit better. He glanced at the stock price trend chart, but it wasn't very clear. Just as he was wondering when it would go up, he suddenly had a bad feeling, a strong intuition that Zhongjing Company Limited would drop again tomorrow. Should I sell at a loss? This thought flashed through his mind, but was quickly dismissed. A knock on the door interrupted him, and Shen Hui hurriedly closed the trading software. Zhang Mao from the General Administration Department came in. "Bro, please sign these documents." Zhang Mao placed several documents on Shen Hui's desk. The documents were from the Ningbei Longxing Party Committee, approved by the secretary for the party work department. Shen Hui glanced through them. They all required implementation by the party work department, so he casually signed his name. Zhang Mao took the documents and left, and just as Shen Hui was about to continue working, Yang Li, the organization committee member from the party branch, came in again. Leader, I've written a plan for a theme party day activity. Can you take a look? Shen Hui painfully slapped his forehead. It was truly impossible to work during the day, and it seemed you have to work overtime at night. The theme party day activity is not just a party class study. It's not enough to have party members sitting in the meeting room reading a few documents. There must be other content to support it, and it should achieve the goal of educating the members through certain activities and forms. As Shen Hui read, he commented. Yang Li nodded, showing a look of being enlightened. Shen Hui continued, the direction of the theme education is correct, but as party members, what is our original intention, and what is our mission? Are there still party members who talk about this now? Very few, right? So, can we let party members talk about their original intentions for joining the party? This would make the content richer and the form more distinctive and eye-catching. The leader is indeed a leader, with a high level. Yang Li smiled and flattered, saying, then I will notify everyone to prepare. Yang Li looked distressed, regretting coming in. If she had known, she wouldn't have come. Now, she had been assigned a bunch of troubles, which was truly a headache. Is there a problem? Shen Hui asked. Yang Li said, yes, what about watermelon and ice cream? Shen Hui replied, add the cost to your plan, I'll get the union to pay for you. Okay. Yang Li felt exhausted, thinking that work was really hard to do. Shen Hui also felt powerless. Wanting to solidify the work of the branch was indeed challenging. All the committee members were part-time, everyone had their main jobs, and they had to take on an extra job with no benefits. Who will be proactive in that case? In the context of strict governance of the party, focusing on party building is very important, but who understands how difficult grassroots work is? Especially now that the company's performance was not good, people's hearts were already unstable, making it even harder to promote work. He heard that living expenses would be distributed this month, and he didn't know how many people would resign again. But that was a matter for the future. After a busy day, he only dealt with miscellaneous issues and hardly accomplished anything significant. The next day, after the usual morning meeting, Shen Hui called his subordinates into the office to convey the morning meeting spirit. Looking at the time, the stock market had already opened. Shen Hui opened the trading software to check and immediately turned pale. It was all red. Zhongjing Company, Ltd., had dropped 3 points and was continuing to fall. What was worse, he still had a bad feeling, estimating that it would continue to drop tomorrow. Really, damn it. Shen Hui was so angry he wanted to curse, mentally cursing the relatives of the listed company CEO. After 3 consecutive days of decline, unable to bear it any longer, he ultimately sold Zhongjing Company, Limited at a loss. Chapter 2. The strong wind has arrived on Wednesday morning. The young girl in charge of the union, Zhu Lingling, brought a document issued by the higher-level youth committee to report. The committee planned to organize a handicraft competition and required the company to submit at least 5 works for the contest. With the next notice, there were exactly 5 youth branches, so each branch would submit 1 piece. Shen Hui casually arranged this, not because he didn't care, but because it seemed pointless. Some activities are fine to hold once or twice, but year after year with no innovation, it becomes formalism, causing employees to feel quite resentful. Therefore, such activities that emphasize form over content are basically just a way to get by. As a result, less than 5 minutes after the notice was sent out, Shen Hui received a call from the secretary. Yao Chunmei was very dissatisfied with the notice and immediately reprimanded him. Is this how you organize activities? Since we are going to do it, we should take it seriously. What's the use of having employees submit handicrafts without any evaluation? Shen Hui explained, Secretary. This is a document from the Ningbai Longxing Youth Committee, asking us to report 5 works. Ningbai Longxing is a 3rd-level subsidiary of Longxing Group, managing 8 enterprises of Longxing Group in Ningbai. Yao Chunmei scolded, your work mindset is problematic. Just doing what the higher-ups say without thinking for yourself? What is the point of always shouting about combining practical work and innovating methods? Just because the higher-ups require it, why can't we also hold a competition? Shen Hui felt a headache coming on and explained, the May 4th activities just ended, and besides, this kind of activity is held every year. The Ningbai Longxing Youth Committee didn't require us to do it either. We can just handle it casually without bothering the grassroots too much. Handle it casually? Yao Chunmei's tone immediately rose 3 degrees. Can work be handled casually? I think your mindset is the problem. If you approach work with this attitude, then it's no wonder you can't do it well. Draft a new plan for me. After saying this, she hung up the phone directly. Shen Hui was frustrated, but he knew that the higher-ups had the final say and could only obediently comply. However, it seemed that luck had turned recently. For 5 consecutive trading days, Shen Hui had been making profits. The best day was when he caught a stock that hit the daily limit, and even on the worst day, he made a 6 profit. By the end of the week, his unrealized gains exceeded 40. Shen Hui was pleased and didn't he scold his subordinates for not cleaning the office for an entire week. On Friday, the group issued a notice to hold a publicity training session in Yan'an, and the quota was passed down layer by layer. Ningbei Longxing was allocated 5 spots, one of which was given to the company. However, such good news usually didn't include Shen Hui, so he reported it to the secretary. After reading the document, the secretary said, "Let Sun Mei go." Shen Hui nodded and didn't say anything further before getting up to leave. Sun Mei was the publicity committee member of the workshop's party branch, under 30 years old, and her husband was a team leader in the production workshop. Sun Mei was quite beautiful, often regarded as a flower in the company, and many men had their thoughts about her. However, before Shen Hui could notify her, Sun Mei approached him on her own, expressing that the pressure was a bit much and that she felt her abilities were insufficient for the committee work, requesting the party organization to replace her. This made Shen Hui want to curse. Looking at the workshop branch secretary beside him, that guy looked helpless, clearly not wanting to step in, so he could only patiently persuade her. How could you not be competent? Since most of the branch's party members elected you, and the leadership recognizes you, it shows that your abilities are sufficient. If you can't handle it, who else in the branch can? While saying this, he was internally cursing 1,000 horses. Neither of the 2 branch secretaries wanted to do this job. They were just eager to replace her. In such circumstances, it was strange to expect someone to be happy about their work. "I have good news for you," Shen Hui said. "The group just issued a document to hold a training session in Yanjing, and they need 2 people. I recommended you to the secretary, and she agreed. Look, what a great opportunity. If you don't work for the party, how can you get the chance for external training?" Upon hearing this, Sun Mei was also a bit happy. External training was indeed a good thing. There were too many troubles in the company, and going out for training would mean not having to worry about a pile of trivial matters. In the evening, the finance department head, Zheng Chong, celebrated his birthday, and Shen Hui was invited to the birthday dinner. There weren't many people, just 7 from finance, plus the financial director Zhou Mingyuan and 1 family member, totaling 10 people. While waiting for everyone to arrive, the early bird snacked on fruit plates and chatted. When the topic turned to technological innovation, Shen Hui said, "Zheng Chong, let us go into R&D together. Let us research that new battery. As long as we can develop a battery that allows cars to run 1,000 kilometers, within a year, the world's richest person will definitely be one of us." Zheng Chong replied, "Sure, you hurry up and start a company, and I'll help you manage the accounts." The finance team chimed in, "Don't forget about us. Take us along too." Shen Hui said, "The country currently has significant support policies for innovation. I heard that companies like BYD and Zhonghua, which make cars, receive a lot of funding from the government every year. Those researching new materials are losing money hand over fist, yet the government still provides them with funds." Zheng Chong said, "Technology is the primary productive force. Once you take the lead, you can eat all over the world." Financial Director Zhou Mingyuan added, "In today's business operations and development, technology is the lifeblood of a company. If you fall behind, you'll be beaten or even eliminated. Currently, technological innovation is primarily led by high-tech enterprises, while our processing and manufacturing enterprises are labor-intensive and resource-consuming. It's difficult to innovate in foundational work." Shen Hui replied, "It's still related to the system. The faces and authority of leaders are more important than anything else. How can we innovate?" Zhou Mingyuan chuckled, "You represent the organization. You must be steadfast in your ideals." Shen Hui laughed a few times and didn't continue on that topic, but asked Zheng Chong about travel expenses. Zhou Mingyuan asked, "How is your stock doing? Did you cut that lousy stock?" Zhou Mingyuan thought he was joking and laughed. "Then you're better than Buffett. A limit up every day. Someone calculated that with just 1 million in capital, you could own the world in less than a year." Shen Hui grimaced, "The problem is, I don't have that much capital." Zheng Chong laughed, "That's easy. Just use Alipay and credit cards. There are also plenty of small online loans. If you can make a limit up every day, the interest is just a drop in the bucket. Getting together a few 100,000 shouldn't be a problem." Shen Hui verbally agreed, but was deep in thought. After catching bull stocks for 7 consecutive trading days, with the lowest increase being 5, it could be somewhat excusable to hit 1 or 2 big stocks by chance. However, catching bull stocks for 7 consecutive days was a bit unusual. After thinking it over, he couldn't pinpoint where the problem lay. Analyzing the timeline, it seemed that since he had been knocked unconscious and hospitalized half a month ago, his judgment on stock fluctuations had become very strong, and he had been right every time, almost like he had activated a legendary sixth sense. Now, Shen Hui was contemplating whether to take advantage of this strong intuition to invest more money and make a few more profits. Of course, there were risks involved. The more he invested, the more he could lose. Returns and risks are always proportional. After thinking for a day, Shen Hui made up his mind. If he was afraid of risks, he shouldn't think about getting rich. Even picking up something for free comes with risks. Having made up his mind, the rest was easy. Alipay's borrow and spend had a limit of 60,000, and after using some, there were 55,000 left. The total limit of 3 credit cards was 150,000. If he cashed out all of it, he could have 200,000. Then he could gather some more from those small online loans. Getting to 300,000 shouldn't be a problem. As for the interest, just like Zheng Chong said, as long as he could ensure the current profits every day, the interest would be negligible. After gathering 300,000, Shen Hui entered the stock market in batches. After 2 trades, he successfully caught a limit-up stock, making over 56,000 in total. Shen Hui felt like he was rolling a snowball. The total funds in his account had reached 400,000. As long as he could ensure a 5 profit every day at this speed, he estimated that in no more than 3 months, he could turn 400,000 into tens of millions. What would he do with the money? Shen Hui hadn't thought it through yet. What does the life of a millionaire look like? This is something everyone knows. Buy a car, buy a house, and keep a mistress. Shen Hui feels that once he has 10,000, the first thing he will do is throw his resignation letter on the secretary's desk. He doesn't even need to wait until he has tens of millions. Just having 1 million will allow him to say casually, "The world is so big. I want to see it." Of course, this comes with the premise that his intuition doesn't fail him. Until he has 1 million, he still has to continue to keep a low profile. On October 25th, the HR department organized a salary meeting. The rumors were confirmed, and the higher-ups couldn't withstand the pressure. Under strong pressure from above, they had to implement the salary assessment standards set by their superiors, and the assessment results were dismal. According to the calculation results and distribution plan, everyone would receive 60 of their salary this month. Once the news broke, it immediately caused unrest among the employees, and all sorts of rumors began to spread. The company's party committee had to act quickly, organizing various party branches to carry out education on the situation and tasks, conveying the party committee's instructions, and requiring each party branch to focus on the ideological education of party members, leading them to do a good job in face-to-face ideological work with employees to stabilize their minds. But how could they stabilize things? Most employees' monthly salaries were around 4,000, and receiving 60 meant they would take home less than 3,000. How could they pay their mortgage and car loans? Faced with the pressure of survival, talking about ideals was nonsense. Not to mention ordinary employees. Even many managers were full of complaints. Employees were grumbling, and his subordinates, Zhu Lingling and Cheng Yufang, were also whispering. Shen Hui had his own opinions, but for the sake of the so-called overall situation, he could only patiently appease them, though he felt exhausted and didn't know how much longer he could hold on. After several days of meetings, Yao Chunmei personally went down to the workshop to talk to the employees. As the party committee's manager, Shen Hui naturally couldn't be absent. The first stop was the smelting workshop. In the cramped meeting room, more than 30 people sat around a long table. Secretary Yao Chunmei sat in the middle, and Shen Hui sat to her left, listening to Yao Chunmei's unnutritious drivel. It was nothing more than stating that difficulties are only temporary and that everyone should understand the company's challenges and the leader's difficulties. Shen Hui, having come from the grassroots level, was all too clear about the thoughts of the employees. Even if one thought about it, they would know that the employees were certainly cursing in their hearts. After Yao spoke for half an hour, she finally finished. Everyone was clapping half-heartedly while cursing in their hearts, when unexpectedly, Yao Chunmei turned to Shen Hui and said, "You should also say a few words to everyone." Shen Hui was taken aback. This wasn't in the plan at all, and he hadn't prepared anything. But since the secretary asked him to speak, he had no choice but to clear his throat and start speaking. Chapter 3. Subordinates who pit their leaders. I know everyone is finding it hard to make ends meet with their car and mortgage payments. The company also wants to pay everyone a higher salary, but we don't have any profits. The higher-ups won't allow us to exceed the salary cap. Therefore, to increase salaries, we still need to look at the profits. Shen Hui spoke at length, but the workers were growing impatient. Even more workers were cursing internally, thinking, "Damn it." The ancients said that only when food and clothing are sufficient can one know honor and disgrace. If we can't even afford to eat, what the hell are you talking about ideals for? If you're capable, why don't you not take a salary for a year and show us? Fortunately, Shen Hui didn't ramble on for too long. He finished in less than 10 minutes. Yao Chunmei, somewhat bureaucratic, thought she was doing a good job with this ideological work and that the employees should understand the company's difficulties. She spoke a few more empty words before being sent off with a fake smile from the workshop director to the next workshop. Shen Hui felt exhausted. He understood grassroots employees too well, or rather, some issues everyone could think of, yet the secretary just couldn't grasp. Perhaps she could understand it, but was pretending to be confused on purpose. To put it bluntly, workers come here for one purpose: to earn a salary. Workers are ordinary people. The only purpose of going to work is to earn money to support their families. If the company is doing well, You might be able to talk to workers about ideals, but once salaries are delayed or too low to support a family, no amount of talking is useful. What's the point of discussing ideals when you can't even afford to eat? After spending 3.5 days visiting all 5 production workshops, Shen Hui felt utterly drained from speaking words that went against his conscience. The secretary, however, felt she had done solid work and happily reported back to higher-ups. Shen Hui couldn't afford to rest. A pile of tasks from the thematic education weighed heavily on him. He had to report daily and weekly, and every day he had to study for no less than 3 hours. Just copying the leadership team's study notes was enough to cramp his hand. Not only was he annoyed, but the leaders were also being driven to the brink, naturally not showing any good faces. Knowing he would be scolded, he still had to do it. No wonder no one wanted to do this job. It was often hard to find people. Even if a confused recent graduate came in, they'd apply for a transfer after a few days. It was just too frustrating. Not only was there no future, but the work also invited scolding. Just after finishing his notes for the day, the secretary called. "Have you seen the messages in the group?" The secretary's tone wasn't too pleasant. He didn't know what had happened this time. "Not yet. I was copying notes and didn't have time to check," Shen Hui replied while quickly opening WeChat and glancing at it. He saw a long message in the upper-level group about several units that hadn't submitted thematic education materials on time being reported. Nanshan Longxing had the most materials missing. "What are you doing?" The secretary's anger came through the phone. "You can't even submit the routine materials on time. Look at how many are reported in the group. We're the most. Others might think Nanshan Longxing is paralyzed. I don't even know what you do all day." Shen Hui felt a surge of anger and didn't know how to explain it. After hanging up, he got up and went out. When he arrived at the department office, he saw Cheng Yufang and Zhu Lingling chatting and laughing while discussing a new piece of clothing. Zhang Mao from the administrative office was also giving suggestions. Instantly, he felt a surge of anger. "What are you all doing? Are you all more relaxed than I am?" Shen Hui asked with a dark face. "Ah, I forgot." Cheng Yufang quickly dropped the clothing and looked embarrassed. Zhang Mao, seeing the situation, quickly slipped away. Shen Hui reprimanded. "Is that an excuse? You can forget routine work. But you didn't forget to eat? You can forget something that needs to be reported every day. What were you thinking all day? This is the kind of thing that should get the secretary to scold you. It's unacceptable. I'm reporting it now." Seeing the minister getting angry, Cheng Yufang hurried to sit in front of the computer and start working. Last year, the company's performance was poor, and this year it was even worse. The more difficult it became, the more various troubles arose. Life was hard, and naturally, people's hearts were unsettled. Many were just going through the motions, and some were even looking for a way out. In this kind of environment, doing a good job was even harder. Not to mention his 2 subordinates. Sometimes, Shen Hui even thought about throwing in the towel. When he returned to the office, he had barely sat down when Zheng Chong staggered in to visit. "Got any cigarettes?" Shen Hui pointed to the table but didn't say anything. Zheng Chong glanced around and picked up the cigarette box on the desk. "The quality is getting higher. You're smoking Su cigarettes now." "Hee hee," Shen Hui replied. "It's a gift from someone else." "Damn, the Discipline Inspection Commission is leading the corruption." Zheng Chong lit a cigarette and said, "I'll have to get someone to send me 2 packs tomorrow." Shen Hui joked, "You're in charge of the company's purse. Yet you often come to mooch my cigarettes. I've never seen a finance minister so broke. Other companies' finance ministers are swimming in money, and you can't even afford a cigarette." "Not afraid," Shen Hui said. "If someone sends more, just hand it over to me." Zheng Chong asked, "How do you operate that?" Shen Hui said, "The ideas up top are changing now. Sitting in your position, it's impossible to get anything without someone giving it to you. Look at those in engineering, they're quite smart. They occasionally send over a few packs of cigarettes, and when we report it, the higher-ups don't say anything. If you have 0 reports for a long time, according to the higher-ups, that means the work hasn't been done well, and they will come down personally to investigate." "Is there really such a practice?" Zheng Chong said. "Next time you receive something, just bring it here and don't return it." "But you say someone will send you cigarettes? Isn't that a joke? With your department being a clean government, what can you do for people? How can anyone send cigarettes?" Shen Hui felt frustrated. The party work department is a standard clean government. Regardless of engineering projects and procurement, they can't even get a free cigarette. But hearing someone say it makes people uncomfortable. He said, "I bought them myself." Zheng Chong laughed. "I just said that, but your level is a bit high. You used to smoke Union cigarettes that cost 11 yuan. And now you've moved on to Gaosu cigarettes. Those aren't cheap, right? I remember they cost 40 or something." Shen Hui replied, 45 a pack. Zheng Chong became curious. "Bro, have you struck it rich recently?" "Just a little bit." Shen Hui opened the drawer, took out a freshly unwrapped pack of Su cigarettes, and threw 2 boxes to Zheng Chong. "Take them and smoke." "Wow, you're really a tycoon," Zheng Chong exclaimed, asking, "Did you win the lottery?" Shen Hui said, "What a joke, do I have such good luck?" Zheng Chong said, "Honestly, what money did you make? Let me in on it too." Shen Hui said, "Recently I've been channeling Buffett, making money from stock trading with a few limit up days. Damn, are you kidding me? Xingqiang certainly didn't believe it. Why don't you say you've been possessed by the primordial heavenly venerable? Shen Hui laughed. Believe it or not, when do we get paid? Money arrives, and we pay. Xingqiang sighed. This month, I only got a little over 1,000. Shen Hui said, how could it be so little? You're a regular position. You should have at least 4,000, right? Xingqiang said, nonsense. After a bunch of assessments, I only got a little over 1,000. Shen Hui calculated his salary. This month he was assessed 800, and with Social Security deducted another 1,000. He ended up with less than 3,000. His mood immediately soured. If the money wasn't sufficient, what good was the ideal? Fortunately, the stock profits were good. After 10 trading days, his account balance reached over 700,000. After deducting the borrowed debt, his personal assets were over 400,000. As for that debt, there was basically no pressure. At the current pace of making money, each transaction brought in at least 40,000 or more. If luck was on his side with a limit up, it could be 70,000, and in the best case, he could recover the debt in 5 trading days, or even less than 7 days. However, Shen Hui was busy and overwhelmed, with no time to enjoy the thrill of making money. By the weekend, Shen Hui took a break from his busy schedule and organized a social event with the finance department. A group of people headed to the county town, looking for a nice farmhouse to relax. After ordering drinks and dishes, Shen Hui, the finance director Zhou Mingyuan, and Xingqiang chatted while snacking on sunflower seeds. While Cheng Yufeng, Zhu Lingling, and a few young finance staff set up the sound equipment, eager to sing some songs after a long time. Soon, the cost supervisor from finance took the microphone and started singing. Yesterday, I went to heaven. The peach banquet is about to be held. Ensure the network is smooth. The Jade Emperor asked me to fix the satellite. Yesterday, I took on a big project. We need to add ice to Mengpo's soup. The Naiha Bridge needs traffic lights. Cover Fengdu City. Uft. Shen Hui spat out his tea. What song is this? The nearby girls were laughing uncontrollably, giggling and keeping the beat. Tax accountant Chen Meiwan, an 80s housewife, teased Shen Hui. You're also a 90s kid. How come you're even more out of touch than me? This classic song on Douyin, you haven't heard of it? This is a song that Ma Yun sang at his concert. Ma Yun held a concert? Shen Hui was surprised. He really rarely browsed Douyin. Cheng Yufeng chimed in. Minister, you're too out of it. Last time I installed Douyin on your phone, you deleted it in just a few days. Many current trends first become popular on Douyin. Shen Hui said, that thing drains power. I uninstalled it. Zhu Lingling quickly added, you should get a new phone. Shen Hui scratched his head, saying he had been too busy to go to the county town. He had previously ordered a new phone on Tmall, the latest Huawei model, the highest configuration, costing nearly 8,000 yuan, and it should arrive soon. Meanwhile, the cost supervisor was still belting out songs. The Moon Palace is too cold. I'm afraid Chang'e will catch a cold. I installed an air conditioner. No need to wear a cotton-padded jacket at home. Shen Hui thought to himself that when the new phone arrives, he should install Douyin and check it out. Chapter 4, Prelude to Parting. A meal lasted from noon to afternoon. The drinks were nearly finished, and a few who couldn't handle their liquor had already fallen asleep on the sofa. Those who were still awake seized the opportunity to sing. After a year of hard work, such chances for 2 departments to gather for a meal and sing were rare. After all, everyone's salary wasn't high, and the cost of hosting was significant. Especially at a farmhouse like this, the expenses were genuinely high. Just for this table, plus drinks, it would easily be over 2,000. Shen Hui had a moderate tolerance for alcohol and felt a little tipsy, so he sat outside for some fresh air. That's the good thing about a farmhouse. The activity area is spacious, and if sitting in the private room feels suffocating, you can go outside to relax. Unlike in hotels, where aside from the private room, there's nowhere else to go, and of course, the consumption is frustrating. A plate of mushroom stir-fried meat cost 98 yuan, which is exceptionally expensive. Cheng Yufeng came out and said, Minister, you're too generous. I checked, and with the dishes and drinks you ordered, this table must be over 2,000. This month's salary was already low, and they in Finance Haven Tea even treated anyone. Shen Hui smiled and said, it's fine, I can afford one meal. You all should think long-term. This society is about relationships. If it weren't for my good relationship with Xingqiang, would our accounts be processed so quickly? Look at other departments. They have to run to finance multiple times for reimbursements. When do you ever see our reimbursements handled quickly? Cheng Yufeng said, that's their job. Shen Hui felt a headache. Why were they so foolish? Many things still hadn't been thought through. Changing the topic, he said, stop worrying about my money. They say to enjoy life while you can. When there's a chance for free food, seize it. Given the current situation, after this year, there won't be many chances for gatherings like this next year. Cheng Yufeng was surprised. Minister, aren't you coming next year? Shen Hui replied, I'm considering it. I've told you before, don't focus solely on the tasks at hand. You should think from the department's perspective. Otherwise, when opportunities arise, You won't be able to grasp them. If one day I really quit, can you take over? Chen Yufang said, absolutely not. With my skills, how can I be the minister? Don't spread rumors. Let us talk after the new year. Shen Hui didn't want to say much, but the probability of him not coming next year was high. Chen Yufang nodded and quickly asked, Minister, have you found a good place? Take me along to switch jobs. Shen Hui laughed. Finding a job isn't that easy. Just focus on your work. Chen Yufang pouted, thinking about where the minister might go if he didn't come back. Zhou Mingyuan walked in front, his face serious. Shen Hui was startled and asked, what happened? Zhou Mingyuan said, the smelting furnace exploded, and there's been a fatality. Shen Hui's heart skipped a beat, quickly asking, how many died? 1. And 3 others are being sent to the hospital. As Zhou Mingyuan spoke, he began to run quickly, and the others hurriedly followed. With such a significant incident, no one had the mood to sing anymore. This was serious trouble. They quickly settled the bill at the front desk, and, as they came out, the car was already waiting to depart. Asking about the situation in the car, Zhou Mingyuan didn't know the specifics either. The car drove quickly, reaching the company in half an hour. With such a significant incident, there would definitely be a meeting for mid and senior level management. Entering the conference room, most people were already there. No one spoke. The atmosphere was so heavy it felt suffocating, as if a layer of dark clouds hung overhead. The leaders remained silent, and no department heads dared to utter a word. After a long while, General Manager He Yongping finally spoke. The people from Ningbei will arrive shortly. Our top priority is to handle the aftermath. Secretary Yao, go to the hospital and keep an eye on the injured. We must ensure they are rescued. We cannot afford any more issues. Yao Chunmei nodded and readily agreed. Zhao, the general manager, quickly organized personnel to analyze the cause of the accident and to ascertain it as soon as possible. Vice President Zhao, responsible for safety, acknowledged this was his responsibility. Tasks were assigned one by one, leaving only Chen Mingyuan with nothing to do. He was in charge of finance and couldn't be of help in this situation. Once the general manager finished assigning tasks, he asked, does the county's safety supervision department know about this? Another silence followed. After a while, Vice President Zhao, in charge of safety, said, they haven't been notified yet. Zhou Mingyuan suggested, should we wait until the people from Ningbei arrive? He Yongyan nodded, confirming that they would have to wait for the leaders from Ningbei Longxing to arrive before notifying the relevant county departments. But it wouldn't be long, fortunately. The provincial city was just over an hour away from Nanshan. Otherwise, they would certainly not be able to wait. After the tasks were assigned, everyone immediately went their separate ways. Vice President Zhao, the head of the safety production department, and the head of the smelting workshop looked the most troubled. According to national regulations on accountability for safety production accidents, if there was a fatality, someone would definitely be held responsible. Come with me to the hospital. After leaving the conference room, Yao Chunmei called over Shen Hui and instructed him. Shen Hui nodded. Going to the hospital was better, as it allowed him to avoid the chaos at the company. Upon arriving at Nanshan County Hospital, a family member of one of the injured was blocking Zhao Liming, the head of the comprehensive management department, who had come to deliver someone, and was arguing loudly. As soon as Yao Chunmei and Shen Hui arrived, they were immediately surrounded by family members who looked ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Zhao Liming took the opportunity to slip away to the side, secretly wiping his cold sweat. Yao Chunmei was nearly infuriated, suppressing her anger to calm the employees' families. Once she had managed to pacify them, she angrily asked, where's Zhao Liming? Here. Zhao Liming hurried over, looking like a scared child. Shen Hui wiped his forehead, cursing under his breath. This bastard really is useless, making me take the heat. Yao Chunmei asked sternly, what about the injured employees? What's their current situation? Zhao Liming quickly reported that the conditions of the 5 injured employees were not optimistic. They were in the emergency room undergoing treatment, and the specific situation was still unclear, which was also why the families were so anxious, fearing they wouldn't survive. Shen Hui thought for a moment and quickly ran to find a doctor to inquire about the situation. He couldn't stay by the secretary's side, otherwise, he would be the center of attention at any moment. Over an hour later, news came from the emergency room that they had been saved. Yao Chunmei breathed a sigh of relief, and Shen Hui did too. The company also received news that the general manager, the vice president in charge of safety, the head of the safety production department, and the head and team leader of the smelting workshop had been taken away by the Public Security Bureau. It was undoubtedly going to be a production halt and rectification, but the real problem was that the families of the deceased employees were causing a stir. The family of the deceased employee was from another province, and since the family had not yet arrived, they could only wait. The next day at noon, the family of the deceased employee, having received the notification, hurried to the company. 3 people arrived, the employee's parents and sister. The office building seemed to have turned into a funeral parlor, with the wails of the deceased employee's mother and sister echoing throughout the day. The finance, quality, and other departments locked their doors tightly and did not step out. The secretary entrusted the task of comforting the family of the deceased employee to the esteemed logistics minister. While Shen Hui kept his distance, no one wanted to get involved in such matters. After 3 days of commotion, discussions about compensation finally began. Relevant departments got involved, and the compensation was quickly agreed upon. The family of the deceased employee took the money and left. The 3 severely injured were still lying in the hospital, and it would take some time to resolve their situation. A notice for production halt and rectification from the relevant departments was issued, and all work was stopped. Minister, when will we have a holiday? Hearing about the holiday, 2 subordinates looked worried. There were still 3 months until the new year, and this year had already been unprofitable, with little money earned. If they took a holiday, they would only receive a living allowance, and they couldn't afford to eat away their savings. I don't know, Shen Hui said. The follow-up handling has nothing to do with us. I estimate we'll be able to have a break in December. Chen Yufeng asked again. When will we come back after the new year? Shen Hui replied. It's hard to say. The company is shut down, and production can only resume once the government allows it. We'll wait for the notice. Sigh. The 2 girls sighed and exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Shen Hui, however, felt no pressure. He had basically confirmed that he most likely wouldn't return next year, and after the safety incident, not to mention the company. Even Ningbei Longxing was in a bit of a mess, dealing with the aftermath and unable to focus on the thematic education. Therefore, there was no need to hold a democratic life meeting for the leadership team. The key was that both leaders were implicated. How could they hold a meeting? Shen Hui directly went into a laid-back mode, counting the days as he passed the time. Today he treated several committee members from the 2 branches to a meal. Tomorrow he would treat the comprehensive management department. The day after he would gather a few mid-level colleagues he had a good relationship with. And the day after that he would have a small gathering with Xing Chong and his wife, Zhou Mingyuan. He continued this way until mid-November. I heard you've been treating guests every day lately. It seems like you've really struck it rich, Zhou Mingyuan said with a smile while shelling peanuts. Shen Hui laughed and replied, I'm just a poor soul. How can I strike it rich? I've been working at the company for 5 years, and I can't help but feel a little reluctant to leave. Before I go, I want to gather everyone for a good time. After this year, there won't be many opportunities to meet again. Zhou Mingyuan was taken aback. What is going on? Are you leaving? Zheng Chong and his wife Zhang Fong were also surprised, looking at Shen Hui in disbelief. Shen Hui nodded and said, I plan to tell the secretary tomorrow. Zhou Mingyuan asked, where are you planning to go? Have you found a new job? Not yet, Zhou Mingyuan said. Then you're being a bit impulsive. It's fine to change jobs, but you should find a good place to land first. Zheng Chong laughed and said, Director, you don't know. He is going to research batteries that can make cars run 1,000 kilometers. Didn't he invite me to go with him last time? Why look for another job? Whenever the company resumes, just let me know, and I'll go with you. Shen Hui smiled and nodded. Sure, when I start a company, I'll definitely call you. Zhou Mingyuan and Zhang Fong both laughed, and the atmosphere was quite relaxed. Chapter 5, Resignation. As of November 15th, the funds in Shen Hui's stock account had reached 1.26 million. He gradually adapted to this terrifying speed of making money, which had initially excited him. With the small goal he had set achieved, resigning naturally came onto the agenda. Since he was leaving, he couldn't just slip away quietly. After all, he had worked hard here for nearly 5 years, and there were too many acquaintances. He had to part on good terms. As for those he had a relatively good relationship with, like Xing Chong, he planned to gather a few more times. The next morning, after arriving at work, Shen Hui went directly to the secretary's office. What, you're quitting? Yao Chunmei was genuinely surprised to hear this news, seemingly never having considered that Shen Hui would resign. Shen Hui nodded, yes. There was nothing more to say. There was no need for excessive gratitude towards the company and the leaders. Yao Chunmei asked, why are you quitting? Shen Hui replied, I don't want to work here anymore. I want to switch to another job. Yao Chunmei thought for a moment, trying to adjust her mood, and said, have you found a good unit? Unable to resist, she advised, jobs are hard to find now. You are already in a mid-level position. Even if you switch to another unit, you'll have to start over. It doesn't seem very cost-effective. I think you should reconsider. Shen Hui smiled and said, thank you, secretary. I've already made up my mind. He understood that Yao Chunmei wasn't genuinely concerned about him. Rather, she was worried about who would take over his work when he left. If she could find someone suitable, she would have likely replaced him long ago. After all, he wasn't her person. Yao Chunmei's mood instantly soured. The matter of the work-related injury was still not resolved, and now the head of the party work department was quitting too. Could things not calm down for a moment? Allowing her to catch her breath? Complaining in his heart, he said, all right, since Director Sher isn't here, you can talk to the other leaders as well. Shen Hui nodded, sat for a while longer, then got up and went to speak with the vice president in charge of equipment. The news spread particularly quickly. Within a morning, everyone knew that Shen Hui was leaving. Of course, leaving in a middle management position isn't as simple as just walking away. At least a month's notice is required, Work needs to be handed over clearly, and the Discipline Inspection Commission needs to conduct an interview. For someone like Shen Hui, who is already responsible for discipline inspection work, the higher-level Discipline Inspection Department would need to come for a review. Although it was just a formality, the necessary procedures still had to be followed. Director, are you really leaving? Cheng Yufang and Zhu Lingling were extremely surprised when they heard the news. Shen Hui nodded. I really am. You two should work hard and strive for progress. Cheng Yufang frowned. What will we do if you leave? Zhu Lingling then asked. Where is the director planning to go? Take us with you. Shen Hui replied. I'm going to Dubai to beg for food. Are you coming? Sure. The two girls cheered. When the time comes, the director can hold a bowl and will be in charge of collecting money. Shen Hui laughed. Get lost. What are you thinking? I've told you both to spend more time learning things. At least improve your business skills first. Now that the opportunity has come, who among you can step up? The two shook their heads, both looking quite unconfident. In the eyes of frontline employees, people in the administrative departments sit in the office all day, sheltered from the wind and sun, so it must be quite pleasant. But who knows that the work in the administration is also tough, especially in the party work department, where there's endless material to write every day. Cheng Yufang and Zhu Lingling could manage to write a promotional article, but writing major documents was another story altogether. That kind of work is something nobody enjoys, and it's not something you can just sit down and do whenever you want. The head of the party work department, in addition to the daily management of the party, discipline, labor, and youth-related work, must also have the ability to draft various major documents. If one cannot write materials, they cannot advance as a cadre. When is the director leaving? Let's wait a month. Shen Hui said, middle management positions require a month's notice. I'll complete the procedures next month and then leave. Cheng Yufang asked again, if you leave, who will be the director? Shen Hui replied, why are you asking this? Just wait for the secretary to arrange it. You two need to hurry up and learn. The new director may not spoil you like I do. If you can't even write a summary for your business area, do you expect me to write it for you? The two nodded with frowns, feeling that their future was bleak. It's so sudden. Zhao Liming sat down on the sofa beside them and asked, why resign so suddenly? Shen Hui replied, it's not sudden. I've wanted to quit for a long time. Zhao Liming asked, why don't you want to work anymore? Is it unpleasant working under the secretary? Shen Hui certainly wouldn't admit it, shaking his head. If the work brings joy to people, then naturally, I would be happy and full of enthusiasm. But if the work makes even the leaders frustrated, then what's the point? Zhao Liming lit a cigarette, crossed his legs, and said, your cigarette brand is even higher end than the leaders. That's really corrupt. Shen Hui said, I would love to be corrupt, but I just don't have the opportunity. Zhao Liming blew out a smoke ring and said, that's not good. Aren't you afraid of being investigated? Shen Hui replied, what do I have to be afraid of? In this clean bureaucratic environment, if you want to be corrupt, you need the opportunity. I've been honest and clean. Haven't taken a penny from the company, and have even invested a lot of my own money. Why would I be afraid of an investigation? Zhao Liming stopped discussing that, and said, I don't want to work here anymore either. It's hard to manage a factory with hundreds of people. Doing the job is really tough. Every day is just passing the buck, and nobody wants to take responsibility. It's exhausting. Shen Hui said, wasn't there a private company offering 400,000 to recruit you? Go for it. Zhao Liming replied, it's hard to jump ship with a family to take care of. Shen Hui chuckled, then just wait a bit. When I start my own company, I'll call you over. I'll be waiting. Zhao Liming laughed too, knowing it was just a joke and not to take it seriously. Let us go down to Nanshan tonight and hang out together. Shen Hui nodded. He was about to leave, and there would definitely be no shortage of dinner invitations. That evening, there weren't many people for dinner. Zhao Liming invited the procurement director to join them, making a total of 3. The next day at work, Shen Hui began writing his resignation letter. There were no grand statements like the world is so big, I want to see it, but rather he wrote it straightforwardly. First, he thanked the company for its training. Actually, he was grateful for the leader's tolerance. Third, he thanked the company for providing a platform for growth. These weren't empty words. He genuinely felt thankful. For someone who was just a junior high school graduate to reach a middle management position in a state-owned enterprise, evolving from an ordinary worker to a cultured individual was a significant turning point and opportunity that could change a life. Therefore, even though the company had its problems, he was still grateful. Since he was leaving, there was nothing to hold on to anymore. He hand-wrote a resignation letter on a notepaper, flowing with about 700 to 800 words, proofread it carefully to ensure there were no typos, signed his name, and placed it in the drawer, preparing to submit it after a month. After organizing some documents, he was just about to go out for a walk when Yang Li came in again. Leader, are you planning to fly away? Yang Li came empty-handed, clearly just dropping by for a visit. Shen Hui smiled. How about I take you with me? Are you coming? Yang Li smiled back. Maybe not. I have a family now. It's not easy to run away. Shen Hui asked, is there anything else? Yang Li replied, nothing. Just heard you were leaving and came to visit the leader. Shen Hui said, Since I'm leaving, don't call me leader anymore. In this vast sea of people, knowing each other is fate. If you think of me one day and call me, I'd be very happy. Of course, if you want to fly away from your husband, you can also call me. Haha. Sounds good. I'll definitely look for you then. Yang Li smiled and asked, where is the leader planning to go? Have you found a new job? If you find a good job, don't forget about me. After chatting for a few more minutes, Yang Li turned and left. Just as Shen Hui was about to go out, Sun Mei came in again, leaving him with no choice but to stay. After chatting with Sun Mei for a bit, once she left, he simply decided not to go out and sat in the office waiting. Having been transferred to the administration for more than 2 years, he knew basically everyone in the department quite well. Since he was leaving, naturally, everyone wanted to come see him. Whether they had a good relationship or had some friction at work, people were leaving, so they had to set aside past grievances. After a busy half-month, most of the work that needed to be handed over was done. Shen Hui completely let go, just waiting for the month to expire before officially resigning. On December 1st, the funds in his stock account exceeded 2 million for the first time. Shen Hui was contemplating whether he should buy a car to leave in style, so that people wouldn't look down on him. However, after considering it, he decided against it. The likelihood of coming back to Ningbai was low, and having a Ningbai license plate would be a hassle. Chapter 6. An alternative use of intuition. There was still a week until the month was up. Shen Hui was in a drunken state, with various departments in the administration treating him to meals. Although he felt a bit pleased that he was well-liked, being forced to drink excessively every day was taking a toll on him. He felt like he might lose half his life before he even left. One day, Zheng Chang hosted a meal, and after downing a cup to start, Shen Hui could barely take it anymore. His stomach was churning, and he felt like he might throw up at any moment. Shen Hui struggled to suppress the alcohol, quickly pounding his fist on the table and saying, everyone, hold on a moment, let me say something. I absolutely appreciate everyone's goodwill, but this way of drinking is definitely not sustainable. I've been throwing up for 3 days. If something happens to me, it's not what anyone intended. I will drink, but can we not gang up on me? Let us play a little game instead. Just dreamy golden flower, and tonight I'll be the banker. Any drinks I lose, I won't have any second thoughts. I'll definitely settle up, no excuses. Director, say a word, and we'll start. Zhou Mingyuan also arrived and sat next to Shen Hui. Hearing this, he scanned the crowd and asked, what does everyone think? One person as the banker is fine. One person as the banker works. No one opposed. 8 against 1. There was definitely no disagreement. All right, Xiao Lu, go get the cards. Zhou Mingyuan saw that everyone agreed and immediately instructed the new accountant, Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu responded and went out to get a deck of playing cards. Shen Hui opened the deck, shuffled the cards, and dealt 1 card to each person, leaving the bottom card for last. The bottom card was a spade. Shen Hui set the remaining cards aside and looked at his own card. Unable to help but curse under his breath, he had drawn a heart 3, which was basically the smallest card unless he also got a non-spade too. The calling began. How many would everyone call? Shen Hui, while picking up some food, urged everyone to call. I'll call 3 cups. Zhou Mingyuan called first, looking very calm, as if he had a strong hand. Old Wang. Shen Hui looked down. Zhou Mingyuan's right was the cost supervisor accountant. 2 cups. Old Wang's voice lacked confidence, calling 2 cups, which seemed to indicate he had neither a big nor small hand. Sisterly. 1 cup. Women were generally more conservative, not daring to call too high. Songyu. 1 cup. 1 by 1. They called out. Most women called 1 cup. Only one called 2 cups, while all the men called 2 cups or more, looking composed as if they all had strong hands. Even the timid Xiao Lu called 2 cups. Shen Hui looked around, finally turning to Songyu. Your turn. Why are you picking on me? Songyu immediately sulked, her nose scrunching up. Get up. Everyone joined in teasing her, and Shen Hui revealed his hand first. With such a bad hand, why would he drink? As everyone saw his cards, they immediately began to shout, and when they saw Songyu's hand, there was another round of exclamations. Damn, their S, an even smaller one. What bad luck to have such a terrible hand and still find someone with a smaller one. 1 cup, drink up. Shen Hui's face was flushed, his spirits lifted. He had just tested a hunch, and it seemed effective. Looking around, he felt good only when it came to Songyu, as his hand was indeed larger. With his intuition validated, he naturally felt at ease. Songyu grimaced as she drank 1 cup, and Shen Hui continued dealing. This time, the cards were decent. The bottom card was a diamond 9, and he dealt himself a diamond. 3 cups, 2 cups, 1 cup. After everyone finished calling, Shen Hui smiled and said, except for Zheng Chang and Sisterly. Everyone else gets up. Damn it. The person who called 3 cups immediately cursed, looking as if he had eaten something terrible. Those with decent hands urged, show your cards. Shen Hui didn't waste words and immediately revealed his hand. Damn. Amidst the cursing, everyone quickly picked up their chopsticks to eat, avoiding drinking 1 by 1. Shen Hui wasn't in a hurry either. He took his chopsticks to eat, smiling and saying, Let us eat something first. I'm not in a hurry. I'll deal again after the losing drinks are finished. If everyone doesn't want a drink, then we'll call it a night. No way, no one is skipping. Zhou Mingyuan immediately put down his chopsticks and raised his glass. Quickly drink up, no one is allowed to skip. Saying that, he took a drink first, and seeing this, no one dared to avoid drinking, following suit. Half an hour later, everyone was no longer calm. Everyone had drunk quite a bit, including the few women, with Shen Hui not having drunk a single cup. Damn, you're cheating. Zheng Chang's face turned green as he played a hand that couldn't be any smaller against the fake treasure, only to be caught again. The key was that Shen Hui's hand was also pitifully small, just a bit larger than his. Probably everyone else had larger hands than Shen Hui's. This is ridiculous. How can you get caught like this? It's hard not to raise suspicions of cheating. A bet is a bet. Shen Hui remained calm. If you're not satisfied, you can deal. It's still my turn. Fine, let me deal. Zheng Chang was defiant and took the cards to deal. 10 minutes later, he was still defeated. What the hell? You can't possibly have opened your third eye to see our cards, right? Now even Zhou Mingyuan began to feel suspicious. After playing for over half an hour, Shen Hui hadn't drunk a single cup, and each time his hand was smaller than Zhou Mingyuan's. Once or twice could be luck, but with so many times, it couldn't just be coincidence. Shen Hui chuckled. I must be possessed by the great Lord Laozi. Ridiculous. Everyone laughed and scolded, and the topic was brushed aside. No, we can't play this anymore. The women also couldn't take it anymore and suggested. Let us change to something else. Then let us guess the cards. Old Wang quickly said, I'll randomly pick a card. For example, I pick a heart 2. I'll call heart 2 and diamond 3. If Shen Hui guesses right, I drink a cup. If he guesses wrong, he drinks a cup. How does that sound? This works. Everyone agreed. It was a probability issue, so it was at least half win or lose. I have no objections. Shen Hui was fearless. With his intuition backing him up, he was ready to face whatever came. Starting with the supervisor, let us have the supervisor go first. Zheng Chang passed the deck to Zhou Mingyuan, letting him go first. Zhou Mingyuan didn't decline and casually drew a card, looking sideways at it, and said, Spade 5 and Club 6. Shen Hui only thought for a second and said, Club 5. Damn. Zhou Mingyuan couldn't help but curse, downing a cup quickly, saying, Let us go again. Diamond 7. Let us see if I can't beat you. Zhou Mingyuan continued, drawing cards. Spade and Heart 8. As for what the cards were, his intuition wasn't that powerful. After a moment's thought, Shen Hui said, Heart 8. Wrong drink. Zhou Mingyuan smiled. And everyone quickly joined in shouting, Drink, drink. Impossible, show your cards. Shen Hui naturally wouldn't fall for it. Once the drink was in his stomach, he couldn't spit it out. Drink yours, would I really trick you? Zhou Mingyuan knew better, of course, and wouldn't reveal his cards. This drink can't be had. Shen Hui wasn't in a rush. As long as Zhou Mingyuan didn't show his cards, he wouldn't drink. Others who didn't know the situation urged, Supervisor, show your cards, let him drink quickly. Zhou Mingyuan thought to himself, what a bunch of fools. Seeing Shen Hui not taking the bait, he had to pretend and flick the cards, glancing down only to be shocked. I read it wrong. Look at my eyesight. I actually mistook clubs for spades. Shen Hui didn't expose him, smiling and saying, Do you want to continue? Zhou Mingyuan, still not believing in evil, drew another card. And once again Shen Hui guessed right. Frustrated, he finished his drink and tossed the cards to Old Wang. Your turn. Old Wang perked up and took the cards. But after 3 rounds, he was also defeated and obediently drank 3 cups, passing the cards to the next, Sisterly. Sisterly also wasn't superstitious. And naturally didn't escape either, also drinking 3 cups. After a round, everyone was once again in despair. Let us change. This is really bizarre. I don't believe I can't beat you. The men pounded the table, and the women were also getting anxious. You can choose whatever you want. I'll take all bets. Shen Hui rolled up his sleeves, unafraid. His drinking capacity wasn't great, and he had never dared to act tough at the table before. Always avoiding drinking as much as possible, feeling regretful about it. Now he finally felt a sense of relief. Guess odd, or even. Guess suits. Guess sizes. After changing 7 or 8 types of gameplay, Shen Hui truly seemed to have divine help. Everyone was utterly defeated. The women were red-faced from drinking, refusing to play anymore. While the men were also feeling dizzy, some already slumped on the table. However, Shen Hui ultimately couldn't escape, being repeatedly toasted and ultimately getting drunk. After being drunk for half a month, it felt like life was worse than death. 2 days before leaving, Shen Hui didn't go anywhere and just rested in the dorm for 2 days, tidying up his things. After working in the company for 5 years, he had accumulated quite a bit of miscellaneous items. He went through everything but found nothing worth taking. It was either clothes or luggage, which he couldn't take with him, and shipping wouldn't be worth it. These junk items probably weren't even worth the shipping fees. So he finally gritted his teeth and threw everything away. After 2 days of completing the resignation process, Shen Hui bid farewell to the small factory he had worked hard at for 5 years. He left with just a backpack containing a few pieces of clothes and a laptop. Shen Hui didn't ask the company car to take him. He had Zheng Chang drive him to the airport. After passing the security check and entering the waiting hall, Shen Hui's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number from the city of Ningbei. He answered casually. Hello, is this Mr. Shen Hui? Yes, who is this? Hello, Mr. Shen, this is Tian'an Securities. Chapter 7. New clothes are not as good as old ones. Shen Hui was surprised to find that the call was not about stock recommendations, but an invitation to give a lecture at the Ningbei branch of Tian'an Securities, which was quite unexpected. Giving a lecture was out of the question. Shen Hui couldn't even understand the stock connections, let alone give a lecture. It would be like asking an elementary school student to lecture a group of graduate students. How ridiculous. Ignoring the securities company, he hung up and continued scrolling through Douyin. After getting a new phone, he downloaded Douyin and tried it out a few times, finding it quite enjoyable. Some short videos indeed made him laugh when he was in a bad mood, and some creative works were really good. No wonder they became popular. He spent over 8,000 on this new phone, and its operating speed was quite fast. After browsing for a while, he came across a video of a dog that made him laugh. In the video, a dog seemed to want to eat a lobster, but unexpectedly, the lobster's 2 large pincers clamped onto its nostrils, causing it to yelp in pain, jumping around in distress, making viewers laugh uncontrollably. Shen Hui winced at the sight, thinking that this dog would probably avoid lobster-like creatures in the future. The lesson was too painful. The dog must have some psychological trauma. After scrolling through Douyin for an hour, it was time to board the plane. Once on the plane, before switching to flight mode, Shen Hui checked the stocks again. There was half an hour until the market closed, and the 15 stocks he held had risen at least 3 at the lowest and 8 at the highest. With a total profit of a little over 5, he expected they could rise a bit more before the afternoon close, guaranteeing at least a 6 increase. Today was the 19th, and his total assets had just surpassed 4 million. Shen Hui felt a sense of happiness, even if he lost his intuition now. With this 4 million, he could quit his job, buy a few commercial properties, and still earn at least 100,000 in rent a year if he was frugal. However, with a larger amount of capital, entering and exiting the stock market became increasingly troublesome. To ensure quick trades, Shen Hui had to spread his funds across more than a dozen stocks. Naturally, the less money invested in a single stock, the better, otherwise. If no one was there to take over when he wanted to sell, he could be stuck with it for the day. The plane is about to take off. Please switch off your phones or set them to flight mode. A beautiful flight attendant walked over gracefully, gently reminding passengers. As he switched his phone to flight mode, Shen Hui wondered whether he should visit Zhou Ping after arriving in the provincial city. After a few thoughts, he quickly dismissed the idea. What good would it do to meet? Just to ask, are you doing well? 3 hours later, the plane arrived in Ningxi province. Shen Hui took a taxi to the city and checked into a suite at the Marriott Hotel before making his phone calls. After graduating from junior high, his former classmates had scattered. The vast majority went on to high school, while a very few entered society. 10 years had passed without him noticing, and occasionally reminiscing about the innocence and ignorance of the past made him quite nostalgic. A couple of years ago, someone created a group to connect with junior high classmates, and they slowly re-established contact with those who had lost touch. 3 classmates were working hard in the provincial city, so since he was there, it would be nice to gather. Old classmate, this is Shen Hui. He first called male classmate He Pengfei, introducing himself. He Pengfei was quite surprised. He never expected to receive a call from Shen Hui after 10 years since graduating junior high. Although he was shocked and surprised, he quickly responded politely. Hello, Mr. Shen. It's rare to hear from you. Shen Hui got straight to the point, saying, I just arrived in the provincial city. How about we have a meal together this afternoon? He Pengfei asked, where are you? Why don't you come over to my place for a bit? Shen Hui thought for a moment and replied, okay, send me the location, and I'll come over shortly. He Pengfei agreed, and then asked, are you on business or just passing through? Shen Hui replied, just passing through. Do you have Gui Yulan and Wang Xiaojuan's numbers? Please send them to me, and I'll give them a call. He Pengfei agreed, hung up, and sent Shen Hui the location along with the other 2 classmates' phone numbers. After calling the 2 female classmates, Shen Hui inquired whether the hotel had a car rental service. The Marriott Hotel is a 5-star hotel, and the Ningxi Marriott does offer car rental services. The receptionist sweetly asked Shen Hui what kind of car he needed. A Mercedes. After hanging up, Shen Hui thought about those fictional characters worth billions who wear suits that cost a few hundred and take taxis. He wondered if they were crazy. Why not enjoy life after making money? What do they need so much money for? The hotel sent an older model Mercedes 400, which looked a bit old but was still a Mercedes. The driver, in his 40s, provided excellent service, standing by the car waiting for the guest after finishing the call. It was Shen Hui's first time in a Mercedes, and the experience was indeed different. The comfort, quietness, and pervasive luxury made it easy to fall in love with the car. Shen Hui was considering buying a car. He had previously been torn about which brand to choose. But now he had made up his mind. Traffic congestion was a hallmark of this era, especially in provincial cities, where there was no escaping it. A 30-minute journey ended up taking an hour. He Pengfei had rented a 2-bedroom apartment here, and the conditions were quite decent. You arrived pretty quickly. He Pengfei greeted Shen Hui with a smile when he opened the door, inviting him to sit on the sofa while he busied himself with tea. Shen Hui looked around. The apartment was clean, but the furniture was all cheap, giving off a budget vibe. Just sit for a while, let me finish this task. After pouring tea for Shen Hui, He Pengfei sat down at his computer and got to work. Shen Hui glanced over and saw that it looked like He Pengfei was working on some design project. He remembered seeing in the class group that He Pengfei was into interior design. It seemed he was currently taking on some work. And he had heard that designing a plan could earn several thousand, so his income should be pretty good. What are you working on? Shen Hui asked casually. An interior rendering for a villa. Seeing this, Shen Hui refrained from saying more and sat on the sofa, bored, scrolling through his phone. He chatted briefly with Gui Yulan and Wang Xiaojun on WeChat. Gui Yulan worked in finance at a private enterprise and got off work at 5:30. Wang Xiaojun worked in real estate sales and couldn't leave until 6. They agreed to meet for dinner, and Shen Hui took another look at his stocks. However, with his funds exceeding 10 million, entering and exiting the stock market would become even more inconvenient. To ensure quick trades, he would have to spend more time and effort selecting the right stocks. Shen Hui felt a bit of a headache. Picking stocks was no easy task. Finding stocks that would rise among over 3,000 options, while also showing good momentum, was no simple feat. He had to analyze each stock thoroughly. Extending the trading cycle would make it easier, but profits would shrink significantly. Even if he could earn 20 weekly, it would still fall far short of making 6 daily. Rubbing his scalp, Shen Hui pondered whether he should try trading futures. Futures trading was much more flexible than stocks, and the zero trading model was particularly beneficial for someone like him who was almost playing with an advantage. He could enter and exit several times a day. And if he had a good strategy, making 30 in a day wouldn't be a problem. Of course, high risks were also accompanied by high rewards. Shen Hui had never traded futures before. He didn't even know how to trade, so for now, he could only think about it and needed to do more research. After waiting for an hour, He Pengfei was still busy. Shen Hui grew a bit impatient, thinking he wouldn't have come if he had known. After another half an hour, He Pengfei finally finished up, tidying his workspace while asking, "What do you want to eat?" Shen Hui replied, "I'm not familiar with this place. You decide. Anything is fine." He Pengfei agreed, changed his clothes, and headed out. After turning left out of the community and walking for about 200 meters, He Pengfei entered a tall building and pressed the button for the 16th floor. He said, "There's a restaurant here that serves some pretty good specialty dishes. Gui Yulan and the others often come here to eat." Shen Hui smiled and replied, "You know this place well, so just decide." The elevator quickly reached the 16th floor. Following He Pengfei out of the elevator, Shen Hui noticed that the lights suddenly dimmed. It was then he realized this place was quite unique. The restaurant was decorated in a retro style, looking quite upscale, and there were quite a few people inside. He Pengfei didn't request a private room, but instead chose a cozy table that could seat 4 people. The waiter brought tea, and the two chatted about some funny middle school stories until Gui Yulan and Wang Xiaojun arrived. Over here, He Pengfei, with sharp eyes, spotted the two of them looking around and waved them over. Gui Yulan and Wang Xiaojun turned to look and quickly walked over. Shen Hui also stood up, and when they approached, he extended his hand and said, "Long time no see. You two old classmates are getting more beautiful. If it weren't for He Pengfei calling you, I might not have recognized you." "Oh my, listen to you." Wang Xiaojun laughed as she shook hands with Shen Hui and said, "I really didn't expect this. Back in school, you were such a quiet one. I never realized you were so good at complimenting people. You're making me feel a bit shy." He Pengfei chimed in, "You salespeople have thicker skin than photo paper. How can you feel shy?" "Shut up, He Pengfei didn't mind and invited everyone to sit down, clearly feeling quite comfortable. Gui Yulan sat down and asked Shen Hui, "Where are you planning to go?" Wang Xiaojun asked in surprise, "Why are you on holiday? Is the company not doing well?" Shen Hui nodded and replied, "The performance isn't great, and we had a safety incident recently, so we were shut down." "Wow, that sounds dangerous." The two girls expressed their concern, while He Pengfei flipped through the menu and said, "You guys in state-owned enterprises have it good, with stable income and guaranteed returns. Unlike us, we live from hand to mouth and face the risk of unemployment at any moment." Shen Hui said, "I'm just a worker. How can I compare to you business owners?" Wang Xiaojun added, "Yeah, you're the only one doing well among us. Don't pretend otherwise." He Pengfei insisted, "I'm just speaking the truth. Where's the pretense?" Gui Yulan urged, "All right, hurry up and order. I'm starving." Chapter 8, Going Home. Compared to university, middle school was undoubtedly more innocent. Halfway through the meal, Shen Hui went to the restroom and settled the bill. When he returned, no one asked about it. and they continued chatting about their middle school days. He Pengfei and Gui Yulan listened attentively, clearly curious. Shen Hui remarked, everyone has their own aspirations. Getting a divorce is not strange, right? Wang Xiaojun replied, it's just hard to accept. I'm still single and don't even have a boyfriend. While you've already been married and divorced. That is too fast. By the way, where is your ex-wife from? Shen Hui answered, from Jiangnan. Gui Yulan said, nice. You married a girl from Jiangnan. Shen Hui didn't want to discuss this further and asked Gui Yulan, what about you? When are you planning to get married? Gui Yulan replied, in another 2 years, I need to buy a house first. You can't get married and still rent, right? Wang Xiaojun said, you're lucky to have a boyfriend working at a bank. Buying a house won't be a burden. Why can't I have such good luck? No. I'm giving my boyfriend to you. You must introduce me to a banker. Everyone laughed, and He Pengfei joked, how about me? Wang Xiaojun shot him a glare and said, I'm not looking for a nerd. They spent 2 hours enjoying their meal in a pleasant atmosphere. He Pengfei smiled but remained silent, while Wang Xiaojun's expression was somewhat strange. Shen Hui also stayed quiet and said goodbye to the three before heading downstairs. He Pengfei asked, where are you staying tonight? Do you want to stay at my place? Shen Hui replied, I booked a hotel room, so I want to go to yours. Shen Hui then said goodbye to Gui Yulan and Wang Xiaojun before taking a taxi to leave. Wang Xiaojun said something to He Pengfei before walking off with Gui Yulan. Gui Yulan paused for a moment and asked, what is wrong with me? Wang Xiaojun replied, He Pengfei hasn't left since dinner. How could he have paid the bill? Gui Yulan was stunned again and then slapped her forehead. I forgot about that. Could it be that Shen Hui picked up the tab? Wang Xiaojun said, he was the only one who went out in the middle. Who else could it be? Gui Yulan frowned and said, He Pengfei is a bit inconsiderate. We're the hosts. How can we let Shen Hui treat us? If I had known, I would have paid for this meal. I wouldn't have let Shen Hui pay. If our old classmates find out, they'll think we're stingy. Wang Xiaojun said, even if there are jokes, they wouldn't be at our expense. After all, we're girls. But that He Pengfei really can't change, after so many years. He is still so stingy. He lets Shen Hui treat us when old classmates gather and acts as if nothing happened. I'm embarrassed for him. If he weren't my middle school classmate, I would have splashed him with floral water. Gui Yulan sighed. This is really awkward. I wonder what Shen Hui thinks of us. Gui Yulan was surprised and said, I didn't notice that. Wang Xiaojun said, they say that those who can become leaders in state-owned enterprises are rolling in wealth. He is just a mid-level manager. He should be earning a decent salary. Just look at how he can afford such expensive clothes. He must have made quite a bit of money. Gui Yulan shot her a glare and said, stop worrying about that. It's none of your business. Wang Xiaojun pouted, thinking to herself that Shen Hui shouldn't be doing worse than He Pengfei. Opening the stock gainers list for the Shanghai and Shenzhen markets, Shen Hui removed all stocks that had risen more than 5 that day, then began to sift through the rest to select 50 stocks that seemed promising. From those 50, he picked out 20 that seemed particularly good. The process wasn't too complicated, but it took some time. After recording the 20 particularly good stocks, Shen Hui began to study the list of declining stocks. If he could find a gem among the stocks that had dropped significantly, the returns would naturally be greater. However, the chances were very slim. Among 100 declining stocks, there might not even be one with potential. Today, luck was not on his side. He went through the top 300 stocks on the decline list, but didn't find any that would have potential tomorrow. He patiently looked through 50 more, still finding nothing promising, and finally had to give up. There was too much to carry, and taking the train was simply too troublesome. With assets in the millions, and even more expected in the foreseeable future, there was no reason to continue suffering. Naturally, he would do whatever was convenient and enjoy life. Money is just a pile of worthless paper. The county is located in Ningxi province, over 400 kilometers from the provincial capital. The whole journey was on the highway, taking just 5 hours, not much slower than by train. Qinghe is a poverty-stricken county, severely lacking in water and with an underdeveloped economy. Farmers have no way to make a living from the land. So many have given up farming and gone out to work. The young people have all left, leaving behind those unwilling to move to the city, some elderly, weak, and sick. Shen Hui's family also lived in the countryside, but they moved to the city over a decade ago, unable to afford an apartment. In 2009, his father borrowed money from everywhere to buy a courtyard house in the county town. By the time his younger brother Shen Tao and younger sister Shen Lu graduated from college and found jobs, the family's finances finally became more stable. However, Shen Hui's father and mother now faced the pressure of Shen Tao getting married and starting a family, while Shen Hui himself was also expected to remarry. He remained busy and had to continue working outside. He instructed the driver to take the car to a residential area in the southern part of the city. After turning a few corners, they finally arrived at the front of the house. A few children were playing in the alley. Upon seeing the car, they all chased after it, making a ruckus. A few adults who were heading out also stopped to watch curiously as a luxury car arrived. The car stopped at the door, and Shen Hui carried several bags into the yard. He had initially wanted to invite the driver in for a cup of tea, but the driver didn't enter and left directly. There was no sign of cooking in the kitchen, but light smoke was rising from the chimney above the main room. Shen Hui carried the bags into the main room, pushed the door open, and was greeted by a wave of heat. His mother was not home, but his father, Shen Ligua, was watching TV. Hearing the sound of the door, Shen Ligua turned his head to look and saw it was his eldest son, Shen Hui. He was momentarily taken aback. When did he arrive? As Shen Ligua stood up to take the large and small bags from Shen Hui's hands, he asked, "Just arrived." Shen Hui tossed the bags onto the sofa, glanced around, and asked, "Where's my mom?" Shen Ligua said, "I don't know. She should be at Aunt Lu's next door." "What about Shen Tao and Shen Lu?" "They went to work. They just arrived." A voice responded from the next yard, and in less than a minute, Mom walked in while knitting a sweater. "When did you get here?" Zhang Jinhua asked again, unable to help it, as it had become a habit. "Just arrived." They all say socialism is good, but who really cares about the hardships of farmers? Coming in the wind and going in the rain, just to avoid bowing to life. Working hard until dark, sweating from modern construction, yet in old age, they can only lick their wounds alone. "Have you eaten?" Zhang Jinhua asked. As parents' concern for their children is always about ensuring they are warm and full. Shen Hui replied, "Not yet. Is there food?" "Yes. Wait a moment. I'll get it ready." Zhang Jinhua hurriedly set down her knitting and walked to the small kitchen to cook. Seeing the large bags on the sofa, she paused and casually flipped through them, asking, "Why did you buy so many clothes? This down jacket looks pretty good." Shen Hui nodded. "It's for you and Dad, as well as for Shen Tao and Shen Lu." "Why buy so much? It's not like we don't have clothes to wear. How much did this cost?" Zhang Jinhua felt happy inside but couldn't help but complain, as most parents do. She flipped through a few more items and then hurriedly went to cook. Shen Ligua asked, "How's it going at your factory? When will it open next year?" Shen Hui said, "Safety measures are strict now. If there's a workplace death, it's a big deal. Our general manager was arrested, and we don't know if it will open next year. But I've already quit. I don't plan to go back next year." "What? You quit?" Shen Ligua was taken aback. "If you're not working, where will you go?" Zhang Jinhua was also shocked. Listening intently, Shen Hui said, "Let's see after the new year. I've made a lot of money from stock trading. I don't plan to work anymore." "Stock trading?" Shen Ligua was stunned and asked, "How much have you made?" Shen Hui said, "About 4 million. Shen Ligua and Zhang Jinhua were both dumbfounded, thinking they must have misheard. Chapter 9. The differences between two generations. They say stocks are like gambling, with 9 losses out of 10. How can you make money? Shen Ligua and Zhang Jinhua didn't understand stocks. They had only heard that it was like gambling, with more losses than gains. When they heard their son say he made millions from stock trading, their first impression was that Shen Hui was just talking nonsense. It sounded absurd. Don't listen to what others say. If stocks were gambling, the government would have banned them long ago. Shen Ligua said, "Who knows if these companies will go bankrupt in the future?" Shen Hui replied, "This definitely needs to be analyzed specifically. Factors like a company's direction, technology, team strength, etc. are crucial for its development. Otherwise, how can one say vision is important?" To give an analogy, the stocks of listed companies fluctuate daily. Just like the price of pork in the market, which changes every day. As long as you have good judgment, you can buy when the price drops and sell when it goes up, making a profit. Shen Ligua said, "Who knows if pork prices will rise tomorrow?" Zhang Jinhua chimed in. "Exactly, except for a deity. Who can predict what will happen tomorrow?" Shen Hui said, "Market trends are traceable. How could one not see them? For example, in the first half of this year, more than 200,000 pig farms were shut down due to environmental violations. With so many pig farms closed, the supply of pigs in the market decreased, so pork prices will definitely rise. The stock prices of meat-related listed companies will surely go up." Shen Ligua and Zhang Jinhua were momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. With fewer pig farmers, pork prices will naturally rise. Although they thought stocks were unreliable, they could understand this basic logic. Shen Ligua asked, "Where's the money you've earned?" Shen Hui opened his stock trading account to show his parents. "It's all here. Look at the total assets, which is the total amount of money. This holding number is the stocks I've bought. Red means it's gone up, meaning I've made a profit. And green means it's gone down, meaning I've lost." Shen Ligua asked while looking, "All red? Did you only buy profitable stocks?" Shen Hui said, "All profitable, no losses." Zhang Jinhua couldn't believe it. "When did you acquire this skill?" Shen Hui calmly boasted, "It depends on talent. I have a talent for this, just discovered it late. If I had known I had this talent sooner, who would still go to work? I would have been a billionaire by now, no need to work for others." "Goodness." Zhang Jinhua shot her son a glare, also craning her neck to look at the phone. Of course, she couldn't really understand it at all. Shen Hui ate quickly and was almost done, finishing the last few bites in a couple of moments. Zhang Jinhua wasn't in a hurry to wash the dishes. She set the bowls and chopsticks aside and continued sitting on the sofa. Shen Ligua asked, "Is the money real?" Shen Hui was at a loss for words. Of course. It's real. Can this thing be fake? Zhang Jinhua said. Then take the money out and buy a house first. Shen Hui said, don't worry, I will buy a house. But not just one, I plan to buy 4. 1 for me, 1 for Shen Tao, 1 for Shen Lu, and 1 for you and Dad. Is that okay? Shen Ligua then believed him a bit more and said, what do your mom and I need a house for? Just buy 2. Shen Lu doesn't need 1. What does she need a house for? When she gets married, her in-laws will buy 1. You and Shen Tao can each have 1. Zhang Jinhua nodded in agreement, saying that buying a house is the man's responsibility in marriage, and it's not the woman's job. Shen Hui nodded indifferently, not wanting to argue with his parents about this. When it comes time to buy, he would just take 4 units in the community. Shen Hui wanted to buy a villa, but there were no villas in the small county town, only apartment buildings. Zhang Jinhua hurriedly said, don't go around boasting. Those who are rich pretend to be poor every day, afraid of being asked to lend money. If you show off now that you have some money, your uncle and second uncle will definitely come to borrow money. Shen Hui nodded repeatedly, agreeing to listen to his mom. Shen Ligua said, also buy a few commercial properties. Even if you lose money in the future, you can still collect rent. Your Uncle Lu's brother-in-law makes hundreds of thousands a year just from rent on commercial properties. Even if you do nothing, you can't spend it all. Shen Hui nodded. He had this plan in mind, but not right now. The larger the capital in the stock market, the faster the money comes in. As for commercial properties, he wouldn't consider them until his capital exceeded 10 million. After chatting for a while, it was already past 6 in the evening. Mom was busy cooking, while Shen Tao and Shen Lu stood by the stove, warming themselves and talking to Shen Hui. Shen Tao was a year younger than Shen Hui and had been working for over 2 years at a decent job in the Education Bureau. Shen Lu was 3 years younger than Shen Hui and had just passed the civil service exam this year, working in the Land Bureau. Shen Tao rubbed his hands together while warming himself by the fire and said, it's so cold. Riding an electric bike outside could freeze a person to death. The roads are slippery, and it's not safe with the snow. I need to buy a car first. It would be more convenient to go out and spare myself some suffering. Upon hearing this, Shen Ligua immediately exploded. What car are you buying when you don't even have a house? Shen Tao huffed a few times, not daring to speak up. Shen Lu added fuel to the fire. You've been working for over 2 years and haven't saved a dime. Where has all the money gone? With your salary plus various bonuses and allowances, you should have made at least 60 or 70,000 a year. Saving for 2 years would be enough for a down payment. Shen Tao was furious, glaring at Shen Lu. Shut up. Shen Ligua and Shen Lu joined forces, scolding Shen Tao. Shen Lu is right. You've been working for over 2 years, and we haven't seen a single penny from you. You don't care about buying a house. Your mother and I are working ourselves to death, and you don't even care. You're such an ungrateful brat. Shen Tao's face turned ugly, but he didn't dare to argue with his dad, only glaring at Shen Lu. Shen Lu was not afraid of him, rolling her eyes and continuing to retort. Those who work with him have already bought their houses. As for that woman you mentioned, my colleague said her mother is quite snobbish. Without a house or a car, why do you expect her to live with you? Shen Tao gritted his teeth. I told you to shut up. Shen Ligua was smoking, and his expression was not good either. Shen Hui, on the other hand, was watching with great interest, thinking that young people nowadays can save money without getting married. With someone like the second brother, he would have to wait until he got married for his wife to keep him in check. His parents definitely couldn't do it. However, he wasn't optimistic about the girl the second brother was dating. The girl's parents were from a bureaucratic family and seemed to look down on migrant workers. Some things might not be said outright, but you can still feel it. Shen Hui asked, how is it going with Luna? Shen Tao sighed. It's just like that. Like what? Shen Hui pressed. Is it going well or not? What do you think? Shen Tao was a bit annoyed. She said her mother doesn't agree. What can I do? Shen Hui said, if it really doesn't work out, just let it go. Don't suffer from those idle troubles. Shen Tao didn't say anything, and Shen Lu had already sat down on the sofa, rummaging through a pile of bags. Suddenly, she pulled out a down jacket that Shen Hui bought for their mom and said, Bro, I know this brand of down jacket. It costs over 10,000, right? Shen Hui nodded, thinking that girls are indeed detail-oriented. What? Over 10,000? Shen Ligua couldn't sit still upon hearing that. He thought these clothes would cost at most 1,000 or so, but who knew one piece would cost over 10,000? Zhang Jinhua also ran out. Surprised, is that true? Shen Hui nodded. It's true. These clothes cost 100,000. Oh my. Zhang Jinhua was so distressed, she almost jumped up. Shen Ligua also couldn't sit still. This is way too extravagant. 100,000 could buy a small car. Yet they bought a bunch of flashy but impractical clothes that aren't even comfortable to wear. Shen Tao and Shen Lu were equally shocked and were guessing whether the eldest brother had won the lottery. Bro, is this piece mine? Shen Lu flipped to a pink down jacket and quickly took it out to ask. Shen Hui nodded. Yes, it's yours. Shen Lu didn't ask how much it cost, but instead asked, Bro, did you win the lottery? Shen Hui said, what are you thinking? I don't have such good luck. Shen Lu said. Then how did you buy such expensive clothes? Zhang Jinhua interjected. Your brother made a few million from stock trading. What? Shen Tao and Shen Lu were both shocked. Is that really possible? Especially Shen Tao, who had some knowledge of stocks and knew how difficult it was to make money in the stock market. To make a few million in stocks, how much capital would that require? As for turning hundreds of thousands into millions, with the current market in the country, even Buffett would be at a loss. Bro, how much did you invest in stocks? Shen Tao quickly asked, and Shen Lu also looked at their eldest brother. Shen Hui said, don't ask about that. Shen Tao said, show me your stock account? Shen Hui said, what's there to see? Just focus on your job and don't think about unnecessary things. Shen Tao was anxious, scratching his ears and cheeks, wanting to find out how much money the eldest brother really had and how he traded stocks. Shen Ligua said, don't talk too much outside. Don't get your brother in trouble. Shen Tao nodded and then asked, bro, how much money do you have? Mom said you made a few million. Is that true? Shen Hui said, about 4 million. After dinner, they chatted about family matters until nearly 11 o'clock before yawning and going to sleep. There were 3 bedrooms. Their parents had one. Shen Lu had her own, and Shen Hui had to squeeze in with Shen Tao. Shen Hui still had work to do, so he opened his laptop on the sofa and started selecting stocks for the next day. Shen Tao went in and out several times and, seeing that there was no movement in their parents' room, finally approached Shen Hui and asked, can I discuss something? Bro, can you buy me a car? Chapter 10. Asking others is not as good as relying on oneself. Shen Hui was pondering in his heart. 100,000 was not a problem. But the key was the second brother's habit of having no pressure at all. If he bought him a car and a house, he would have even less pressure in the future, which was definitely not a good thing. Besides, even brothers need to be clear about finances. I'm just a brother, not a parent. Apart from biological parents, even a biological brother should not give without principles. What kind of car do you want? Shen Hui asked while thinking. Shen Tao said, an Envision would be fine. Shen Hui thought it wasn't expensive, under 300,000 after tax, and after a moment, he said, I'll give you 2 options. First, I buy the house, and you and Shen Lu each get one. You buy the car yourself. Second, I buy you the car, and you pay the down payment for the house, and you handle the loan repayment yourself. This. Shen Tao hesitated a bit. The first option was clearly more cost-effective, as houses were expensive. As long as he bought the house, the loan for the car would be much less stressful. If he had to bear a mortgage, how long would he have to pay it off? But the problem was, if he bought the car himself, he wouldn't even have a down payment. Gritting his teeth, he said, you buy me the car, and I'll pay the mortgage. Shen Hui said okay, and added, you go to sleep first. I still have some work to do. Shen Tao glanced at the computer and asked, the stock market has closed. What are you still researching? Go to sleep, don't ask so much. Shen Tao awkwardly retreated, not daring to say more, and went to sleep in his room. Shen Hui worked for more than an hour before finally selecting the stocks for the next day, yawning as he went to bed. The next day was Wednesday, and Shen Tao and Shen Lu went to work as usual. Their third uncle, Shen Liwei, was the only one among their father's 3 brothers who had attended a technical school and was now the deputy director of the county sanitation bureau. The 2 uncles were doing well and had moved to better housing long ago, much better than Shen Hui's family. After sitting at the second uncle's house for a while, Shen Hui asked, Uncle, do you need your car tomorrow? I have some business in the city. Shen Liming asked, have you driven before? Shen Hui said yes. I have driven, my skills are fine. Shen Liming was a bit worried and said, you might as well not drive. Cars are minor. But you don't want to hit anyone. I'll call Shen Xiao. He doesn't have much to do tomorrow, so let him take you. Shen Hui smiled. Don't trouble Shen Xiao. I'll take the bus. Shen Liming nodded and asked about Shen Hui's factory. After sitting for more than half an hour, Shen Hui went to his third uncle's house. After dinner, Shen Hui asked Shen Tao, can you take a day off tomorrow and go to the city with me? Shen Tao asked, what for? It's hard to take a day off. Shen Hui said, never mind then. I'll go to the city for some business. Shen Tao asked, do you want to see cars? Shen Hui said, we'll talk about that on the weekend. Shen Tao said, oh, and didn't he ask further. The next morning, Shen Hui went out with Shen Tao and Shen Lu, letting Shen Tao's electric bike take him to the main road. Then standing at the intersection waiting for a car. Soon, an old Geely stopped in front of him, and Shen Hui showed a face of disdain, waving his hand. The taxi driver cursed and drove off immediately. After a while, another newer Lavita came by and stopped. Shen Hui opened the door and got in, saying, to Nanan. Nanan? The driver was taken aback, thinking he heard wrong. Yes. Shen Hui nodded, confirming he hadn't heard wrong. The driver quickly said, it LLB 150 to Nanan. Let us go. Shen Hui didn't bother to haggle and fastened his seatbelt. All right. The driver rarely encountered someone so straightforward and immediately agreed, quickly starting off. The distance from Nanan to Qinghe is over 40 kilometers. It takes about half an hour on the highway, and they arrived at Nanan quickly. Shen Hui instructed the driver to take him to Nanan West Street, finally stopping at the Tiannan Securities office, then paid the fare and got out. This time, Shen Hui came to Nannan to apply for a financing bond account. The process was a bit complicated. Not only did he have to submit various materials, but there were also on-site questions, audio and video recordings. However, Tiannan Securities is one of the few major securities firms in the country and has already opened online approval, qualification review, and questioning processes. He had already completed this via his phone and only had to sign the contract and open the account, which could be done in a day. In the morning, he signed a bunch of contracts and risk disclosure documents at the securities company, and by lunchtime, he had opened the credit account. He originally had to go to the bank designated by the securities company to open the credit fund account, but could only go in the afternoon. As of the stock market closing this morning, in just 3 days, Shen Hui made a profit of over 700,000. Currently, the total assets in his account amount to 474 million plus a bit extra, and it's expected to fluctuate a bit more in the afternoon. After selling in the afternoon, Shen Hui plans to transfer a whole 4 million to his margin account for financing with the securities company, while the remaining 700,000 will be used to buy a car. It's better to rely on oneself than to borrow from others. Borrowing a car from someone else is never ideal. After lunch, Shen Hui went to the car city. The bank was closed for lunch, so it was a good opportunity to check out the cars. He first visited the Mercedes-Benz dealership, where he intended to buy a 63 model in one go, but found there were no cars available. He asked a female salesperson, who informed him that he could place an order, but a deposit would be required, and it would take about 10 days to get the car. Since there was still time, Shen Hui paid a deposit of 100,000. He then went to the Buick dealership and found that there was a car available, a fully equipped all-wheel drive Envision. He inquired about the price. There were no discounts on the new car, and it was just 100 short of 280,000, meaning the total would be a bit over 300,000, which included full vehicle decoration and four snow tires. Shen Hui then asked Shen Tao to send a scanned copy of his ID, preparing to pay for the car in full. When the stock market opened in the afternoon, Shen Hui liquidated all his stocks. After signing the contract and paying in full, it was exactly 2 p.m. Shen Hui quickly went to the bank. These institutions are notoriously slow, and if he didn't go early, he would likely have to wait until closing time. If there's one place people dread going for business, it's definitely the bank. After a lot of back and forth, by 4:30 p.m., he finally opened his margin account. He hurried to the securities company to complete all the procedures before closing time. The new car still needed decoration and couldn't be picked up today. It would have to wait until tomorrow. Shen Hui, too tired to run around anymore, found a hotel to stay for the night. The securities company was quite efficient. They transferred the collateral funds to the margin account yesterday, and the credit approval was completed the next morning, providing a 1 credit limit. With his principal and the borrowed funds combined, his usable funds reached 8 million. He divided it among 30 stocks and still went all in. The next day, he waited until noon for the new car to be decorated. When his parents heard the commotion, they came out to see. How much did this car cost? Zhang Jinhua quickly asked, while Shun Ligua listened intently. Shen Hui replied, just over 300,000. Wow, that is so expensive. Zhang Jinhua gasped, complaining. We haven't even bought a house yet. Why buy a car? Shen Hui explained, it's inconvenient to go out without a car. I need one to visit the graves on the 15th of the lunar month. It'll make things easier. You could get a car for 100,000. Why buy such an expensive one? Zhang Jinhua was truly pained, thinking that 300,000 could buy a house. Shen Hui thought to himself, this is just the beginning. If his mom found out he had also ordered a Mercedes worth over 2 million, she would be even more distressed. It looks like he needs to buy a house soon, or his parents would always have this worry. Shen Ligua smiled, although he also felt the pinch. He could still accept it. After all, no man doesn't love cars, and driving a 300,000 car certainly has more face than a 100,000 one. Go get some firecrackers to set off. Oh, I don't even know if we have any. As Zhang Jinhua walked into the house, she complained. You should have told us earlier about buying a car. We weren't prepared. After searching, they found no firecrackers at home. So Shen Ligua quickly rode his electric bike to buy some. Zhang Jinhua hurriedly shouted, remember to get some that make a big noise. Got it. Shen Hui couldn't stop him. He didn't believe in these customs, but in his hometown, whenever someone bought a house or a car, firecrackers must be set off. It wasn't something he could just stop. His mom tied a big red cloth on the windshield wiper, severely obstructing the view. Thinking about how he still had to treat his relatives to dinner in the afternoon, Shen Hui felt a headache coming on. Chapter 11. Cousins show no respect. Winter nights fall early. By not even 6 o'clock, it was already dark. The Mingwei restaurant was bustling with voices as Shen Hui ran in and out, greeting the relatives who were arriving. Shen Tao and Shen Lu were busy helping, while Shen Ligua and Zhang Jinhua chatted with the relatives who had arrived first. With the children grown, such matters naturally didn't require their involvement anymore. After half an hour, All the relatives had arrived. 3 aunts, 2 uncles, and the elder and second uncles from his great-uncle's side were all present. The older generation had come, along with cousins, brothers, and sisters from the county. Although the eldest cousin from the eldest aunt's family, Su Yonglin, and the second cousin from the second aunt's family, Zhang Hongjun, did not show up. Since the aunts and uncles didn't mention it, Shen Hui's family naturally couldn't say anything either. What surprised Shen Hui was that his eldest aunt's son-in-law, Lu Gang, actually came. Among the relatives, those who were doing well were few, besides the second uncle Shen Li Xiao and the third uncle Shen Li Min. Lu Gang also stood out. He was savvy in business and had accumulated quite a fortune, with his properties alone worth at least 20 to 30 million and no debts, making his net worth much more solid than that of his uncles who worked in construction. He held quite a bit of prestige in the county. It is often said that business people know how to socialize, and there is some truth to that. With nearly 40 people, they occupied 2 large private rooms for 20 each. Dishes and drinks were served in abundance, all hearty dishes, with the meat served in large bowls. Shen Lihui glanced over and asked, "How much is this table of food?" Shen Hui replied, 2,800 for the standard package. "Wow, that is expensive." The 3 aunts felt a little pained about the money and started to complain. "We could just eat something simple. Why spend so much?" Shen Ligua and Zhang Jinhua were also taken aback, not realizing Shen Hui had ordered such expensive dishes. With 1 table costing 2,800, 2 tables would be 5,600. And this didn't even include drinks and cigarettes, so the total would be over 6,000. Treating relatives to a meal was fine, but spending this much was problematic. Shen Limin said, "We're all family. There's no need to eat this much. I'll treat everyone today." Everyone stopped discussing it and began to enjoy their meal. While eating and chatting, Shen Hui poured wine for everyone. When pouring for his second uncle, Zheng Zhiping, he suddenly remembered something and smiled, saying, "Relatives, don't just eat." Shen Hui is only 27 years old this year, still quite young. If anyone has a daughter around the same age, hurry up and introduce her. Shen Hui also smiled and added, "That's right. My lifelong affair relies on all of you uncles and aunts." The relatives laughed, feeling that Shen Hui was charming. "Don't forget to ask," his sister chimed in. Zhang Jinhua perked up at the mention of her son's lifelong affair. How could she not pay attention to it? Third uncle Shen Lihui raised his glass and asked Shen Hui, "If the factory doesn't open next year, what are your plans?" Shen Hui replied, "Let us wait and see. Take it one step at a time." He didn't mention that he had already resigned to avoid being questioned further. Shen Ligua and Zhang Jinhua also didn't expose him, feeling that not working and trading stocks wasn't a proper job. After they went downstairs, Shen Limin arranged for a car to take people home, first having a few nephews with cars drive the aunts home, then asking Shen Chao to bring his car to take his uncle and aunt home. Shen Ligua said, "No need to send us, we drove here." Shen Limin asked, "Whose car did you drive?" Shen Ligua replied, "Shen Hui bought a car." Shen Limin was somewhat surprised. "When did you buy a car?" Shen Hui said, "Just bought it yesterday." Shen Limin asked again, "What car did you get?" Shen Tao quickly chimed in and envisioned a Buick. Second aunt smiled and said, "Shen Hui is doing well, he just bought a car." In the family, no one had a car, and sometimes it was inconvenient to borrow one from others, making them feel inferior, especially when Shen Hui had tried to borrow his second uncle's car the other day, but couldn't. Though Zhang Jinhua didn't say anything. She was frustrated inside. Now that Shen Hui had bought a car, she naturally felt proud. At least in the future, they wouldn't have to borrow a car from others and worry about others' opinions. Shen Limin looked Shen Hui over again, nodded, and then they got in the car and left. Shen Hui and Shen Tao had drinks, while Shen Ligua was responsible for driving. Mom was clearly in a good mood, smiling and saying, "Having a car is convenient. Who would dare look down on people now?" Shen Ligua frowned and said, "All right, you have too many issues in your mind. Who looks down on you?" Zhang Jinhua got fired up and said, "Don't say there isn't any. Just look at the second family situation. They've said so many strange things behind our backs. They can give their little car to others, but why haven't they given it to you, their own brother? They can lend their car to others. When have they ever let you use it?" Shen Ligua fell silent, lacking confidence. Shen Hui and his siblings kept quiet, listening to Mom argue. Zhang Jinhua continued to grumble for a while, and finally, Shen Ligua couldn't take it anymore and shouted at her a few times. Only then did Zhang Jinhua calm down, but thinking about the meal costing over 6,000 yuan made her heart ache again. Why did you order such expensive food? We could have just eaten something simple. It was all wasted. Zhang Jinhua muttered, then scolded Shen Tao. "You ungrateful one. All you think about is cars. You don't even have a house. What do you need a car for? You need a house to sleep in. If you have the ability, buy your own. Why should your brother buy it for you? You should live within your means. Once you and your brother have families of your own, can you still ask him for things? You really have no shame." Shen Tao shrank his neck and didn't dare to argue back with Mom. Shen Hui said, "Mom, just stop. I'll at most buy him a car and cover the down payment for a house. He'll have to repay the loan himself. Once he gets married, I won't be able to manage it anymore. He can spend whatever he earns. Only then did Zhang Jinhua stop talking. Actually, she didn't insist on being clear about it. They were all flesh from her body. If the eldest bought a car for the second, she would be happy too. But she was just afraid the second would get used to asking the eldest for things, which could lead to problems in the future. The next day was Saturday, and Shen Tao, Shen He, and Shen Lu didn't have to work. Shen Hui took his younger siblings and parents to look at houses together. Buying a house was Mom's persistent concern. If they didn't buy it soon, she wouldn't stop nagging. The golden age of real estate had passed. Although prices hadn't dropped much, the vacancy rate in the small county was generally high, especially in several new developments where at least half of the houses hadn't sold, allowing for more selection. After looking at several developments, none were too satisfactory. Buying a house was a major event, especially for ordinary families. Shen Hui's siblings didn't care much, but their parents were serious about it. One complained about poor lighting, another about the small bedrooms, and yet another about the bathroom not having a window and poor ventilation. They could always find a lot of faults. After 2 days of looking, Shen Tao and Shen Lu's weekend passed just like that. The house still hadn't been decided, and Shen Hui was already getting annoyed. On Monday, they continued house hunting, but Shen Hui didn't go. He let his parents go by themselves. He only needed to handle the payments. After looking around, they finally settled on a house in Tianhui Jiyuan. Shen Hui checked it out. The complex was indeed quite nice, with good design and a decent location. It was considered a high-end community in Qinghe, priced at $3,500 per square meter, about $500 more than other complexes. Both his second and third uncles lived in this community. We need 4 units. Shen Hui blurted out, shocking his mom, who quickly stopped him. Why do you need so many? Zhang Jinhua said, 2 units are enough. 1 for you and 1 for Shen Tao. More than that is useless. How is it useless? Shen Hui replied, you and Dad need 1 unit, and Shen Lu needs 1 too. It's like a dowry for me. Once she gets married, she won't be bullied at her in-laws' place, and will at least have some leverage. If you don't let me buy it. One day when I spend all the money, I won't have any left to buy it. You wasteful thing. Zhang Jinhua hit him. Realizing that the last sentence carried weight. Parents fear their children being wasteful. If Shen Hui really spent all the money, it would be better to buy a house. They chose 4 units, 2 on the 2nd floor and 2 on the 3rd floor. 3 units were 96 square meter 3-bedroom apartments, and 1 was a 148 square meter 4-bedroom large unit. Once outside, Shen Ligua asked, why wait until after New Year's? Shen Hui explained, it costs over $1 million. I only have a few $100,000 in pocket money, and the big money is in stocks. I need to sell the stocks after New Year's to withdraw the money. Besides, it's cold now, and having the house 1T help with renovations, it's better to get it after the New Year. Zhang Jinhua quickly said, the sooner you buy, the sooner you can relax. There is still a month until the New Year. Shen Hui thought to himself, if it weren't for worrying about their peace of mind, he would definitely drag it out until after the New Year. Buying a house now wouldn't even be livable, and they couldn't renovate it yet, which was a waste of funds. But for the sake of his parents' peace of mind, spending the money was fine. On Wednesday, his cousin Shen Qian invited relatives for a meal. As soon as Shen Hui's family arrived, they were surrounded by a bunch of cousins. Everyone had heard that Shen Hui bought a car and was waiting downstairs. Shen Hui exchanged a few words and went upstairs with his parents. Finally, Shen Tao seized the opportunity to excitedly introduce the car's features to several cousins. Reveling in the fact that he was no longer the only one without a car, his eldest cousin Shen Feng sat in the driver's seat, reluctant to let go of the steering wheel. It was a fully loaded 4-wheel drive, and it had just hit the market, costing over $300,000. Although several families had bought cars, except for Shen Lixiao and Shen Limin who bought Prados, the younger generation had mostly bought Chijuan cars, with the rest being $10,000 vehicles that couldn't compare to this fully loaded Envision. Chapter 12. The feeling of raking in money. Shen Qian hosted the dinner, and with the backing of his third uncle, all the relatives came. Everyone from the county showed up, including the busy eldest cousin Su Yonglin and second cousin Zheng Hongjun. But unexpectedly, Shen Hui stole the spotlight. When relatives heard that Shen Hui bought a car, and it was for Shen Tao, they became a bit unsettled. Third uncle Shen Liwei asked, if you have money to buy a car worth over $300,000, why not buy a house first? Zhang Jinhua finally seized the opportunity, smiling broadly, and said, we bought it. Yesterday, we reserved 4 units in Tianhui. 4? The relatives were stunned, some unable to process it. The eldest aunt asked, why buy so many houses? Shen Hui explained, each of us 3 gets 1 unit, and I reserved 1 for my parents too. Oh my. The second aunt exclaimed in surprise, Shen Hui must have made a lot of money. The relatives looked at Shen Hui as if they were getting to know this middle school graduate nephew again. The houses in Tianhui Jiyuan weren't cheap. For units would cost over $1 million. Even if they were to take out loans, the The down payment wouldn't be a small amount. Having only graduated from middle school, yet able to hold a position in a state-owned enterprise and make money, that was quite an achievement. Shen Hui quickly smiled and said, "Aunt, you can't say that. The government is strict now. How could there be corruption? Besides, I don't have the chance to make money like that. I just made some money from stock trading. Not from corruption." Shen Hui spoke up. "Exactly, second sister, don't say such things. What era is it? How could there still be corruption?" When Zheng Hongjun heard Shen Hui had been trading stocks, he asked, "The stock market hasn't been good in recent years. Many people have lost money. How much capital do you have in the market? With the current situation, you can still make money? I need to learn from you. Recommend some good stocks to me." Shen Hui sensed this was just a polite inquiry and replied, "Not much, I just play around a bit." Zheng Hongjun didn't press further and turned back to discuss work matters with Su Yonglin. "Sister, have you asked about Shen Hui's potential partner?" Zhang Jinhua had been thinking about what his third aunt said about introducing a partner for Shen Hui, so she quickly asked. The eldest and second aunts nodded, but Zhang Jinhua felt a bit regretful. Raising sons is a big pressure these days, and having two sons brings even more pressure. If they don't marry off their daughters-in-law soon, parents will feel uneasy. Everyone says making money is hard. Even if you cheat, you still have to work hard. Looking back, Shen Hui truly admires those who succeed in entrepreneurship through their own efforts. Although it's quite troublesome, it does have its benefits. The broader the net is cast, the bigger the catch. Not to mention, among the 40 stocks, there are always 7 or 8 hitting the daily limit. Overall, the profit on each trading day can reach over 7. By Friday morning, after liquidating positions, the account balance had already grown to 11.2 million. After the weekend, there were still 2 trading days before the New Year holiday, and Shen Hui continued to invest all in, eager to double his wealth. Shen Hui saw that Shen Hui spent a lot of time studying stocks every day, and after watching a few times felt a bit dizzy and couldn't understand. So he asked, "Is it reliable for you to trade stocks? Have you made money or lost money recently? I always feel it's not very reliable." Shen Hui opened his account to show his father. "Look." Shen Hui took the phone and looked, asking, "How much is this?" "I can't understand." Shen Hui pointed out. "Look at this total asset, over 11 million. It was only around 4 million before, so it must have made money." "What?" Shen Hui was genuinely shocked. Just a few days ago it was around 4 million, and now it exceeded 10 million in just a few days. Even money printed by machines wouldn't be this fast. He suspiciously said, "How can I believe this? It's not fake, right? How could it be fake?" Shen Hui replied, "I went to the city last week and opened a financing account, which is basically borrowing money from the brokerage, borrowing 4 million. I pay them interest. And the profits from trading stocks are mine. The interest isn't much, but the borrowed 4 million plus my 4 million makes 8 million in capital. Look at this profit and loss. I buy today and sell tomorrow, with 8 million rising by 7. The profit is 560,000. After selling tomorrow, I buy again the day after, and the capital becomes 8.56 million, with 7 profit being close to 600,000. The capital increases every day, so the profit will naturally get higher. Trading 5 days a week, 8 million becomes 11.2 million. Shen Hui couldn't believe it. "How can you guarantee that the stocks you buy every day will go up?" Shen Hui said, "Of course. I have to study the market trends. Otherwise, why would I stay up late every night? I have to check all kinds of information online and analyze which industry and which company have potential, whether the stock will rise or fall." Shen Hui remained silent, still somewhat incredulous. For him, a migrant worker, what Shen Hui said sounded a bit like a fairy tale. Zheng Hongjun and Lu Gang were also trading stocks and had heard they lost quite a bit of money this year. If it were this simple, how could Lu Gang, with his business acumen, still be losing money? Shen Hui said, "You better not talk recklessly outside, otherwise. If Hongjun's cousin and Lu Gang's brother-in-law come to me asking for stock recommendations, it would be troublesome. Although I can usually make accurate judgments, I can still make mistakes. What if I end up losing money and ruin my relative's reputation?" Shen Hui initially thought it was nothing. If he could really make a lot of money, it would be good to earn some with the relatives. But once he heard Shen Hui mention risks, he immediately extinguished that thought. If he ended up losing money, it would be embarrassing for the relatives. During the day, he attended various banquets and card games, and at night stayed up late choosing stocks. This life was still somewhat comfortable, at least more so than working overtime in the company every day. The only downside was that childhood playmates, cousins, and brothers had all grown up, each with different thoughts. Although they appeared harmonious on the surface, competition and comparison were inevitable underneath. One day, they arranged a mahjong game with Shen Hui and his brother Shen Tao, and Shen Yu and Shen Yuan. Shen Yu and Shen Yuan were from the second uncle's family. Shen Yu worked in construction with the second uncle, while Shen Yuan had joined the army early on. Shen Yu was 2 years older than Shen Hui, and Shen Yuan was the same age as Shen Tao. Having joined the army earlier, he was now a third-class sergeant. reportedly earning over 10,000 a month. He was quite smooth in dealing with people and was competent in many aspects, earning a good reputation among relatives. While playing cards, when the topic of income came up, Shen Yuan joked about Shen Tao. What is the use of you becoming a civil servant? Your salary is only about 3,000 a month. If Shen Hui bought you a house, when would you be able to save enough to buy one? Shen Tao was infuriated and, unable to retort, had to play a winning hand he just drew. Shen Hui asked, how much do you earn a month? Shen Yuan replied, over 10,000. Shen Hui said, I earn $1 million a month and still think it's not enough. What can you do with that little money? Shen Yuan was momentarily speechless and replied, you're impressive. Shen Yu opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Shen Tao felt greatly vindicated, thinking that his older brother was indeed powerful. Upon returning home, he was still seething and scolded Shen Yuan. Shen Ligua heard this and asked what happened. Shen Tao angrily recounted the incident, only to be reprimanded by his father. If you don't strive for anything, who will respect you? If you can hold your own, you could be an official. Who would dare look down on you then? Useless thing. Shen Tao was so angry he felt like spitting blood, and with a dark face, he stormed into his bedroom, slamming the door loudly. Hearing the commotion, his mother, who was cooking, poked her head out and asked, what's wrong? Shen Hui replied, nothing. Everyone's crazy. Zhang Jinhua scolded and continued her work. Shen Ligua's face also didn't look good. If his son was looked down upon, it would be hard for him to feel comfortable as a father. Time flew by, and it was soon New Year's Day. Shen Hui, along with his parents, went to pay for the house and received the keys. By the time the market closed in the afternoon, the account balance had reached 14.86 million. After paying for the house and getting the keys, his mother finally felt a huge weight lifted off her shoulders. All 3 houses were paid for in full, and the remaining one was put under Shen Tao's name, with a 10-year mortgage arranged for him to pay monthly. A call came in from a certain department, inquiring about some abnormal trading activity. They mentioned that they were just checking on the situation since he was making profits daily without losses, and the funds were growing like a snowball. After hanging up, Shen Hui felt somewhat uneasy. He hadn't violated any rules. He was just trading normally. So how could he be singled out? After thinking for a while, he consulted some professionals online and finally felt reassured. As long as he didn't operate illegally, what was there to be afraid of? Just before dinner, he received a call from the Benz dealership saying the car had arrived and that he could pick it up on Monday. His parents didn't know he bought a car. Otherwise, he would hear a lot of nagging. After dinner, Shen Hui told Shen Tao, take a day off on Monday and come with me to the city. Shen Tao perked up and asked, what are we going to the city for? His spirit lifted as he asked, what car did you buy? Shen Hui replied, a 63. Shen Ligua was taken aback and said, aren't you buying a car? Why buy another one? Shen Hui explained, the Envision was bought for Shen Tao. I need to buy a car too. Shen Ligua was speechless, feeling a bit of a headache. No matter how much money there was, could it be spent like this? But since the money was his son's, he couldn't control how it was spent. Besides, as long as the house was bought, anything else was up for grabs. Zhang Jinhua smiled and asked, how much did you spend on the car this time? Shen Hui replied, over 200,000. Wow. Zhang Jinhua was pouring hot water when she heard this, and her hand shook, burning herself. She quickly set down the teapot, astonished, and said, over 200,000 for a car? I must have misheard. Your second uncle's cow is only worth 60 to 70,000. Shen Tao also found the model information and excitedly said, what is so great about a Land Cruiser? Toyota is a common car. Real wealthy people wouldn't drive a Toyota. A Benz is a luxury car. Look, this car is way better than a Land Cruiser. Shen Ligua and Zhang Jinhua hurried over to look at the phone, thinking it looked quite impressive, better than the Land Cruiser. Shen Lu had no interest in cars, but hearing that her brother bought a car worth over 200,000, she came over to take a look. Chapter 13. Face is earned by oneself. To be honest, aside from being much faster than the Envision, having a larger space, and slightly better sound insulation, Shen Hui really couldn't feel the significant difference between this Benz worth over 200,000 and the Envision. Previously driving the Envision, he thought it was very fast. But after driving this Benz, he realized what the gap really meant. Although it was quite large, the 8-cylinder 4.0-liter twin-turbocharged engine, with more than 600 horsepower, gave this big car incredible explosive power, far beyond the 4-cylinder 2.0-liter engine of the Envision. Stepping on the accelerator, the surge of power made one feel like flying. Of course, the fuel consumption was also staggering. Even if he gave the car to Shen Tao, he wouldn't be able to afford the gas. Hearing the cannon fire, Aunt Lu next door also ran out. Oh dear, Aunt Shen, have you bought another car? Aunt Lu looked surprised, feeling a bit confused about her neighbor's family. Just a while ago, they had bought a car worth over 300,000, and now, just a few days later, another new car. Zhang Jinhua smiled and said, when kids grow up, they don't listen to their mothers. Once they earn some money, they spend it recklessly, and you can't control them. Aunt Lu enviously said, You don't know how to appreciate your blessings. You have a house, bought a car, and your son is capable. If he marries a couple of daughters-in-law, you can just wait to enjoy the blessings. Unlike us, we raised our son and now have to raise our grandson. It's a hard life. Shen Hui smiled and said, You all are doing well too. Your son is filial and has a good job. What's the use of being filial? He hasn't given me a penny, Aunt Lu muttered. Then asked, Why is this car so big? It's much bigger than the previous one, isn't it expensive? Zhang Jinhua said, It's over 2 million. Don't you think that's a waste of money? Aunt Lu was taken aback, feeling her mind couldn't keep up. The eldest son of the Shen family must have made a huge fortune. Buying a car worth 30,000 was acceptable. And buying 4 houses was barely acceptable since houses are for living. But a car worth over 2 million is hard to accept. A person with 100,000 can buy a house worth 300,000. But to buy a car worth 300,000, one must have at least 1 million. How much wealth does one need to buy such an expensive car? After all, cars are consumables, different from houses. A car worth over 2 million. Probably very few people in Qinghe have ever sat in one. Even Shen Hui was no longer modest, sitting in the driver's seat, touching this and that. Feeling like he was sitting on a pile of renminbi, yet couldn't see where the value of over 2 million was. Aunt Lu enviously said, Aunt Shen, you're really enjoying life. Enjoy what? I need to marry off 2 daughters-in-law. That would make me satisfied if I could worry less. Zhang Jinhua said with a flower-like smile, her tone revealing her pride despite her humility. Aunt Lu then asked Shen Hui, Aren't you working at a factory? Can you earn so much money while working? Shen Hui smiled and said, I'm trading stocks. Working just gives me a fixed salary. Aunt Lu didn't know what stocks were and was unsure how to ask further. Before long, neighbors from the left and right came out to see the commotion. With so many people, Shen Hui felt a bit overwhelmed by the noise and went back inside. In the afternoon, the weather suddenly changed and snowflakes began to fall. Shen Hui didn't feel like going out recently, so he stayed home to study futures and even set up a simulated trading account to practice, preparing to enter the futures market after the new year. Otherwise, as his funds grew larger, it would become increasingly difficult to enter and exit the stock market, and profits would be hard to guarantee. Just today, there were fewer than 100 stocks in both markets with gains exceeding 5, and the profit margins would only shrink further. By the time his capital reached over 100 million, trying to quickly move all the funds in and out would be nearly impossible. In contrast, the futures market is much more flexible. Even if the market conditions are poor, one can short sell, which offers greater profit potential. The light snow fell all day, and by evening, it hadn't stopped. Shen Hui frowned and said, The weather changes too fast. We need to go pay respects in a couple of days. It would be troublesome if it snows heavily. The Qingming festival is too busy, with everyone working hard outside. The Shen family usually goes to pay respects on the 15th day of the 12th month. But this year, the weather could really act up on that day. Unfortunately, the concern came true. On the 7th, there was a strong wind all day, and on the 8th, heavy snow fell. By the 9th, early in the morning, the snow had piled up so high that the door was almost blocked, with at least half a foot of snow in the yard, marking the biggest snowfall in the county in 10 years. Just as Shen Hui got up, a call came in from Shen Limin, eldest brother. Is Shen Hui's car 4-wheel drive or 2-wheel drive? Shen Limin asked. Shen Hui replied, It's 4-wheel drive, and it has snow tires. Shen Limin said, That's good. With my car, Shen Lixiao's car, and Shen Hui's car, plus a 4-wheel drive pickup, that should be enough. Let's gather at our community first, and then go together. The road is too slippery. You drive, don't let Shen Hui drive. Shen Hui responded, Okay, and quickly packed his things. Shen Hui asked, How many cars are we taking? Shen Tao immediately got nervous. He also wanted to drive. Shen Hui thought for a moment and said, Let's take both cars. If we can't fit, we can still carry people. Shen Tao instantly got excited and said, I'll drive one. Shen Hui shot him a glare and said, I'll drive your car. With your skills in this snowy weather, who would dare ride with you? Why not? My skills are fine, Shen Tao argued, getting anxious. This was such a good opportunity to show off. How could they not let him drive? Shen Hui also said, Let Dad drive. It's not a joke driving in this weather. If something goes wrong, who will take responsibility? Shen Tao felt like crying. With both Dad and eldest brother speaking up, there was no room for resistance. They quickly finished packing, loaded the offerings they had bought long ago onto the car, and set off with the 5 of them in 2 cars. They drove to the bottom of Uncle's building in Tianhui Jiyuan. Before they could go upstairs, Shen Lixiao's Land Cruiser and Shen Yuan's Qashqai also arrived. When Shen Lixiao got out and saw Shen Lu stepping down from an imposing Mercedes-Benz, he was a bit surprised and asked, Whose car is this? Shen Lu replied, It's my brother's. Shen Lixiao then looked at Shen Hui and asked, When did you buy a Mercedes? Shen Hui said, I just bought it a few days ago. Uncle Shen Liren, Shen Feng, Shen Yu, and Shen Yuan also gathered around, looking at the Mercedes and exclaiming in admiration. Shen Lixiao walked to the car door, took a look, and asked, This car isn't cheap, is it? Shen Tao quickly added. It cost over 2 million after tax. Shen Lixiao gasped in admiration again, re-evaluating Shen Hui in his mind. The eldest son of the Shen family must have struck it rich. A car worth 30,000 isn't a big deal, and 4 houses are acceptable. But a Mercedes-Benz worth over 2 million is not something just anyone can afford. He only finished junior high and became a factory worker. Although he heard Shen Hui got a promotion, how much power could he have? It wouldn't be possible for him to afford a car worth over 2 million. Even trading stocks, one must have the capital. Shen Hui, you've really made it big. While Shen Lixiao was pondering this, he heard the second uncle Shen Yuan say, "What's the secret to getting rich? Share it with everyone." Shen Lixiao looked at Shen Hui, wanting to probe his nephew's secret as well. Shen Hui laughed and said, "What secret could there be? I'm still hoping you can point me to a way to get rich." Shen Yuan felt awkward. Thinking Shen Hui seemed to have really made it big, he should start flattering him more. Just then, the third uncle Shen Liwei's family also arrived. Walking over from the building behind uncle's house, Shen Qian bought a Corolla, but in this weather, he couldn't drive it and had to borrow uncle's 4-wheel drive pickup to carry things. From a distance, they saw a group of people gathered around a Mercedes. And when they got closer and learned it was Shen Hui's, they were once again surprised. Shen Liwei even sat in the car for a bit and then got out, laughing and saying, "I've never ridden in a Mercedes worth over 2 million. From now on, the days will belong to the sons. Shen Qian is doing the worst among you. You older brothers should take care of him more." Shen Qian also laughed and said, "Then I'll just stick with Brother Hui from now on." Everyone laughed, though each had their own thoughts and ideas. After a few words, Shen Limin's family also came down. Shen Liwei joked, "Second brother, you've fallen behind your nephew. Look at Shen Hui, he's driving a Mercedes worth over 2 million. You've been talking about getting a Land Rover for almost a year. When are you going to buy one for me to ride in? With all these debts, how could I afford a Land Rover?" Shen Limin replied, then looked at the Mercedes and asked, "Did Shen Hui buy this?" Shen Hui wasn't by the car. And Shen Liren nodded. He said he just bought it. Shen Limin was very surprised and said, "That's impressive, quietly driving a Mercedes worth over 2 million. Shen Hui, you've made it so big. Why haven't I heard you mention it before? When will you take me out for a spin to show off?" Everyone laughed. And second aunt Shen Guozian said sourly, "Is this car really worth over 2 million? I see plenty of them on the street." Shen Xiao had already checked it out and said, "This is a performance car from Mercedes. It's more expensive than those on the street. The Bear car is estimated to be nearly 2 million, and with the purchase and consumption tax, it will definitely exceed 2 million. Apart from a few young people researching cars, most people actually don't understand much and are somewhat skeptical." After hearing Shen Xiao say this, they believed it a little more. Shen Limin also sat in the car for a while, and after getting out, he started arranging things. The 2 cars for the eldest brother would be spacious, and the family of Ren Laodao would take Shen Yuan's car, while Shen Feng and Shen Yu would follow Shen Qian in the pickup truck to carry things. And the third family would ride in Shen Tao's car. With the assignments decided, everyone started to get into their cars. Shen Hui's car had his mother and Shen Tao and Shen Lu in it. Third uncle and third aunt got into the Envision, making for a relatively spacious seating arrangement. Shen Hui's car had a snow mode, and although he hadn't felt much difference from the Envision before, he immediately experienced it now. It was super stable running on the snow. Even if he occasionally stepped on the gas a bit hard, the car wouldn't skid or spin out, smoothly running on the road. On the Envision, Shen Liwei asked the eldest brother, "What is Shen Hui actually doing? Why did he suddenly get so successful without a word?" Shen Ligua said, "He's trading stocks. I don't really understand the specifics." Shen Liwei was surprised. How much money is he using to trade stocks? The stock market hasn't been good in recent years. Many people have lost their capital. Without at least 10 million, who can afford a car worth over 2 million? Where did Shen Hui get so much money? Shen Ligua replied, "I don't know. I asked him, but he wouldn't say." Third aunt laughed. "I think Shen Hui seems pretty steady, unlike Shen Yuan, who is so flashy." Shen Ligua didn't know how to respond. And Shen Liwei was lost in thought, not saying anything. The ancestral grave is in Xinjiagu, about 40 kilometers from the county seat. Usually, it takes only half an hour to get there, but with the heavy snow, the car couldn't go fast. They had only covered half the distance in half an hour. Driving very cautiously. Qinghe hasn't had such heavy snow in many years. The road surface shone brightly after being crushed by the car wheels. Along the way, they saw at least 6 cars that had slid into the ditch, making the drivers even more cautious, not daring to be careless at all. Shen Hui, who was originally at the back, slowly familiarized himself with the new car's performance and overtook to the front. While overtaking, he initially slid slightly to the left. But a few lights on the dashboard flashed, and the car quickly straightened itself, smoothly overtaking Shen Yuan's X-Trail, causing his mother and Shen Lu to break into a cold sweat, repeatedly urging Shen Hui to drive slowly. After driving for a while, his phone suddenly rang. It was his father calling. Chapter 14, The Responsibility of the Next Generation. Shen Hui's first reaction was to laugh, After hanging up, he slowed down and turned around. Zhang Jinhua asked, "What's wrong?" Shen Hui replied, "Shen Yuan's car slid into the ditch." Zhang Jinhua was startled. "Is everyone okay?" "Haha, serves him right." Shen Tao, however, laughed without any restraint, looking quite pleased. Shen Qian said, "It should be fine. The car was going slow, so even if it slid off the road, it wouldn't be a big deal." "That's good." Zhang Jinhua finally breathed a sigh of relief. If there was an accident while paying respects to the ancestors, it would be a joke. She then shot a glare at Shen Tao. "What are you laughing at? Don't get too happy. Don't act like you're enjoying the show." Shen Tao pouted. "Am I that stupid?" Pulling the car over to the side of the road, they saw Shen Yuan's car had slid into the left ditch. Dad and the uncles were in front of the car, and Shen Yuan was on the phone. Shen Yu said, "It slid down while overtaking." Shen Hui looked at the road surface. The middle of the road was higher, and both sides were lower. It made sense that it would slide into the ditch while overtaking, and he had just slid down when he overtook, giving him quite a scare. Fortunately, the ditch was relatively narrow, with only the left two wheels going in. At most, it would just get a bit scratched, so it wasn't too much of a problem. At this point, Shen Yuan finished his call, looking very frustrated. Shen Lixiao asked, "What's going on?" Shen Yuan said, "Today, the tow trucks are all busy. Too many cars have slid into ditches, and they won't be able to come until the afternoon." Shen Limin said, "Then let's leave the car here for now and go to the grave. We can come back for the tow truck later." Shen Ligua said, "I can still fit 2 more in my car." Shen Lixiao said, "Shen Hui's is a 7-seater, so the rest can go in Shen Hui's car." Everyone then got back into their cars. Uncle Shen Liren and Shen Feng got into Shen Ligua's car, while Aunt and Shen Feng's wife got into Shen Hui's car, reducing the 6 cars to 5. Having learned from the previous experience, the drivers were even more careful. As they set off again, Aunt jokingly said, "Riding in a car worth over 2 million is just great." Shen Feng's wife replied, "I just saw Shen Hui slide a bit while overtaking, and it scared me." Dad initially didn't want Shen Yuan to overtake, but Shen Yuan said Shen Hui was fine while overtaking, and now look where he ended up. Zhang Jinhua also felt lingering fear. Who doesn't? "I also broke into a cold sweat just now. Fortunately, I didn't slide down." Shen Tao laughed. "This car has a slip control system. When it skids, the electronic system automatically adjusts the throttle. Otherwise, why would it be worth over 2 million? Shen Yuan's car doesn't have this feature. A good car is indeed a good car." Aunt and Shen Feng's wife both laughed and praised, naturally thinking Shen Tao was showing off. After driving for another 20 minutes, they finally arrived at the village. The sheep belonged to Shen Gang's family, which is also from Shen Hui's generation, but they were located quite far away. "Shen Feng, you and the others go in with Shen Gang to catch the sheep," Shen Limin said while lighting a cigarette, instructing, "All of you are heads of your households now. From now on, these matters will be handled by you brothers. We're all getting older and can only manage for a few more years." Shen Feng agreed and called out to follow Shen Gang to the sheep pen. Shen Hui and Shen Tao also followed, stepping into the muddy sheep droppings as they entered the pen. However, when Shen Tao went in, he took off his clothes and threw them to his mother, leaving everyone puzzled. Third Aunt even asked, "Why is Shen Tao taking off his clothes? It's so cold. Isn't he afraid of catching a cold?" Third Aunt suddenly realized. No wonder he wanted to take off his clothes. Shen Yu's wife said, "Third Aunt, that down jacket of yours isn't cheap, is it? I've never seen this brand before." The women were all wondering, believing it was unbelievable that Shen Tao's down jacket cost over 10,000. The sheep pen was very dark, with many sheep, probably over 100. Shen Hui and his 6 brothers followed in, chasing and cornering the sheep under Shen Gang's direction. However, after a long time, they still couldn't catch any. These were wild sheep that had been released into the mountains, unlike the domesticated ones, and they were all good runners with considerable strength. Shen Qian managed to grab some wool on a sheep's back, but before he could exert any force, he was yanked down into the mud, landing in a pile of sheep droppings, looking extremely disheveled, which made everyone burst into laughter. Fortunately, there was no snow in the sheep pen, so it was relatively dry. If they had been outside, they would have gotten covered in sheep dung and mud. Shen Gang couldn't help but tease. "You college students are all used to holding pens. How can you do this work?" After some effort, they finally managed to catch 3 sheep, pinning them down and tying their legs. 2 people lifted 1 sheep and tossed it onto the pickup truck, then stomped their feet. The outer circle of the sheep pen had no roof, and the snow mixed with sheep dung created a muddy mess. After walking in, their feet were all caked in a thick layer of sheep dung mud. Shen Tao was distressed about his shoes, regretting not wearing the new ones that his brother bought for him. If he had known he would have to do this work, he would have worn something else. After loading the sheep, everyone got back into their cars, preparing to head to the grave. Shen Gang, while talking to Shen Limin, saw Shen Hui driving and asked, "Did Shen Hui also buy a car?" Shen Limin said, "Shen Hui has really made it big. That car of his is worth over 2 million. Shen Gang was greatly surprised. He is already a big boss. Your family is the one doing well in Shinjiagu. He then said to Shen Ligua, Old man Gua and aunt have good fortune. You've raised a good son. Shen Ligua laughed and said, What good fortune? If it means I can worry less, that is good fortune. Shen Limin took out 1,000 yuan and handed it to Shen Gang, saying, The snow is too thick. We want to eat at the grave. Let us kill a lamb and let Du Ping stew it. We'll come back from the grave to eat. No one makes lamb like Du Ping does. Shen Gang said, Just eating one lamb is enough? You don't have to pay me anything. Shen Limin replied, It's all hard-earned money. I can't let you suffer a loss. Let us go. After speaking, he got into the car. And Shen Ligua also got into the Envision. The convoy set off again, heading towards the graveyard. The grave of Shen Hui's family is located in the mountains west of the village. It is a new grave built by Shen Hui's grandfather's generation, with the largest burial being his great-grandfather, followed by Shen Hui's grandfather and second grandfather, with 3 generations from one grandfather. It can be considered that the family has prospered by the time it reaches Shen Hui's generation. There are still 3 kilometers from the village to the grave, but the road is not easy to navigate. After a bumpy ride down the mountain, all 5 cars stopped, and people got out one by one. Here, they need to go uphill, which is usually no problem. Even small cars can make it up. However, after it snowed, it became much harder, primarily because the slope is too steep, nearly a 45-degree angle, with a ditch at the bottom. You can't just speed up from far away. It's really difficult to climb. 2 SUVs tried to go up first, but ended up failing miserably, neither making it to the top. They got stuck halfway up after going 2/3 of the way. After several attempts to no avail, they had to pull aside and let the pickup truck go first. The pickup's tires were even more exaggerated than Shen Hui's snow tires, feeling almost like those on a tractor, and it effortlessly made it up. Next was Shen Hui. Fortunately, he had switched to snow tires, and although he climbed in a crooked manner, he finally made it up. The third was the Envision. Despite the arduous process and awkward style, it also made it up. Shen Limin said, If I had known, I would have changed to snow tires too. Shen Liren replied, Push it. Shen Limin got back in the car and continued climbing, while a bunch of people pushed from behind. Shen Yu's wife slipped and fell onto the snow because she couldn't find her footing. Using all her strength, they finally made it up with pushing and climbing. Then it was Shun Lixiao's turn, who was also pushed up. Everyone got back in the cars and drove another kilometer, finally arriving at the grave site. Several younger members of the Shun family took brooms and shovels from the pickup truck to start clearing the snow, while the women took out paper money to burn, placing it on each grave. The remaining members moved the offerings from the car to the freshly cleared space. After clearing a large area, 3 sheep were brought over to begin the sacrificial ceremony. Everyone knelt in a circle, eagerly watching the 3 sheep. However, the sheep stubbornly refused to cooperate. In the freezing cold, with the biting wind howling, everyone knelt in the snow, their hands nearly numb, while the sheep shivered in the cold water but remained unyielding. After struggling for quite a while, Shen Hui's feet were almost numb. Shen Ligua held a ladle, pouring water over the sheep's heads while muttering something. After about half an hour, the 3 sheep seemed to have had enough of the cold, shaking off the water, and although everyone got splashed, they breathed a sigh of relief, quickly bowing their heads, and then pulled the sheep aside to retie their legs, preparing to slaughter them for the sacrifice. Shen Limin said, Big brother, don't kill them. Let the sons do it. You're already 50. How many more years can you do this? Shen Ligua handed the knife to Shen Hui, saying you do it. Shen Hui had no choice but to take the knife, thinking his clothes were probably going to be ruined. Shen Limin then said to Shen Liren, Big brother Ren, you shouldn't kill either. Let Shen Feng and the others do it. We're nearing the end of our time. If we don't do it now, when we're gone, are we going to hire someone to come to the grave? Shen Liren also took a knife, glanced around, and asked, Who else knows how to kill? Shen Yuan gritted his teeth and said, I've seen people slaughter sheep in the army. I'll do it. After saying that, he took the knife and told Shen Yu and Shen Feng, You two help me. Shen Feng and Shen Yu agreed and reluctantly followed him. Chapter 15. Too many relatives. Not clothes. Change into your father's clothes. Zhang Jinhua hurriedly called out, worried Shen Hui would get his clothes dirty. Upon hearing this, Shen Ligua quickly took off his outer jacket and gave it to Shen Hui. He was already prepared, knowing they were going to work, and had changed into work clothes early. After all, the older you get, the more experience you have, and you think things through thoroughly. Shen Hui put on his father's cotton jacket, tested the knife, and without needing help, walked up to a sheep, grabbed its head, and swiftly cut through its trachea. He then casually grabbed a nearby basin to collect the sheep's blood, waiting for it to bleed out before tying off the esophagus and starting to skin it. Shen Tao, Shen Xiao, and Shen Qian kept their distance, not daring to watch the bloody scene. Shen Limin saw this from the side and scolded, 3 gluttons, scared to come close. The older generation shook their heads helplessly, reminiscing about the hardships they endured in the past and comparing it to their son's behavior, feeling a sense of generational decline. If this were the 60s or 70s, except for Shen Hui, the rest would have starved to death. When they saw Shen Yuan and the others, the elders couldn't help but laugh. Just because you've eaten lamb doesn't mean you know how to slaughter one. Just because you've seen someone do it doesn't mean you can do it yourself. The saying knowing is easy, doing is hard perfectly applies here. Shen Yuan thought slaughtering a sheep would be easy, but when he made the cut, while he did sever the sheep's neck, he didn't hold it tightly enough. Shen Feng and Shen Yu were a bit careless too, and the sheep suddenly struggled free. Although its legs were tied, the struggle before death was fierce. It jumped a few times on the spot, and the sheep's blood splattered all over Shen Yuan's head and face, making him look quite disheveled. Shen Tao, Shen Xiao, and Shen Qian, who were watching the commotion, couldn't help but laugh, their mouths twitching. Shen Liren quickly ran over to take over the follow-up work, sending Shen Yuan and the others to wash their faces. At this time, Shen Hui had already begun skinning the sheep, instructing Shen Tao to hold one side of the sheep's legs tightly, while he stepped on the other side, pulling the belly open. The knife moved rapidly, and in no time, he had skinned a large section. After removing the skin, he finally opened the belly to remove the internal organs. Once the internal organs were removed, he placed the sheep next to the offerings, wrapped the organs in the skin, and had Shen Xiao and the others take them away to dispose of them. He then began to slaughter the third sheep while the women had already spread out the paper money, making a large pile in the clearing. After the second sheep was slaughtered, Shen Liren had also cleaned up the other sheep. The 3 sheep were placed among the offerings, and everyone knelt in a large circle around the pile of paper money, preparing to burn it. Shen Hui took some paper and said, "I'll go burn some for my sister." Shen Tao and Shen Lu quickly chimed in, "I'll go too." Zhang Jinhua's expression turned a bit unpleasant, but she nodded reluctantly. Shen Hui asked Shen Qian for the pickup truck keys, and with Shen Tao and Shen Lu, they drove 2 kilometers to a mountain gully. A solitary grave was situated amidst the overgrown grass, already covered in snow, looking like a large snow mound. They took iron picks and brooms from the pickup, cleared the snow off the grave, and swept a small area clear. Shen Tao and Shen Lu placed some paper on the grave and set out a few offerings. Shen Hui spread out the paper money into a small pile and lit it. Shen Lu's eyes turned red, and tears began to flow. Shen Hui had an elder sister who was 2 years older than him, but unfortunately, she passed away from leukemia at the age of 12. In the Shen family grave, there was no spot for daughters-in-law, so she was eventually buried in this little gully. Every time they came to the grave, it inevitably stirred up emotions. Shen Lu was 7 when her elder sister passed away, and she remembered many things. In an ordinary family, whether the eldest is male or female, they often bear the most hardships. She recalled how, when they were young, there was no firewood for the stove at home, and her elder sister led her younger siblings to gather cow dung, as if it were just yesterday. Now that life was getting better, her elder sister was gone, and both Shen Hui and Shen Tao felt heavy-hearted. Why was their elder sister's life so hard? Woo-woo. As the flames shot up high, Shen Lu finally couldn't hold back her tears. Shen Tao, being sentimental, also felt his eyes welling up at Shen Lu's crying. When the paper burned down, and they stood up to get back in the car, Shen Hui wiped the corner of his eye with his sleeve. Upon returning to the new grave, he noticed his mother also had red eyes, while the second and third aunts were still trying to comfort her. Shen Gang's wife, Du Ping, was famous for her delicious lamb stew in Shinjiagu, and every time Shen Limin came up, he would want to eat some lamb. This time was no exception. But the lamb wasn't ready yet, and there were too many people in the house, so Shen Hui went outside to smoke. Lighting a cigarette, Shen Xiao said, "With nothing serious to do, the pressure is too much. Brother, do you have any good projects?" "I have nothing to do. How could there be any good projects?" Shen Hui asked, "Aren't you working with second uncle on a project?" Shen Xiao smiled bitterly. "It's not that easy to do engineering. I'm just running errands, buying materials. Without my dad, I wouldn't be able to do anything. Besides, the engineering work is getting harder and harder. I stayed at home for a year without any work this year. If I don't do something soon, I'll be useless." Shen Hui flicked the ash off his cigarette and said, "That's true. What do you plan to do?" Shen Hui asked, "How much are you investing?" Shen Xiao replied, "A total of 600,000, and I found a partner. If there are 3 of us, each person puts in 200,000. Shen Hui said, "If there are only 2 people, each only needs to put in 300,000. You don't lack this little money. I'm not going to join in the fun." Shen Xiao laughed and said, "You think it's too little?" Shen Hui smiled and changed the subject, asking, "Shen Bing has a boyfriend now. When are you getting married?" Shen Xiao said, "After the new year. The date isn't set yet, but I guess it will be in January." Shen Hui laughed and said, "All right. Bring your sister-in-law over to let me have a look someday." Shen Xiao agreed with a smile. Although Shen Xiao's dad is considered the most successful among his peers, Shen Xiao knows how to get along with people, calling those who should be called brother as brother and those who should be called sister as sister. He is thorough in his dealings, and no one can find fault with him. He thought it was just a joke, but unexpectedly, the next day Xin Chao really brought his wife over. Zhang Jinhua was quite surprised and asked, Xin Chao, why are you here? Xin Chao smiled and said, brother hasn't met Zhang Yu yet, so I brought her over for him to see. Oh, look at what you're saying, Zhang Jinhua said while making room for them. Shen Hui is only a month older than you. He is not an elder. What is there to show him? Zhang Yu was also quite articulate and generously said, it's fine, auntie, I also want to meet my brother. I haven't met him yet. Zhang Jinhua thought to herself that this family is full of smart people, and even the daughter-in-law is sharp. Listening to her words, despite having opinions about the second branch of the family, she was still quite pleased and warmly served tea to Shen Chao and Zhang Yu. Shen Hui, however, felt a bit awkward. It was just a joke, but it made it seem like he was an elder. He looked Zhang Yu up and down and asked a few questions about her family. Zhang Yu answered openly and chatted with Shen Hui for quite some time. After lunch, when Shen Chao and Zhang Yu left, Shen Lu asked her mom, why did Shen Chao and Zhang Yu come? Zhang Jinhua replied, who knows? They said your brother hasn't met Zhang Yu yet, so they brought her over for him to see. Shen Lu laughed and said, Shen Chao really knows how to make moves. Brother is not uncle. What is the use of showing his wife to brother? Whether he gets married or not is not up to brother. I think he just wanted to get close to brother because he saw that brother has become quite successful. Zhang Jinhua glared and scolded, what kind of talk is that? So unpleasant. Shen Lu chuckled a few times and stopped talking. Shen Lu was not very interested in cars and said, I don't need a car. Zhang Jinhua quickly added, what does a girl need a car for? We already have 2 cars. Why buy so many? Shen Hui said, having a car is convenient for going out. Nowadays, many women drive. Which married woman doesn't drive? Sooner or later, they all have to learn. Once Xiao Lu gets her driver's license, I'll buy you a smaller women's car. Shen Lu nodded non-committally, okay. Shen Hui remembered something and asked, Shen Bing's boyfriend works at the Public Security Bureau, right? Shen Lu nodded, in the Economic Investigation Team. Shen Hui took out his phone, dialed a number, and said, I just forgot to tell Shen Chao to get me a passport. Shen Lu hurriedly said, brother, don't say that. Shen Bing's boyfriend is too snobbish. He doesn't help people at all. Last time, Dad asked him to inquire about the household registration at the police station, and he dragged it out without asking. Getting a passport isn't hard. Just don't ask him. Shen Hui heard this, put down his phone, and said, then I'll ask tomorrow. Shen Tao said, just go directly to the Public Security Bureau's exit and entry administration to handle it. Shen Hui responded, thinking that it hadn't even been 2 generations yet. And it was already like this. By the time the next generation comes along, who will recognize whom? Once Dad and Mom's generation is gone, people like them will be scattered, and it will probably be hard to meet again. On the weekend, Shen Lu dragged her parents and brother out to shop. It was hard to wait until payday, and she wanted to show her appreciation. After working for more than 2 months without pay, this time she received 2 months' salary, and Shen Lu wanted to buy clothes for her parents and 2 brothers. Even if she couldn't afford anything expensive, at least it was her little token of appreciation. Her parents couldn't resist their daughter and went shopping with her. After browsing for half a day, her parents each bought a pair of pants. Shen Hui and Shen Tao each bought a pair of shoes, spending over 2,000, which isn't cheap for a small county like Qinghe. Yet Shen Lu was still dissatisfied and wanted to buy more. The next day, Shen Hui attended a class reunion. Chapter 16, Old Deskmate. The reunion was organized by the class monitor, Chen Weigua, and no one mentioned money. All expenses were covered by Chen Weigua. After 10 years, everyone had changed a lot. When Shen Hui arrived at the hotel, he found that several classmates were unrecognizable. Shen Hui, you wouldn't really not recognize me, would you? A big-eyed cute girl asked when she noticed Shen Hui staring at her. Shen Hui awkwardly replied, who told you to be so beautiful? I was a bit hesitant to recognize you. Haha. Everyone laughed, and a girl said, Shen Hui, you really are something. You don't even recognize your deskmate. Deskmate? Shen Hui's mind raced, and he quickly realized who this big-eyed girl was. He kept a straight face and calmly said, how could that be? Even if I don't recognize old Shen, I couldn't possibly not recognize my old deskmate. It's just that the snotty-nosed Huang Pei from back then has become so beautiful. I was a bit hesitant to recognize you for a moment. Haha, you're killing me. Huang Pei wasn't annoyed and smiled as she said, back in middle school, I was such a mess, catching colds every few days. One time, when I ran out of tissues, I asked Shen Hui to help me buy a pack. Guess what this guy bought me? Shen Hui also recalled this embarrassing story and felt extremely awkward. Someone who knew about it immediately blurted out. Shen Hui bought her a pack of sanitary napkins. Uffed, someone almost spat out the tea they had just sipped, laughing so hard they almost choked. After a round of laughter, the atmosphere relaxed, and the distance created by time faded away. Everyone opened up, occasionally sharing embarrassing or funny stories from their middle school days, which always brought laughter. Shen Hui asked Huang Pei, I heard you got into a university in Shanghai. Where are you now? Huang Peipei said, still in Shanghai. You're doing well. You went to middle school and got into a middle management position in a state-owned enterprise, which is better than us university graduates. If you ever find it hard to get by, help me get a position in your company. Shen Hui replied, speak properly. I've already mentioned in the group that I'm resigning. You must not have seen it. Huang Peipei was surprised and said, I really didn't see it. State-owned enterprises are great. Why are you leaving? Shen Hui said, it's meaningless. Just when there was a safety incident and they shut down for rectification, I decided to resign. Huang Peipei responded, oh, I heard you got divorced. Have you found someone new? Shen Hui grimaced and said, I want to find someone, but I can't find anyone. No one wants secondhand goods. Huang Peipei said, stop pretending. You're only 26. Working your way up to middle management in a state-owned enterprise. Finding a wife shouldn't be a problem, right? Shen Hui helplessly said, what would I lie to you about? If I could find someone, I would have found them long ago. Huang Peipei smiled and said, I specifically look for secondhand ones, a husband whose secondhand is better to use. They know the cold and warmth better. How about we consider it? We can partner up. We're from the same place anyway. So no need to worry about not eating from the same bowl. Shen Hui was astonished. This old deskmate really was open-minded. The shy person from school had changed so much after 10 years. He laughed and said, all right, then let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. Hey, do you two still have any shame? Someone nearby objected, don't settle your lifelong partnership here. Go find a place where no one is around. Haha. Huang Peipei laughed heartily. And Shen Hui joined in, and the topic shifted. After waiting for a while, everyone who could come had basically arrived, and Chen Weiguo invited everyone to sit down. There are 48 people in the same class in junior high school, and today less than half showed up. The others are either still working hard in other places or couldn't make it for various reasons. After all, they are almost 30 years old. And some classmates have already become parents, so it's normal for them to have family matters that prevent them from coming. While eating and drinking, everyone talked about their recent situations. As the conversation flowed, they learned about each other's circumstances. Among the classmates, the one doing the best is definitely Chen Weiguo, who is a distributor for a beverage factory. I don't know how much he earns, but he has a house and a car. A few others working hard in big cities are also doing quite well, like He Pengfei, who has a considerable income. Then there are those who have passed the civil service exam, which is also something that the classmates envy. However, there are no officials among them, as they lack any background, and it's too difficult to become an official in their 20s. Shen Hui's cousin Zheng Hongjun has worked for 10 years and has only managed to get a deputy position, which is still a relaxed job. Huang Peipei asked Shen Hui, you quit your job, what are you planning to do? Shen Hui replied, I want to go to Shanghai to beg. I heard that begging in Shanghai is better than being a civil servant in Shanghai. Huang Peipei said with annoyance, speak human language. Shen Hui said, I haven't thought it through yet. After the new year, I want to go to Shanghai and have a look. Huang Peipei said, okay, find me when you get there. Shen Hui asked, what are you doing in Shanghai? Huang Peipei brushed her hair and said, I'm just a code farmer, writing online novels. Shen Hui exclaimed, a great talent. Huang Peipei rolled her eyes at him. Can you speak properly? Shen Hui said, I'm speaking from the heart. Those who can write novels are impressive. Huang Peipei laughed and said, what's so impressive about writing a novel? Those who can't make it go and become code farmers. After staying at home for too long, I don't even want to go out to work. I'm almost 30, and my mom keeps urging me to get married. I want to get married. But no one wants me. After saying that, she looked troubled, and it was hard to tell if she was serious. Shen Hui suppressed a laugh and said, how could no one want you? I think you've changed the most among our middle school classmates. If you want a boyfriend, you can definitely find one. I can't say for sure, but if you stand up and shout, the single guys here would probably fall at your feet. Huang Peipei smiled and said, we're too familiar with each other. It would be too embarrassing to find an old classmate. At this moment, Chen Weiguo came over with a drink and toasted Shen Hui, who quickly stood up to clink glasses with him. After eating for more than an hour and drinking to about 70%, everyone stopped drinking much. The men's conversation mainly revolved around careers, while the women's topics were mostly about men. When discussing their requirements for men, a female classmate began to criticize, in today's society, there are hardly any honest men. Premarital girlfriends and postmarital affairs. Men who can be faithful are rarer than giant pandas. The other girls agreed, expressing their dissatisfaction with this phenomenon. Huang Peipei sang a different tune. You all are just overreacting. There's an old saying that it's better to be lenient than strict. Since we can't change the status quo, why not accept it proactively? How can you live your life if you're always suspicious like you're watching for thieves? It's a typical case of having a mental problem. If your man has a mistress, it just proves he is capable. Honest men are very straightforward. Who wants them? The girls collectively condemned. Huang Peipei, you're sick. Huang Peipei spat. I'm not sick. You all are the ones who are sick. You want men to be capable and also honest and straightforward. How is that possible? Why don't you let the earth revolve around you? A bunch of neurotics. The women became animated, rolling up their sleeves to engage in a heated debate. Of course, the situation was like the Six Nations surrounding Qin. The boys didn't intervene, laughing and watching the girls argue. After a long debate, no conclusion was reached. Shen Hui smiled and said, Huang Peipei, your thoughts are quite liberated. Whoever marries you will be lucky. Huang Peipei proudly replied, of course. I'm a sensible person. Men can't be controlled. Instead of watching your man like a hawk, it's better to have a big heart. Otherwise, you'll tire yourself out. If I were to say, no matter how he messes around, as long as he doesn't bring the mistress home, that's fine. If my man can support 10 or 8 mistresses, it means he is capable. I might even have to advise him on what kind of women to choose. The group of men was quite shocked, exchanging glances, feeling they had gained some insight. Shen Hui looked at Huang Peipei, feeling a bit like he didn't recognize this old classmate anymore. After the meal and drinks, everyone dispersed. This class reunion ended just like that. And no one knew if there would be another one. After all, everyone had careers to attend to, and Shen Hui might not organize another one next year. After a meal, everyone went their separate ways. Chapter 17, 20 million. As the new year approached, the stock market became increasingly sluggish. As if the market was waiting for the holiday. The securities company even called to inquire, which made Shen Hui a bit impatient. On the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, Mom started cleaning the house inside and out. Shen Tao and Shen Lu were also on break, being kept busy by Mom. Although the house was a bit small, it was still home, and there had to be some new atmosphere for the new year. Dad happily drove around town buying groceries, getting a pile of chicken, duck, fish, and meat. In previous years, they would have to calculate the cost for the new year. But this year was different. The youngest, Shen Lu, had started working and earning a salary, and the eldest had become quite generous, transferring 100,000 each to Dad and Mom as New Year's money last night. So they naturally wanted to have a prosperous new year. Early on the 31st, Shen Hui called Shen Tao to put up the couplets. Lu's youngest son was a year younger than Shen Hui and was already 2 years old. During lunch, when discussing Lu's son, Mom expressed her grievances. Zhou Ping is really out of her mind. She is ruining a good life. Let us see what kind of man she can find. If she hadn't run away, my grandson would be 3 or 4 years old by now. Shen Ligong's face darkened. Why bring this up during the new year? Zhang Jinhua also had a serious face and didn't mention it again. Shen Lu asked Dad. We've been invited to dinner this year, so we don't need to go to Aunt S' house for New Year, right? Shen Tao quickly protested. Going to Aunt S' house is fine, but why go to Cousin S' house? Shen Tao didn't want to go and said, Dad is her uncle. It's natural for them to come to pay New Year's greetings. I'll just pay my respects to Aunt. Why go to their house? The last time Shen Lu and I went for a meal, I felt so uncomfortable. I don't want to go. Shen Hui didn't want to go either. But since the second brother was taking the lead, he didn't say anything. Shen Tao didn't say anything more, just eating while muttering. After dinner, they gathered at each house to burn paper. In recent years, due to environmental protection regulations, the county no longer allows large-scale burning of paper everywhere. Each community has set up a metal barrel, and everyone has to line up to burn paper collectively, which is quite frustrating. Fortunately, it's not too strict outside the city. Especially on New Year's Eve, the relevant departments tend to turn a blind eye. After all, ancestors still need to be respected, and it's just for one night. 7 or 8 cars drove out of the city, stopping at a fork in the road heading to the countryside, where they set up offerings and burned paper in a field. The adults burned paper money while the children ran around happily or set off firecrackers. The paper was quite large and took more than half an hour to burn completely. After burning the paper money, Shen Feng called the brothers together and said, later, we'll go to pay respects to Uncle Gua. Shen Hui will wait at home. Shen Hui nodded. It's a tradition to pay respects to the elders on New Year's Eve, usually done by the younger generation, who gather together to pay respects to the elders family by family. In the end, everyone gathers together to celebrate the new year, last year at the second uncle's house. This year at the third uncle's house. Everyone stood in the living room, bowing while loudly giving their New Year's greetings to Dad and Mom. Shen Ligong and Zhang Jinhua collected themselves, smiling as they busily prepared tea. After taking a sip of tea, everyone quickly stood up to say goodbye and went to the next house to pay their respects. Shen Hui and Shen Tao also followed, paying their respects to the eldest uncle, second uncle, and third uncle, finally arriving at the second uncle's house. This year they would celebrate the new year at the second uncle's house. The upstairs couldn't accommodate dozens of people, so the second uncle had early prepared the flat-roofed house, which was warm and cozy. This flat-roofed house was much larger than Shen Hui's small house, easily accommodating dozens of people. After going around, they arrived at the second uncle's house, where the adults had also arrived. Uncle Air took a pair of dice and said, all the men come over to roll for 2 treasures. Women who want to bet can come too. If you don't want to play, just watch the Spring Festival Gala. Shen Guozian had put the lamb stew on and set out sunflower seeds and candies for the kids, ensuring everyone had a good new year. The men gathered around the coffee table, sitting together regardless of age. Shen Bing and Shen Lu also joined the table, with Shen Lu taking a stool next to Shen Hui. Shen Chao pulled out a cigarette, also a 95 Nanjing brand, opened it, and tossed it on the coffee table for everyone to smoke freely. They rolled the dice and bet on odd or even. Shen Hui had played before, so it wasn't unfamiliar to him. Nowadays, the government strictly cracked down on gambling. Usually, no one played, but during New Year, the family gathered to have some fun. Shen Limin started as the banker, placing the dice in a small dish, shaking it a few times under a small bowl, and setting it on the coffee table. When he played before, he only wanted to win but ended up losing every time. This year, it was the opposite. He wanted to lose but couldn't, unless intentionally, which was too boring. Shen Hui didn't bet much, only 100 each time, and soon he had a large handful of money. Shen Lu was quite unlucky and quickly lost the 1,000 Shen Hui gave her. She initially didn't want to play anymore, just seeking some fun. But seeing her brother's handful of money, she stared at it for a while and asked Shen Hui for 100 to follow his bets. As a result, in less than 10 minutes, she had more money than Shen Hui. Shen Hui felt a bit helpless. He just wanted some fun and didn't think about winning. And he wasn't short of that little money, so he didn't remind Shen Tao and Shen Lu. He just didn't expect Shen Lu to bet along with him. And every time she bet all her money. This way, the snowball effect naturally accelerated. 100 turned into 200, 200 into 400, 400 into 800. Fortunately, after reaching 2,000, the maximum bet was capped at 2,000 each time. Soon, someone noticed Shen Hui's luck was exceptionally good and started following his bets. Seeing this, Shen Hui quickly made a deliberate wrong bet and tricked quite a few people. After Shen Lu gained money, she capped her bets at 2,000 each time. After losing one round, she immediately stopped playing, happily counting her winnings. Then handed over a complete 10,000 to her mother, keeping just over 2,000 as pocket money for herself. Shen Ligua had poor luck too, losing almost 10,000, and was already sweating. Shen Limin had been the banker for a while, losing nearly 50,000, and said, "Let the rich lose a bit of blood, so everyone can have some pocket money. Shen Hui, come roll the dice." Shen Hui didn't want to be the banker, but felt he couldn't refuse and had to take it up. Now, he had no control over what others bet, and he could only open odd for even or even for odd. Fortunately, selling odds and evens wasn't something to worry about. He wouldn't end up losing everything. After selling odds and evens a few times and tricking a few people, no one wanted to buy anymore. It became a guaranteed loss, and no one was foolish enough to rush to be tricked. After sitting as the banker for a while and losing a few tens of thousands, Shen Hui passed the role to Uncle Air. Amid the noise, midnight passed, and it was time for the kitchen god to descend. Everyone finished up the games, counted their results, and began distributing New Year's money. On Shen Ligua's side, the three brothers had no grandchildren. Shen Feng and Shen Yu were both married, with Shen Feng having 2 kids and Shen Yu 1, totaling just 3 kids. In previous years, Shen Ligua would give 200 for New Year's money, but this year he was unusually generous, giving each child 500. "Your father can give. Why do you have to give too?" Shen Hui felt quite helpless, but didn't argue with his mother. He turned to ask the second brother, "Did you lose or win?" Shen Tao said with a long face, "Lost 3,000. Shen Hui nodded, not caring much. Soon he would be starting his own family. He had to make his own decisions, and not just him. His parents couldn't control him for a lifetime. One could only make as much as they were capable of, apart from oneself. No one could foot the bill for their life. The next morning, Shen Hui and Shen Tao got up early to visit their elder uncles and aunts to wish them a happy new year. At Uncle Air's house, they ran into Shen Feng and Shen Yu and decided to gather together to greet the elders, finally returning to Uncle Air's house. This time, they set up a few tables for mahjong, 1 for the elders and 2 for the younger generation. The first day of the new year passed like this. And on the second day, they began visiting relatives. Everyone was a bit confused. It was a big new year. How could the old lady spend it alone in the countryside? When asked about the reason, Uncle Air was impatient and scolded Zhang Jinhua a few times. Zhang Jinhua endured her anger and called the eldest uncle. Zhang Jinhua was nearly furious. Chapter 18. First encounter with the futures market. Second brother, where's your conscience? Zhang Jinhua angrily pointed at Uncle Air's nose and scolded, "Mom raised you, taking care of you through thick and thin. Is this how you treat her when she gets old? If my son acts like you, I'd chop him up with a knife." What a turn of events. Who are you calling? Uncle Air wasn't happy either and glared at her, ready to hit the old lady. Shen Ligua quickly stepped in to stop him, while Zhang Zhiping hurried to hold back their father. They weren't afraid of making a fool of themselves on New Year. Shen Hui and his siblings rushed to persuade their mother, all feeling overwhelmed. Just then, Aunt Zhang Yinhua's family arrived. After finding out the reason, they also angrily pointed at Uncle Air and started scolding, making it even more lively. Zhang Jinhua, and Zhang Yinhua cried and scolded together. Even Uncle Air's wife joined in the scolding. She was no pushover, standing at the door with her hands on her hips, trading insults. Zhang Zhiping and his wife couldn't hold them back at all, and people upstairs and downstairs came out to see the commotion. After a long while, Shen Qi's family didn't even enter the door and just grabbed their gifts and left. Sister, what do we do? Once downstairs, Zhang Yinhua asked Zhang Jinhua. Zhang Jinhua replied, what else can we do? We need to go to the countryside to pick up Mom. How can she spend the new year alone? Zhang Jinhua said, let's go to my house first. Shen Tao can drive, and I'll go with you to pick her up. Zhang Yinhua nodded, and Aunt's husband, Qi Weicheng, had no objections either. The group headed to Shen Hui's house first, not wanting to go to the eldest uncle or third uncle's house anymore. The reason for coming to Uncle Air's house was mainly to see their mother. If it weren't for her, Zhang Jinhua wouldn't want to visit her three brothers at all. Once at home, Zhang Jinhua asked Shen Tao to drive to the countryside. It was rare for him to be the only one driving out. And Shen Tao asked Shen Hui for the keys. Brother, can I drive your car? Shen Hui handed him the car keys, reminding him, drive slowly. Got it. Shen Ligua then let Qi Weicheng take a seat on the sofa and began discussing the day's farce. Shen Lu made a cup of tea for Qi Weicheng and took out seeds and candies for her two cousins and younger brother. Aunt got married late, and her two children were still young. The daughter was named Qi Xiaoyu, just 17, didn't get into high school, and went for a 3+2 vocational program. The son was named Qi Xiaojun, 14 years old, and just started his second year of junior high. Qi Weicheng chuckled, this incident today has caused quite a stir. People will laugh at us during the new year. Shen Ligua said, the Zhang family brothers aren't good people. In the countryside, they don't even have a fire. If they send the old lady to the countryside, she could freeze to death without them knowing. What good is it to have such sons? No matter how many they have. I'm just an outsider. Otherwise, I would have slapped him a few times. Shen Hui lit a cigarette, pondering whether his father was hinting at something. Qi Weicheng interjected, they don't even care for their mother. These brothers are indeed ungrateful. The two of them denounced the several elder brothers. Shen Hui asked Qi Xiaoyu, when do you graduate? Qi Xiaoyu quickly put down the peeled orange and replied, I graduate from vocational school next year and will start my internship this summer. Shen Hui was surprised. You're only 17, still a minor, and you're already interning? Qi Xiaoyu smiled. Brother, I'll be 18 during the new year. Oh, I must have remembered wrong. Shen Hui laughed. 18 is still young. You still have 2 more years of college, right? Qi Xiaoyu said. That still needs to be tested. The last year of vocational school has no classes, just internship. Shen Hui asked, where will you intern? Do you have a place? Qi Xiaoyu replied, not yet. It depends on how the school arranges it. Qi Weicheng chimed in. Shen Hui, can you help Xiaoyu find a job? Shen Hui laughed. Finding a job is a bit challenging. I'm still unemployed myself. If she wants to start something on her own, I can help with some money, but Xiaoyu is too young. She's just turned 18. Qi Weicheng said. No need for money. Xiaoyu is only 18. What does she know? Although he couldn't help with a job, Shen Hui's attitude still pleased him. After waiting for more than an hour, the powerful roar of a Mercedes engine sounded outside. Everyone hurried out of the house, and just as they reached the courtyard, they saw the Mercedes had already parked at the entrance. Zhang Yinhua helped the elderly lady down from the car, and Zhang Jinhua got out from the passenger seat. The sisters both had red eyes, clearly having cried. Mom, Happy New Year to you. Grandma, Happy New Year to you. Shen Ligua, Qi Weicheng, and several younger relatives quickly wished the elderly lady a Happy New Year. Good, good, good. The elderly lady seemed to be in decent health, but she had a bit of trouble holding her urine. Seeing her son-in-law and several grandsons, and recalling the grievances she suffered at her son's place, her eyes turned red, making Shen Hui and the other younger relatives feel quite uncomfortable. After sitting down in the house, it was inevitable that they would reminisce about the bittersweet moments. Zhang Jinhua went into the kitchen to cook, while Zhang Yinhua stayed with the elderly lady to chat. Shen Hui went in with his mother and said, how are we going to sleep tonight? There are only 3 rooms, and we can't all fit. My room with Shen Tao is too cold. Shen Lu's room is okay. Or I could go to a hotel and book a room for Shen Lu. Sleep in a hotel? Zhang Jinhua said. Shen Lu can sleep on the sofa. Once the new year is over, we can renovate the house. That works too. Shen Hui knew he couldn't persuade his mother and could only go along with her. His aunt's family bought a bigger apartment last year, which is indeed more spacious than Shen Hui's house. In the car, Zhang Yinhua joked with Shen Hui. Why do you buy so many cars? Isn't it a waste? I heard your mom say you want to buy Shen Lu a car. And we don't even have one at home. Why don't you buy me a car too? Shen Hui laughed and said, sure. What car do you have your eye on? I'll get you one. His aunt's family was nice, so he wouldn't be stingy with a car. What are you talking about? Zhang Jinhua said. You and Shen Tao haven't started a family yet. How can we sleep at home? Shen Hui said, we have a house and a car. What else do we need? How much can you earn from working? I give you and Dad 10,000 a month for living expenses. You should go out and travel. You deserve to enjoy life. What are you talking about? Zhang Jinhua glared. If it weren't for me and your dad working for that little money, you wouldn't have what you have today. Shen Hui quickly admitted his mistake, saying helplessly, Mom, your temper has been getting bigger lately. I'm trying to talk to you nicely. Don't blow up for no reason. I know you and Dad have worked hard, but don't you think our family doesn't need you and Dad to work anymore? I drive a Mercedes worth over $2 million, and you and Dad are still working. Not to mention others. Even our relatives would laugh at me behind my back. So just enjoy your retirement. If you're really worried, I'll give you $3 million. You can buy a few storefronts, and you can collect rent. You could earn 80 to 100,000 a year. That should ease your mind, right? Zhang Jinhua immediately said, bring the money over first. Shen Hui took out his phone and operated it, saying, I've transferred it to your card. Just then, a text message came in, and Zhang Jinhua checked it. She immediately became happy and shouted to Shen Ligua, Old Shun, let's go buy some storefronts tomorrow. If we buy a few, we won't have to worry for the rest of our lives. Shen Ligua also perked up. Nothing was more solid than storefronts. As long as they bought a few, they wouldn't have to worry about anything. On the third day of the new year, Shen Hui took his younger siblings to visit relatives. After visiting 3 aunts' houses, they went to the homes of their older cousin from the Su family and the second cousin from the Zheng family. Fortunately, this year, the relatives were very welcoming, and there were no instances of not having enough to eat. The second cousin, who rarely cooked, specially prepared a table full of dishes for Shen Hui and his siblings. On the 4th day, Shen Liming called, asking their father to come over to discuss Shen Chao's wedding. Shen Ligua said, it's settled. We've seen that the 18th day of the first lunar month is coming up. The people for the wedding and the entourage have basically been arranged, and the cars have been booked. There will be a total of 12 cars, with Shen Hui's car leading the way, and the other 11 will all be luxury vehicles. Their mother didn't say much. She could still differentiate important matters. Shen Hui quickly said, let Shen Tao go. I won't be the driver. Shen Ligua said, you can't go either. Your uncle has found a driver. Shen Hui was taken aback. Why can't I go? Shen Ligua said, it's a bit taboo after a divorce. Shen Hui felt a bit unhappy but didn't say anything. Fortunately, their mother had gone out and didn't hear, or else she would have exploded again. Shen Hui said, then it has nothing to do with me. I'll go out on the 8th. Shen Ligua was startled and asked, where are you going? Shen Hui said, I want to go to Shanghai to see if I can find a job. Shen Ligua said, wait until Shen Chao gets married before you go. Shen Hui felt depressed. But fortunately, it was only 10 days. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to wait. It was too noisy here. So Shen Hui booked a hotel room to focus on testing the futures market. Although he had practiced multiple times using a simulation account, real trading was still a first for him, and he had to be cautious. He decided to trade rebar futures, which he had previously practiced with in the simulation. He chose a 10-fold leverage and bought 3,000 contracts of October rebar futures. The current price of the rebar futures contract was over 3,400. And with a contract being 10 tons, combined with the 10-fold leverage, Shen Hui's position at the opening price of 3,458 amounted to over 100 million contracts, requiring only 10 margin, which could be considered half a position. Shen Hui was relatively cautious and left half of his funds to deal with unexpected situations. This was much more thrilling than stocks. It meant that if the contract price dropped by 1, he would earn a profit of 10. Of course, the risk was also significant. If rebar rose by 1, his losses and profits would be equal. If the drop exceeded 10, he could potentially lose everything and be forced to close his position. This illustrates that risk and reward are proportional. Behind high rewards, there is always a corresponding high risk. As the price of the rebar contracts continued to drift lower, Shen Hui's wealth on paper kept increasing, but after dropping to around 3,438, the price began to fluctuate and seemed to encounter significant resistance, with a strong rebound feeling. Shen Hui naturally followed his instincts and quickly closed his position and left. Chapter 19 2 days to double. Sure enough, just after Shen Hui closed his position, the rebar price immediately turned upward. Should he reverse and go long? With this thought spinning in his head, Shen Hui hesitated and didn't dare to take the risk. The result confirmed his hesitation. Less than 5 minutes later, the rebar price turned back down. The feeling of decline became strong again. Shen Hui decisively followed in and re-established a short position just after the turn. Shen Hui wanted to shout with excitement. This was much more enjoyable than trading stocks, and the trading was no longer time-restricted, giving him a feeling of being unshackled and free, as if he could soar high like a bird or swim freely like a fish. As long as he operated well in the afternoon, making over 20 should not be a difficult task. More importantly, the single variety in the futures market had a nationwide market scale, far larger than any single stock, and tens of millions of capital were nothing. The capital flow was also very convenient. After the afternoon market opened, Shen Hui no longer acted cautiously and decisively invested all his capital. The price of rebar fluctuated even more in the afternoon, like a roller coaster. Once he became skilled at operating, Shen Hui let loose and chased the rise and fall. accurately selling at highs and lows each time, entering and exiting as many as 7 times before the market closed, with substantial profits. Adding to the 8 million he made in the morning. With the evening trading, he could double his money in 2 days. Shen Hui felt like he was on steroids. His blood boiling. When he got home for dinner, his mother asked, "Where have you been? I haven't seen you all day." Shen Hui said, "At the hotel." Zhang Jinhua was taken aback. "What are you doing at the hotel?" Shen Hui said, "The stock market is open, and I need to keep an eye on it. It's hard to work at home with so many people." Zhang Jinhua didn't quite understand and casually asked, "How much did you earn?" Shen Hui replied, 8 million. This stunned Shen Ligua. "Wasn't it over 10 million before?" Shen Hui said, "I made 8 million yesterday." Zhang Jinhua was shocked. "Are you robbing a bank or something?" Shen Ligua, Shen Tao, and Shen Lu also looked astonished, feeling like they were listening to a joke. Shen Hui lazily explained, picked up his phone and placed it on the table, saying, "See for yourself." Shen Ligua took a look, a bit confused, and said, "Why is it different from before?" Shen Tao took it and said, "Isn't this stocks?" Shen Hui replied, "It's futures." Shen Tao was startled. "Why are you trading futures again?" "I've heard that the risks are much greater than stocks, plus there's leverage. Many people have lost everything overnight. It's all financial big shots in there. Not something ordinary people play with." Shen Hui impatiently said, "Mind your own business. Do I need you to teach me?" Shen Tao pouted, not daring to argue with the boss. Shen Ligua quietly continued eating, deciding not to inquire further about the boss's affairs. "Got it." Their mom replied without showing up. At 8:30, the rebar night session opened. The night session had little volatility, and in less than 2 hours of trading, Shen Hui only entered and exited 3 times, earning less than 2 million. After the rebar closed, he immediately jumped into the copper futures market, and after a brief pause in copper trading, he switched to the gold market, staying excited and wide awake until the Shanghai Stock Exchange closed at 2:30 a.m. His performance was quite impressive, with a profit of 13 million hanging on the decimal. It's no wonder their mom said he was making money hand over fist. Shen Hui felt like he was indeed robbing money. Of course, even if it felt like robbing, it was still legal. With a capital of 20 million, he earned over 13 million in a day. Even though Shen Hui was very calm, he was still quite stimulated. Compared to the high returns in the futures market, the returns from stocks seemed tasteless. Of course, there were downsides too. Stocks didn't require constant monitoring. As long as you picked the right stocks in advance and bought and sold them on time, it was fine. But futures were different. To maximize profits, you had to monitor the market all the time, and there were night sessions too. It was manageable for a day or two, but over time, it would be unbearable for anyone. Not earning while enjoying, what was the point of the money? After staying in the hotel for a week, Shen Hui was beginning to feel restless. The excitement of making money faded, leaving only unbearable boredom. On Saturday, he went with his parents to check out a house. The workers were still laying the floor. In Shen Hui's opinion, renovations should be fully outsourced for peace of mind. But his parents disagreed, fearing that the renovation boss would cut corners, so they only contracted the labor, buying the materials themselves. The flooring was wooden. His parents initially liked a model that cost 100 yuan, but while 100 yuan tiles might be acceptable, wooden flooring at that price point would be basically low quality. Not to mention environmental concerns, it probably wouldn't last a year before needing replacement. Shen Hui chose the most expensive option. But how high could the consumption level be in a small county? The most expensive wooden flooring was only over 500 yuan. Even so, his parents were upset for a week. At over 500 yuan per square meter, just buying wooden flooring for 4 houses would cost over 200,000. And finishing everything would probably not be enough with 500,000, not even including the cost of furniture and appliances. How long will the renovation take? Shen Hui asked the renovation boss while lighting a cigarette. The renovation boss, a man in his 40s, took the cigarette and said, "If all goes well, it will be done in a month." Shen Hui picked up on his underlying meaning. Renovating a house wasn't like building one. If it was quick, it wouldn't even take a month. The key issue was still money. Generally, renovation contracts were paid by progress. If money was paid promptly, the work would be done quickly. If the money was not forthcoming, the renovation boss would also fear that once the work was done, the owner might drag their feet on payment. So they would delay the timeline. "Have you seen my car?" Shen Hui knew that talking abstractly with these seasoned guys was useless. He needed to be more concrete. "I have." The renovation boss nodded repeatedly. "A more than 2 million bins. I know Mr. Shun isn't short on cash." Shen Hui said, "So don't worry about the money. As long as you do the job well, I won't deduct any of your money. That wouldn't even be enough for me to buy a new wheel. But let me make it clear. If the work isn't done well, don't come asking me for money. Just take your people away. And I'll find someone else to smash it and redo it without feeling sorry. If the work is done well and I'm satisfied, I might even give you a little extra for your hard work. You can rest assured." The renovation boss patted his chest. "If the work isn't done well, I won't take a penny." Shen Hui smiled and said, "I'm only 27. The renovation boss chuckled awkwardly, thinking how he had forgotten this point. This young man was really rich. It would be great if he were his father. No need for hard work. Just retire and enjoy life. After taking a look around, Shen Hui's parents went to Building 4 to check another unit. Shen Hui didn't want to go and instead wandered around the street. Of course, this year wasn't a wasted visit. He had to show some goodwill. By evening, the streets were brightly lit, even more lively than during the New Year. The Qinghe Square was packed with people. Almost the entire county had gathered there. But Shen Hui had no time to enjoy the festivities because he had an important dinner to attend. Shen Tao's girlfriend Luna's parents were meeting the boy's family. Originally, it was said that Luna's mother was a bit snobbish and looked down on the Shen family. Although Shen Tao worked in a public institution, with 2 sons and parents who were migrant workers, they didn't even have a house, fearing that their daughter would suffer if she married into that family. They had always opposed their relationship, but recently their attitude seemed to have changed. Hearing that the Shen family's eldest son had struck it rich, not only did he buy Shen Tao a 300,000 yuan car, but he also bought 4 apartments in Tianhui Jiyuan. Lu's mother's attitude softened a bit. After all, which parent doesn't want their children to live better? Their original intention was just to find a good home for their daughter. They didn't want her to marry someone and suffer. As long as there was a house in the county, the matter could be considered. Thus, at their daughter's repeated requests, Lu's mother agreed to meet the boy's parents to see how things went. This was a big deal for the Shen family. So they booked a table early and arrived at the restaurant half an hour in advance. Shen Tao went to pick up Lu's father and mother, while Shen Hui's parents, although they didn't voice it, felt a bit sour. Their pig had been raised with great difficulty, only to be tricked away by someone else's cabbage. They were being so attentive even though things were still uncertain. They had never seen him so attentive to his own parents. After ordering the dishes, it wasn't long before Shen Tao brought the guests in. Chapter 20, All for the Children. Luna's father, Lu Qingwu, was a deputy director of a certain bureau, and her mother was a section chief in the Social Security Bureau. Naturally, people who eat government salaries pay more attention to their appearance. And Lu's parents looked to be around 40, much younger than Shen's parents. Lu Qingwu was very talkative, not putting on airs as a deputy director, embodying the qualities of a national cadre very well. Shen Ligua, however, was somewhat restrained. The class concept of officials and the common people had been deeply rooted in people's minds since ancient times. Even though his brother was also a national cadre, and they might even become in-laws with Lu Qingwu, Shen Ligua still felt a bit out of place. Mainly because he didn't know what to talk about with Lu Qingwu, as they operated in different circles and dealt with different matters. Shen Hui, on the other hand, had no psychological burden. He was originally working in party affairs at a central enterprise, and after striking it rich, his confidence swelled. Now, he wasn't afraid, even when facing county-level leaders, let alone a deputy section chief. Seeing his father at a loss for words, he chatted with Lu Qingwu for a few minutes. Lu Qingwu asked, "I heard you worked your way up to a mid-level position at a central enterprise. Why did you leave?" Shen Hui replied, "The performance wasn't great. Mainly, I wanted to change industries, so I left." Lu Qingwu asked, "What do you want to do?" Shen Hui said, "I haven't figured it out yet. I might enter the financial industry, just an idea." Lu Qingwu replied, "The financial industry is a high-end sector. I heard from Shen Tao that you trade futures. I know a bit about stocks, but I haven't dealt with futures before. I've heard that the futures market is filled with big players and carries great risks. It's possible to lose everything overnight." Shen Hui smiled and said, "High risk means high returns. As long as you operate well, the returns can be significant." Lu Qingwu said, "The stock market hasn't been good these past 2 years. I bought a stock at the beginning of the year and got stuck. I've been waiting for almost a year, but there's been no movement. I want to cut my losses, but I'm really indecisive. Do you have any good advice? Which stock did Uncle Lu buy? Let me take a look." Sanyuan Company. Lu Qingwu opened his phone and clicked on the stock market app to show Shen Hui. Shen Hui took it and glanced at it, saying, "In my opinion, there won't be much movement for this stock this year. I suggest Uncle Lu sell off his holdings. After all, tying up funds is a waste. Your selected stock, Jinchuang High Tech, has good potential and can be held long-term." Lu Qingwu nodded and said nothing more. The meal was quite pleasant, especially when Lu's mother heard that Shen Hui had given her father and mother 3 million to buy a storefront. The last bit of dissatisfaction in her heart immediately disappeared. She chatted warmly with Zhang Jinhua, and it seemed like things were moving in the right direction. Lu's mother was mainly worried that her daughter would have a hard life after marrying. But upon hearing that Shen Hui had given her parents 3 million to buy a storefront, what was there to worry about? The eldest son of the Shen family clearly wasn't short on money. Economically, her parents wouldn't have to worry. Shen Lu would eventually get married. And with the in-laws financially secure, life would naturally be better for their daughter. Moreover, the Shen family were all honest people. The purpose of this meal was to see what kind of people the parents were. Shen Dad and Shen Mom were both sincere, which reassured Lu's mother. If the in-laws were domineering, her daughter would inevitably suffer after marriage. After leaving the restaurant, it was only 9:30. Shen Tao drove to drop off Lu Qingwu's family, while Shen Hui went with his parents to his third uncle's house. Shen Ligua still needed to discuss this matter with the third uncle, and it couldn't be avoided that the third uncle would have to worry about it. Shen Liwei listened to the meal's details and said with a smile, "It should be fine. I've had a lot of dealings with Lu Qingwu. He's quite open-minded. It's just that his wife is a bit realistic. However, you guys are doing well now, so it should work out." Shen Ligua said, "This matter still needs you to handle it." Shen Liwei didn't refuse, saying, "I'll invite Lu Qingwu to a meal another day to discuss this and see what he thinks. However, I believe it's better for the young people to talk first and get to know each other. That's not a bad thing. Getting married at the end of the year isn't too late." Shen Ligua nodded. Shen Tao wasn't very old, and waiting a year was fine. Otherwise, if it ended up like the eldest son, getting married and finding it unsuitable, leading to a divorce, that would be troublesome. Shen Liwei then asked, "Are you and your wife going out this year?" Shen Ligua replied, "We're not going out. We need to oversee the house decoration." Shen Liwei chuckled. "I thought so. Shen Hui doesn't let you go out, right? Your son drives a more than $2 million Benz. What work can you do outside? If people find out, they wouldn't think you're restless. They would just say Shen Hui is unfilial." Shen Hui also laughed. "Uncle is sharp. Dad and mom have worked hard their whole lives. They deserve to rest and take care of their health. My parents' health has been severely depleted. It doesn't show now. But as they get older, they'll be riddled with illnesses." Shen Liwei nodded with a smile. "It's rare for you to have this kind of filial piety. Your parents' hard work wasn't in vain." Zhang Jinhua was originally smiling, but suddenly she started to cry. She didn't know why, but her heart ached severely. Third aunt quickly handed her a tissue, saying, "You were talking so well. Why are you crying?" Zhang Jinhua took the tissue, wiped her tears, and sobbed, "It's nothing. I'm just happy inside. Last year when I was working on the construction site, I thought, what's the point of raising so many sons? To buy 2 houses and marry 2 daughters-in-law? I'm already 50, still working with men on the construction site. What if I die from hardship one day? I haven't even held my grandson yet." Shen Lu, listening, also started to cry, and third aunt's eyes turned red as well. Shen Ligua and Shen Liwei sighed, and their mood grew heavy. Shen Hui and Shen Tao were silent, feeling very distressed. The eldest son has finally risen, after sending everyone off. Shen Liwei sighed. They've worked hard their whole lives, thinking the eldest couple had it tough, living for their children. But who would have thought Shen Hui got rich, and the eldest couple can finally enjoy some blessings? Third aunt asked, "What exactly does Shen Hui do? How did he get so much money?" Shen Liwei replied, "I'm not sure about the details, just that he trades stocks." Third aunt said, "Why does that sound so unreliable?" Shen Liwei replied, "Who knows? I also find it a bit mysterious. But seeing that he gave the eldest brother $3 million to buy a storefront, he must have made quite a bit of money, even if he loses it all later. Buying a few storefronts means life will still be better than others." Third aunt nodded, not envious at all. On Sunday, Shen Chao's wedding date was approaching. Shen Feng called to gather the brothers to discuss setting up Shen Chao's wedding house. Shen Tao and Shen Lu were going, but Shen Hui didn't have to go. The reason was naturally because he had been divorced, carrying an inauspicious attribute, and there are taboos regarding weddings. Not going was better. Shen Hui didn't want to go anyway. So this made it easier. After lunch, while thinking about which day to leave, his distant cousin called, saying there was a college student in the village who was still single and wanted to introduce her to Shen Hui. The two chatted for a while on the phone, and his cousin gave Shen Hui a number to contact the girl. His mother was particularly concerned about this and urged Shen Hui to call the girl right away after hanging up. The second son's matter was basically settled, but the eldest son's big issue was still unresolved. Although his mother wasn't too worried, if someone was introducing a match, she naturally wanted to take a look. If it worked out, that would be great. The lifelong matters of their children always weighed on parents, so the sooner they were resolved, the better. Shen Hui felt a bit overwhelmed. He didn't want to call, but couldn't go against his mother. He had thought about this before, but since getting rich, his thoughts about marriage had slowly faded. As long as he had money, why would he worry about finding a wife? To be realistic, with his current wealth, suitable young women in Qinghe would line up for him to choose from. Under his mother's urging, Shen Hui steeled himself and dialed the girl's number. The moment he called, he was stunned. He actually recognized her. Chapter 21. It's too familiar to approach. Zhang Jinhua saw her son in a daze and urged, "Hurry up and call." "What are you waiting for?" Shen Hui replied speechlessly, "Mom, she's my classmate from middle school." Zhang Jinhua was taken aback, half in disbelief. "Is that so?" Shen Hui handed her the phone. "You look for yourself, Huang Peipei, my middle school classmate, and we were desk mates. Her dad, Huang Youfu, works with my second uncle. Both my dad and my second uncle know him well." "Ah, Huang Youfu's daughter." Zhang Jinhua was also a bit stunned and hurriedly called her cousin to ask. Shen Hui couldn't help but scratch his head. This was too awkward. After Zhang Jinhua finished the call, She was a bit excited. Your aunt said Huang Pei is still single. She said that girl is pretty and knows how to manage a household. You both went to middle school together. Hurry up and call her to ask. If it works out, it's just right. Shen Hui had no choice but to call Huang Pei. Hello, old classmate. Where are you? Huang Pei replied. Shopping in the city. What a rare guest. This is the first time you're calling me. Shen Hui didn't beat around the bush. Someone is introducing us for a blind date. Do you know? Huang Pei responded. Oh, it's you? Shen Hui was confused. Didn't you know? Huang Pei said, a few days ago. Someone said they wanted to introduce me to someone, but I didn't ask. Who knew it was you? Shen Hui wanted to complain about this situation. Well, my mom is urging me. Why don't we have a meal and chat? Sure. Huang Pei said, let us meet in the afternoon. Find a good place and let me know. Shen Hui agreed and hung up without saying much. Zhang Jinhua anxiously asked, how is it? Shen Hui replied, feeling both amused and exasperated. I just made a call. What can happen? We're going to have a meal and chat in the afternoon. Zhang Jinhua was so anxious she felt like a cat on hot bricks, wishing she could hammer this matter out immediately. Shen Hui booked a private room and arrived at Mingwei Building 20 minutes early in the afternoon. After waiting for a while, Huang Pei also arrived. Once they entered the private room and sat down, Shen Hui handed her the menu. What do you want to eat? You take a look first. Anything is fine. Huang Pei smiled and said, today's matchmakers are really unprofessional. They introduce people without even inquiring about the details. They just took my phone number and never followed up. I was wondering who was introducing me. Huang Pei continued, I have a banquet to attend tomorrow, and I've booked a ticket for the day after. Shen Hui replied, I also have a banquet tomorrow. Why are you leaving after the 15th? Shen Hui was surprised and said, your frequency is a bit high. Huang Pei sighed. My relatives are too enthusiastic. I'm almost overwhelmed. Shen Hui gradually relaxed and joked, if you don't get married soon, you'll become a leftover woman. Huang Pei looked a bit distressed. I want to, but I just can't find the right person. Shen Hui was about to ask what kind of person she was looking for, but thought better of it. It wasn't appropriate to ask such questions in the current setting. So he dropped it and started talking about the Shanghai market instead. Huang Pei had spent 8 years in Shanghai, so she was quite familiar with it and shared a lot with him. Tomorrow, Xin Chao was getting married, and today, most of the family had gone to his second uncle's house. The car had also been taken away by his father. With the wedding tomorrow, they needed to set up tonight. Otherwise, he might end up being borrowed for weddings frequently, probably becoming like a public bus. Qinghe was a small county. Although there were not a few wealthy people, there weren't many luxury cars. It was said that the best car was a Cadillac Escalade, and he hadn't seen any cars worth over 2 million. Generally, when someone got married, it was usually Audis and BMWs, with Mercedes also being common. But all were under 1 million. There were some luxury cars over 1 million, but they were rare. Cars over 2 million were practically non-existent. The county was small, and with connections, one could usually find someone. Shen Hui felt helpless. Even buying a decent car didn't feel stable. When they arrived at Tianhui Jiyuan, they found that his second uncle's house was already overcrowded, and they couldn't get in. There were quite a few people from the Shen family, and people from several aunts' sides and Shen Chao's maternal uncle's side had also come. There were too many people to sit comfortably, so everyone could only wander around downstairs. Shen Hui took a turn and saw he had nothing to do. Just as he was about to leave, he was called by his mother. What happened? Zhang Jinhua was very busy, but kept thinking about her son's matchmaking situation. Shen Hui, with a toothache, said, it's hopeless. Zhang Jinhua, not giving up, asked, why is it hopeless? Shen Hui wanted to cry, but had no tears. We saw each other at a class reunion before the new year. If there was any intention, I wouldn't need someone to introduce us. We would have been dating long ago. Besides, she was just coming to meet out of family pressure, so don't think about it. Zhang Jinhua sighed, feeling her good mood fade away again. Shen Hui took the opportunity to leave and went to the hotel to work on his afternoon trading. He missed the morning trading session, and early the next day, his father called him to the banquet hotel, where he joined Shen Feng and the others as service staff and ushers, standing at the entrance of the banquet hall to guide guests into the banquet room. Just after sending the guests from the bride's family upstairs, Shen Hui saw a familiar face. Huang Pei. Shen Hui was surprised. Which banquet are you attending? It was indeed unexpected. He never thought he would run into Huang Pei here. He had heard her mention needing to attend a banquet yesterday, but hadn't asked for specifics. However, there were 3 banquets here today, and he didn't know which one Huang Pei was attending. Huang Pei was also surprised. What are you doing here? I'm attending the Shen family's banquet. How did I forget you also have the surname Shen? Shen Hui felt a bit frustrated. Are you really speaking human language? My second uncle's cousin is getting married. Oh, so it really is your family, Huang Pei said. My dad works for your second uncle. Shen Hui realized. Then you should hurry upstairs. Huang Pei went upstairs. And Shen Feng then asked, that was Huang Youfu's girl, right? Do you know her? Shen Hui nodded. She was my middle school classmate. We were even desk mates. Shen Yu said, I remember her vaguely. When I was in my senior year, she seemed to just be in her first year, and I remember she was quite messy, skinny like a bean sprout. I didn't expect after 10 years, I wouldn't even recognize her. It's true that girls change a lot. After waiting a while, and seeing that there were really no more people, they all went upstairs. The banquet was originally scheduled to start at 12, but the ceremony took a bit long, and it was delayed for half an hour before starting. Shen Hui and Shen Feng gathered a table, and after sitting for a short while, Huang Peipei ran over. She didn't know anyone, and was just trying to join a table. Huang Peipei stood behind Shen Tao with a smile, and her intentions were obvious. You can sit. Shen Tao quickly stood up to offer his seat. Moving over to sit next to Shen Qian, Huang Peipei was not polite. She thanked him and pulled out a chair to sit down, only to find all eyes were on her, making her feel a bit awkward. She originally wanted to ask Shen Hui when he would go to Shanghai, but couldn't bring herself to do it. She hurriedly ate a few bites of food, and soon the bride and groom came over to toast. Shen Xiao was visibly surprised to see Huang Peipei. Huang Peipei is here. Huang Peipei smiled and said, I heard you were getting married, so I specially waited a few more days to come and celebrate. Do you know each other? Shen Hui was surprised again. Although Shen Xiao was the same age as him, his second uncle had moved to the city early, and Shen Xiao had attended school in the city. So he had never gone to school with Huang Peipei, and they didn't seem to be in the same class in high school. How did they know each other? Shen Xiao smiled. We've known each other for 7 or 8 years. Huang Peipei added, My dad works for your uncle. How could I not know the young master? Shen Xiao replied, Speak properly, and quickly drink your wedding wine. Zhang Yu brought over a tray filled with 4 glasses of wine. Huang Peipei's face immediately turned sour. She looked troubled and said, I've never drunk before. Can I not drink? Shen Xiao said, This is my wedding wine. Didn't you say you were specially waiting to drink my wedding wine? Why not drink now? You're not a kid anymore. Hurry up and find someone. Last time Huang uncle came to my house, he was still nagging about it. Drink the wine, and you can break free from being single. Huang Peipei rolled her eyes in annoyance. What kind of talk is that? It's just a few glasses of wine. Fine, I'll drink. Saying this, she picked up a glass and downed it in one go. Cough, cough. The strong liquor hit her throat, and Huang Peipei immediately started coughing, looking like she really had never drunk before. Good things come in pairs. Have another glass, Shen Xiao urged, and Shen Feng and the others joined in on the teasing. I'm not drinking anymore. I'm going to die. Huang Peipei covered her mouth with her hand and pulled out her chair to run away. Huang Dia. Turns out she's a rookie. Shen Xiao chuckled and had Zhang Yu bring the wine over to Shen Feng, starting to toast from the eldest to the youngest. Shen Hui asked, Just now Shen Xiao called you Huang Dia. Who gave you that nickname? What? Huang Peipei's eyes widened in anger. That damn Shen Wansan. After eating a few more bites, Shen Liwei called out, and Shen Feng and the others quickly got up to toast. I'm going to get busy. You take your time eating. Shen Hui waved to Huang Peipei and followed them. Chapter 22, A Spontaneous Trip. The blue sky was like a canvas, and the clear sky was like a wash. It was rare to encounter a sunny day, and from a high perspective, watching the mountains and rivers slowly recede. The beauty of the motherland was unparalleled. The day after Shen Xiao's wedding, Shen Hui set off southward, boarding a flight from the provincial capital to the capital city. In his life, he had never been to the capital. He owned a house and had money in the bank, and he didn't plan on looking for a job for now. Taking this opportunity, Shen Hui planned to visit all the places he wanted to go and fully appreciate the great mountains and rivers of the motherland. He arrived in the capital at 2 in the afternoon and began his journey through the city. Having not been able to attend high school and work outside, he didn't regret it, but he always felt a bit regretful for not experiencing college life. No matter where he went, he wanted to visit the campuses of well-known universities, especially the 2 highest institutions in the capital, which he had long desired to see. Speaking of scenery, the scenery in the north was actually quite similar. Born and raised in the north, Shen Hui was already tired of the mountains and waters there. The main reason he came to the capital was to visit these 2 universities. Strolling along the lotus pond under the moonlight or the Wuming Lake, feeling the strong academic atmosphere of Peking University, Shen Hui felt that this trip to the capital was worthwhile. It truly deserved to be one of the top universities in the country. The rich learning environment and profound historical and cultural heritage are not something that can be achieved just by hiring a few prominent professors, obtaining some research results, and building a few beautiful campuses. After wandering for over an hour, Shen Hui left Peking University and headed to Tsinghua University. At Tsinghua, he experienced a different feeling. The inherent confidence seemed to be infectious. At the entrance of Tsinghua's lecture hall, Shen Hui asked a young lady to take a photo for him, then posted it on his social media. Soon, he received a flood of likes and a barrage of WeChat messages, filled with surprise. Relatives were astonished, and colleagues were even more surprised. The factory had been shut down for reorganization, and many were worried about their jobs, considering whether to find an escape route quickly. Yet here he was, in the capital having fun, and those who had a good relationship with him even called directly. By the time he left Tsinghua, the sun had already set. After wandering for quite a while, he finally found a noodle shop at the north gate of Tsinghua, where he had a bowl of Sichuan sauce noodles. He found a nearby hotel to rest for the night, and the next day visited the old summer palace. They say traveling is a physical activity, and it couldn't be more accurate. After a morning of exploring, Shen Hui's legs almost gave out. During lunch, he kept rubbing his calves, and while browsing online, he stumbled upon an article about travel in the capital, discovering that there were actually private tour guides as a profession. What intrigued him was that these private guides even provided vehicles. Wow, the ratio of beautiful women is really high. Shen Hui perked up and quickly selected a rather attractive female guide. The result, however, was disastrous. He was scammed out of 500 yuan. Shen Hui was furious. Not because of the scammer, but because he felt foolish. After 10 years of working and navigating the world since graduating from middle school, he had just arrived in the capital and got scammed. 500 yuan wasn't a big deal, but it really frustrated him. He continued searching, this time with much more caution. Many times, people get scammed not because the scammers are particularly clever, but because the victims are careless. The scammer's tricks are always the same. A little caution can prevent being scammed. After some effort, he finally found one that seemed relatively reliable. When he called to inquire, he was quoted 2,000 yuan for a day, making him feel like he had been deceived again. Just recently, he had checked and found that private tour guides in the capital charge between 300 and 500 yuan per day. How could they ask for 2,000 yuan? Even if there was room for negotiation, how much could he possibly cut down? It would never go below 1,000 yuan. However, considering his current status, he was too lazy to haggle. After agreeing on the time and place, he waited for nearly an hour after lunch, and the guide finally arrived. The moment Shen Hui saw her, he felt that the 2,000 yuan was worth it. Sometimes, looks can justify the price. For someone with her looks, asking for 2,000 yuan wasn't high at all. Perhaps 2 months ago, Shen Hui would have thought it foolish to spend that much on a tour guide. But now he felt it was worth it. The guide drove a BMW, a bright red 3 Series. She had a good figure, stood about 1.6 meters tall, and her age seemed similar to Shen Hui's. Her name was also pleasant, Zheng Xiyu, and her words were refreshing. Thank you for this opportunity. I will do my best to serve you, arranging your meals, accommodations, and travel to make you feel at home. Shen Hui, feeling a bit out of place with such high-end service, awkwardly exchanged pleasantries and sat in the passenger seat of the BMW, feeling even more uneasy. However, this awkwardness was quickly alleviated. The service from the private tour guide was indeed attentive. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also talkative and knowledgeable. She quickly found Shen Hui's interests and began discussing the historical changes in the capital, gradually easing his discomfort. In the afternoon, they visited the Forbidden City, Prince Gong's mansion, and the CCTV tower. Shen Hui rarely lingered in one place for long, just taking a cursory glance before moving on, which meant the guide hadn't finished explaining the cultural context before they had to head to the next location. With a beautiful companion and no need to worry about arrangements, his mood was naturally very pleasant. This was true travel. Traveling is meant to be enjoyed, not to be exhausted. No wonder people love money. It truly brings extraordinary enjoyment. With a new understanding of wealth and life, Shen Hui felt even more motivated to make money. In the evening, while dining at the hotel restaurant, he glanced at the elegant Zheng Xiyu and found himself a bit distracted. It had been a long time since he had been with a woman. Back home, he could hold back, but now that he was away, it was getting harder to resist. After dinner, as they left the restaurant, Shen Hui suggested, "Shall we go up and sit for a bit?" Zheng Xiyu looked at him and suddenly smiled. Sure. They went upstairs and entered the room, and everything unfolded naturally. But it can't be too detailed. Shen Hui had been holding back for a while, and after a second round, he finally relieved himself after months of pent-up desire. After taking a shower, he came out, lit a cigarette, and asked the guide, "Is it true that people in your line of work have to provide special services?" Zheng Xiyu replied, "Pretty much. Being a tour guide is also tough. People only see our income and glamour, but don't realize how much we put in. However, we also have to gauge our clients when providing services." Shen Hui curiously asked, "Gauge them how?" Zheng Xiyu explained, "Well, we have our pride too. While we might agree to some special requests, it also depends on whether we find the person agreeable and are willing to do so. You wouldn't think we'd agree to share a bed with just anyone, would you?" Shen Hui thought about it and found it reasonable. Even those on the street had the right to choose their clients. With no worries about travel and having a caring and pleasant guide to warm his bed at night, Shen Hui felt that his life had reached its peak. After spending a week visiting several places he wanted to see in the capital, that afternoon after dinner, Shen Hui said, "You've worked hard these past few days. I've visited all the places I wanted to in the capital. Tomorrow, I plan to head south and would like to ask you to continue being my guide, preferably bringing the car along." "Sure," Zheng Xiyu replied, "but I need to discuss the costs with you. Taking the car out of town will be quite expensive. Shen Hui nodded. Go ahead. Zheng Xiyu said. I want to ask for too much in service fees, but you'll have to cover the other expenses. How does that sound? That is fine. Shen Hui replied without any objections. It was only fair that he cover those costs. After staying another night in the capital, Shen Hui got into the young lady's BMW and headed south, enjoying the scenery along the way. Whenever they got tired, they would stop to rest. Whenever they saw a good view, they would stop to take photos, and his mood was exceptionally pleasant. After passing Tianjin and crossing Shandong, they headed straight down to Jiangnan. Shen Hui had little interest in places north of the Yangtze River. All the places he wanted to go were in Jiangnan, so they didn't linger much on the road. Besides meal times, they spent most of their time driving, simply enjoying the scenery as they passed. They took turns driving, so they naturally made good time. At midnight, they arrived in Nanjing, both feeling quite exhausted. They had already eaten on the road and found a hotel to stay in. Shen Hui had no strength to exercise and just washed up before going to sleep. After a good night's rest, the next day, Shen Hui began to explore the sights of the ancient capital, Nanjing. In late February, while the north was still chilly, Jiangnan was already warm and blooming. Even though it was still early in the lunar month, there were still plenty of tourists in Nanjing. Over the course of 5 days, accompanied by the guide, Shen Hui visited famous attractions such as the Confucius Temple, Xuanwu Lake, the Presidential Palace, Ming Shaoling, and Yuyuan Tower, spending a good part of a day at Xuanwu Lake. After 5 days, they set off south toward Suzhou. When he was in school, the textbooks described it this way: above there is heaven, below there are Suzhou and Hangzhou. During his time in Suzhou, Shen Hui spent 3 full days exploring the garden culture and scenery of Jiangnan, visiting the humble administrator's garden, Songlong Pavilion, Lu Garden, and Lion Grove Garden, and he truly felt enriched by the experience. On his last day in Suzhou, Zheng Xiyu complained, Bro, can we eat something else? Eating noodles every day is making me feel like I'm turning into a noodle. Shen Hui replied, All right, you can decide for this meal. He was also troubled, as he found it hard to please his companion. He only ate wheat-based food and refused anything that flew in the sky or swam in the sea, not touching meat or rice at all, which was no wonder the tour guide couldn't help but protest. Zheng Xiyu sighed in relief and asked, How about Sichuan cuisine? Shen Hui suggested, Let's have Western food. I'll treat you to something nice. They ended up at a Michelin restaurant, where the meal cost thousands. And Shen Hui felt it was just average. Chapter 23, The Final Stop. Of course, Zheng Xiyu was in a good mood. Although driving alone from Suzhou to Beijing was tiring, the fatigue was accompanied by happiness. It was rare to meet a wealthy friend. In just over half a month, he could earn as much as half a year's income. After sending Zheng Xiyu off, Shen Hui bought a high-speed train ticket and headed south to Linan from Suzhou. Upon arriving in Linan, he immediately hired another tour guide. While it's a bad habit to be fickle, it's human nature. The new tour guide was completely different from Zheng Xiyu, with the charm and gentleness of a Jiangnan girl, but she drove a big, rugged Land Rover. They spent an entire day touring West Lake, strolling along Sioux Causeway, gazing at the 3 pools mirroring the moon, and feeling the weight of history that spanned centuries. With the sounds of willows and warblers and the warm breeze on their faces, the vivid images they had envisioned many times came to life. And after getting used to the spring flowers and autumn moons, it was utterly intoxicating. Shen Hui thought about buying a house by West Lake to enjoy retirement there in the future, and he immediately set the plan in motion. The next day, the originally planned trip to Song City was canceled, and Shen Hui took the tour guide to start looking at properties. After touring around, they found that all the newly opened projects were too far from West Lake, while the closer ones had been sold out long ago. The distant ones weren't appealing, and he didn't want a second-hand house, so he could only express his regrets. After 3 days in Linan, they visited Song City, Zhejiang University, and even paid a visit to the headquarters of a certain online shopping platform. This time, he didn't take a tour guide, as they flew directly from Linan to Xiamen to continue their journey with a different guide. On this day, while Shen Hui was climbing Wui Mountain, he suddenly received a call from Zhao Liming. Bro, where are you these days? I see you're traveling around China and having a blast. Shen Hui responded, It's all right, just going around is nice. Zhao Liming asked, Are you coming? I'm waiting for you at Wui Mountain. I'd love to, but they won't let me go, and besides, I'm broke. Zhao Liming cursed, and then said, I need to talk to you about something. The Safety Supervision Bureau is coming to check our party committee records. They require the committee to review safety work every year. And the leader handed this task to me. What should I do? Shen Hui suggested, Just ask Chung Yufang to fill in the record. Zhao Liming replied, Damn it. The party committee record book is specialized, and there's only one with page numbers. The previous pages are all filled out, and I need to backfill for the first half of last year. Where am I supposed to write? If it were that easy, I wouldn't be calling you. Shen Hui said, Calling me won't help. You'll have to figure it out yourself. Zhao Liming complained, This is such a pain in the ass. Shen Hui replied, No problem, I'm hanging up. I'm climbing a mountain. Zhao Liming said okay, and hung up. Shanghai, the economic and financial capital of China, was Shen Hui's final stop. Although he wasn't in a hurry, traveling was still exhausting. He found a 5-star hotel on the Bund and enjoyed a good sleep before making a phone call. Shen Hui? Huang Peipei was surprised to receive the call and wasn't quite sure. It's me. Shen Hui said, I've arrived in Shanghai. Are you busy? Can we meet? Huang Peipei was even more surprised. You're in Shanghai? Why didn't you call me in advance to pick you up? Shen Hui replied, send me your location. Huang Peipei agreed, hung up, and quickly tidied up, not wanting her old classmate to see her room looking like a mess. She cleaned up a bit, and then rushed to knock on another room's door. Jiao Jiao, my classmate is coming. Can you clean up a bit? A girl inside shouted. Is your classmate male or female? Huang Peipei said male. Why would I ask you to clean if it were female? Come on, you're bringing a guy home? As soon as she finished speaking, the door opened. A girl in pajamas with a slightly pale face and deep-set eyes stuck her head out and asked, what is going on? Who is visiting? Don't tell me it's one of our class's idiots. Huang Peipei, while tidying the coffee table, replied, he's my middle school classmate and has just arrived in Shanghai. The girl asked, can you not bring him home? She rubbed her messy hair, clearly reluctant to tidy up. Hurry up. Huang Peipei urged, he is not one of those idiots from our class. He is just here to visit. Besides, he was my deskmate in middle school. So there's no reason to keep him out. The girl perked up. Oh, so it's a childhood friend. Stop talking and clean up quickly. Huang Peipei was getting anxious. Look at your hair. It's messier than a bird's nest. Can you even see anyone like this? Oh, I'll shower first. The girl seemed to realize something and shouted, rushing into the bathroom, while the two girls were busy cleaning the house. Shen Hui was already on his way in a luxurious hotel car. In fact, taking the subway would have been quicker. But he was too lazy to walk and didn't want to bother finding the subway entrance. The subway ride would have taken only an hour, but it took him 2 hours to arrive. When he confirmed that he was at the Jiangdong Second Village community, as Huang Peipei had mentioned, he sent the driver away and called Huang Peipei. I'm at your community entrance. Come out, and let us go eat first. Oh, why did it take you so long to arrive? Huang Peipei complained before saying, just wait a moment, I'll be right there. After hanging up, Shen Hui looked at the traffic on the road with a bit of boredom, occasionally glancing into the community. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long. Huang Peipei quickly appeared. She was dressed a bit casually, wearing a dark yellow short-sleeve shirt and loose-fitting jeans, with her hair in a messy ponytail, giving off a rushed vibe as if she hadn't had time to dress up, looking a bit plain. Also, Huang Peipei looked a bit pale, with deep-set eyes. What is up? Don't recognize me. Huang Peipei quickly walked over and smiled, asking, aren't you bringing anything with you? Shen Hui replied, I left it at the hotel. Huang Peipei paused and asked, aren't you coming from the airport? Shen Hui explained, no. I found a hotel to drop off my luggage before coming over. Huang Peipei asked, which hotel did you stay at? Is it far from here? Shen Hui answered, on the Bund. What a place. It's really far from here. It took me 2 hours. Huang Peipei was taken aback, then looked Shen Hui up and down as if trying to reevaluate him, saying, hotels on the Bund are super expensive. Why didn't I notice before? You're quite the wealthy one. Haha, I won the lottery, Shen Hui joked, not wanting to flaunt his wealth to an old classmate. I believe that when pigs fly. Huang Peipei rolled her eyes and said, let us go. We'll sit at my place first. Shen Hui quickly added, it's already 6. Let us eat first. I didn't have lunch. All right then, Huang Peipei asked, what do you want to eat? Shen Hui was straightforward, saying, is there a noodle shop nearby? I'd like something authentic. I've been eating all sorts of random stuff for over a month, and my stomach is about to revolt. What have you been up to? Huang Peipei asked in surprise. Aren't you coming from home? Shen Hui replied, after Xin Chao got married, I headed out, traveling around Suzhou, Hangzhou, and Fujian for over a month. Oh, so you went traveling. Huang Peipei smiled and said, you might as well say the world is so big. I want to take a look. Shen Hui replied with a smile, can you speak properly? Stop being sarcastic. Huang Peipei complained, are you sick? How am I being sarcastic? Forget it. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to eat first. There's a Lanzhou beef noodle place nearby run by a Lanzhou person. The taste is okay. Chapter 24 Day 1. Huang Peipei said the beef noodles were okay, but they were just so. Any specialty food, once it leaves its origin, will inevitably lose some of its flavor. Shen Hui had a big appetite, and since he hadn't eaten lunch, he ordered 2 bowls of noodles and started eating. A typical glutton. Other diners in the noodle shop occasionally glanced over, making Huang Peipei feel a bit reluctant to sit with him. While eating the noodles, Shen Hui asked, is the place you're renting here? Huang Peipei replied, I'm sharing with a friend. Shen Hui asked, I heard renting in Shanghai is expensive. How much is the rent? Shen Hui laughed and said, the rent is over 3,000 a month. Looks like your income from writing novels is not low. Huang Peipei sighed and said, I work hard every day and only make about 10,000 a month. When I hit a writer's block, I write less than 10,000. In a place like Shanghai, it's just enough to get by, not as good as you think. But it's much better than working in an office. Not that great. Huang Peipei, feeling a bit down, pushed the noodles around with her chopsticks and said, at most, it's just a bit more freedom than a job. No one to supervise me. But there are no holidays. I have to update every day. Sometimes I really don't want to write, but have to. It's too painful. Shen Hui laughed and said, then why not go back to work? Huang Peipei looked troubled and said, I haven't worked for 4 years. I don't even know what I can do. Even if I go wash dishes in a hotel, they'll probably think I'm clumsy. I feel like my university education was for nothing. Everything I learned has been returned to the teachers. Shen Hui wanted to laugh, thinking this old classmate was too realistic. In fact, thinking about it, going to university doesn't guarantee success. Among the classmates, the ones doing the best are about on par with Huang Peipei, working in big cities and big companies earning over 10,000 a month, which is considered quite good. There are also those who pass the civil service exam, which is decent, as they have a stable job. But more are like Gui Yulan and Wang Xiaojun, earning a few thousand a month and still confused about their future. Yet even those earning over 10,000 a month might not be living happily. Just as Huang Peipei said, in a place like Shanghai, earning around 10,000 a month really only allows for a modest living. Although she envied those classmates who went to university, she didn't need to belittle herself. Even if 10 years pass, how many classmates will be able to earn as much as she does now? Not to mention all, even 1%. Probably no one can achieve that. Her 1% of wealth is astronomical for an ordinary person. After dinner, the two walked out of the noodle shop. And Huang Peipei said, come sit at my place for a while. Shen Hui asked, is that convenient? Huang Peipei replied, there's nothing inconvenient about it. My friend and I are both single, so you don't have to worry about a man getting jealous. Shen Hui said, being single for so long isn't good. You should find someone. Huang Peipei said, how do I find someone? I stay at home every day and don't go out. I can't just randomly grab someone off the street. Shen Hui laughed and said, finding a man isn't that hard. The internet is so developed now. Huang Peipei retorted, that's thinking from over a decade ago. Who still does online dating? All those men online are just beasts. Their ultimate goal isn't to date. They just think about, that stuff. Hee. Shen Hui chuckled awkwardly, not knowing what to say. By that logic, he also met the beast standard, as he was online flirting with women for one purpose. Huang Peipei lived in a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room unit. The place was a bit old, but the conditions were decent. Much better than those old-style buildings she had seen online. The 90-square-meter apartment housing just the two of them was quite spacious. Following Huang Peipei upstairs and into the apartment, Shen Hui met her friend Chen Jiajiao. She was slightly taller than Huang Peipei, equally thin, with a pale complexion and deep-set eyes, giving the impression of being in sub-health, and her gaze felt like she was scrutinizing a rare animal. Shen Hui thought to himself, why does it feel like she has never seen a man before? Chen Jiajiao, my classmate and best friend, is also a coder like me. Huang Peipei introduced her friend, and then introduced Shen Hui to Chen Jiajiao. Shen Hui, my middle school classmate and deskmate. Jiajiao, why are you looking at him like that? You're not that desperate, right? My old classmate is married, haha. Hee. Shen Hui chuckled dryly, feeling that this old classmate had changed a lot. A married man is a treasure. Chen Jiajiao smiled and said, men always think other people's wives are better. Don't women feel the same? Husbands are of course better off with someone else's. Otherwise, why do married men love young women, and married women steal other people's husbands? Oh, I can't stand you. Huang Peipei was the first to be unable to bear it. Don't scare my old classmate. Chen Jiajiao was getting into it. Who was the first to be promiscuous? You're the one crying foul. Huang Peipei ignored her, letting Shen Hui sit down on the sofa and busying herself pouring him tea. Chen Jiajiao also sat down, curiously sizing up Shen Hui and asked, is it true you're married? Shen Hui nodded, married and divorced. Chen Jiajiao immediately became interested. You're moving pretty fast, aren't you? You and Peipei are middle school classmates, so you should be about the same age as us. We're still single, and you've already been married and divorced. Impressive. Jiajiao, can you be a bit more ladylike? Huang Peipei brought a cup of tea over and placed it in front of Shen Hui, giving a warning, thinking her friend was too unladylike. I'm very ladylike. Chen Jiajiao said, you brought him home. Can I be curious about him? Huang Peipei spat. What are you thinking? We're completely innocent. Chen Jiajiao pouted. I didn't say there was a problem between you two. Why are you so anxious? Huang Peipei didn't want to deal with her anymore. Otherwise, it would only get worse. She turned to Shen Hui and asked, how long are you planning to stay in Shanghai? Shen Hui replied, unless something unexpected happens, I should be permanently residing in Shanghai from now on. Huang Peipei asked, what are you planning to do? Shen Hui said, I haven't thought about it yet. I'll settle down first. Chen Jiajiao took a bite of an apple and said, isn't this perfect? Peipei, haven't we been looking for a suitable tenant? Let us rent that empty bedroom to him. And we can also give him the physical work in the future. What are you thinking? Huang Peipei shot her a glare. Be honest, and don't create trouble. Chen Jiajiao chuckled, her gaze darting between Shen Hui and Huang Peipei. Huang Peipei asked, which area are you planning to rent? I can accompany you to take a look another day. Shen Hui thought to himself that he was planning to buy a house, so why rent? But seeing her ask, he felt it was inappropriate to say he was preparing to buy a house. Otherwise, it might seem like he was showing off, so he said, let us talk about it later. Huang Peipei seemed eager to help her old classmate, saying, you used to work in a central enterprise doing party work. Writing should be no problem, right? But in a place like Shanghai, while education isn't that useful, it's still a stepping stone. Without a degree, it's definitely not possible. Even if you have abilities, our middle school diploma doesn't count at all. What should we do? Seeing her so enthusiastic, Shen Hui felt it was even less appropriate to tell the truth. He smiled and said, it's okay, I'm versatile. Sitting in an office to write reports is no problem. I've butchered pigs and dogs too. Being a butcher is fine, and if all else fails, I can also be a nanny. Uffed. Chen Jiajiao sprayed out the apple she had just chewed and laughed. What kind of man is a nanny? Shen Hui laughed and said, then I'll be the first in the world to try. Who knows? I might get famous. Be serious. Huang Peipei said impatiently. If you don't speak properly, I'll curse. Go ahead and curse. Chen Jiajiao looked indifferent, with a face that seemed to say she was as unbothered as a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. Huang Peipei was exasperated, feeling helpless against this friend. Shen Hui said, let's talk about something serious. I'm planning to spend a few days exploring the Shanghai Stock Exchange. Do you have time? Huang Peipei gritted her teeth and replied, fine. Shen Hui continued, don't let it interfere with your important matters. If you don't have time, then forget it. Huang Peipei rubbed her head and said, it's your first time in Shanghai. As your host, I should at least show you some hospitality. Otherwise, it would seem too ungracious. For these few days, I'll accompany you. The worst that can happen is that I'll type a little less. Chen Jiajiao asked, do you want me to join? Huang Peipei replied, aren't you typing anymore? Huang Peipei said, then let's go together. It's a good chance to relax. Chen Jiajiao enthusiastically started planning their itinerary, saying they should visit Qibao Old Street, where there's a restaurant famous for its authentic bridge rice noodles, then suggested they go to Luqing Town to experience rural life. As she spoke, her excitement grew. After sitting for more than half an hour and noticing it was getting late, Shen Hui quickly stood up to take his leave. Huang Peipei walked him out and said, let's go to the Bund first tomorrow. You wait for us there. Shen Hui nodded and asked, what time will you come? Huang Peipei replied, we'll leave early, around 7, and should arrive at the Bund by 8:30. By the way, we'll meet at the ticket office. Where are you staying? It's not far from the ticket office for the boat on the Pujiang River, right? Shen Hui had no idea where the ticket office was, but still said not far. Huang Peipei said, all right, don't be late. Otherwise, I want to accompany you, and you can go play by yourself. Shen Hui replied, okay. You take care. Not wanting to find the subway, he hailed a taxi right outside the community and got in. After returning to the hotel, he took a shower and stood on the balcony wrapped in a towel, admiring the night view of the Pujiang River. Looking across the river at Lujiazui, the cluster of skyscrapers, including the Oriental Pearl Tower, the Center Tower, and the Global Financial Center, seemed to be draped in a shimmering golden cloak in the night. Reflecting beautifully in the river, and the historical buildings with rich exotic charm were equally magnificent under the lights, evoking a flood of thoughts. Watching the night scene of Shanghai naturally brought about a strong feeling. This eastern metropolis truly led the development of an era. However, how many of those who once came here with dreams ended up leaving in disappointment? How many actually managed to establish themselves in Shanghai, seize opportunities, achieve success, and realize their dreams? Shen Hui was not sure, but he was confident that he could make a place for himself in this city known as the Magic City. Chapter 25. The heart grows old before the body. The next morning, Shen Hui had the hotel car take him to the boat ticket office. After waiting for about half an hour, Huang Peipei and Chen Jiajiao finally arrived, noticeably dressed up today, which gave Shen Hui a refreshing feeling. Huang Peipei dressed simply but matched her outfit perfectly, exuding elegance. Chen Jiajiao, on the other hand, was dressed fashionably and stylishly, pretty yet subtly sexy. If it weren't for the slight circles under her eyes, she would have looked even better. You two didn't stay up late again, did you? Shen Hui noticed their dark circles and felt a bit guilty. No problem. Chen Jiajiao replied nonchalantly. I worked overtime last night to finish today's assignment. Humph. I have to enjoy myself today. Otherwise, how can I justify the hard work under the bright light? Let us go. Let us hurry to buy the tickets. You two wait. I'll go buy them. Shen Hui hurried over to buy the tickets, feeling a bit embarrassed to let the girls pay. He had arrived half an hour early and had already figured out how to buy the tickets. Huang Peipei quickly followed, feeling even more embarrassed to let Shen Hui and Chen Jiajiao pay, as her friend was out because of her, and she felt she should treat her old classmate. After buying the tickets, the three of them boarded a boat. After some back and forth, it was still Chun Jiao who quickly bought the tickets. Shen Hui immediately felt that this girl was quite nice, at least generous, and not the type to be overly calculative. In late March, the mornings in Shanghai were still a bit chilly. To be honest, it was a bit crazy to take a boat ride at this hour, but fortunately, the weather was nice, and the sun came out, dispersing the annoying fog. Otherwise, their boating plan might have been ruined. Sitting on the boat and looking at the banks of the Pujiang River, it felt completely different. The prosperity of Shanghai was evident, visible to the eye. What Shen Hui felt, however, were the other things that came with prosperity. This was a paradise for the rich. When the poor came here, they could only lament how poverty limited their imagination, like the luxurious yachts gliding nearby on the rippling waters. Who would have thought that such things were as common as tour boats on the Pujiang River? When will I be able to buy a yacht? Chen Jiao looked around and sighed as she gazed at the yacht not far away. Huang Peipei laughed and said, "Then you need to find a rich man to marry, and then you'll have a yacht and a house." Chen Jiao retorted, "The rich men nowadays are either blind and can't see a good woman like me, who has both looks and brains, or they're buried in women and can't get up. The rest are either old or unattractive, and I can't stand them." Huang Peipei quickly sat down, pretending not to know her. Shen Hui stifled a laugh, feeling his cheeks ache, thinking this young lady was truly uninhibited, not afraid of being laughed at in front of so many people on the boat, even bolder than Huang Peipei. It seems that even homebodies have different traits. After circling the Pujiang River, they started to visit the Bund. At the Bund Bridge, Chun Jiao, regardless of the crowd and traffic, began filming a TikTok. Huang Peipei took a video for her, but Chun Jiao wasn't satisfied and wanted to shoot more. In the end, she pulled Shen Hui into the video, instructing him on his poses as she filmed. "Relax your expression, don't look so stiff. Yes, be more intimate, even closer. This one is for my mom. To avoid her pestering me about marriage every few days." "What? You want to meet the parents?" Shen Hui was close to tears. He often browsed TikTok lately, but never thought about filming himself. Mainly, his mindset felt a bit old, and he felt a little constrained. Now being pulled by Chun Jiao to shoot short videos, he felt a bit stiff. "Wrap your arms around my waist. Hurry. I'm not afraid. Why are you?" Chun Jiao struck poses while urging him on. "Are you going to wrap your arms around or not? If not, step aside, I'll do it." The onlookers were getting anxious, almost wanting to step in. Under Chun Jiao's urging, Shen Hui awkwardly wrapped his arms around her waist. This girl was as thin as a twig, with hardly any flesh on her, her waist very slim yet soft, but with a surprising elasticity. "Hurry up. Let us do it together." Chun Jiao demonstrated while urging him, swaying her head and making exaggerated movements. Shen Hui felt overwhelmed, thinking how could it be okay to be stared at like a monkey on the street. Just as he was troubled, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. "I'll take this call." Even if it was a scammer, he was ready to have a good chat with them. What a buzzkill. Chun Jiao was a bit annoyed, glaring at Shen Hui with a helpless expression. Huang Peipei laughed and said, "All right, you filmed enough. Let us move on to the next stop." Chun Jiao asked, "Do you want to take a few more?" Huang Peipei quickly shook her head. "No filming. I'm not as crazy as you." Shen Hui quickly finished his call. It was from a deputy general manager named Li Guangming at Tian'an Securities headquarters. He had received calls from this person before, inviting him to visit Shanghai. But Shen Hui didn't mention that he was already in Shanghai and ended the call after a few exchanges. When it came to making money in the stock market and futures market, it was hard to keep it a secret. Shen Hui had long been mentally prepared. Once the securities company noticed him, they would surely check his trading records. As soon as he saw the transaction records, it was no surprise that the securities company came knocking on his door. Shen Hui was puzzled. This Vice President Li didn't seem to be inviting him in his capacity as a senior executive of the securities firm, but rather as a private individual, which left him somewhat bewildered. After strolling around the Bund, the three of them went to Nanjing Road and Chenghuang Temple. Shen Hui was relieved that the two women didn't seem to enjoy shopping much. After a brief visit to Nanjing Road, they quickly headed to Chenghuang Temple. After 2 days of sightseeing, Shen Hui lost interest. Although Shanghai is the economic center and the most developed city in the country, there really wasn't much to see. Everything was just man-made buildings, high-rises everywhere, which didn't interest Shen Hui, who loved natural landscapes. After treating Huang Peipei and Chun Jiao to a meal to express his gratitude, Shen Hui concluded his trip to Shanghai. With the trip over, the matter of buying a house had to be put on the agenda. From any perspective, Shanghai was the first choice for buying a property. As a small-town citizen who hadn't shed the mindset of a petty farmer, despite possessing billions in assets, Shen Hui's first thought wasn't to start a business, but rather, like most ordinary Chinese people, to accumulate properties and collect rent. The key issue was that the amount of capital was too large, and engaging in ultra-short trading in the futures market wasn't that convenient. Shen Hui could turn 100 million into 500 million or more in a month. But it was impossible to turn 1 billion into 5 billion within a month in the domestic futures market. So digesting part of the capital was more conducive to improving the utilization rate of funds. Having billions in wealth but no property to live in would indeed be a laughingstock if it got out. The most famous property in Shanghai is undoubtedly the Thompson Riviera across from the Bund, not to mention anything else. Just the starting price of 200 million makes it unattainable for 99 of people. Besides that, there are several other expensive riverside luxury apartments. After making a phone call to inquire, he decided to check them all out before making a decision. Shen Hui wasn't fond of Thompson Riviera. He preferred Binhai Garden. Binhai Garden was also impressive, a luxury apartment complex designed specifically for the wealthy, and such expensive properties naturally wouldn't attract ordinary folks. Just looking at the cars parked outside the sales office made that clear. When Shen Hui entered, he noticed that all the cars were luxury vehicles. Even the Mercedes he rented from the hotel seemed out of place. Not knowing how to enjoy money is just being a bumpkin, Shen Hui thought to himself. He had a lot of money, but it came too quickly, and he hadn't had the chance to enjoy it yet. He still didn't even have a home to live in, and it would indeed be a joke if that got out. As for the novels where people with hundreds of billions run around in suits worth $100, that's just nonsense. If you earn money but don't enjoy it, then what's the point of earning it? If you have no desires, you might as well become a monk early and not be a common person anymore. The saleswoman who received Shen Hui was beautiful and charming. Her looks were indeed impressive. This is Building 2, the best positioned building in our Binhai Garden project. Seeing Shen Hui looking at the most expensive unit in Binhai Garden, the saleswoman immediately introduced it. Building 2 has 47 floors and offers 2 types of layouts. The penthouse you are looking at has a total building area of 1080 square meters, with 8 bedrooms and 8 bathrooms, as well as a 93 square meter outdoor swimming pool and a 126 square meter sky garden, featuring a modern Chinese decoration style. The combination of a garden and a swimming pool on the top floor was indeed eye-opening. Shen Hui remained calm on the surface, but began to have doubts in his heart. It was just a house, not a standalone villa. Yet they had a swimming pool and garden on the 47th floor. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he wouldn't have believed it. They say poverty limits imagination, and it turned out to be true. All right, let's go see the house. Shen Hui interrupted the saleswoman. Listening to more wasn't as good as seeing it in person. Okay, sir, may I verify your funds? The saleswoman immediately stopped her explanation, stating that they could view the property, but first, they needed to verify his financial capability. Such an expensive property wasn't something just anyone could come to see. Without sufficient financial strength, viewing the house would just be a waste of time. Shen Hui was taken aback for a moment, but quickly nodded. He really didn't know that viewing a house required verifying funds. It was naturally not appropriate to argue with the saleswoman about it, lest he be looked down upon for no reason. It was just a matter of verifying funds. As long as he proved he had enough financial capability to buy the house, that would be fine. He created a group chat for those who wanted to vent. 10670111827. Chapter 26. Poverty Limits Imagination. After verifying the funds, the saleswoman immediately took Shen Hui to see the house. Since Binhai Garden opened for sale, although the properties had been selling reasonably well, there were still a few luxury units that had seen many visitors but few buyers, primarily due to price issues. Properties priced over 200 million are not exactly cheap. Even though there are plenty of wealthy individuals who can afford a 200 million house, if such wealthy people wanted to buy a property, they would have likely bought one long ago, and most would choose villas. Would they still be waiting to buy a high-rise apartment now? The saleswoman provided very enthusiastic service. As a token of appreciation for customers, our company has decided to gift a convertible Mercedes worth 1 million yuan to clients who purchase the penthouse. So you can have both a luxury home and a luxury car. Shen Hui was stunned again. He had been surprised twice today. Buying a house actually came with a Mercedes sports car? This was truly eye-opening. The world of the wealthy was something the poor simply couldn't understand. Of course, Shen Hui could now be considered wealthy himself. With more experience, he would naturally become accustomed to it. However, thinking again about the price of the house made it less surprising. In the face of a luxury property priced over 200 million, a mere 1 million for a Mercedes really wasn't much. Who could afford such an expensive house would also not care about a single car. Besides, what does a 1 million Mercedes even count as in terms of luxury cars? The sales office was less than 300 meters from Building 2, just a few minutes walk. And when entering the elevator, they encountered several other groups of house viewers. At first, Shen Hui didn't pay much attention, but later he noticed that one of the viewers looked somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a popular movie star. The reason he hadn't recognized her immediately was mainly that the star was dressed quite discreetly. When she noticed a young man across from her sizing her up, the star young you couldn't help but pull her hat down a bit more, fearing that her enthusiastic fans might act irrationally and cause her trouble. It wasn't until they were in the elevator that the groups finally separated. Binhai Garden has 2 elevators for each unit, with each household having a private elevator. Once inside the elevator, the saleswoman smiled and said, "Our Binhai Garden project is quite impressive, whether in terms of location, property amenities, environment, design, and so on. It is second to none in Shanghai. Most of the property buyers here are wealthy entrepreneurs or movie stars. Living here is definitely a symbol of status and wealth." Yang Yu has purchased a 388 square meter riverside apartment in Building 2 and is likely here today to complete the paperwork. Listening to the saleswoman's bragging about the property, Shen Hui remained expressionless on the surface but internally agreed. However, those big stars really do have money. A property worth tens of millions can be bought just like that. When they reached the top floor, Shen Hui was astonished. He had never imagined that a residential unit could be constructed and decorated so luxuriously. The living room featured panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, providing extraordinary natural light, complemented by crystal chandeliers and spotlights. The lavish decorations were incredibly grand and noble, with every detail from the ceiling, paintings, curtains, and lamps being exquisitely crafted. The mirrored coffee table in the living room was impeccable in both sheen and contour. Living in such a house would truly be an unparalleled enjoyment. After looking around inside and out, Shen Hui became more and more satisfied. "I'll buy it." Shen Hui impulsively made a decision on the spot. "Is there a discount?" Nodding in satisfaction, Shen Hui casually asked, "I'm really sorry." The saleswoman smiled with an apologetic tone. "Sir, this apartment is the best premium listing we have at Binjiang Garden, a brand carefully crafted by our company. And there are no discounts. To enhance the brand, our company has specifically equipped this apartment with furniture and appliances, all from major brands. If you are really interested in purchasing, I can apply to the company to give you 2 parking spaces for free, with both furniture and appliances included for free." Shen Hui understood that this apartment was not easy to sell. If it were really popular, it would have likely been sold already. However, he could tell that the saleswoman was not lying, so he nodded. "What if I pay in full? Is there still no discount?" The saleswoman paused for a moment. "You want to pay in full?" Shen Hui nodded. "Yes, is there a discount? We have encountered a real tycoon." The saleswoman thought to herself. A property worth over 200 million without needing a mortgage was definitely a tycoon among tycoons. There are many billionaires in the Shanghai market, but those who can directly pay 200 million in cash to buy a house are definitely rare. Even if someone has 200 million in cash, they wouldn't spend it on a house. "If you pay in full, the company does have discounts," the saleswoman quickly said. "I will help you apply. And we should be able to give you a discount of 5 million. Shen Hui nodded. "Then let's proceed with the paperwork." The saleswoman became excited immediately. Having dealt with many clients, she had never encountered such a straightforward tycoon before. A house worth over 200 million was being bought outright without a second thought. Making it feel like buying a lollipop, it truly broadened her horizons. "All right, sir, please follow me." Struggling to contain her excitement, the saleswoman quickly led the way. Since there was no need for a mortgage, the paperwork was not complicated. They directly paid in full, signed a contract, inspected the apartment, and then went to the property management to complete the registration and receive the keys. As for the property deed and the included cars, it would probably take a while longer. After buying a few sets of bedding, they could move in immediately. Thankfully, the furniture and appliances were all complimentary. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome for Shen Hui to buy them himself. But thinking about the lack of bedding still gave Shen Hui a headache. Fortunately, the saleswoman was considerate and suggested, "Sir, many businesses are very willing to provide door-to-door service for you. And since your mansion costs over 200 million, I recommend that you let a professional home textile service come to assist you." Shen Hui felt a bit enlightened and nodded. "Then please help me find one." The saleswoman gave him several business cards, all from brand stores. After sending off the saleswoman, Shen Hui randomly picked one to call. Upon hearing that he was buying a riverside luxury apartment at Binjiang Garden with 8 rooms, their enthusiasm immediately heightened. "Sir, since you are buying a new house, I suggest you customize your bedding, if it's convenient for you. I can come over right now to see the decoration style and layout of your house and provide you with a few options to choose from. How does that sound?" Shen Hui was stunned. "Do you really need to come up with a plan just to buy bedding? Okay, I'll wait for you." After hanging up the phone, Shen Hui felt his awareness being refreshed again. Buying bedding was so complicated, and he felt a bit helpless. Fortunately, this store was quite efficient. The next day, they sent over the options. There were 3 plans in total, complete with pictures and quotes. Seeing the quoted prices made Shen Hui's teeth ache. A single quilt cost over 50,000, and a 4-piece set cost over 30,000. Was he really buying a quilt or cash? It wasn't that he thought it was too expensive, but the quote exceeded his expectations. He had thought it would only cost a few thousand at most, but it turned out to be several tens of thousands. All in all, including spares, it exceeded 1 million. When the workers arrived, there were 6 of them, and they took care of everything from making the bed to cleaning the house. It truly felt like they treated the customer as a deity. which finally made Shen Hui feel that spending over $1 million was worth it. After paying with a card, the young woman said he could contact her anytime if there were any issues, and then she left with her team. That afternoon, Shen Hui checked out of the hotel and moved into his new home. It was a rare sunny day, and the greenery in the garden on the terrace seemed particularly lush. If a few flowers bloomed, the scenery would surely be even more beautiful. Shen Hui lay on a lounge chair beside the garden, half closing his eyes and contemplating life. Reflecting on the experiences of the past few months, he suddenly felt as if he were dreaming. Just last year, he was still troubled by a pile of work-related issues. Who would have thought that just half a year later, he would be living in a luxury apartment worth over $200 million in Shanghai? Suddenly, he felt a bit lost. He had the mansion, and money was not an issue, but what should he do? After thinking for a long time, he still had no clue. Shen Hui shook his head, thinking it was better not to dwell on these matters for now. Goals could be determined gradually, and life could be planned slowly. The urgent thing was to quickly find a housekeeper. Otherwise, the house was too large, and cleaning it would be a hassle. He searched online for a housekeeping company and called to inquire about hiring a housekeeper. The staff at the housekeeping company were very enthusiastic and introduced the situation to Shen Hui. Could you please tell me your needs? Our company has housekeepers at the junior, intermediate, senior, and gold level butlers, with different price points and service focuses. You can specify your needs, and I will recommend the appropriate housekeeping staff based on that. Shen Hui was taken aback. There were so many considerations, even for finding a housekeeper. After thinking for a moment, he said, "My house is a bit large, about 1,000 square meters. Mainly, I need someone to clean, as it probably won't be easy. They need to be able to handle the work and also cook. It would be best if they can make various northern-style noodles. I have no requirements for other dishes." Upon hearing that Shen Hui lived in a house over 1,000 square meters, the staff immediately became much more polite. "Your requirements are not many. We have plenty of housekeeping staff that fit this description. Do you have any educational requirements?" Shen Hui was curious. Is there an educational requirement for housekeepers? The man explained, there is an increasing demand for high-quality housekeeping staff in the market. Many college graduates, due to employment pressure, have entered the housekeeping service industry. Our company also has college-educated housekeeping staff, both undergraduates and master's degree holders. If you have educational requirements for the housekeeping staff, we can recommend suitable candidates. His worldview was once again refreshed. Chapter 27 High-Quality Housekeeper. Shen Hui truly couldn't understand. It was not easy to get into college and even obtain a master's degree. Was it really that difficult to find a job? How could these people choose the housekeeping industry? It was a bit disheartening. If his sister, Shen Lu, graduated from college and became a housekeeper, their parents would definitely be furious. After considering for a while, he thought he wanted to practice his spoken English. So he said, "Then I would like someone with a master's degree who is good at spoken English." "All right, I will prepare a few candidates for you. When would you like to come for an interview?" Shen Hui replied, "I'll come by tomorrow." The next day, after completing his morning trading, he went to the housekeeping company to select a housekeeper. The staff had already chosen some candidates, all of whom were young women in their 20s. 4 of them looked quite ordinary, unlikely to get by on looks alone, while one could score an 80 out of 100. With looks that could score 80, she could have relied on her appearance, so why was she here to be a housekeeper? Shen Hui genuinely found it hard to understand. 5 graduate students in housekeeping uniforms stood before him, and Shen Hui felt a bit strange. After thinking for a moment, he said, "My house is quite large, about 1,000 square meters. Cleaning might be a bit tiring, but I live alone, so cleaning every few days is fine. The main thing is cooking. I'm from the north and don't particularly like outside food. I usually need to eat noodles twice a day, so they must know how to make noodles. I have no specific requirements for stir-frying. Anything will do. Also, I plan to practice my spoken English, so the higher the English level, the better. Other than that, I have no special requirements. You can recommend yourselves." The staff from the housekeeping company listened with smiles and did not interrupt. "I would like to serve you." Several female graduate students almost spoke simultaneously, and then they exchanged glances. Shen Hui felt overwhelmed and really didn't know which one to choose. After looking around, he asked, "Is there anyone from Ningxi?" "I'm from Ningxi." A woman who looked like she could score 80 points quickly stepped forward. Shen Hui took a glance and truly doubted whether this woman could do a good job as a nanny. After all, in most people's minds, beautiful women rarely excel at housework. But it wasn't right to question her, so he nodded and said, "Then it's you." Flipping through the information in his hand, he learned that the woman's name was Lin Yuding. She was 26 years old and had already graduated with a master's degree. Looking at her alma mater, he was surprised to find out it was Jiaodong University, but she had no experience as a nanny. Studying administrative management, why would she come to be a nanny? What is wrong with the world? What are your salary expectations? Shen Hui asked, as this was something he had to discuss himself. The housekeeping company only charged a commission. Lin Yuding said, 6,000. Good. Shen Hui had no objections, but he felt a bit puzzled. Is it really that graduate students in the Shanghai market are so undervalued that a master's degree from Jiaotong University only earns 6,000 a month as a nanny? What about undergraduates? Would it be even lower? Can anyone survive on this salary in Shanghai? When getting in the car, Lin Yuding quickly walked a few steps and got into the passenger seat. Shen Hui was taken aback. He was used to sitting in the passenger seat and didn't expect the new nanny to take his spot. But then he remembered the business etiquette he had read before. The passenger seat is where nannies and secretaries sit. The real number one position is behind the driver. It felt a bit unusual. Shen Hui rubbed his chin and had to go around, sitting in the back seat. The car was still the hotel's Benz. Until his own car arrived, he could only use the hotel vehicle. Lin Yuding nodded. Some of my belongings need to be brought over. Lin Yuding nodded but didn't say much. She seemed not to like talking. Shen Hui asked, "Can I ask you a question?" "Sure." Lin Yuding seemed a bit nervous, though he didn't know why she was nervous. Shen Hui said, "Jiaotong University is one of the top 10 universities, and you are a graduate student. It shouldn't be hard to find a job, right? Why did you choose to work in housekeeping?" "I don't mean anything by it, just a bit curious, as it's rare for college graduates to do this." "Well," Shen Hui added, "if it's difficult to answer, just pretend I never asked." Lin Yuding lowered her head and said, "I don't really like dealing with people. Being a nanny doesn't require socializing." Shen Hui was stunned. What kind of reason is that? But looking at Lin Yuding, she didn't seem to be lying. He could only sigh at the wonders of the world. A master's graduate from Jiaotong University chose the nanny profession simply because she didn't like interacting with people. Is there anything stranger than this? Even if she could avoid it now, what about in the future? She would eventually have to face society. She couldn't run away forever, could she? Unless... Shen Hui thought wickedly. Being kept by a wealthy person or marrying a rich man could also mean not having to work. But looking at Lin Yuding's appearance, he felt a bit helpless. Could someone who likes to live in their own world really do a good job as a nanny? But since he had already hired her, he could only wait and see. He called the driver to take Lin Yuding to move, then went upstairs to the pool, changed into swim trunks, and jumped in. After practicing dog paddling for a while without grasping the technique, Shen Hui felt a bit helpless. Swimming is a skill, not something you can just learn whenever you want. After a while of paddling and feeling quite exhausted, he climbed out of the pool, grabbed his phone, and lay on a lounge chair. Shen Hui had a thought and eagerly dialed a number. The first call was to Huang Peipei, "Old classmate, I bought a mansion in Binjiang Garden. Over 1,000 square meters, and it cost more than 200 million. The top floor even has a swimming pool and a garden. Do you and Chen Jiaojiao want to come take a look? Are you crazy?" Shen Hui protested. "I'm telling the truth. Why don't you believe me?" "I believe you, sure." Huang Peipei said and hung up, clearly thinking he was joking. But that was fine. With this groundwork, he could talk about it again later. After pondering for a while with his phone, Shen Hui started sending WeChat messages. "What book are you writing? Let me take a look." The WeChat message was sent to Huang Peipei, wanting to see what novel this old classmate had written. Huang Peipei quickly sent a link back, adding, "Remember to tip and vote." After entering the book title for a search, he quickly found Huang Peipei's book. He looked at the work summary and found it was an urban novel. Shen Hui was quite curious. After all, it was an old classmate's book, and he felt he should take a look regardless of whether it was good or bad. With the protagonist's halo, several fans immediately had their hearts fluttering. What the heck is this? Just boasting a little, and a bunch of brainless women think it's impressive. Is it these fans who are crazy? Or is Huang Peipei the one who's crazy? Maybe I should try boasting one day too. Looking at the word count, it was almost 3 million. Remembering what Huang Peipei said at the class reunion, Shen Hui couldn't help but shake his head, feeling that Huang Peipei seemed to have immersed herself in the novel. No wonder she seemed a bit off. She was completely a version of the main character in the book. As for that protagonist, he was just a simpleton. He clicked on the personal center, recharged, and then tipped. After a brief consideration, he decided not to go too far and just give a Golden Alliance tip. Chapter 28, A New Circle. "Wow, Jiao Jiao, I'm going crazy. I'm going insane." Chen Jiaojiao was typing away when she heard a shout from next door, which startled her so much that the inspiration she had just had disappeared in an instant. Almost exploding with anger, she yelled, "Are you crazy? I'm going crazy. Someone just tipped me a Golden Alliance." Huang Peipei rushed in, her face flushed with excitement. Chen Jiaojiao didn't believe her at all, thinking her friend was just joking around. "Really? Check it out for yourself." Huang Peipei rushed in and showed her the phone. Chen Jiaojiao was stunned and quickly leaned over to look. She saw that on the fan leaderboard, someone had already claimed the Golden Alliance spot. Only then did she realize her friend wasn't lying. And she was immediately shocked. Who is this? So wealthy. Among the authors on Qidian, only a few big names have the Golden Alliance. For them, who were struggling authors making a little over 10,000 a month, it was unheard of to even have a few alliance leaders. The Golden Alliance was a legend they had never even dreamed of, which is why they were so surprised. What a rich person. Huang Peipei nodded repeatedly, her excitement overflowing. The earnings from a Golden Alliance could equal her income for several months. How could she not be excited? The two of them looked for a long time, satisfying their curiosity, and started checking out the details of this wealthy reader who had tipped 10 million Shijian coins with a nickname consisting of a long string of numbers. When they looked at the detailed information, they were both a bit confused. The fan honors were all zeros, with only one Golden Alliance leader. It was obvious this person had never spent money on books before and was tipping for the first time. Otherwise, even if they had casually spent some money, their fan honors wouldn't all be zero. Huang Peipei excitedly said, "No, I have to get to know this wealthy reader. This is my first Golden Alliance. It's clear this reader only spent money on my book, so they must really like it to tip the Golden Alliance. Huang Peipei, can you be a bit more restrained?" Shen Jiaojiao said sourly, "It's just a Golden Alliance. Why are you getting so worked up?" Huang Peipei proudly said, "I can be excited if I want. It's a Golden Alliance. I've been writing for 7 or 8 years, and this is my first time." Shen Jiaojiao pretended to gag, but deep down, she was incredibly envious. The Golden Alliance wasn't just about the money. More importantly, it was a form of recognition and affirmation. For a struggling author, nothing could be more motivating than this. After Shen Hui finished tipping, he closed the Qijian reading app and didn't see Huang Peipei's internal message. After scrolling through Douyin for a while, he realized 2 hours had passed without noticing. As mealtime approached, he felt a bit depressed not knowing who to have lunch with. There are still too few acquaintances in the Shanghai market. After thinking about it, I called Li Guangming. "Hello, Mr. Li. I'm in the Shanghai market. Is that true?" Li Guangming pondered for a moment and said, "All right, where are you? I'll come pick you up. I'm at Binhai Garden." "You really came?" Only then did Li Guangming believe it and asked, "When did you arrive? Did you buy a house at Binhai Garden?" "I just came over the day before yesterday and bought a house. I need a place to stay. Wait for me. I'll be there soon." After Li Guangming hung up, he went downstairs to get the car. Shen Hui thought about it while holding the phone and got up to shower and change clothes. Just after he got dressed, the phone rang again. That was quick. Shen Hui was surprised and answered, "Mr. Li, are you here?" "I'm here, come downstairs." Shen Hui responded and took the elevator down, where he saw a BMW parked downstairs. "Is it you, Shen Hui?" A man in his 30s asked from the driver's side window. "That's me." Shen Hui quickly walked to the front of the car and asked, "Mr. Li?" "That's me." The man smiled and said, "Get in the car." Shen Hui got into the passenger seat, buckled his seatbelt, and observed the man in the driver's seat. Although they had talked several times on the phone, it was the first time he saw the real person and said, "I didn't realize Mr. Li was so young." Shen Hui felt a bit puzzled. Why did he feel like a literary youth? A person from a securities company shouldn't be so artsy, right? They found a restaurant serving Lu cuisine on Century Avenue, and the two ordered several dishes while chatting. Shen Hui asked, "What area does Mr. Li manage in the securities company?" Li Guangming laughed and said, "I just have a title and go through the motions. I don't manage big matters and don't want to deal with small ones. There's no specific work for me. Whenever I feel like quitting, I can just pack up and leave, and no one will care." Shen Hui felt puzzled but thought it was the first meeting, so asking too much might be too forward. After dinner, Li Guangming said, "You don't have anything to do tonight, right? I can introduce you to a few friends." Shen Hui considered it and said, "Sure, let's go." The two left the restaurant, and as Li Guangming drove, he called, "Sanzi." Called to Lu and he Lauer to notify them to gather at Huanghai in a bit. "I'm introducing a friend." "What friend?" Sanzi asked curiously. Li Guangming said, "The impressive person I mentioned last time." Sanzi immediately became interested. "Great. Has that guy come to Shanghai? We were just talking about it during dinner yesterday. Everyone wants to meet this big shot. It's been years since we've seen such an impressive person. Be civilized, he's in my car." Li Guangming jokingly scolded before hanging up. Shen Hui felt uneasy. What kind of person was this? He claimed to be the vice president of a securities company. But why did it sound a bit unreliable? Listening to his phone call, it seemed like he was making friends with some unremarkable individuals. Li Guangming ended the call and smiled, saying, "We all grew up together. We're just used to being casual." Shen Hui then realized they were all second-generation wealthy kids. The place they were heading to was a bit far, and Shen Hui didn't ask where they were going. After more than an hour, it seemed they reached the outskirts of the city. The car stopped at a not-so-prominent building, and it was a bit dark outside. He didn't know where they had arrived. After Li Guangming parked, the two went upstairs. As soon as they entered the lobby, Shen Hui immediately felt a sense of awe, although it looked unremarkable from the outside. Inside was a different world. The first-floor lobby was lavishly decorated, resembling a palace. Two beautiful receptionists greeted them and led them upstairs after asking a few questions. Shen Hui glanced and felt he had gained some insight. The two receptionists, in terms of looks, were not inferior to first-rate movie stars who relied on their beauty. They reached the third floor and entered a separated reception area where 7 or 8 people were sitting on sofas. "The big shot has arrived. Everyone welcome." Upon seeing the two, a smiling chubby man greeted them and applauded, especially 2 women among them, who scanned Shen Hui from head to toe without any modesty, as if they were looking at a rare animal. which made Shen Hui feel a bit pressured. Make yourselves comfortable. Li Guangming invited Shen Hui to sit down and said, "This is Shen Hui. It's his first time meeting everyone, so let us get to know each other. I've heard great things about you. Today, I finally meet the real deal." The chubby man initiated the conversation, clearly very curious about Shen Hui. A young man dressed very fashionably next to him looked at Shen Hui curiously and asked, "Are you the one who turned hundreds of thousands into over 20 billion in less than half a year?" Shen Hui chuckled and said, "I was just lucky. I can't claim to be a big shot." Someone next to him remarked, "This isn't a big shot. Bring Buffett here and see if he has the ability to turn 400,000 into over 20 billion in less than half a year. Such a thing I've only read about in novels. Buffett would only be fit to carry your shoes. Man, you're really impressive." Another person also gave Shen Hui a thumbs up, full of admiration. "All right, everyone, be a little reserved." Li Guangming introduced Shen Hui. "This is Sanzi." "What's your full name again? I forgot." "Damn, Li Guangming, are you doing this on purpose?" Sanzi cursed, looking displeased. Li Guangming thought for a moment and seemed to remember, smiling as he said, "This guy is called Su Minghua, the third in his family, so everyone calls him Sanzi. This is Zhao Fei, that is He Cohen, and the big guy over there is Lu Maojun. The beautiful lady is Zhang Yu, and the other beautiful lady is Li Xiaomei, my cousin. The chubby guy is Wang Ziyang." After introducing everyone, although they weren't very familiar, the second-generation wealthy kids were quite friendly. The two women were more reserved. The one named Zhang Yu seemed a bit aloof and didn't say much. Li Xiaomei smiled and said, "Last year I lost so much in stock trading that I can barely afford makeup. I seek guidance from the big shot." "Haha, I can't." Shen Hui could only be modest and didn't want to argue with a lady. If it were a man, he wouldn't have been so cautious. Lu Maojun quickly said, "Why didn't you say so earlier, Xiaomei? I'll buy it for you." Li Xiaomei retorted angrily, "How can you even say that? The last time you brought me some useless stuff from the US, not only did it have no effect, but it also caused a lot of side effects, making me break out with several pimples. I haven't even asked you for mental distress compensation." Lu Maojun chuckled awkwardly. "Next time I go to the US, I'll definitely demand compensation from that boss." Everyone burst into laughter, having a great time. Li Guangming said, "Since we have nothing planned for tonight, let us arrange some activities." He Kuan asked in surprise, "Aren't you going to work overtime?" Li Guangming replied, "It's not easy to have the big shot here. Why work overtime? Tonight, I'll accompany you guys. Let me call a few people." Sanzi said, and took out his phone to start calling. About half an hour later, 7 or 8 girls arrived, all young, in their early 20s, and incredibly beautiful. Each one could participate in a beauty contest, creating a lively atmosphere. "Ladies, feel free to sit." Sanzi clapped and said, "If you see a brother you like, just sit next to him." The girls were unrestrained, giggling as they found seats. A bunch of troublemakers. Zhang Yu and Li Xiaomei shot a few glares at the group of men and got up to leave. The men didn't care, waiting to see what Sanzi would come up with. "Bro, I'm Ro. A long-haired girl sat next to Shen Hui, wearing a jumpsuit and light makeup. Her looks scoring about 85 points, giving a stunning impression. After sitting down, she leaned close to Shen Hui's ear and whispered, with a faint fragrance wafting into his nostrils. Shen Hui nodded, but didn't he know what to say, unsure what these girls were doing, worried he might embarrass himself by saying the wrong thing. "I have a suggestion," Sanzi said, knocking on the table. "Tonight we happen to have 7 pairs. How about 7 bottles of wine?" Zhao Fei said, "No problem. How do we drink?" He Kuan said, "How about dream fantasy flower? Just right for 2 people in a group, divided into 7 groups. Whoever drinks, it doesn't matter, just finish the losing drinks. However, I have a suggestion. If the gentlemen drink, they should ask the beautiful ladies for help." "What do you want me to do?" The girl sitting next to He Kuan quickly asked, while the other girls also looked at He Kuan. He Kuan smiled and said, "They say that men and women work well together, and drinking without getting drunk. If someone loses, they should ask the sister to hold the drink in her mouth to warm it up before feeding it to me. That way I won't get drunk. What do you think of this idea?" "Brother, you're so bad." The girls protested, all clamoring against He Kuan. The men, however, clapped their hands in agreement. "This suggestion is great, I support it." "I agree too." Although they were all cursing He Kuan in their hearts. Which man would oppose such a suggestion? Shen Hui, being a man, naturally had no reason to object. A girl clapped her hands and said, "Brothers, wait a minute. I have something to say. You are all gentlemen, you can't bully us girls. If the brothers have requests for drinking, we girls should also have requests." "Yes, that is fair." The girls joined in the fun, and the atmosphere instantly became lively. Sanzi asked, "What requests do the sisters have?" The girls said, "How about if we sisters drink a glass of wine? The brothers tell a joke? Deal." Just like that. Everyone had no objections. Telling a joke was easy. Shen Hui initially wanted to object, but seeing that everyone agreed, he felt embarrassed to oppose it and quickly searched for a joke in his mind. Otherwise, if he couldn't come up with a joke later, he would have to drink. And with his alcohol tolerance, he would probably make a fool of himself. Who will be the dealer first? Sanzi asked with the playing cards, knowing that the dealer in Dream Fantasy Flower would definitely suffer. No one wanted to stick their necks out, so they waited for Sanzi to be the dealer first. Seeing an opportunity, Shen Hui said, "I'll go first." The men were stunned, their faces full of surprise. The girls looked at Shen Hui curiously, secretly guessing his drinking capacity. "All right, bro, you're man enough." Sanzi threw the cards over. "Then you go first, I'll go second." Ro leaned over and whispered in Shen Hui's ear, "Brother, if you lose, I'll feed you." Shen Hui's ears tingled. He thought to himself that if he was lucky, he might not have to drink. Sanzi opened the liquor, handing out a bottle to everyone, and the girls poured the wine into the sharing container. Shen Hui quickly shuffled and dealt the cards, giving each person one card first. Then the bottom card. Since the distance was a bit far, everyone helped to pass the cards. 3 cups, 3 cups, 3 cups. As everyone looked at their cards, they all called out 3 cups. No one called for 2 cups, let alone 1 cup. Each person had a mysterious expression, clearly all seasoned veterans. Shen Hui looked at his cards and formed a pair with the bottom card. Then he looked at everyone, finally looking at Hikuin. "You start." "Tractor, drink." Hikuin pretended to be calm, not even raising an eyebrow. The girl sitting next to him smiled, equally composed. "A pair." Ro revealed her cards, smiling at Hikuin without saying a word. Hikuin couldn't keep up the act and asked the girl beside him, "How about you drink 2 and I drink 1?" The girl smiled and said, "Sure, I'll listen to my brother." A girl nearby cheered. "Cece has no problem drinking, but the brother should tell 2 jokes first." "Tell a joke first." The men didn't let Hikuin off the hook either, all joining in the fun. These second-generation guys had nothing serious to do all day, getting drunk and finding ways to have fun, and now that they finally found some entertainment, they wouldn't let Hikuin off so easily. They had to hear a joke. "Stop shouting, telling a joke is not difficult." Hikuin rolled up his sleeves and casually told a joke. The female doctor laughed and said, "It's not 13 super, it's super." The man angrily replied, "Damn, your score is way too far apart. Pervert. Vulgar." The girls blushed upon hearing this and scolded him. The men were a bit displeased. "Damn, I've heard this one. It doesn't count. Change it." "What a problem." Hikuin said, "Who says you can't tell something you've heard before? If it's your turn later, if you tell me something I haven't heard, I'll tell another one. Drink up, sister, quickly drink up, and then brother will tell the second one." The girl smiled and said okay, raised her glass, and drank it down in one go. "Good, so bold." The men applauded, and the atmosphere heated up instantly. Women can drink. And these girls out for fun each have at least a pound in them. When men and women compete in drinking, usually the men end up being the ones who can't hold their liquor. Otherwise, how could there be sayings like Qingdao doesn't he fall, I don't fall. Snowflake doesn't he drift, I don't drift? Continue. There's a second one. Hikuin thought for a moment and told another one. During the story, a lecherous priest unexpectedly placed his hand on the nun's pure white thigh. The nun shyly asked the priest, "Do you remember what it says in the 129th chapter of the Bible?" The priest, upon hearing this, blushed and quickly removed his hand. After returning home, he hurriedly opened the Bible to chapter 129 and saw it written, "Go deeper, and you will find immense pleasure." After reading this, the priest exclaimed, "Oh God, being unfamiliar with the business can be deadly." Ha! The men laughed heartily, while the girls' faces turned red. Drink up, drink up." Hikuin personally poured a glass of wine for the girl, and she drank again. "One more cup." The men started to cheer. There's still 1 cup of wine left. Hikuin looked at the girl and smiled. "The last cup depends on the sister." "Brother, you're so bad." The girl's face was flushed, and it was hard to tell if she was pretending or genuinely shy. She bit her lip, held a glass of wine in her mouth, and under the men's encouragement, closed her eyes and leaned forward. Amidst the enthusiastic applause, Hikuin drank this incredibly fragrant glass of wine. No one knew what Hikuin felt, but just watching made everyone believe it must taste good. "Deal the cards. Quickly deal the cards." The atmosphere was stirred up, and the men became spirited, starting to urge. Shen Hui, however, was not in a hurry and looked at Li Guangming. "You get up too." Li Guangming chuckled, didn't he even look at his cards, and directly started telling a joke. 2 corns got married. The next morning, the male corn woke up to find Popcorn lying beside him and curiously asked, "Where's my wife?" Haha. The men laughed loudly, while the women playfully pouted. Indeed, people cannot be judged by appearances. The ancients were not wrong. The third cup was also like Hikuin's, with the girl feeding Li Guangming a drink. Shen Hui didn't call on anyone else, collected the bottom and previously played cards, and dealt 3 new ones. This time, the cards were big, forming a straight flush. Shen Hui looked at everyone and felt he had the biggest hand, so he went all in. Half the cards went down, and 3 bottles of wine were downed. Mainly, the calls were a bit fierce. Regardless of whether the cards were big or small, the men all called for 3 cups. And as long as their cards were smaller than Shen Hui's, they all had to drink. Shen Hui revealed everyone's hands. And only once when someone had the smallest hand did they self-penalize a cup and re-deal. After all 54 playing cards were dealt, only 1.5 bottles of wine remained. Shen Hui had drunk a single cup, while Ro had one. "Brother, you're amazing." Ro's face was flushed as she leaned close to Shen Hui's ear and said, "Indeed, from start to finish, he hadn't touched a drop." Everyone who had been called up had a smaller hand than his, and the girl who drank the most had nearly a pound, although still sober. Her eyes were already a bit watery. "Damn it, I'm coming." Sanzi was a bit anxious, feeling that letting Shen Hui be the dealer tonight was the biggest strategic mistake, not knowing how this guy was so lucky. Besides a self-penalty cup, he hadn't lost at all. It was truly unbelievable. Chapter 30, The Pond and the Sea. 7 bottles of wine weren't enough, so they added 3 more. Originally, several second-generation guys hardly ever competed in drinking anymore, just drank what they had. But tonight's event was organized by Shen Hui, and since he hadn't drunk at all, everyone was unwilling to let it go. After finishing 7 bottles, Sanzi took 3 more. In the end, Shen Hui also got drunk. When he was in control, it was easy. Whether someone drank or not was all under his control. But when others were in charge, the power was in their hands. If his cards were not as good as theirs, he would have to drink if he lost. Fortunately, he had a helper. Otherwise, he would have embarrassed himself. There was no way around it. His alcohol tolerance was too poor. After the gathering, he was helped by Ro to a suite and fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. How embarrassing. Even when drunk, Shen Hui's memory was still clear. He slept with a beautiful woman all night, but did nothing. If that group of second-generation rich kids found out, he would definitely be laughed at. The key was that he didn't even know when Ro left. They always said alcohol would lead to promiscuity. But what nonsense was that? If even drunk parents didn't know, how could there be any promiscuity? He glanced at the time and found it was almost noon. Just as he was about to get up, his phone rang. It was Li Guangming asking him to get up for lunch. If there was something, he could just call them. No need to be too polite. While driving, Li Guangming said, "Friends are friends because they can help each other." Didn't Mr. Ma say that? Funds need to flow, and relationships need to move. If you can't use me and I can't use you, how can we maintain our connection? Shen Hui thought this was a bit too blunt, but upon careful consideration, he found it made sense. No matter how good friends are, if they can't use each other, their relationship will naturally fade over time. After all, everyone in this world is pursuing their own interests. The value of friendship lies in the fact that they can mutually benefit from each other. Although it is not purely about exploitation, it is also an interaction of self-worth, mixed with some emotional recognition, which distinguishes it from purely profit-driven transactions. When he returned home, the maid Lin Yuding was already officially at work, pushing a floor scrubber. When she saw Shen Hui come in, she hurriedly turned off the machine. Shen Hui said, "Didn't I tell you yesterday? Just clean up a bit every 2 or 3 days. No need to scrub the floor every day. It's such a large area. If you scrub it every day, it's not only troublesome, but also a waste of time. By the way, do you have a driver's license? Can you drive?" Lin Yuding said no. Shen Hui replied, "When you have time, go get a driver's license. It will be more convenient for you to go out and buy things." Lin Yuding murmured a response and quietly asked, "Are you still cooking for lunch?" Shen Hui said, "No, I've already eaten. I'll make some noodle soup in the afternoon." On her first day at work, Lin Yuding was very cautious. The employer was only a few years older than her, seemed easy to talk to, and wasn't he like those older aunts who were picky and hard to please, which she was quite satisfied with. However, there was also something she was not satisfied with, and that was the employer was too young and lived alone. This situation of a single man and woman together inevitably made Lin Yuding worry about what would happen if the employer had bad intentions. In the study, Shen Hui sat in front of the computer and began to study seriously. Recently, he had been spending less time staring at the market all day. He basically made 1 trade each morning, noon, and evening, and after 3 trades a day, he would stop. With the increasing amount of capital, it was impossible to operate fully in super short-term trades, so he had to transfer some of his funds to the stock market. Although the profits were significantly lower, he still earned quite a bit due to leverage. Shen Hui had been studying financial knowledge all along, and recently, in addition to finance, he was also learning English. The first time he felt that the futures market was too small and wanted to switch to a bigger pond, he realized that he really needed to learn English. Not to mention, without understanding English, he couldn't even comprehend some of the English version trading software. After looking at theoretical knowledge for a while, Shen Hui began to study the trading rules for spot gold and foreign exchange. Compared to the foreign exchange market, domestic futures were indeed a small pond. Loaches could live happily in a pond, but when loaches grow into crocodiles, they would feel restricted in a lake. However, when crocodiles grow into whales, they would also feel constrained in a lake. Only in a bigger ocean could they swim freely. For Shen Hui, the spot gold and foreign exchange markets were undoubtedly that vast ocean. Wealth varies, and so do pursuits. When he had several tens of millions, Shen Hui never thought about foreign exchange. But once his wealth exceeded 1 billion, he suddenly felt that it was really boring to catch small fish in the small pond of the domestic futures market. Not only was it unappetizing, but he was also eating his own kind. How could that compare to the thrill of snatching fish from the ocean? After staring at the computer for an hour, his eyes felt a bit sore. Shen Hui got up and went upstairs, soaking in the pool for a while, feeling that life was beautiful. The allure of money comes from people's yearning and pursuit of a beautiful life. When he was earning a few thousand yuan a month, saving and being frugal, Shen Hui had fantasized countless times about how to enjoy life when he became wealthy one day. Now that his dreams had come true, he felt that everything had come too easily. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone rang. It was the sales office calling. Shen Hui was surprised and found out that the car sent by the developer had arrived. That was good news. It was really inconvenient to go out without a car. He got dressed and went downstairs, only to see a sapphire blue sports car parked beside the lawn. A young man in his 20s was standing by the car, looking around. When he saw Shen Hui come out, he quickly approached. "Hello, are you Mr. Shen?" "That's me." Shen Hui pointed at the car and asked, "Is this for the car delivery?" The young man nodded and said, "Please check if there are any issues with the car. If everything is fine, I'll hand it over to you." The license plate had already been put on. What issues could there be? Could he return the car and argue with the developer about getting another one? Not looking. Shen Hui said, "What procedures need to be completed?" The young man quickly took out a folder and pulled out several documents for him to sign. Shen Hui glanced through them. There was nothing wrong, so he signed. After the young man left, he began to circle around the car. This model was not too expensive. He had previously checked, and the bare car price was less than 1 million, but its appearance was quite nice. The gradually widening body from top to bottom outlined the dynamic silhouette of a sports car, perfectly matching Shen Hui's aesthetic. He got in the car and started it, first checking the fuel gauge, and immediately complained. The fuel level was critically low. It probably could only make it to the gas station. How stingy. He opened the navigation, drove out of the community, and onto Binjiang Avenue. He slammed on the gas pedal and felt as if a rocket booster was installed under him, propelled forward by a tremendous force, and the roar of the engine rose sharply. After parking the car in the underground garage, Shen Hui unexpectedly ran into the big star Yang Yu. He was quite curious about celebrities and stopped at the elevator entrance to look at her a few more times. This time, Yang Yu didn't wear a hat to cover her face, but nodded at him before entering the elevator. He heard that the top-floor mansion, over 1,000 square meters, had been sold, and it was said that the owner was very young and had bought it outright without a loan. He didn't expect it would be this person. He had encountered her before while handling paperwork. Watching Yang Yu enter the elevator, Shen Hui turned and stepped in as well. After nodding at her, he changed his shoes and went to the dining room. Lin Yuding had already set the table with food and made 2 dishes. When Shen Hui saw it, he smiled. "Looks great. Meals should be simple. These 2 cold dishes are very good." Lin Yuding didn't know what to say, so she stood by and watched him eat. Shen Hui said, "You sit down and eat with me." Lin Yuding shook her head, feeling it was inappropriate to sit and eat with her employer. Shen Hui wanted to say something but didn't, shaking his head instead. He picked up his chopsticks to eat, feeling quite uncomfortable, as if he were a landlord from feudal times, needing a maid to serve him while eating, which made him feel uneasy all over. Soon, he finished 1 bowl and was about to get up for another. "I'll get it for you." Lin Yuding hurriedly stepped forward. Shen Hui was still a bit unaccustomed to it, but he handed her the bowl. However, he thought to himself, no wonder rich people are getting lazier. They are spoiled by maids like this, having everything done for them. How can they not be lazy? After finishing the meal, Shen Hui didn't go to the study, but sat on the living room sofa waiting for Lin Yuding. He wanted to talk to her, feeling that this maid was a bit too reserved. This not only put pressure on Lin Yuding herself, but also made Shen Hui feel awkward. If it was uncomfortable to return home, then what was the point of having a nanny? Lin Yuding waited for Shen Hui to finish eating before having her meal, and then cleaned up and washed the dishes, busying herself for nearly an hour. When she turned to the living room and saw her employer there, she instinctively wanted to avoid him. "Come here, let's talk." Shen Hui waved his hand, and Lin Yuding had no choice but to muster her courage and walk over to sit down beside him. She felt very anxious, not knowing what her employer wanted to say, her heart racing. After thinking for a moment, Shen Hui slowly asked, "Do you feel pressured at work?" Lin Yuding nodded and whispered, "I'm afraid I won't do well." Shen Hui felt a bit helpless. Was this nanny really that timid? Why did she seem so insecure? Come on, you're a graduate student, worried about not being able to do a nanny's job? What was the point of going to college then? Helpless as he was, he still needed to say something. Shen Hui said, "It's not some high-end job. What's there to worry about? I'm not some young master needing you to serve me. What you need to do is help me share some household chores. The workload isn't that big, and my requirements aren't high. Just keep the house clean and tidy, and prepare a meal when it's time to eat." Lin Yuding nodded but didn't dare to look at him. Shen Hui continued, "From now on, You should eat with me. Otherwise, it feels awkward for me to eat while you stand aside. You're not here just to serve me. If you really don't want to eat with me, there's a small dining room inside. You can eat there. No. Lin Yuding quickly shook her head, not even knowing what she wanted to express. Then let's do it this way. Seeing that it was hard to communicate with her, Shen Hui said, anyway, just do what you need to do in the future. Be more natural and don't worry about my feelings. Otherwise, if you're exhausted, I won't feel comfortable in my own home either. Lin Yuding gently responded with an unsure if she understood. Shen Hui said nothing more and got up to go to the study to call his parents. Chapter 31. The homebody wants a warm man. The house renovations were completed, and his parents had nothing to do, feeling bored and wanting to go out to work. Shen Hui told Shen Liguo, if you really can't stand being idle, just go travel with my mom. Shen Tao still has his annual leave. Let him take Lu Na along to accompany you two to have a look around. Don't think about saving money. I just transferred 5 million to you. If you're really worried, just buy a few more commercial properties to keep. You and my mom will definitely spend money slower than I earn it. Shen Liguo asked, what are you doing in the city? Shen Hui replied, making friends, getting familiar with the city. I haven't figured out what to do yet. But it's very likely I'll settle down here in the future. Recently, I bought a house for over 200 million, so when you have time, you and my mom can come see it. What? 200 million? Shen Liguo was shocked. Where did you get so much money? Shen Hui said, I made it by trading futures, so you can spend with peace of mind, don't think about saving. After chatting a bit more, Shen Liguo hung up the phone. After the call, Shen Hui browsed his phone and remembered the two homebodies, Huang Peipei and Chen Jiaojiao. So he sent a WeChat message to Chen Jiaojiao asking what book she was writing. After a while, Chen Jiaojiao sent him a book title. He searched it on Qijian and was surprised to find it was a fantasy novel. Shen Hui was a bit taken aback. This girl had quite an imagination. Actually writing a fantasy novel. Looking at the data of the work, she had written nearly 3 million words. The clicks and recommendations were average. But her updates were quite diligent, basically 10,000 words a day. No wonder Chen Jiaojiao said she was about to go crazy. Writing that much every day was indeed no small feat. Shen Hui knew how painful it was to write materials. Writing a novel must be even more troublesome. Updating daily with no less than a certain word count. Just thinking about it made his head hurt. He made a donation and gave Chen Jiaojiao a golden alliance. And also gave Huang Peipei one. Chen Jiaojiao only discovered in the early morning that someone had donated to her golden alliance and was immediately thrilled. She rushed into Huang Peipei's bedroom to share this exciting news. After sharing the joy, Huang Peipei also checked her donation status. She was equally excited upon seeing it. It's that rich guy again. Huang Peipei exclaimed. This is only a few days, and he donated millions again. He's really wealthy. Hey Jiaojiao, did you notice that the same rich guy gave you the golden alliance too? Is there a mistake? Of course not. Chen Jiaojiao replied, a bit annoyed. Who said the rich guy can only donate to you? Huang Peipei wondered. I mean, how come this rich guy is donating to both of us? How would I know? Huang Peipei tried not to laugh, but couldn't help it. Just from the 2 donations from the rich guy, we can split 100,000. Although Chen Jiaojiao was envious, she was also happy for her best friend, saying, that Shen Hui guy hasn't shown his face for days. Why don't you make noodles tomorrow and invite him over for dinner? I wonder if he found a job. Huang Peipei said. I'll call him first to see if he has time. Shen Hui definitely had time. He had no friends in the city. Those second-generation rich kids could only be considered half-friends. The reason they wanted to befriend him was because of his exceptional talent, hoping to cooperate for mutual benefit. The only real friend he had was Huang Peipei, an old classmate from middle school. Huang Peipei and Chen Jiaojiao had no idea he was worth billions. They were simply willing to spend 3 days with him because they were old classmates, and Shen Hui appreciated this. He even recognized Chen Jiaojiao as a friend. Since she thought of him and invited him for dinner, he naturally couldn't say he didn't have time. He'll come over tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Huang Peipei said, I'll cook tomorrow. You just take care of the dishes. Chen Jiaojiao asked, what is Shen Hui up to? Has he rented a place? Huang Peipei replied, I don't know, I didn't ask. Huang Peipei continued, I haven't thought about it. I think writing is pretty good. Working is exhausting. Chen Jiaojiao said, it's good. But the social circle is too small. I basically don't keep in touch with male classmates from college anymore, and there are too many scumbags online. I can't even find a man to lean on. Sometimes when I think of men, I want to go to a bar and meet someone by chance. Huang Peipei said impatiently, can you not be so flirty? Chen Jiaojiao replied, I have to be flirty. I'm not asexual and have normal needs, okay? Don't tell me you've never thought about men. Hee, what do you think of Shen Hui? Should you two develop something? Is that even a thing? Chen Jiaojiao was curious and quickly asked for the details. Huang Peipei briefly explained the situation, as there was nothing she couldn't share with her best friend. Chen Jiaojiao laughed out loud, saying, I think that guy seems okay. He shouldn't be that kind of scumbag. The only drawback is that he has been divorced. But otherwise, I think you two can develop something. Huang Peipei said with a frown, Being divorced isn't a hard flaw. I don't care about that as long as he doesn't make me a stepmother. The main issue is that we knew each other too early and never thought about it in that way. Chen Jiao grinned, saying, if you don't make a move, I might. Huang Peipei nonchalantly said, go ahead. Do you want me to move out to give you space? Hurry, then you move out tomorrow. All right, Chen Jiao. You're a person who wants a man and doesn't want a best friend. With nothing much to do, she decided to check in and also needed to buy another car. Just as she parked the car, she saw a group of people walking over. And the first one among them was none other than Sanzi, surrounded by others, making quite the scene. A little brother even ran over to open the car door for him. As soon as Shen Hui got out of the car, Sanzi noticed him and was taken aback. What are you doing here? Sanzi didn't get in the car, but walked around to approach. His group of followers was also surprised and quickly followed, standing behind him. Shen Hui replied, just came to check out cars. I'm planning to buy a bigger one. This car isn't practical, it can't fit many people. Sanzi glanced at his car and said, this car is only good for the nanny to buy groceries. It's a bit lacking if you drive it. Shen Hui replied, it was a gift from the developer when I bought my house. After saying that, he opened the passenger door and climbed in. Shen Hui had no choice but to get back in the car. A Rolls-Royce quickly sped ahead, leading the way. Shen Hui followed and asked Sanzi, what does Brother San do? Sanzi replied, I just flip a few cars to make some pocket money. After working hard for a year, I barely make as much as you do in a day in the futures market. That's why I say that those in real business will never be as good as those in finance. Nowadays, doing real business is just working for those in finance. Shen Hui smiled and said, if Brother Sin really wants to make money, isn't it simple? Sanzi complained, what are you thinking? You still think it's 20 years ago? 20 years ago, it was indeed easy for people like us to make some pocket money. We could flip anything and make a fortune. Now the times have changed. We are not much better than street rats. Whatever we do is under a microscope. Sensitive industries can't be touched, afraid of accidentally becoming online scams. And we can't even play in high-tech industries. We can only do what others have left behind and earn a few hard-earned bucks. Shen Hui didn't know how to respond. So he asked, Brother San, do you trade stocks? Sanzi said, I used to play a bit occasionally, but now it's too tightly regulated. It's hard to make money without some insider information, so I play less. The market has been bad these past 2 years. Even institutions find it hard to profit. Who can treat the financial market like an ATM like you? After more than an hour of driving, they followed the Rolls-Royce to a large garage. The two got out of the car, and staff members were already there, bustling around. Sanzi led Shen Hui inside, saying, all the cars here have just cleared customs, and none are under 3 million. If you're going to have a driver, I recommend the Rolls-Royce Phantom series and Bentley Mulsanne series. If you're driving yourself, I think the Continental is pretty good. Let's take a look. Shen Hui hadn't decided what car to buy yet. He needed to see them first. There were too many cars in the garage, probably over 100. At a glance, the vast garage was filled with cars, all top luxury vehicles worth millions. And the few Mercedes and BMWs were not cheaper than Ferraris. There were no $100,000 Mercedes or BMWs at all. After looking around, Shen Hui immediately spotted a car. It was the newly arrived Continental. Sanzi introduced, this generation of the Continental is indeed well made. It's relatively young, but not ostentatious. It's quite suitable for you to drive. It's more practical than those toy cars from Ferrari, and it won't be a problem for picking up girls. It's much better than that cheap gift from the developer. I'll take this car. The Continental was indeed a good car. Shen Hui had never paid attention to it before, but he fell in love with it at first sight. If the previous car was a delicate beauty, then the Continental was a royal princess, unmatched in both presence and looks. Moreover, the Continental is a 4-seater, which is enough for carrying passengers. Sanzi didn't mention anything about money, generously giving it as a gift. Shen Hui didn't want to take advantage of him. He understood that one should not bite the hand that feeds. Besides, he wasn't short on money, but since Sanzi insisted on giving it, he had no choice but to accept this generous gift. It was the first time he received such a heavy gift in his life. Shen Hui was pondering how to repay this favor in the future. After leaving the garage, Sanzi sent the driver away and drove to the city. Just in time for lunch, they casually found a restaurant for a meal. After getting back to the car, Sanzi opened the navigation and instructed Shen Hui to drive to a destination. Shen Hui asked, where are we going? Sanzi said mysteriously, you'll know when you get there. You definitely won't regret it. Upon hearing this, Shen Hui knew it was probably not a good place. Chapter 32. New Play. At first, seeing Sanzi's mysterious demeanor, Shen Hui thought they were going to some unsavory place, but upon arrival, he realized it was a CF. The DCOR was quite special, with dim lighting and soft warm tones. The seating was all separated by partitions into private booths, with only 2 seats, making it necessary to get close to see the people. Sanzi said, notice anything? Those sitting here are either a man and a woman or just women. Men can sit, but only with the women's consent. Go find someone you like and chat. I don't need to teach you what to do next. Wow, there is such a place? Shen Hui was a bit stunned. He really admired the playfulness of these second-generation rich kids. After saying that, Sanzi walked away, off to hunt for women. Shen Hui looked around. The environment was very quiet, with men walking around, all dressed neatly, appearing to be respectable people. If one didn't know better, they might think they were here for coffee meetings. As for women, he couldn't see any. After walking a few steps, he quickly spotted an empty seat. Shen Hui turned around and was surprised to find that the women coming here were of exceptionally high quality. They had looks and charm. But most seemed to be married women, giving their husbands colorful hats. Is that really okay? He thought. What would happen if a couple met here? Shen Hui maliciously imagined it. Lacking experience, he quietly observed. After a round, he saw a man in his 40s at a booth, leaning down to say something, seemingly communicating with the woman sitting there, but evidently being rejected. He didn't say much and left gracefully. Inside was a woman under 30, very attractive, exuding a mature charm. Shen Hui had noticed her earlier and wanted to approach, but fearing rejection, he hesitated. He watched as at least 3 men were turned away, and he felt a bit nervous. It was clear that this woman had high standards. He approached to take a look, and the lady was elegantly sipping her coffee. Just as Shen Hui was about to back off due to lack of confidence, the lady turned and looked at him. Would the young man like to sit for a while? The lady had noticed him while he was wandering around, scrutinized him for a moment, and suddenly smiled. Sure. Shen Hui was momentarily taken aback, feeling flattered, and quickly sat down. The lady smiled and asked, what would you like to drink? Anything. I'm fine with anything. Shen Hui replied, ordering a cappuccino, which the waiter quickly brought over. The lady looked at him a few times and asked, is this your first time here? Shen Hui honestly nodded, it really is my first time. The lady smiled and said, I've been reading Shakespeare's memory lately. Some say Borges' works lack the Latin American essence. For example, South African writer and 2003 Nobel Prize winner J.M. Coetzee once said that the British flavor is part of Borges' self-creation, while the Jewish flavor is another part. What do you think? Shen Hui was dumbfounded. Who was Borges? How embarrassing. Why did it feel like their thoughts were on different wavelengths? Shen Hui wanted to flee in embarrassment, feeling like a culturally ignorant bumpkin compared to her, unable to even understand the topic they were discussing. How could he continue the conversation? He could only awkwardly say, I rarely read foreign literature. The lady smiled and asked, what do you do, young man? Shen Hui replied, I work in finance. The lady had no particular reaction. There were many financial workers in the Shanghai market, which was not surprising. However, this young man, despite appearing inexperienced and having poor flirting skills, was still somewhat pleasant to look at, so chatting with him was fine. After discussing stocks for a while, Shen Hui finally adapted to the atmosphere and took the initiative. Miss, are you 20? 20? The lady chuckled, I'm already 30. Shen Hui exaggerated, impossible. I think you look at most 20. Knowing he was joking, the lady still found it very amusing. After chatting for a while, Shen Hui asked, shall we change places? The lady nodded, sure, but young man, you mustn't get any funny ideas. Shen Hui nodded, and the lady handed him a BMW car key. Shen Hui was taken aback for a moment, unsure how to explain that he had also driven. Following the young woman, he arrived at a red BMW 3 Series, started the car, and drove out of the parking lot. Noticing the woman looking out the window without mentioning their destination, he opened the navigation app on his phone, entering the Hyatt on the Bund as the destination. The night was enchanting, but it couldn't be detailed. The woman did not stay overnight at the hotel and left before midnight. The next morning, Sanzi called to ask, how was last night? Pretty blissful, right? Shen Hui laughed and replied, pretty good. I learned a lot from Brother San. Haha. Sanzi laughed. We brothers may not have other skills, but we love to have fun. This is just the beginning. There are plenty more amusements to come. I'll slowly show you the ropes. There's a cocktail party tonight, and the organizer has invited several first-tier celebrities. Come with me. Shen Hui agreed and chatted a bit before hanging up the phone. Just as he was marveling at the beauty of life, another call came in. Looking at the caller ID, Shen Hui was somewhat surprised to see it was Zeng Chong calling. Ever since he left his job, this guy had rarely called him. He picked up and asked, it's rare to hear from you. What made you think of calling me? Zeng Chong replied, tomorrow, I'm going to Shanghai with the director. And since I know you're in Shanghai, let's meet up. Shen Hui said, sure, send me your flight details, and I'll pick you up. Zeng Chong responded, no need to trouble yourself. We can just take the subway. Shen Hui asked, what are you coming over for? Zeng Chong said, there's a debt dispute to look into, and the director and I are going over to check it out. Shen Hui didn't ask further, got the flight information, and hung up. After having lunch and taking a short nap, he was getting ready to head out when Sanzi arranged for 2 cars to be delivered. The license plates and everything were taken care of, so he didn't have to worry about it. The efficiency was impressively high. Everything was settled in half a day. After sending off the 2 subordinates who delivered the cars, Shen Hui drove out in a Continental. Following the navigation, he arrived at the hotel. As he entered the parking lot, he encountered a BMW, It looked somewhat familiar. After taking a closer look, he realized it was Yang Yu's car. He thought to himself how coincidental it was to run into her, not only in the community, but also outside. He followed the BMW into the garage, took a turn, and saw the BMW find a parking spot. There was another spot next to it, so Shen Hui quickly backed into it. Yang Yu had already noticed the Continental following behind her. Seeing it parked next to hers, she waited a moment after parking to avoid scratching her door. Once the Continental was parked, she got out, and as she did, she saw Shen Hui coming out of the Continental. It's him again. Yang Yu was a bit surprised, thinking how life is full of unexpected encounters. Just 2 days ago, they had met in the garage, and now he had switched to a Continental. What a wealthy person, Yang Yu thought to herself as she prepared to leave. Yang Yu. Shen Hui called out as he approached. Yang Yu had no choice but to stop and nodded hello. Shen Hui said, we live in the same building. So we're neighbors. Let us get to know each other. I'm Shen Hui. Yang Yu shook his hand and said, I'm going to the 28th floor for a cocktail party. Let us chat another time. Shen Hui replied, what a coincidence. I'm also going to the 28th floor. Let us go together. Yang Yu wasn't too surprised and walked with him towards the elevator. However, upon reaching the elevator, they found it quite crowded. She quickly pulled her hat down to cover most of her face, put on a mask, and didn't dare to speak to Shen Hui. Even though a few people in the elevator were still staring at her, the elevator quickly filled up and began to ascend. It stopped several times, with some people getting off and others getting on, remaining packed. Upon reaching the 28th floor, the crowd parted, and 7 or 8 people followed the waiter to a banquet hall. From a distance, Shen Hui spotted Sanzi waiting at the entrance and hurried over. Sanzi said, finally, we've been waiting for you. Let us go. Watching Shen Hui follow Sanzi inside, Yang Yu was greatly surprised. How does this guy know Su Minghua, the second-generation heir? Could he also be one? But he didn't seem like it. Second-generation heirs usually have a certain quality, and he didn't exhibit that quality at all. With her mind full of questions, Yang Yu also entered the banquet hall. The banquet hall was spacious, covering several hundred square meters, with a few private meeting areas around. Under the dim lights, well-dressed gentlemen were holding drinks, mingling in small groups. Shen Hui followed Sanzi to a lounge area in the west corner, where a few people were already seated on the sofa. 2 of them were familiar faces, while 3 were strangers. Sanzi introduced them as fellow second-generation heirs, and then introduced Shen Hui. The big shot has arrived. Several second-generation heirs clearly recognized Shen Hui, and one exaggeratedly said, I've heard of you for a long time. Finally, I see you in person. Shen Hui smiled, exchanged pleasantries, and then sat down. Sanzi said, the people here fall into 2 categories, investors and those looking for money. Fund companies need to make money with their clients' funds, while those with money want to increase their wealth, so they gather together. Shen Hui asked, what kind of businesses do fund companies generally have? Sanzi replied with a smile. That varies. Some fund companies focus on financial markets, trading futures and stocks, and do some bonds and financing as well. Others focus on venture capital. In short, their operations are very broad. Shen Hui further inquired, is investing in fund companies secure? A second-generation heir chimed in. Even God wouldn't guarantee that I won't step in dog poop when I go out tomorrow. How can a fund company that only cares about money guarantee anything to clients? Some fund companies are specifically set up to scam clients, but of course, they would never admit it. Sanzi added, domestic fund companies are just like that, especially in the past 2 years when the market has been particularly poor. Many fund companies haven't made any money after deducting operating costs and various fees. Shen Hui asked, then is there anyone willing to invest in fund companies? Another second-generation heir chuckled, when people have spare cash, they naturally want to find ways to increase it. That's the demand, and where there's demand, there's a market. Not all fund companies take scamming clients as their main business. At least they wouldn't dare to scam our money. Shen Hui nodded. And after chatting for a while, several more second-generation heirs arrived. Some were familiar faces, while others were strangers. Li Guangming also came. And the group of second-generation heirs chatted about various gossip and secrets inaccessible to ordinary people. Occasionally, someone would come over with a drink to chat for a bit, including fund managers and investors. After listening for a while, Shen Hui asked, who can meet Mr. Ma? If there's a chance, I'd like to broaden my horizons. The second-generation heirs shook their heads in unison. That's a true big shot. It's not easy for us to even meet him. Li Guangming laughed. There are levels among businessmen. Don't think those CEOs smile at us because they're doing well. It's because they're not. But when a businessman reaches Mr. Ma's level, it's hard for us to even catch a glimpse of him. Shen Hui nodded. Mr. Ma was indeed a big shot, and it was difficult to meet him casually. Sanzi said with a smile, there are quite a few investors here today. If you need funds, you can chat with them. Shen Hui smiled and said, right now, I'm troubled by having too much money. This wasn't him showing off. He was genuinely worried about having too much money. The amount of capital was growing, and he couldn't make quick trades anymore. To him, it was actually a form of inefficiency. and there weren't any good investment projects. A portion of the funds had to just sit in his account, and he was even considering whether to buy a building and become a landlord. Why don't you do long-term investing? Li Guangming asked, as he could see Shen Hui's trading history. It's not interesting. Shen Hui replied, rather than doing long-term, I might as well buy a building. Li Guangming laughed. That's true. Given your profit margin from short-term trading, long-term investing indeed doesn't make sense. However, the forex market has a larger capacity. Have you considered trying it out? Shen Hui made a face and said, I can't understand the terms. I'm currently working hard to learn English. The group of second-generation heirs exchanged looks, a bit taken aback. This topic ends here, and the second-generation wealthy didn't delve deeper. Some things can't be rushed. At this moment, 7 or 8 stars came over with wine glasses, one of whom was a big name, the kind at the very top of the entertainment industry, and seemed quite familiar with a few second-generation wealthy individuals. Li Guangming invited them to sit down and chat. Shen Hui also got familiar with a few stars. But since he wasn't close to them, it was hard to have a deep conversation. He had met Yang Yu a few times, so they chatted a bit more. Yang Yu asked him, what industry are you in? Shen Hui didn't want to say he was unemployed, so he pointed at the 3 sons. I'm just hanging out with them. Yang Yu looked at him suspiciously, thinking to himself, how can someone who just hangs out afford a more than 200 million mansion in Binjiang Garden? I don't believe you. Yang Yu was even more puzzled. How could someone worth billions have so few star friends? But despite his confusion, he said, that's good, let's sit together sometime. Shen Hui asked, how's the return on your investment products? Yang Yu replied, SOSO, just a bit better than putting it in the bank, and I don't have much spare cash. Just a few million. I still have a loan on the house in Binjiang Garden. Unlike you rich guys who can afford a house worth over 200 million without a loan. Shen Hui smiled and said, sing a song for me, and I'll recommend a few stocks to you. Brother, can I call you brother? I'll sing for you too. The chubby Wang Zuyang immediately came over, his round face reminiscent of Mithriya, grinning as he said, please guide me, great God, recommend a few stocks for me too. I'm so broke lately that I can barely afford to fill up my yacht. Yang Yu looked astonished, a bit confused about the situation. Shen Hui felt both helpless and somewhat surprised. The chubby guy wasn't really asking him for stock recommendations. Even if he had that intention, he wouldn't say it in such a setting. This was just giving him face and a boost. Although Shen Hui was only joking with Yang Yu, the boost came at just the right time. Regardless of the effect, at least Shen Hui developed a good impression of the chubby guy. Everyone turned to Shen Hui, and Yang Yu asked in surprise, are you in private equity? Shen Hui shook his head, no? The chubby guy said meaningfully, this is a great god. If you can capture him, you won't need to mix in the entertainment industry anymore. Yang Yu asked in confusion, I hope Mr. Wang can offer some guidance. The chubby guy smiled and said, I can't just give random advice. Next time, you invite the great god out for a private session. Yang Yu chuckled, not continuing on this topic, thinking that none of these second-generation wealthy were reliable. After adding each other on WeChat, Yang Yu left with a few stars. After the event ended, Shen Hui followed a group of second-generation wealthy individuals to a villa in the suburbs for a meal that supposedly cost a lot. He felt it was just okay. The long drive didn't feel worth it. But the group of second-generation wealthy seemed to think they had eaten something extraordinary and exclaimed it was worth it. Shen Hui could only sigh, realizing he truly wasn't on the same wavelength. In terms of wealth, he wasn't inferior to these second-generation wealthy individuals. However, in terms of lifestyle, he was quite different from them. Traveling all the way to the suburbs for a meal seemed unworthy to him, but for these second-generation wealthy, being able to enjoy a meal they hadn't tried before made it worthwhile. After eating some game, a few people left, and the remaining ones gathered around a card table. By midnight, no one wanted to play with Shen Hui anymore. Who would want to study with a prince who only wins and never loses? It wasn't about losing money, but the fact that he only lost and never won was somewhat painful. When it was time to leave, Li Guangming said to Shen Hui, you should buy a villa too. Although Binjiang Garden is nice, there aren't many truly wealthy people living there. This place is better. It's comfortable to live in and not so noisy. Shen Hui replied, I've been thinking about that lately. Do you have any good properties to recommend? Li Guangming said, Zhao Fei knows the market well. Let him help you look. Zhao Fei said, come over tomorrow, and I'll take you to see. Shen Hui said, how about the day after tomorrow? I have a former colleague coming to Shanghai tomorrow, and I need to entertain him. The 3 sons asked, if you need support, just let us know. It's an age-old truth that one cannot thrive alone. How to choose partners becomes all the more important. But at least the initiative was in Shen Hui's hands, allowing him to choose calmly. Although these second-generation wealthy individuals never mentioned it, Shen Hui had a clear understanding in his heart. The next day, Shen Hui arrived at the airport right on time to pick someone up. Zheng Chang and Zhou Mingyuan took the earliest flight, arriving in Shanghai around 11 o'clock. Shen Hui arrived at the airport 10 minutes early, waited 20 minutes before receiving a call from Zheng Chang, then went to the exit and waited another 10 minutes before Zheng Chang and Zhou Mingyuan finally emerged from the terminal. After shaking hands, Zhou Mingyuan looked Shen Hui up and down and joked, "It's been a few months, and you've changed a lot. The water and soil in Shanghai must be good. Look at you, glowing red. You must be about to become a chairman." Shen Hui laughed. The water and soil in Shanghai are indeed good. He didn't intentionally downplay or boast. He just let the two take their time to appreciate. After catching up a bit, Shen Hui led them to the parking lot. When Shen Hui opened the door for them to get in the car, they were indeed a bit stunned. "Bro, you've made it big." Zhou Mingyuan got in the car, still unable to believe it. It had only been a few months, and this guy was already driving a Bentley. Shen Hui laughed and said, "I've been doing okay, but it's still a bit difficult to have a meal with Mr. Ma. You're going to the top." Zhou Mingyuan looked at the car's interior and asked, "This car must be worth a few million, right?" Shen Hui replied, "A friend gave it to me. I'm not too clear on the exact price." "A friend gave it to you?" Zhou Mingyuan and Zeng Chang were a bit bewildered. What kind of friend can give away such a car without going to a hotel? Shen Hui drove directly to Binjiang Garden. If they were just ordinary colleagues, it would have been enough to book a room at a hotel and treat them to a meal. But since Zhou Mingyuan and Zeng Chang were relatively good friends, they naturally stayed at his home. Friends made in tough times should still be maintained somewhat. After parking the car in the garage, the three got out one after another. Shen Hui pointed to the nearby Mercedes and Bentley Mulsanne and said, "These two cars are also mine. If you need a car while you're in Shanghai, feel free to take them. Let us go upstairs first. I won't be hosting a formal welcome lunch for you today. We'll just eat something casually at home. After that, I'll take you two to Dui Shui Lake to see the scenery, and in the evening, I'll properly host you with drinks. You must drink a little more then." The two exchanged looks, feeling their brains weren't enough to process this. Once they went upstairs and entered the house, they were completely shocked. Although Zhou Mingyuan was a senior executive at a state-owned enterprise, with an annual salary of only around 30, he had never seen the luxurious lifestyle of the wealthy in Shanghai. Upon seeing Shen Hui's mansion, he couldn't help but feel like an outsider entering a grand garden. Feeling inexplicably constrained, Lin Yuding had already been instructed and new guests were coming, so she had prepared lunch. When she heard the doorbell, she rushed out and, upon seeing them, quickly asked, "Are we eating now?" Shen Hui replied, "Just wash your face, and we'll eat." Lin Yuding agreed and hurried off to prepare. Zeng Chang laughed and said, "Your girlfriend is quite beautiful." Shen Hui laughed and said, "Don't talk nonsense. She is my housekeeper." Zeng Chang was taken aback, not quite understanding. Zhou Mingyuan, however, knew more and smiled, saying, "Your housekeeper is even more beautiful than many stars." Only then did Zeng Chang realize, feeling completely overwhelmed. Even the housekeeper he hired was so beautiful, and she seemed educated as well. He truly felt his imagination was limited by poverty. The life of the wealthy was beyond comprehension. After putting down their gifts and washing their faces, Shen Hui took the two to the dining room for lunch. The lunch was quite simple, just noodles with a few stir-fried dishes. Zhou Mingyuan and Zeng Chang felt very warm. The food wasn't the main point. Nowadays, who cares about what they eat? What mattered was eating at home, which showed that their friendship from the past still remained, and that was heartwarming. Otherwise, they could have just found a hotel to have a meal without needing to come home. After eating, at the request of the two, Shen Hui took them to tour his mansion. Upon seeing the rooftop garden and swimming pool, both felt like country bumpkins entering the city. Zhou Mingyuan asked, "How much did you buy this house for?" Shen Hui smiled and said, "Over 200 million. Actually, it's just for the rarity. The cost-performance ratio isn't high." Zhou Mingyuan said, "Then why don't you buy a villa?" Shen Hui replied, "I have that idea too, planning to invite a friend to take a look tomorrow." The two fell silent again, thinking, "Damn, is there no way to live?" After looking at a few houses, Shen Hui took the two downstairs and drove to Disui Lake, where they enjoyed a yacht ride on Wang Ziyang's boat for over 2 hours. After having their fill of fun, he arranged dinner to welcome the two. Dinner was set at a private gathering place, where Shen Hui invited two second-generation rich kids to join them. The second-generation kids also called a few girls, one for each of them. Zhou Mingyuan and Zeng Chang had never seen anything like this. They were already dizzy before even drinking. Chapter 34, Dividing the Cake. Shanghai is a very charming city, but it can also be a city of despair. Too many people are suffocated by life in Shanghai, yet they must keep going. Many young people come to their dream big city with aspirations, and in their family's eyes, our son has succeeded. He has gone to the big city to work and make money. However, even though the salaries here are several times higher than before, the cost of living in Shanghai is equally high. It's not just high, it's extraordinarily high. A monthly salary of over 10,000 can barely cover basic living expenses. And that is not an exaggeration. That's why people say it's hard to support oneself in Shanghai. Shen Hui had been in Shanghai for too short a time. No matter how much he heard, he hadn't experienced the struggles of working hard in Shanghai. So when he encountered a young girl on the street asking him for money, he was very surprised. He had seen many beggars, but they were just beggars. This girl was neatly dressed, had an acceptable appearance, and looked pitiful. Claiming she had come to Shanghai looking for work, but hadn't found any after several days and had run out of money, unable even to afford a meal. It sounded quite tragic. Shen Hui didn't think much of it, just felt that Shanghai really isn't a place for the poor. So he gave the girl 500 yuan. On the way home, he felt something was off, and it wasn't until he got upstairs that he suddenly realized. She had no money for food. Where would she stay at night? Damn it, he had encountered a scammer. Shen Hui shook his head, thinking that scammers have become more and more creative these days. It's not rare to see someone selling their misery for sympathy. But encountering someone who looked clean and neat while doing so was a first, making it really hard to guard against. In the afternoon, he saw an article online written by a securities worker about the hardships of being in the industry for 10 years, and he felt he gained some insight. In Shen Hui's impression, finance was a high-end industry. Those in securities were basically synonymous with white-collar elites. But after reading the heart-wrenching account of this securities company client manager, he learned that there's a term called financial farmers. It was indeed quite miserable. Worse than construction workers. What struck him even more was the kind of despair that comes from not seeing a future. By the end of April, life was good. But Shen Hui always felt something was missing. After a month in Shanghai, he had met quite a few people, including second-generation rich kids, entertainment stars, and business elites. He had experienced a lavish lifestyle with a group of second-generation kids, but he always felt that this kind of life was no different from just waiting to die. If a person has no aspirations, they are no different from a salted fish. One day, while having dinner with Li Guangming, Li told him some news. I got a piece of information. Someone has been following your operations in the stock and futures markets, and some institutions have recently set their sights on you. The sudden reversal of rebar prices yesterday was the work of those institutions. Did you notice something and run away early? Shen Hui was taken aback. Recently, he had indeed felt something was off. He always had a slight sense of crisis every time he opened a position. So he had to lower the proportion of his positions and shifted some funds to the stock market, trading weekly and spreading his investments across 50 stocks. The funds he used in the futures market were less than 1 billion yuan and spread across several varieties. Especially yesterday, when he was going long. He suddenly felt something was wrong during the trading session and quickly liquidated his positions for cash. So he was being targeted. Shen Hui asked, did someone get hold of my trading records? Li Guangming nodded. You should understand, there's no wall that doesn't let the wind through. If a situation carries too much risk, perhaps no one would dare to take the gamble. But if there's huge profit, it's different. Didn't Mark say in Das Kapital that once profits exceed 50, it will encourage active risk-taking? 100 profit can make people disregard all laws. When profits exceed 300, people want to fear crime or execution. Your profits in the stock and futures markets are far beyond 300. Shen Hui didn't speak. If Li Guangming could see his trading records, others could too. He didn't doubt Li Guangming. If Li Guangming had that intention, he wouldn't have sought him out. What do you suggest? Shen Hui asked, but he already had a decision in mind. Li Guangming said, go to the international market. The international market is more suitable for you, and it should be operated as a company. Going solo can never compare to a team. Even if your operational skills are strong, external risks can never be avoided. At least safety is a major issue that cannot be overlooked. Only by establishing a company can this problem be solved. Shen Hui replied, even if we establish a company, it may not necessarily be safe. Li Guangming said, but it can minimize the risks associated with safety. Regarding forming a company, what good suggestions do you have? Shen Hui had long thought about starting a company, but establishing one is not as simple as just talking. Going solo is hard to sustain, and choosing partners is very important. Which is also why he was willing to cooperate with these second-generation kids. Li Guangming said, I suggest you register an offshore company. This has 3 benefits. First, if you plan to engage in the international market, offshore companies are more convenient for trading, with fewer restrictions, and investment is much more flexible than in the domestic market. The second benefit is tax avoidance. There's no need to elaborate on that. The third benefit is that you can spread your eggs across different baskets. Shen Hui didn't know much about these things and said, recommend someone capable to me. Li Guangming said, all right, I'll help you find someone to handle administration. There are many things to do during the initial phase of the company, and having someone in administration should be quite helpful. You won't need to run around for trivial matters like company registration and office leasing. Shen Hui nodded, let us do it this way. Let's have a meal another day and discuss this matter. Li Guangming asked, how much do you plan to invest? That was the question he had been waiting for. Li Guangming perked up and asked, do you have a specific plan? Shen Hui said, you all discuss that. I just have one requirement. No shady deals. Shen Hui thought for a moment and said, everyone makes money together. I don't want to get involved in any institutional matters. I want to refuse anyone who wants to get on board, so I'll retain 60 of the controlling stake. And the remaining 20 will be distributed later based on the situation. I hope the company can remain neutral after its establishment, allowing everyone to earn some money to spend rather than becoming a tool for some people to exploit. I understand. Li Guangming also expressed his stance. It's good to get the ugly words out in advance. I think no one will have any objections. We are all people who have been eliminated on that road. You will be in charge of the specific operations. We don't have that capability and want to interfere with the management. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten on your boat. At most, we will share some pocket money at the end of the year. Shen Hui laughed and said, then you all discuss and prepare the money as soon as possible. Cash investment is no problem, right? Li Guangming said, don't worry, it will definitely be real money, and we want to pass off a pile of junk as substitutes. Only 20 equity? Isn't that too little? One second-generation kid felt a bit dissatisfied upon hearing that so many people would share 20 equity. With so many wolves and so little meat, how could 20 equity be enough for everyone? Li Guangming asked, then how much do you think is appropriate? The second-generation kid said, you should at least give up 40. Li Guangming lit a cigarette and said, how about you go talk to Shen Hui? The second-generation kid rubbed his head, feeling a bit lacking in confidence. Another said, 20% is fine. A broken boat is picked by people. And a good boat picks people to carry. Getting on board is already good enough. If you want too much, they want to let you play. What can you do? The times have changed. People are trading Forex, and their business capital is not even in the country. Do you think it's about building towers and mining? How to play still depends on you. If you don't want to be taken advantage of, then stick to some rules and stop thinking about those unnecessary things. Then I want one share. The second generation pouted and had to accept reality. I'll give you 1/10 of a share. Li Guangming blew a smoke ring and said, there are only 20 shares in total. With so many people, how can you take one share? The third one also said, I have no objection. At most I'll give you 1/10 of a share. The second generation was unhappy. Isn't this bullying? Wang Pengzi said, dude. Recognize reality. In a courtyard where people used to play in the mud, they might give you a bit of soup to drink, but otherwise, they wouldn't give you anything. And you wouldn't have much to say about it. Everyone wants to eat the delicious cake, but you need to have the strength to get a piece. The second generation's face turned ugly, and he had to pinch his nose to accept this reality. Li Guangming said, I don't want much. Just 1.5 shares. Is that okay with everyone? After thinking for a while, everyone nodded silently. At such times, one must naturally weigh things seriously. No matter how well you usually play, when it comes to profits, you have to calculate carefully. Those with strong backgrounds at home naturally have the advantage, while those with weaker backgrounds can only drink a bit of soup, just like the second generation earlier. Li Guangming is a gold digger, and with a strong family background. He naturally takes the larger share. Although it's just 1.5 shares, many people are waiting to be divided. It's already good to get one share. Li Guangming also thought about eating alone, but eating alone isn't tasty. If it were really that good, who would be willing to share the meat? Captain Shen Hui wouldn't agree. If he really wanted to share the meat, how could it come to Li Guangming eating alone? When it comes to interests, even brothers must clear the accounts. After a round of silent competition, all 20 shares were divided. Li Xiaomei got half a share and said with a bitter face, 1 million. I have no money. The third one laughed and said, marry me. I'll lend you some. Think again. Li Xiaomei glared at him and said to the fat guy, can you lend me some Yongo? Wang Pengzi smiled and said, you have several sets of courtyard houses in Beijing. How can you say you have no money? Li Xiaomei retorted, that's fixed assets. Who keeps 1 million in cash for no reason? Wang Pengzi said, that's simple. Just sell a house, and you'll have it. Li Xiaomei gritted her teeth. I still need my dad's permission to sell. Li Guangming said, you don't need to sell the courtyard. Just sell that vase at your home, and that's enough. Li Xiaomei said sadly, you big men just know how to bully a weak woman like me. Playing big while being naked, without a shred of humanity. How did I end up with such a group of friends? The men all laughed, not buying into her act. Chapter 35, Management Thinking. Li Guangming found someone named Chun Lijun, a knowledgeable woman in her 30s who looked much younger than her actual age, appearing only in her 20s. She previously worked as an administrative director in a foreign enterprise and recently resigned. She was a classmate of Li Guangming during his studies abroad. After having a meal, Chun Lijun officially joined the company. Shen Hui's first task for her was to solve the office space issue. Chun Lijun was very efficient and resolved the office space before the May Day holiday, renting an entire floor of office space in the landmark building of the Huzhou International Financial Tower in the financial center area, and also hired 2 clerks. Shen Hui went to take a look and immediately made a decision. The well-decorated office could be adjusted with a simple layout for immediate use, saving a lot of trouble. However, establishing a company is not child's play. There are many matters that require the boss Shen Hui to make decisions. For instance, regarding the office layout, Chun Lijun needed to seek the boss's opinion. Shen Hui took a look around and was generally satisfied with Chun Lijun's other arrangements. But he raised different opinions regarding the division of functions, A separate department should be established to handle spot gold and forex trading since this area has different trading hours compared to domestic ones. So it would be best to allocate a separate office area and also consider the issue of night shift breaks. Chen Lijun noted this and asked, "Is there anything else?" Shen Hui replied, "Nothing else for now. Just make my office more appealing and change that desk." A middle-aged man in his 40s uses that dark-colored office furniture. Looking at it every day really doesn't brighten the mood. Okay, Chen Lijun agreed and started thinking about how to match the colors. The boss's matters are naturally a top priority. How could they not be given full attention? Let's go. It's just in time for dinner. I'll treat you. Shen Hui looked at the time. It was almost 6 o'clock, dinner time. Chen Lijun would certainly not refuse having the opportunity to have dinner with the big boss. She naturally wanted to take the time to familiarize herself with his character and working style, so she could align her work with the boss's thinking as soon as possible. As a workplace elite, if you can't even do this, then you've wasted your time. If it really came to that, the only outcome would be to pack up and leave. There won't be a second chance. Therefore, familiarizing oneself with the boss's character and style is particularly important for workplace elites. Having dinner with the boss is undoubtedly a great opportunity. There are several high-end restaurants downstairs, and Shen Hui chose a northern cuisine restaurant. While waiting for the dishes, the two chatted a bit about views on corporate management. Chen Lijun rarely expressed opinions, mostly listening. From Shen Hui's brief words, she caught insights into his thoughts on corporate management, which was crucial for her future cooperation with him. A qualified workplace elite must be a good assistant to the boss, especially in administrative work, where being a good assistant to the boss is an essential quality. Before accepting the appointment, Chen Lijun had inquired about Shen Hui's situation from Li Guangming and knew that the boss graduated from junior high and had worked as a middle-level manager in a state-owned enterprise. So he should have some tendencies of the state-owned enterprise management model. However, during the exchange, she found that the boss's management thinking was completely different from that of state-owned enterprises, particularly being averse to meaningless and ineffective work. For example, when discussing work summaries, Shen Hui said, "The purpose of summarizing work is twofold. One is to develop the company well, to inform employees of achievements, and to instill more confidence in the future. The other is when the company is not developing well, to communicate our next steps and solutions to the employees, aligning thoughts and actions, and moving towards a unified direction and goal, rather than reading a bunch of meaningless, long-winded work reports. Not to mention how tiring it is to read on stage. And how dry the mouth gets, the employees below will definitely curse. What is the point of such meetings? Generally speaking, if a meeting exceeds half an hour, it's a waste of time, which is why many companies explicitly state that meeting times must not exceed the stipulated duration." Chen Lijun silently nodded, contemplating how to implement the boss's thinking in the future. Shen Hui continued, "The management model of private enterprises is efficient, but it is not without problems. Take the Shanghai market, for example. Financial enterprises generally aim for profit, and there is a lack of human touch. If employees do not receive care, there can be no loyalty to the enterprise, nor can they take pride in being employees of the company. If one day an employee leaves, feeling they have not received what they deserve, they might turn around and sue the company. I believe such companies have issues, at least in my view. Enterprises should have some social responsibility. In this regard, state-owned enterprises are better. They are quite humane. Even if employees make mistakes, they are given a chance to correct them. Thus, in future management, emphasis should be placed on cultivating and forming corporate culture. To be honest, I don't lack money, and I don't want to be cursed as a heartless boss. Compensation and benefits go without saying after the company is established. How to make employees feel a sense of belonging and recognition for the company, and to feel that working in the company is a very happy thing, is something you, as the administrative vice president, need to consider." Chen Lijun nodded while saying, "The cultural care from state-owned enterprises is indeed quite good, but there is also a problem, which is the inefficiency and low effectiveness caused by the lack of an effective incentive mechanism. What does General Manager Shen think about this issue?" Shen Hui replied, "This is easy to solve. My company won't rely on employees to earn profits through 12-fold efforts like other enterprises. Ordinary employees just need to do their jobs well. There definitely needs to be an incentive and evaluation mechanism, and there should also be appropriate competition and elimination, but it shouldn't be for the purpose of elimination. The standards can be relaxed to some extent, as long as employees are not slacking off." Chen Lijun slowly nodded, digesting this straightforward information. She wasn't afraid of not doing her job well. She was worried about not understanding the boss's thoughts and requirements, leading her work to be completely off track. As long as she clearly understood the boss's ideas, Chen Lijun was confident she could do her job well. Moreover, based on the boss's thoughts, she inferred that future work shouldn't be too difficult. On the 47th floor of Building 2 of Binjiang Garden, Lin Yuding lay on a soft chair on the balcony, engrossed in reading 100 Years of Solitude. The reason a luxury house is a luxury house is that its value goes beyond the surface. Even the maid's room is a luxurious suite of over 50 square meters, with a separate bathroom and all necessary living facilities. Lin Yuding was quite satisfied with her current life. Every day, besides cleaning, she occasionally cooked a meal for her employer. As she gradually became familiar with her employer's style, she wasn't as cautious as she had been at the beginning. Now, she basically only needed an hour each day to finish the cleaning and could spend a whole day each week for a deep clean, so it was relatively easy. The refrigerator was stocked with plenty of ingredients, so Lin Yuding certainly wouldn't go hungry, with no worries about food and accommodation. She also didn't have to fret over how to build good relationships with colleagues, let alone worry about being undermined by supervisors or colleagues. With some free time to read, her life was simply wonderful. As for the future, she decided to take it one step at a time. Lin Yuding couldn't think that far ahead and could only focus on the present. The doorbell rang. It must be her employer. Having finished the cleaning, Lin Yuding was reluctant to move. She quickly opened the door and asked, "Do you want to eat?" Shen Hui said, "I've eaten. You come here. I have something to discuss with you." Lin Yuding followed him to the living room sofa, sitting up straight with her hands on her legs, looking like she was waiting to receive instructions and didn't say a word, feeling quite anxious inside, unsure of what her employer wanted to discuss. It seemed that Lin Yuding felt a bit nervous every time her employer talked to her about serious matters. Shen Hui said, "I am planning to establish a company. Would you like to work? I can arrange a position for you." Lin Yuding's face turned pale as she asked, "Is there something I did wrong?" Shen Hui replied, "You are doing quite well. I just wanted to know if you would like to work." Lin Yuding said, "I don't want to work." Shen Hui, confused, said, "Although your housework is good, to be honest, it doesn't have much long-term development. Working can help you grow and improve yourself, which is much better for your future than your current job." Lin Yuding lowered her head and remained silent, clearly not wanting to go to work. Shen Hui, feeling helpless, said, "All right, since you don't want to work, then continue what you are doing." Lin Yuding finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking her employer was dissatisfied with her and wanted to fire her. To be honest, this job was quite good, and she really didn't want to leave. Although the house was larger and cleaning it was a bit of a hassle, there were no elderly or young children to take care of, so it was relatively easy. Cleaning was certainly better than serving people. Those who took care of the employer's children were busy all day long, much more tired than she was. Since she wasn't being pushed out, that was good. This woman really lacked ambition. Flowers come in all varieties, and everyone is different. Forget it. Let her do what she wants. If she wants to continue, let her continue. Chapter 36, Recruiting Talent. Everything was ready, but there were some troubles with the east wind. Financial investment company licenses were now strictly regulated and not easy to obtain, especially in the Shanghai market, where they were directly suspended. However, there were many shell companies in the Shanghai market that could be directly acquired. A few second-generation wealthy individuals had already negotiated and were in the process of changing the paperwork, which would take a few more days. However, the transfer wasn't so easy and had to go through several departments for review. Fortunately, these second-generation individuals had considerable influence, and it was estimated that it would be done in about a week. The office was ready, but the two newly hired clerks were exhausted. They had to dispose of unwanted chairs and desks and buy new ones. Even though the labor-intensive tasks were handled by the housekeeping company, there were still plenty of worries. Especially in Shen Hui's chairman's office, the two clerks were worn out. According to Chun Lijun's standards, the floor had to be cleaned with a newly bought cloth. Invisible areas had to be spotless. Those housekeeping staff could only do rough work. Such detailed tasks were not reassuring for them, so they had to do it themselves. After the housekeeping staff left, there were some areas that needed adjustments, and it was inconvenient to find housekeeping again. So the two clerks had to do a lot of heavy lifting, moving tables and carrying boxes, which truly tired them out. Fortunately, after a week of hard work, they finally completed it. Shen Hui was understanding of his subordinates and knew the three of them had worked hard. So he took them to a Michelin 3-star restaurant on Century Avenue for a Western meal, immediately making the two clerks feel their exhaustion was worth it. Both clerks were university graduates from the previous year and had experienced various setbacks, already realizing how difficult it was to struggle in a big city like Shanghai. They were satisfied with the salary and cherished this hard-won job. Naturally, they were very curious about their excessively young boss. A billionaire in his 20s, even in a city filled with wealthy individuals, was a diamond-level bachelor. Moreover, it was said that this new boss had a net worth of at least $2 billion and would soon inject $2 billion into the company after its establishment. Especially since they heard the boss wasn't a second-generation wealthy individual, but had built his business from scratch. This couldn't help but make the two clerks' eyes shine with admiration. While the women were enjoying the food, Shen Hui was reviewing the corporate structure drafted by Chun Lijun, not to mention the board of directors and management level. According to Chun Lijun's plan, the company would be divided into 9 main departments after its establishment: Company Office, Human Resources Department, Asset Finance Department, Legal Department, Information Security Department, Securities Investment Department, venture capital department, foreign exchange investment department, and strategic planning department. At first glance, the functions seemed quite comprehensive, but there were some differences from Shen Hui's vision. The securities investment department needed to be separated. Shen Hui provided feedback as he read. Stocks and futures should not be combined. The operating modes are different. Rather than adjusting it later, it would be better to separate them early. What's the strategic planning department for? Remove it and change it to a policy research center, where we can hire some high-level analysts to specifically study industry policies and provide me with reference opinions. No deadweight allowed. Chen Lijun nodded, keenly capturing a piece of information. She had proposed the establishment of the strategic planning department to provide planning and suggestions for the company's investment direction, but it was directly removed by Shen Hui. This indicated that the boss had a clear vision for the company's future investment direction and did not need a strategic planning department to study investment directions, which was both a good thing and, in a sense, a bad thing. A clear target can help avoid detours, but if the boss is too autocratic, it may not be a good thing in the long run. After all, no matter how wise a person is, they cannot guarantee that the path they choose is always correct. However, Chen Lijun knew that this young boss was extraordinary, having achieved remarkable results in the stock and futures markets, turning hundreds of thousands into over 2 billion in less than half a year. If such results were made public, even Buffett would be envious. With such a genius at the helm, the company's future development should be promising. Venture capital could be pursued, but it should not be just for show. Shen Hui smiled and said, "We can take our time to find that later. The immediate priority is to quickly resolve the personnel issue. The few candidates we contacted earlier have been notified to come over tomorrow morning. I'll meet with them first." "Okay," Chen Lijun responded, preparing to notify the candidates to come for the interview tomorrow morning after lunch. Those who need to be interviewed by Shen Hui, of course, won't be ordinary employees. Chen Lijun is in charge of administration, and human resources is also within her responsibilities. She had already contacted headhunters and had a few candidates lined up, all of whom were mid to senior level. Previously, only phone contact had been made because the office was not ready for in-person interviews. Now that the office was tidied up, it was time to quickly finalize the personnel issue. The next morning, Shen Hui arrived at the company early, without a secretary for the time being. The office clerk Lu Cece made him a cup of tea. The interviewees had not yet arrived, so Shen Hui flipped through the books in the cabinet. The chairman's office prepared for him by Chen Lijun was over 100 square meters, with more than 50 square meters for the office and reception area, alongside a small dedicated meeting room and a lounge equipped with a separate restroom and complete living facilities. The desk was quite large, measuring over 2 meters, with a computer and several stationary items on it. The books in the cabinet were mainly about finance, which Shen Hui had requested to purchase. He picked up a foreign exchange introductory guide and flipped through it for a while when there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Shen Hui put down the book and removed his feet from the desk. Chen Lijun entered, followed by a young man in his 30s. Shen Hui recognized him. Chen Lijun had mentioned him yesterday as her university classmate. It was fine to introduce a classmate as long as it was communicated clearly in advance and not hidden. "This is General Manager Shen. Please introduce yourself." Chen Lijun introduced Shen Hui before turning to the young man. The young man nodded and said, "My name is Lu Shiguang. I previously worked as the deputy manager of the trading department at Guanghua Securities, with 8 years of experience in futures trading and industry research. I am interviewing for the position of manager of the futures investment department." After hearing the introduction, Shen Hui moved to the reception area, inviting Chen Lijun and Lu Shiguang to sit before asking, "In your opinion, what is the most important aspect of futures trading? Risk control or profit maximization?" This question is a tricky one with no correct answer. If one aims to control risk, how can they guarantee profit maximization? To maximize profit, one must take on the same level of risk. During his own research on futures, Shen Hui found that everyone had different opinions on this issue, with the vast majority leaning towards risk control. The core idea is to protect the principal first, ensuring no loss, before figuring out how to make a profit. Lu Shiguang considered for a moment and said, "I believe it is still important to control risk." Shen Hui smiled and asked, "If I give you 100 million in funds, what annual profit can you achieve?" Lu Shiguang took even longer to think, pausing for 3 full minutes before answering. "I can guarantee a profit of 10 to 15%. Shen Hui did not ask any further questions, concluding the interview conversation and telling Chen Lijun, "Go handle the paperwork." Chen Lijun agreed and took Lu Shiguang to complete the onboarding procedures. Once outside, Lu Shiguang said, "Manager Chen, our chairman is quite young." Chen Lijun smiled and replied, "You'll get used to it. Since you're an old classmate, I'll give you a heads up. Our general manager Shen is a true heavyweight in the stock and futures markets. Be humble at work and learn from him. You'll benefit from it." Lu Shiguang said with a smile, "I really appreciate that. I just made the jump, and I'm afraid I won't grasp the boss's requirements and expectations. With you as an old classmate to guide me, I can avoid some detours. Although I haven't met all the big names in this industry, I have heard of them. I've never heard of General Manager Shen before. And judging by his age, he can't have been in the industry for long, right? Chen Lijun replied, I won't say much about this. What General Manager Shen wants to tell you, you'll naturally find out. In any case, just listen to him regarding specific investment directions and operations. You won't go wrong. I can only tell you this much. I can't help you with anything else. Lu Shiguang nodded, pondering the information Chen Lijun had revealed. Chapter 37. Slowly sorting things out. Shen Hui looked over some documents when another interviewee arrived, this time for the position of finance department manager. The interviewee was a woman in her early 30s, appearing to be around 28 or 29, with shoulder-length hair styled in waves, exuding femininity and professionalism. The first impression she gave was that of a workplace elite. Compared to the finance work in state-owned enterprises, the finance work in private enterprises is much simpler. Besides bookkeeping and managing funds, the remaining tasks revolve around taxes. State-owned enterprises have too many rules and regulations. Just compliance alone can be exhausting for finance departments, not to mention the various reports and data analyses submitted monthly to higher-ups, as well as handling various inspections and audits, which is generally quite troublesome. In contrast, finance work in private enterprises is much more flexible. At least there's no need to submit those exhausting reports and analyses to superiors, no need to deal with inspections from higher-ups, and no need to worry about compliance issues, as long as no false accounting is done in violation of national laws. For instance, regarding expense reimbursements. Whether something can be reimbursed in a private enterprise often comes down to the boss's word, whether it's an invoice or a formal receipt. As long as the boss says it can be reimbursed, it can be processed as if there were no receipt at all. However, this is not the case in state-owned enterprises. Without an invoice, you can forget about reimbursement. Even if a single number in the phone number on the invoice is wrong, it won't be accepted. Hello, General Manager Shen. My name is Zhou Jiahui. The woman interviewing introduced herself very professionally. I previously worked as a deputy manager in a manufacturing company, spending a considerable amount of time in tax and cost positions. And I am now primarily responsible for expenses. Shen Hui asked, are you satisfied with the salary and benefits? I suppose so. Zhou Jiahui replied. The income for finance roles in the Shanghai market is not particularly high. My previous employer set my annual salary at 200,000, which actually amounts to about 10,000 a month, with a year-end bonus of around 30,000 to 40,000. I'm quite satisfied with the 15,000 if I switch jobs. Shen Hui said. Then go handle the paperwork. All right. Zhou Jiahui stood up and followed Chen Lijun to complete the onboarding procedures. The salary standard was set by Chen Lijun, referring to the industry standards in the Shanghai market. It wasn't low, but it wasn't raised either. Mid-level positions typically had annual salaries around 300,000 to 400,000. Of course, this wasn't absolute. The salaries in finance were relatively stable. Those in investment trading received not only a fixed salary, but also commissions and performance bonuses. And whether they could earn these or how much depended on their performance. Executives, on the other hand, were determined on a case-by-case basis, with no fixed salary standard. For example, those in administrative roles like Chen Lijun received relatively lower salaries. Shen Hui offered her 80,000, partly due to Li Guangming's influence and partly because of the generous treatment for his first capable subordinate. Chen Lijun didn't ask what the special circumstances were and faithfully executed the boss's instructions. By the time lunch ended at noon, the once empty office area was starting to feel lively. The heads of the finance department, futures investment department, securities investment department, and human resources department had all arrived and were getting familiar with the situation and forming their teams. The HR department manager quickly got into work mode, busy arranging personnel recruitment. Shen Hui stepped out of his office and looked around, feeling quite satisfied. Chen Lijun's work efficiency was quite high. It was only the first day, and there was already a fresh atmosphere. Especially in the HR department, sufficient manpower had been promptly added, and various tasks were being organized rapidly. Those responsible for recruitment were frequently answering phone calls, while those in charge of files were establishing records for all new hires, everything proceeding in an orderly manner. Shen Hui went to Chen Lijun's office and said, gather everyone. I'll treat them to lunch. Chen Lijun agreed and went out to announce the news. On the first day of onboarding, the boss treating everyone to lunch was certainly good news. The newly hired employees were all quite excited, looking forward to a nice meal from the boss. With the company just established, working overtime was quite normal. Shen Hui took a nap and arrived at the office at 3 in the afternoon. The good thing about being the boss is that you can come and go as you please without worrying about being late or leaving early and being reported or evaluated. The first interview in the afternoon was for the position of office director, a beautiful 28-year-old woman named Yang Shan, who holds a master's degree and has 3 years of work experience. The office director position is essentially the head of the secretarial team, responsible for executing the leader's intentions. The work is quite varied and requires a high level of capability, which makes it hard for Shen Hui to trust someone in their 20s. However, after chatting for a bit, Shen Hui changed his mind. Shanghai is a place filled with elites. Very few who can persist here are mediocre. Perhaps many talented individuals just lack an opportunity to showcase themselves. As long as they are given a platform, they can demonstrate their worth. After the interview, Shen Hui instructed Yang Shan to go to HR to handle the onboarding process. After finalizing the office director candidate, Chen Lijun soon brought in another person. This time, it was not a department manager candidate, but rather a candidate for the chairman's secretary. Shen Hui had already reviewed the resume. The candidate was Wu Tianming, a 29-year-old master's graduate in economics from Peking University. If one only heard the name, they might think it was a man, but in fact, it was a woman. There was no need to elaborate on her looks. Chen Lijun would never choose someone unattractive for the boss. Not only did she have outstanding abilities, but her appearance was also top-notch. After asking a few questions, Shen Hui allowed her to proceed with her onboarding. Passing Chen Lijun's scrutiny meant that her capability and qualities were assured. The chairman's secretary is a special position, enjoying deputy department head benefits. From Chen Lijun's perspective, this choice was even more important than finding a department manager. A department manager could be vetoed by the boss. But if the chosen chairman's secretary was rejected by the boss, it would be a significant mistake for Chen Lijun. So, when selecting the chairman's secretary, Chen Lijun put in more effort than for a department manager. It was truly a painstaking selection process, and every aspect had to be satisfactory. The onboarding process was not complicated and took only half an hour. Chen Lijun personally took Wu Tianming to familiarize her with the environment and finally brought her to Shen Hui for further arrangements. The company had not yet started operations, and Shen Hui had nothing for her to do, so he let Wu Tianming get accustomed to the surroundings. Establishing a company is simple, but running it is not so straightforward. The administrative structure and various systems and processes need to be slowly established, requiring the heads of each department to lead the formulation after they are on board. Once all the systems are drafted, Shen Hui still needs to review each one. Only after he, as the chairman and general manager, has finished reviewing will a complete management system be formed. Before the end of the workday, Shen Hui held a meeting with all the department heads who were present and made a few requests. First, to clarify that Chen Lijun is the vice president of the company and the secretary of the board, in charge of administrative, personnel, and logistical work. Second, the recruitment of middle and lower-level personnel will be handled by HR, and all department heads must be in place within a week. Third, departments where the heads are in place must draft their work processes within 3 days and present their management systems. After the meeting, it was already time to leave work. The newly appointed department heads prepared to work overtime, while Shen Hui went to meet a few second-generation rich kids. They had dinner together, and during the meal, he inquired about the paperwork status. Li Guangming said, "It's almost done. I'll deliver it to you tomorrow." The company is just a shell company with a few of the boss's relatives, so you don't need to worry about personnel. There are some debts, which are a bit troublesome. Shen Hui asked, "How much debt?" The third son replied, "About 50 million, and there are a few investments, roughly 30 million. The third son shook his head and said, "This is a bit difficult. The investments have issues. To put it bluntly, they are essentially money laundering. Only one investment was made to a few entrepreneurs, but the situation isn't optimistic, as those entrepreneurs are on the brink of bankruptcy." Shen Hui was somewhat satisfied. Although there was an additional 50 million in external debt, it saved time and effort. There were indeed qualified companies, but acquiring them would be troublesome. Just the negotiations would waste a lot of time, and there would be issues related to personnel placement, which would create a lot of headaches. This shell company, apart from bearing the debt, had relatively few other troublesome matters, making it easier to sort out. After dinner, Wang Pengzi organized for a few young women to discuss life and ideals. Just as they stepped out, Shen Hui's phone rang. He looked at the incoming call and was quite surprised. He didn't expect this woman to call him. Chapter 38, Speech. The call was from Yang Yu, inviting him to an event. Over the past month, although he had interacted with many circles and met a few big names in the entertainment industry, he was only somewhat familiar with them. The only one he was relatively close to was Yang Yu, simply because they lived in the same community and chatted frequently on WeChat. However, it was his first time being invited to an event, and he gladly accepted. When he arrived, he realized it was Yang Yu's birthday celebration. It was held at Yang Yu's home in Binjiang Garden. Yang Yu's social circle was quite large, with over 20 celebrities in attendance. He could name all the women, but not a single man. He remembered joking with colleagues before. Men would say they only paid attention to female stars on TV, so they could name all the female stars, while women said they only focused on male stars, especially handsome ones, so they could name all the male stars. Shen Hui's situation was similar. He occasionally paid attention to the entertainment industry, but only focused on female stars. Looking at their ages, they were mostly in their 20s. There were number 80 Sandys. The entertainment stars born in the 90s had already moved beyond the realm of acting. Acting skills were no longer the main focus, with looks taking precedence. Those who made it to the first tier all had scores above 80 in looks. After sitting for a while, Shen Hui regretted coming. When celebrities gathered, the conversation always revolved around filming. As someone in finance, he had nothing in common with these stars. He could only listen to gossip, which wasn't too boring. After the event ended, most people left. Two of Yang Yu's close friends stayed behind, likely to spend the night. When Yang Yu escorted Shen Hui to the elevator, she said, "Is it okay if I come up to see your mansion another day?" Shen Hui replied, "No problem. How about tonight?" Yang Yu smiled and said, "Let's skip tonight. Maybe another time." Just as another female star approached, Shen Hui felt it wasn't appropriate to say more and left reluctantly. The next day, the second-generation rich kids had efficiently handled all the paperwork and delivered the company license. Shen Hui held a meeting, and Shanghai Investment Company Limited was officially established. The financial director, He Dongping, also officially took office. He was a returnee who studied abroad, brought over from a state-owned enterprise by Chun Lijun. In his 30s, he switched jobs mainly for a higher salary. Shen Hui chatted with him for a bit and then allowed him to start work. After a busy week, the various departments were mostly in place. On May 12th, the weather was clear and breezy, a great day for the opening. Without any flashy opening ceremony, Shen Hui gathered all the staff for a company founding meeting. In the largest multifunctional conference room, dozens of people were seated. The original podium had been removed, as Shen Hui was quite averse to sitting on the stage and delivering empty speeches while employees watched from below. He didn't want to sit there and be criticized for saying meaningless things, so he had the organizing office remove the podium. Once everyone was gathered, he stood on the stage and began to speak. "Brothers and sisters, Shanghai Investment is officially open. Please give a round of applause." After saying this, Shen Hui led the applause, and a wave of enthusiastic clapping erupted below. No one had expected the boss to start in this manner. Having been accustomed to listening to leaders speak from the podium, everyone felt a refreshing change with this novel meeting and speaking style. The first reaction was that this boss had a strong personality. The second was that he was quite approachable. Once the applause subsided, Shen Hui continued, "Today, I won't say those grandiose, empty words. Let's talk about something real. What is the purpose of establishing a company? The first purpose is for the boss and shareholders to make money. The second is for employees to earn money. If the business develops well, I will consider some other things, but that is not what I want to discuss now. Today, I want to share some of my thoughts on company management. Why say this? Because I have looked at the systems and processes reported by your departments. Although you have considered things thoroughly and meticulously, there are still some issues. From the boss's perspective, it's fine for you, as employees, to think for the boss, but you haven't grasped the core. To be honest, I am not short on money. If I wanted to make money, I wouldn't need to exploit your meager salaries, so I don't want the company to become a profit-driven oil press. I hope the company has more tolerance and laughter, that when encountering problems and difficulties, we can unite and face them together, so that everyone recognizes this and takes pride in being part of the team. You might think I am bragging, but Ms. Chun Lijun knows I am not." Chun Lijun stood up with a smile and said, "I can guarantee that Mr. Shun is not bragging." Ha ha. A wave of laughter followed. Shen Hui cleared his throat, waited for the audience to quiet down, glanced around, saw that everyone was still attentive, and then continued satisfactorily. "First, let's talk about salaries. We align with a higher level compared to the industry, so there's nothing much to say about that. However, in terms of benefits, the company will pay everyone Social Security and 5 insurances at the highest standard in Shanghai." Immediately, there was a stir in the audience, but no one spoke. They still listened intently. "I initially wanted to provide meals and accommodation for everyone so that you could save more money after getting paid. But there are no conditions for that right now. So temporarily, the company will provide a daily meal allowance of 60 yuan. Ladies usually eat less. So if the goal is just to fill your stomach, I think that should be enough. If the gentlemen find it insufficient, you can chip in a bit more. Or if it's really not enough, you can come to my house for a meal." Ha ha. Another round of laughter erupted, and everyone became excited. No matter how much I say, nothing is more uplifting than this news. A daily meal allowance of 60 yuan means 1,800 yuan a month, which is equivalent to a disguised salary increase. How can that not be uplifting? Just a moment ago, someone thought the boss was bragging, but now they no longer feel that way. Shen Hui continued, "As a boss, I believe I have the obligation to consider employees' lives more and solve their worries. Only when employees are happy and comfortable can they work seriously, which makes me, as the boss, comfortable as well. If employees are uncomfortable, I feel even more uncomfortable as a boss, because if you are not comfortable, you will slack off, shirk responsibilities, and not make me comfortable. So I think it is my duty to help you solve your life troubles. The meal issue is resolved. The next issue is accommodation. Renting in Shanghai is particularly expensive. Many people save their hard-earned salaries, almost half of which goes to rent, and after working for 7 or 8 years, they still haven't saved much money. I initially wanted to buy a building in a community and offer free accommodation for everyone, but I can't find a suitable one right now. If it's too far, it's inconvenient, so temporarily, I will subsidize everyone 2,000 yuan a month for rent until we find a suitable building to purchase. Does anyone have any objections? No objections. How could there be any objections? The crowd finally erupted, with someone shouting out loud, and others joined in, giving even more enthusiastic applause. No amount of empty talk can compare to a monthly rent subsidy of 2,000 yuan. What era is it now? What use is there in talking about ideals? When faced with life's pressures, money is the most tangible. As for transportation, many of you take the subway to work, which costs 5 yuan a day, totaling 150 yuan a month. I think that should be enough. For those who drive, the fuel costs may not be enough. You can cover that yourself. So I won't provide additional subsidies for that. Shen Hui smiled and said, as for phone bills, I think 200 yuan a month should be about right. I have addressed your needs for food, housing, transportation, and phone expenses. As long as you drink a little less and the ladies buy fewer clothes, and keep your spending in check, you should be able to save some money each month. Is there anything I haven't considered? A girl raised her hand and said, Mr. Shen, what about water and electricity bills and cosmetics? Everyone laughed. No one took her seriously. Shen Hui also realized she was joking and said, I won't cover water, electricity, and cosmetics. I'm afraid if I cover too much, your boyfriends might have objections. However, the climate in Shanghai is very humid, so even without cosmetics, you all still look beautiful. Another burst of laughter followed. The sense of unfamiliarity and distance seemed to have diminished significantly. Shen Hui continued, everything I just mentioned should be considered by the HR department when improving the systems. You should also think about what I didn't mention, such as how the company can show care for employees. There are various methods. It shouldn't be limited to what I mentioned. For example, if there are employees' birthdays this month, shouldn't the company celebrate their birthdays? If there are real difficulties, could we consider giving employees a birthday subsidy of 2,000 yuan? You should brainstorm and think more about this. Long live the boss. A guy couldn't contain his excitement and shouted out. The venue immediately erupted. No one expected to hear so much good news just after joining. The HR manager, Shen Hui, was pondering how to implement the boss's management ideas into the system. If it were just a few simple requirements, it would be easy to write them into the system. However, as a department head, I can't just do whatever the boss says. I need to understand the boss's thoughts and anticipate what the boss hasn't thought of and implement it well. That's what makes a qualified department head. Shen Hui raised his hand to calm the crowd, and when it was quiet, he said, this is something you shouldn't shout out. If you really want to say something, don't say it in front of everyone. Just shout it in your heart. Otherwise, I might make mistakes, and in the past, that could cost someone their head. Hee hee. A light laugh followed. After sharing the good news, Shen Hui began to temper the excitement. Now that the good news is over, I will talk about my expectations for everyone. The first requirement is that you cannot be disloyal. Do not speak ill of the company outside. The company does not need such employees. The second requirement is that you cannot benefit personally at the expense of the company. Corruption is easy to understand, so I won't elaborate. If you can't meet these two requirements, I hope you will leave on your own and not make me ask you to leave. Because I tend to be soft-hearted, and I am afraid I won't be able to do it. Haha. Just as it was very quiet before, this statement again sparked laughter. Shen Hui continued. The third requirement is not to just go through the motions. If you make mistakes at work, I can give you opportunities to correct them. But you must not just muddle through. Otherwise, I will make sure you won't have a life to muddle through. Chapter 39. These women are incredible. After the first all-staff meeting of the company concluded, everyone felt a surge of excitement. The employees' excitement was understandable. First, the boss is very open-minded and does not resemble those middle-aged bosses or state-owned enterprise officials who make meetings feel like a national congress. Just the thought of a meeting gives you a headache, and you feel sleepy as soon as you enter the conference room. But today's meeting was short, and everyone was energized from start to finish. For the first time, they felt that meetings weren't so terrible. Second, the boss is generous and willing to share the benefits with employees, paying Social Security at the highest standard in Shanghai and subsidizing 2,000 yuan for rent. For those working hard in Shanghai, this is undoubtedly uplifting news. With rent at 2,000, meals at 1,800, transportation at 150, and phone bills at 200. That's already over 4,000. If this can really be implemented, then everyone should be able to save some money each month. Both ordinary employees and management were energized. These days, even the landlord's family has no surplus grain, let alone the management, who are not landlords. It's said that the income of white-collar workers in the Shanghai market is high. Take the newly established Shanghai investment as an example. Mid-level employees earn an annual salary of 300,000 to 400,000, which seems like a lot. But the cost of living and prices in Shanghai are equally staggering. Not to mention housing. Even with a mid-level income, it's still a huge pressure to buy a house in Shanghai. Therefore, good compensation and benefits not only excite the employees, but also the management. This excitement naturally leads to efficiency. However, after submitting the documents, Shen Hui felt a bit uneasy. No matter how many reasons are given, implementing those benefits will cost money. If the boss is just saying it casually, will he be held accountable for bringing it up later? Shen Hui felt unsettled, sat in the office for a while, then went to find Wu Tianming to inquire. Secretary Wu, has the chairman reviewed the compensation and benefits proposal? Any feedback? Wu Tianming replied, he's reviewing it, no feedback yet. Shen Hui rubbed his hands and said, please inform me promptly once the chairman has finished reviewing. Wu Tianming nodded. As the boss's secretary, she only needed to report to Shen Hui and didn't have to please these department heads. In the chairman's office, Shen Hui's desk was piled high with documents. After reading documents all morning, his eyes felt blurred. For the first time, he realized that being a boss is not easy. People only see the glamour of being a boss, but do not see the effort that goes into it. He didn't need to review the internal processes of departments, but he had to approve processes and policies at the company level, and just reading through dozens of policies took considerable time. After spending an entire morning and another afternoon, he got through some policies. For major issues, he had the secretary call people in for face-to-face discussions. For minor issues, he wrote comments on the documents and had the secretary forward them to the relevant departments. After finishing the last policy document, he found a report at the bottom. It was a report from the office requesting the purchase of official vehicles, 1 Buick, 1 Audi A6, and 1 Mercedes-Benz. While the work was done ahead of time, it seemed a bit stingy. 3 cars were hardly enough, and what was an Audi A6 anyway? Shen Hui picked up the phone and called the secretary line, instructing, have Yangshan come to my office. Okay, chairman. Wu Tianming replied and hurried out to call Yangshan. Yangshan was drafting another document when she saw Wu Tianming come in, put down her work, and asked, is there something, Secretary Wu? Wu Tianming said, the chairman reviewed your report and wants to see you. Thank you, Secretary Wu, I'm on my way. Yangshan expressed her gratitude and quickly left the office with Wu Tianming, asking, how's the chairman's mood? Did he mention anything else? Do you think my vehicle purchase report will be approved? Wu Tianming said, I'm not entirely sure, but he shouldn't be angry. Yangshan felt reassured and arrived at the chairman's office, saying, Chairman, you called for me? Yes. Yangshan replied, feeling genuinely excited. The boss is indeed generous. Just like that, he decided to buy 10 Mercedes-Benz cars, showing off wealth. Shen Hui took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Yangshan, saying, this person is a company shareholder, specializing in imported cars. Go find him and get the cars at cost price. Although the company isn't short on money, we should save where we can. Yangshan took the business card and, seeing the boss had no other instructions, left. In the evening, Shen Hui booked 10 tables at the Junhua Hotel to treat all employees to dinner. Li Guangming and others attended as company shareholders, familiarizing themselves with the management. They say women are as capable as men. During the dinner, Shen Hui saw the prowess of the female employees. As the dinner began, the management was unclear about the situation and first toasted Shen Hui. After Shen Hui signaled, the department heads immediately led their subordinates to toast the second-generation heirs, quickly downing the drink of the best drinker, Wang Pongzi. Shen Hui couldn't escape either. Although his instructions were clear, as the boss, employees still had to toast him. Even if it was just a sip, after several rounds, it became unbearable. By the 4th cup, he realized something was off. Discreetly drinking the water, Shen Hui glanced at Wu Tianming, who was holding the wine bottle nearby. Wu Tianming's expression was calm, showing no signs of anything unusual. Shen Hui was immediately satisfied with this secretary. Unexpectedly, she figured out that he couldn't handle alcohol and switched it for mineral water, which was much better than the 2 girls in the department during his time in Nanshan. In the past, he had to specifically instruct those 2 girls to get him some cold water, but they often messed it up. Now, this secretary managed everything without needing his instructions. And on her first attendance at such a banquet, she handled it well. That was the difference. Li Guangming could no longer hold on, desperately covering his wine glass, saying to Qin Lijun, I'm not the main character today, why are you toasting me? The big boss is sitting there, and you don't see anyone toasting him. You can't distinguish between the big and small bosses. Yangshan chimed in, Mr. Li, that's not right. Today is the company's inauguration. You are all the owners of the company and our benefactors, while the chairman should be toasted. We should also toast you shareholders who have put in the effort for the company's establishment. Zhou Jiahui added to the excitement. Everyone, is Mr. Li handsome or not? Handsome. Zhou Jiahui continued. Since Mr. Li is so handsome, who will sing a song for him? I will. The next to take the mic was Jiang Yulan, the manager of the information security department, a tall girl with big eyes, brought over from a foreign company. She usually seemed a bit reserved, but unexpectedly became very lively at the banquet. My world. It becomes wonderful and hard to describe. I thought it was a dream that fell from the sky. Until confirmed, the warmth of your hand comes from your heart. At this moment, I finally bravely say I love you. At first, I only cared about looking at you, pretending to be indifferent, yet my heart drifted away. Jiang Yulan jumped straight into singing Jolan sighs, saying I love you. Drink one. Mr. Li, drink one. The men clapped along, and the atmosphere was extremely lively. Even several second-generation heirs joined in the fun. Shen Hui watched with great interest. These women were impressive. None of those who made it to management were weaklings. After the song ended, the applause grew even louder. Chen Lijun smiled and said, the song has been sung, so it's time to drink. Mr. Li, would you like to sing another one? Unable to withstand the onslaught, Li Guangming had to pinch his nose and drink another cup. As a result, by the end of the evening, a group of second-generation heirs were all helped out. Chapter 40, Parents Arrive. Qinghe. Shen Ligua couldn't find a purpose in life anymore. Feeling that if this continued, he would probably be done for. After wandering downstairs for a while, he recalled Shen Hui's suggestion from earlier and discussed it with Zhang Jinhua. Since there's nothing to do, I feel like my bones are rusting. Why don't we go see Shanghai and travel a bit? Zhang Jinhua asked, what about Mom? Shen Ligua replied, bring her along. Mom has worked hard all her life and has never been out of Qinghe. It's a good opportunity to take her out for a trip. Zhang Jinhua said, Mom is over 70. What if something happens? It would be hard to explain. Shen Ligua said, what could happen? Mom is in good health. Anyway, we're not in a hurry. We can take our time. After thinking for a while, Zhang Jinhua finally nodded in agreement. Mom's generation really had it tough. They endured a lot in their youth and raised several children through hardships. It would be nice to take Mom out for a trip while she can still walk. During lunch, they also asked Shen Tao and Shen Lu, aren't you inviting us? Shen Tao tossed the car keys to his father, saying, use it as you wish. Ever since driving the Mercedes-Benz a few times, Shen Tao had looked down on his own Envision, mostly driving the Benz now and giving his Envision to his father. With a solid justification, if he was taking the leader to do business, driving the Benz would be more comfortable for the leader. Since the car is out of fuel, just give it to Dad and wait for him to fill it up before asking for it back. Otherwise, how could Shen Tao bear to let others drive his beloved car? Shen Lu spent 2 months' salary buying a bunch of gifts for her boss and colleagues. And both the boss and colleagues were satisfied. Once everything was packed, the family took the train to the provincial capital and then transferred to a high-speed train to Shanghai. Shen Tao also brought along his girlfriend Luna. Initially, he wanted to bring his future father-in-law and mother-in-law. But Lu Qingwu and his wife felt embarrassed since they weren't married yet, so they decided to wait until the wedding. They were supposed to take a plane, but the elderly lady was too old, and the airline wouldn't allow her to fly. Fortunately, the high-speed train was quite fast, taking only 5 hours from the provincial capital to Shanghai. The tickets were booked by Shen Tao, but of course, the money was paid by Dad. His salary was barely enough to cover the mortgage, let alone maintain a car. Although Dad usually filled the car with gas and paid for family expenses, Shen Tao felt embarrassed to ask for money. They were in first class, which was much more comfortable than second class. The elderly lady was in good spirits and didn't experience any discomfort until they reached Shanghai. Following the crowd out of the station, Shen Lu spotted a young man holding a sign with Shen Tao's name on it and quickly said, Dad, over there. Look, it says Shen Tao. Everyone turned to look and saw the sign. Let us go. Shen Tao grabbed his suitcase and immediately pushed through the crowd. Shen Ligua was also carrying a lot of things, while Zhang Jinhua and Shen Lu helped the elderly lady. Why are there so many people? The elderly lady walked slowly, feeling a bit overwhelmed. There was no choice. There were just too many people. Having never traveled far in her life, suddenly coming to a place like Shanghai was an adjustment for her, especially at the train station, which was one of the most crowded places. We're here to pick you up. I'm Shen Tao. Shen Tao was the first to squeeze in front of the young man holding the sign and announced his name. Hello, Mr. Shen. We were sent by Mr. Shen to pick you up. As soon as the young man heard the main person had arrived, he quickly took Shen Tao's suitcase, while another young man swiftly took several bags from Shen Ligua, thinking that the family of the big boss should not be neglected. Shen Tao asked, is my brother here? The young man replied, Mr. Shen is waiting for you at home. He didn't come to the station. Shen Tao asked, where did my brother buy his house? The young man was puzzled, thinking it was strange that the whole family didn't know where the house was but was asking him, a driver, yet he politely answered, Mr. Shen's house is in Binjiang Garden. Shen Tao smacked his lips, not wanting to ask further, and decided to wait until they arrived. At this moment, Zhang Jinhua and Shen Lu also helped the elderly lady over, and the 2 young men quickly led the way. After leaving the station, they circled for a while before reaching the parking lot, stopping in front of a Bentley and a Mercedes-Benz. Wow, is this my brother's car? Shen Tao walked around the Bentley, feeling a bit overwhelmed. The young man nodded and said, "This car belongs to Mr. Shun. That Mercedes is a company car." Shen Tao satisfied his curiosity by getting into the passenger seat of the Bentley, thinking his brother was really impressive. His girlfriend Lu Na and Shun Lu got into the back seat, while Shen Ligua sat in the passenger seat of the Mercedes, and Zhang Jinhua helped the elderly lady into the back seat of the Mercedes. The two cars quickly started and drove out of the parking lot, smoothly merging onto the main road. In the car, Lu Na quietly asked Shen Tao, "How much is this car?" Shen Tao was checking on his phone and replied, "At least 5 million. Lu Na was astonished, feeling as if her imagination had been limited by poverty. Shen Lu then asked the driver, "What is your name, driver?" The driver raised his arm and waved his hand, saying, "My name is Wang Erqi." Shen Lu asked, "Mr. Wang, do you drive for my brother?" Wang Erqi replied, "I drive the company car. I was called in temporarily by Mr. Shen today." Shen Lu asked, "Doesn't my brother have a driver?" Wang Erqi replied, "Mr. Shen usually drives himself, and doesn't he have a designated driver?" Shen Tao interjected, "Does my brother only drive this car?" It was understandable for him to be curious. Shen Lu wasn't very clear about these things, but he knew that rich people usually had drivers for their luxury cars, and driving this car would definitely lead people to think of him as a chauffeur. Wang Erqi replied, "If Mr. Shen doesn't he drive this car? He also has 2 sports cars." Sports cars? Shen Tao immediately became interested and asked, "What kind of sports cars does my brother have?" Wang Erqi replied, "1 Continental GT and 1 convertible Mercedes." Continental GT, what a great car! Shen Tao exclaimed, feeling envious. The Continental GT was his favorite car, previously. He could only admire it online, but he never expected his brother to actually own one. Now he finally had a chance to enjoy it. Luna was afraid to ask how much it cost, fearing it would be another shocking figure. They chatted along the way, mainly Shen Tao conversing with Wang Erqi. An hour later, they arrived at Binjiang Garden. The driver didn't take the car to the parking lot, but drove directly downstairs. Shen Hui had already received the call and was waiting downstairs. As soon as the car stopped, he took a few steps forward to greet his father, brother, and sister. And when the elderly lady got out, he hurried over to help her, saying, "Grandma, you're here. Did you feel carsick on the way?" The elderly lady replied, "I'm fine, just that it was a bit stuffy in the car." Zhang Jinhua remarked, "This car is too sealed, it's suffocating." Shen Hui smiled wryly. Realizing she didn't know how to enjoy herself, a $3 million Mercedes was being criticized for being stuffy. She was born to ride a tractor. Shen Ligua looked up at the building and said, "This community isn't anything special. How can a suite cost over 200 million? Let us go upstairs." Shen Hui didn't say much and led the family upstairs. Once they entered the house, everyone was taken aback. "Hello, uncle and aunt." "Hello." Shen Ligua nodded but didn't know how to converse, while several women were staring intently at Lin Yuding. They had heard Shen Hui mention they had hired a nanny, but they didn't expect her to be so beautiful. Zhang Jinhua was suspicious, thinking, could it be that the big boss has found a girlfriend? Shen Lu was wondering, could this be my brother's mistress? As for Shen Tao and Lu Na, they shared the same thoughts as Shen Lu. "Wow, this girl is really pretty." The elderly lady looked at Lin Yuding and said whatever came to her mind. Such a beautiful girl. It would be great to have her as a daughter-in-law. Lin Yuding's face turned red, and she stood there not knowing what to say. Shen Hui also felt awkward and quickly helped the elderly lady inside, saying, "Grandma, let us take a look at the house first. We'll eat later." The family began to look around the house, inside and out, feeling that their eyes were not enough. Compared to this mansion, the 4 apartments in Qinghe were simply a poor man's dwelling. The life of the wealthy was beyond what the poor could imagine, especially the garden and swimming pool upstairs, which truly shocked everyone. Shen Tao smacked his lips, suddenly feeling a bit worried. What if one day he also bought such a luxury mansion? Shen Ligua and Zhang Jinhua were in a state of collapse, feeling as if they were dreaming, unable to believe that such a luxurious house belonged to their son, as what they saw truly exceeded anything they had ever dreamed of. After wandering around for half an hour, it was only when Lin Yuding asked for the 3rd time when they would eat that everyone finally made their way to the dining room. Zhang Jinhua was not used to being served and immediately headed for the kitchen. Lin Yuding was unsure what to do and looked to Shen Hui for help. "Don't worry about it," Shen Hui said. "My parents aren't used to having everything done for them. You go ahead and do your thing. We'll handle it ourselves." Lin Yuding then relaxed and went to the small dining room to eat her meal. Once the food was served and everyone sat around the luxurious dining table, the meal felt particularly delicious. Chapter 41, Getting Used to It. After the meal, Shen Lu and Lu Na helped, while Zhang Jinhua quickly tidied up. Lin Yuding, seeing she had nothing to do, retreated to her nanny room. Shen Hui took his family upstairs to rest, and at that moment, Zhang Jinhua asked, "How did you find such a beautiful nanny? She wouldn't be your girlfriend, would she? A girl as pretty as that wouldn't come out to be a nanny." Shen Hui replied, "Mom, stop talking nonsense. She's a graduate student." Zhang Jinhua was even more surprised. What? You mean she's a graduate student? The others were also taken aback, feeling as if their worldview had been refreshed. Shen Hui nodded. There's nothing strange about it. Shanghai is the most developed city in the country, and university graduates here have a hard time finding jobs. Many wealthy people have higher requirements for nannies, including educational qualifications. So, some graduates who can't find work turn to the domestic service market to become nannies. Don't look at it with colored glasses. There's nothing shameful about being a nanny. Although Shen Tao and Shen Lu were surprised, they could barely accept it. However, Shen Ligua and Zhang Jinhua couldn't accept it at all. They wouldn't even accept a college student as a nanny, let alone a graduate student. If it were Shen Lu, they would rather have her work on a construction site than let their daughter, who went to university, be a nanny. Working on a construction site may be tough, but at least there's some dignity in it. What kind of nonsense is it to serve others as a nanny? Zhang Jinhua asked. How much do you pay her? Shen Hui said, 6,000 a month. Zhang Jinhua felt heartbroken. You could just tidy up yourself. Why spend 6,000 to hire someone to serve you? Shen Hui didn't want to discuss this issue with his mother and changed the subject. Let's stay here for the night, and tomorrow I'll take you to the villa. I bought a new villa recently. It's better to live there if you want peace and quiet. Shen Tao quickly asked, how much is the villa? Shen Hui replied, over 300 million. Shen Tao gritted his teeth, really wanting to ask, big brother, did you rob a bank? Shen Ligua and Zhang Jinhua were almost numb, feeling as if they had suddenly become wealthy peasants. Shen Lu asked, brother, where's your company? We want to go see it. Shen Hui said, it's not far from here. Let's rest today, and I'll take you there tomorrow. Then I'll go for a swim. Shen Lu said as she got up and called Lu Na, sister Lu Na. Let's go together. Lu Na felt a bit shy and hesitated for a moment before following Shen Lu upstairs. Shen Tao had been thinking about his big brother's car and couldn't sit still after wandering around the house for a while, so he decided to go check the car. Shen Hui called Wang Erqi, and Shen Tao took the elevator directly to the underground parking garage, where Wang Erqi was waiting at the elevator entrance. Master Wang. Sorry to trouble you. Shen Tao was still somewhat polite, especially in front of outsiders. Even if the other party was a driver, he was very courteous. Wang Erqi nodded. Led him to the car. There were 6 parking spots, 2 empty, and 4 cars parked, including a Maybach and a Mercedes, as well as a Continental and another Mercedes. Shen Tao circled around the 2 cars a few times, his excitement nearly bubbling over. I'll try this one first. Shen Tao rubbed his hands excitedly and got into the Continental. After opening the roof and familiarizing himself with the controls, he started the car. Master Wang. You get in too. Shen Tao wasn't familiar with the roads here, so he called Wang Erqi to join him in the car. Having been in the car all day, he had gotten up at 4 a.m. to take the train from Qinghe to the provincial city, and after dinner, it was already 7 p.m. The old lady was tired and went to rest early, while Shen Ligua and Zhang Jinhua were still wide awake, bombarding Shen Hui with questions. As night fell, and they sat on the terrace watching the riverside night view, they could truly appreciate the city's prosperity. Shen Hui had initially wanted to take his family for a night tour along the riverside, but since the old lady needed to rest, he had to give up. Young people adapt quickly, while older people don't think too much and sleep more soundly. However, Shen Ligua and Zhang Jinhua couldn't sleep while lying in bed, feeling as if they were ordinary folks who suddenly found themselves in a palace. It would be strange if they could fall asleep. The bedroom was very large, much bigger than the living room of their house, making it feel quite empty. Zhang Jinhua thought about the house and felt a bit pained about the money. Why buy such a big house? It cost over 200 million. And what's with that villa? We bought it but don't even live in it. It's such a waste of money. If I had known, I wouldn't have bought so many houses in Qinghe. Shen Ligua said, why think so much? You don't have to work on the construction site anymore. Just enjoy yourself. Zhang Jinhua replied, what am I enjoying? Haven't those big bosses in Qinghe all gone bankrupt? With Shen Hui's spending habits, can this house even be maintained? We can't even pay the electricity and property fees. You're a jinx. Shen Ligua said, can't you say something nice? Zhang Jinhua said, I'm just worried. All right, sleep your sleep and don't think about those unnecessary things. Shen Ligua turned over and went to sleep. Zhang Jinhua couldn't sleep, tossing and turning all night. The next day, she woke up still yawning. After breakfast, Shen Hui took his family to the company. Not only were Shen Tao and Shen Lu curious, but their parents were also quite interested in the whole company thing and wanted to see it. They took the elevator to the 43rd floor, and as soon as they exited, several receptionists saw the boss and quickly greeted him. Good morning, Chairman. Shen Hui nodded and led his family to the office. Employees they encountered stopped to greet the boss, looking curiously at him, leading a few unusual people to the office, all pondering who these people were. Shen Ligua, Zhang Jinhua, Shen Tao, and Shen Lu all looked around curiously, feeling that it was quite impressive. Once they entered the chairman's office, Shen Hui introduced the incoming Wu Tianming. These are my family members. Wu Tianming quickly greeted, Uncle, Aunt, Grandma, hello. He also smiled and nodded at Shen Tao and Shen Lu. unsure how to address them. Shen Ligua and Zhang Jinhua were really not used to being flattered, feeling as if they were wealthy landlords. It wasn't until Wu Tianming served tea and left that they felt a bit more at ease. Shen Ligua then asked Shen Hui, "Who was that woman?" Shen Hui replied, "She's my secretary. I have some business today, so I won't accompany you on a tour. Later, I'll arrange for a yacht and have someone take you for a boat ride on the Pujiang River, and after lunch, I'll send you to the villa. If you want to explore, just have someone take you." Shen Ligua said, "You do your business. We're fine to just wander around." Shen Tao quickly said, "Brother, can I drive your car for a few days?" Shen Ligua glared, "As long as there's a car to sit in, why do you need to drive? There are so many cars on the road. What if you scratch or bump into something?" Shen Tao pouted, thinking it was really boring to be out with his parents, who wanted to control everything. Shen Ligua asked Shen Hui, "What does your company do, and how much do you make in a year?" Shen Hui said, "We mainly deal with foreign exchange. This year, I'm aiming to make 100 billion first." Shen Ligua was speechless and didn't know what else to ask. Shen Tao and Shen Lu felt dizzy, as if their brains weren't working properly. After sitting in the office for a while and touring various offices, they felt there wasn't much to see. Instead, it caused chaos in the departments. Upon hearing that the boss's family was visiting, no one could just sit still and had to get up to greet them. Shen Ligua and Zhang Jinhua also felt uncomfortable and somewhat regretted coming. The framework had already been set up, and various departments had begun to operate. As profit-generating departments, the Securities Investment Department, Futures Investment Department, and Foreign Exchange Investment Department had submitted their pre-established investment plans. Originally, the Investment Department had certain authority and could conduct buying and selling transactions within their limits. Even if the department heads had opinions, they could only suppress them and dared not say anything. Shen Hui first looked at the plan from the Securities Investment Department, which mainly handled stock trading. Shen Hui allocated 5 billion in funds to this department, and the plan included 10 analysis reports, providing a comprehensive analysis of 10 promising stocks. The reports discussed the reasons for being optimistic about these 10 stocks from both fundamental and technical perspectives, filled with various professional jargon that made Shen Hui's head increasingly ache. He called Wu Tianming in and instructed him, "Check the stock market trends." Wu Tianming replied, "Okay," and grabbed a remote control, pressing a few buttons on the wall. Soon, a large embedded projection on the wall turned on, and Wu Tianming sat down at a computer diagonally opposite, operating it for a moment to display the stock market data on the big screen. After a few more operations, the line for China Construction Electric Power Investment was shown. Shen Hui glanced at it and said, "Take a look at Jinka Company, Limited." Wu Tianming adjusted the display to show Jinka Company, Limited, and first looked at the line. After finishing all 10 analysis reports submitted by the Securities Investment Department, Shen Hui shook his head in silence. Only 3 had some potential, but he felt it wasn't too promising, estimating that the profits wouldn't be significant, while the remaining 7 were outright worthless. He called for Su Jinquan to come over. Upon Shen Hui's instruction, Wu Tianming picked up the phone and called the manager of the Securities Investment Department, Su Jinquan. Chapter 42. Investment Plan. Su Jinquan arrived quickly. It was less than a minute after Wu Tianming finished the call. "Chairman, you called for me?" Su Jinquan thought to himself, wondering if the investment plan had been approved. Shen Hui raised the investment plan in his hand and asked, "Do you have confidence in this investment plan?" Su Jinquan pondered while carefully choosing his words. This investment plan was proposed after our Securities Investment Department fully researched the relevant industries and specifically analyzed several listed companies. I believe it is quite appropriate. Hearing this, Shen Hui frowned and asked in a deep voice, "I want to know if you have confidence in achieving the profit targets set in the plan." Su Jinquan bit his teeth and said, "I am confident that we can achieve the established profit targets." Shen Hui shook his head and said, "Get paper and a pen." Su Jinquan was taken aback for a moment, but quickly took a piece of paper and a pen and sat aside. Shen Hui instructed Wu Tianming, "Open the stock decline ranking for both markets." Wu Tianming was puzzled, but hurriedly opened the stock decline ranking and flipped through a few pages as Shen Hui directed, eventually pulling up a stock with a 36 decline. Shen Hui leaned back and glanced at it, saying, "Next." Wu Tianming was confused, wondering what was going on, but didn't dare ask further and continued flipping. Su Jinquan had the same question in mind, but didn't dare to inquire more. So he obediently sat there with the paper and pen. After looking at 4 stocks, it was only on the 5th one that Shen Hui finally instructed, "Buy 5,000 hands of stock 128. Su Jinquan was momentarily shocked, looked at the stock name and code, and quickly noted it down. Wu Tianming also hurriedly grabbed a piece of paper and a pen to record it. They continued flipping and looking. After half an hour, they had only selected 10 stocks. Both Wu Tianming and Su Jinquan felt like they were watching Shun Banshan, a fortune teller, predict fortunes. To be honest, for such a large investment, they had never seen such a haphazard selection process. Every investment plan usually underwent thorough research and verification before being finalized. Just taking a glance and daring to decide whether to buy or not was unprecedented. Buffett wouldn't even do it like this. However, since the boss was being decisive, both of them didn't know what to say. After all, they were just employees. Whatever the boss said was how it would be done, and if it went wrong, the boss would take the blame. Selecting stocks was a tedious and time-consuming task. By the time the morning shift ended, they had only selected 50 stocks. Shen Hui rubbed his eyes, feeling that being a boss was truly tiring. Su Jinquan had already calculated and said, a total of 2 billion in funds is required. Still over 100 million left. Shen Hui thought for a moment, but realized there was no time left to select stocks for this group of sons. They could only wait idly. Shen Lu was wandering around with a sweeping machine, looking quite fresh. Shen Tao pushed a mopping machine around, his expression impatient. Lu Na held a cloth, wiping this and that, looking helpless. What are you guys doing? Shen Hui asked while changing his shoes, feeling perplexed. Shen Tao, with a sullen face, didn't respond, and Lu Na remained silent as well. Shen Lu smiled and said, Mom asked us to clean the house. Oh. Shen Hui was taken aback, thought for a moment, and said, then you all continue. Shen Tao was almost furious, while Shen Lu and Lu Na snickered. Their mother was a restless person, not accustomed to being waited on. The house was too big, and she felt it was really hard for a single maid to clean it all, so she issued an order for Shen Tao and Shen Lu to do the cleaning. Shen Tao didn't want to do it, and ended up getting a rolling pin to the head. Lu Na naturally couldn't just sit idle, so she had to find some work to do. Speaking of which, Lu Na was the only daughter in the family. Although they weren't extraordinarily rich, she was raised with a golden key and was treated like a princess at home. She hardly did any housework growing up. However, since the Shen family became prosperous, her sense of superiority had diminished. Upon arriving in Shanghai, she felt completely devoid of that superiority. Although her mother didn't make her work, Lu Na still consciously kept herself busy to avoid being criticized by her future mother-in-law. It can only be said that everyone is changing, and Lu Na was changing too. Shen Hui took a stroll around the kitchen. His mother was busy preparing lunch with Lin Yuding, asking her about her family while working, even inquiring if she had a boyfriend, which made Lin Yuding feel particularly awkward. Shen Hui felt awkward too. What was his mother trying to do? In the afternoon, at work, he continued reviewing the investment plans. He allocated 5 billion each to the Securities Investment Department and the Futures Investment Department. Compared to the Securities Investment Department's plan, the Futures Investment Department's investment plan seemed more reliable. Lu Shiguang focused on soybean meal contracts, analyzing market demand and supply chains, and considering the domestic and international situations. He believed that soybean meal prices would decline in the coming month and wanted to short soybean meal. Shen Hui also felt that soybean meal would drop, but he wasn't optimistic about this investment plan. He didn't think it would lead to losses, but he felt the gains wouldn't be significant. After browsing some news and studying soybean meal prices, Shen Hui began to give his comments. Wait a bit, enter the market when the timing is right. The document was forwarded to the Futures Investment Department. After Lu Shiguang reviewed the comments, he felt a bit uneasy. It seemed that the big boss recognized the Futures Investment Department's investment plan and also believed that soybean meal would drop. Waiting a bit made sense. It likely meant he thought soybean meal would rise again, and when the timing was right, it would naturally be at the peak to turn back. But the problem was, where was the peak? No one could guarantee that. Even the big players in the futures market wouldn't dare to guarantee where the ceiling was. The market changes rapidly. If anyone could accurately predict the ceiling and floor, they wouldn't be human, but a god. Lu Shiguang couldn't sit still anymore. He went to Wu Tianming to seek information, but got no useful news. Gritting his teeth, he knocked on the chairman's office door, preparing to ask the boss directly for his opinion to avoid any mistakes. Where do you think the ceiling is? Shen Hui asked in response to Lu Shiguang's intention. Lu Shiguang thought for a moment and carefully articulated, considering various market analyses. Although there have been several positive news about the soybean meal market recently, the new round of China U.S. trade negotiations has already begun, and the impact on agricultural products is not significant. Moreover, global soybean inventories have shown signs of halting their decline, so I believe it's difficult for soybean meal prices to rise. Even if it hasn't reached the ceiling, it isn't far off. Shen Hui said nothing and instructed, report the latest soybean meal market conditions to me every morning. Lu Shiguang responded and, seeing that there were no further instructions, had to get up and leave. After exiting the chairman's office, he pondered. It seemed that the boss was going to take direct charge. Hearing Chen Lijun say that the boss was more godlike than a stock god, he didn't know if it was true, so he decided to wait and see. After reviewing the Futures Investment Department's investment plan, Shen Hui continued to look at the Foreign Exchange Investment Department's investment plan. The investment scope of the Foreign Exchange Investment Department was quite broad, including spot gold and foreign exchange trading, as well as international market precious metal futures trading and various other types of securities and futures trading. The foreign exchange investment department's plan was an analysis of the price trend of spot gold, filled with several thousand words. Shen Hui glanced at it and tossed it aside, completely unable to understand, feeling that his intelligence was insulted. I can't understand it without education. Shen Hui glanced at the time, got up, and left the office, heading straight to the foreign exchange investment department. The foreign exchange investment department occupied an independent area, which included a large office, a lounge, and a small independent dining room. Takeout could be enjoyed in the dining room, which was also equipped with a coffee machine and various tea sets. When Shen Hui arrived at the foreign exchange trading room, he did not see the manager, Guo President Shen. A trader saw the big boss enter and was taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly stood up to greet him. The other traders also quickly stood up, puzzled about why the big boss had come to the foreign exchange trading room. Shen Hui asked, "Where's Manager Guo?" A trader replied, "He is in the office." Shen Hui sat down on a nearby sofa and said, "Go call him over." The trader responded and hurried off to summon the boss. When Guo arrived at the trading room, Shen Hui was looking at the spot gold market. The walls of the foreign exchange trading room were lined with large screens connected to various exchanges like the New York Stock Exchange, Tokyo Commodity Exchange, Chicago Mercantile Exchange, and real-time spot gold quotes. "President Shen, you called for me?" Guo was also puzzled. The investment proposal he submitted had no news. Yet the big boss had come to the foreign exchange investment department and went directly to the trading room instead of his own office. What was he planning? Shen Hui glanced at his watch and said, "There are 10 minutes left. Prepare the funds for entry." Guo was a bit confused. Was the boss going to personally take charge? Although he found it a bit absurd as a qualified employee. Guo did not question the boss's decision and quickly relayed the orders to gather the funds, preparing for the trade with 2 traders. Shen Hui kept watching the charts, but he couldn't discern much. Guo and his subordinates saw that the boss remained silent and did not dare to speak, quietly waiting for an opportunity. Spot gold is known as the largest stock due to its global market and massive trading volume. It is said that no consortium or institution can manipulate such a huge market. Shen Hui wasn't entirely sure if that was true, but the scale of the spot gold market was indeed large. Compared to it, the domestic futures market seemed like a small pond next to the ocean. At 15:30, the European market officially opened for trading. Guo pulled up a chair and sat to the side, staring intently at the market, waiting for the boss's instructions. On May 15th, the price of spot gold stabilized below the 1300 mark, with short-term support for the dollar pushing it higher, while bearish sentiment dominated the gold market, causing prices to fall. However, after the European market opened, the price of gold appeared quite strong. The trading room was very quiet. Guo waited for the boss's instructions, and the traders did the same. When the gold price jumped to $12.99, Shen Hui suddenly said, "Short 5,000 lots, with 100 times leverage." The first trader did not hesitate and immediately placed a short order for 5,000 lots. Guo quickly got up, walked over, and stood behind the 2 traders, watching them operate. As the gold price continued to rise, the 5,000 lot short order was executed, and the price had already surpassed $1,301 per ounce. Shen Hui ordered again, continue shorting 5,000 lots. This time it was the second trader, a female, who filled out a 5,000 lot short order. The gold price kept climbing, and Shen Hui commanded to short 4 times, each time for 5,000 lots, totaling 20,000 lots short, with the price reaching $13.01. $85 per ounce. After the 4th 5,000 lot short order was executed, he ordered again, short 10,000 lots. Both traders were a bit stunned, and Guo was also taken aback. The first trader, responsible for placing orders, thought to himself that he was not afraid the boss was a fool, but he was worried about a fool giving blind commands. The gold price was still rising, the bullish momentum was strong, even if they wanted to counter the trend. They had to follow the overall direction. How could they just randomly short? Did the boss even understand what it meant to follow the trend? President Shen, the position has exceeded the funding warning line. Guo could no longer hold back and reminded him. Spot gold is traded with margin leverage, typically, to control risk. A mature trader would keep the position ratio between 10 to 15. The foreign exchange investment department had 100 million in capital, and with 20,000 lots short, the position ratio had reached 1/3, severely exceeding the risk control warning line. If they got stuck, there would be no time to escape. Shen Hui did not explain, saying, "Do as I say." Guo stopped speaking and instructed the traders to execute. The trading staff did not dare to say anything and filled out a 10,000 lot short order. At 1600 hours, after Shen Hui continuously shorted 30,000 lots, the gold price, which had been rising, finally began to consolidate and oscillate, with trading volume increasing and bearish forces gaining strength, leading to a clash with the bulls. Shen Hui ordered again, continue shorting 10,000 lots. The female trader did not hesitate and quickly filled out a blank order to place it. Soon, After only a few minutes of oscillation, the bears gained the upper hand, and the gold price began to decline. When the gold price dipped to $12.95.15, it seemed to encounter significant resistance and began to oscillate. With 40,000 lots short, the average cost was at $1,315. Cashing out now would yield a profit of $20 million. After oscillating for nearly half an hour, the bears seemed to have the advantage, and the gold price continued to drop. Guo Xiumin and the two traders finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was no longer so torturous. Soon, the gold price fell to $12.94.14, indicating that the bears still had strong momentum. All right, close the positions. Shen Hui suddenly issued the order, leaving Guo Xiumin and the two traders a bit stunned. Given the current momentum of the bears, there should still be potential for profit. Why close positions now? When the gold price fell below $12.94, all 40,000 lots short were closed and cashed out. However, the excitement did not last long before Shen Hui gave another order. Go long 10,000 lots. Closing positions was fine, but the bears still had strong momentum, and the gold price was still falling. Why go long again? Despite their confusion, the first trader quickly executed the boss's order, filling out a 10,000 lot long order. The gold price soon fell to $12.93.56, and the market was filled with bearish sentiment, as if the bears had already taken control. Even those who previously had a bullish outlook on gold now lacked confidence. On the charts, there were numerous large short orders, while long orders were only a few dozen or 100 lots. When the gold price dropped to $12.93.47, the fourth 10,000 lot long order was fully executed. Just when the market was generally bearish, the falling gold price suddenly reversed without warning, turning sharply upwards and instantly breaking through $1,295 per ounce, catching everyone off guard. By the time the bears reacted and instinctively continued to buy short, the gold price had skyrocketed, quickly recovering lost ground and rising back to $12.98, completely catching the bears off guard. From the line chart, in just a few minutes, the gold price had almost formed a vertical line. Fortunately, after breaking through $12.99, the bears seemed to regain some momentum, and the gold price turned downwards again. The bears sighed in relief and began to increase their short positions. However, the bulls also started to gain strength, and it wasn't long before the gold price began to rise again. Amid this roller coaster of excitement, the end of the workday arrived, and footsteps and voices were heard outside. Guo Xiumin went over to close the door, and the other traders who had nothing to do did not dare to leave. It's fine, you can all leave early, Shen Hui said, allowing the others to leave first. However, no one moved. Everyone is waiting to see the results. Today's wave of trading has clearly been very fruitful. So far, combined with the profits from the previous short positions, the paper profits have exceeded 24 million. And it's in US dollars, which is definitely a big harvest. In such an exciting scene, no one wants to leave without seeing the results. Shen Hui looked around and said, if we don't clock out, I'll go buy dinner. Dinner is on me. Wow. A guy stood up and asked, what does Mr. Shen want to eat? Shen Hui replied, I'm not eating, you guys eat. The guy agreed and asked others what they wanted before running out. Before the European market closed, the gold price was reported at $12,969. Before the European market closed, Shen Hui decisively ordered to liquidate 40,000 long positions with a cost of $129 for 165, brought in over $8 million in profits, and combined with the previous short profits, the net profit could exceed $30 million, a very substantial and exciting result. Guo Xiumin and several order clerks looked at the boss with eyes that seemed to see a deity, twice in and out, almost every time they caught the floor and the ceiling, maximizing profits. Although no one believes there are gods in the world, they still feel the boss is like a living god. Otherwise, how could he be so impressive? How about it? Can we hold on? At this moment, if they could seize the opportunity, the gains would be even more substantial than the European market. No problem. We can hold on. The order clerks expressed their determination, their faces full of enthusiasm, eager to witness the boss's extraordinary trading skills and experience the thrilling rush of making money. Working overtime was a small matter. Staying up all night was also fine. Shen Hui said, all right, go buy whatever you want. We'll make a few more trades tonight. The same order clerk who went to buy food ran down again to buy a bunch of snacks. When he returned, he said to Shen Hui, Mr. Shen, Secretary Wu is still here. Shen Hui was taken aback, not expecting Wu Tianming to still be at work, and said, you go and tell her to clock out. Okay. The order clerk responded and ran out again. He was a good runner. Chapter 44, Mom's Bragging. Over $100 million in such a market doesn't even make a splash. The results are glorious. Compared to the calm of the European morning session, the trading volume during the evening European and American sessions is enormous, and gold prices fluctuate much more violently, providing many more opportunities for Shen Hui. By the close of the 12th day, the 3 waves of operations at night had made over 40 million in profits. Adding the over 30 million from the European morning session, The total profit exceeded 70 million. This is in US dollars, not RMB. Shen Hui was a bit tired and took an early shower before going to bed. The next day, he slept in and woke up around 10. In the living room, his parents were sitting on the sofa watching TV with the old lady, looking quite bored. Shen Tao, Shen Lu, and Lu Na were excitedly searching for hidden cabinets in the wall, looking like they were on a treasure hunt. Shen Hui sat down on the sofa and asked, "Grandma is okay, right?" Shen Hui smiled and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? The world is so big. Go out and take a look." Shen Hui said, "I'm working overtime." Zhang Jinhua casually asked, "Working overtime for what?" Shen Hui replied, "For the gold European market." Shen Ligua and Zhang Jinhua didn't ask further. They couldn't understand. Shen Hui continued, "I won't be going to the company this morning. After lunch, I'll take you to the villa." Zhang Jinhua said, "Your aunt and uncle have no work. Can you find them something to do?" Shen Hui asked, "What does your aunt want to do?" Zhang Jinhua replied, "Anything is fine, as long as it makes money." Shen Hui scratched his head. Both his aunt and uncle were not educated. The uncle was okay. He had driven big trucks before, so if worse came to worst, he could be a driver. But his aunt, like his mom, had never been to school and worked on construction sites. What work could they do? After thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with anything good. Arranging work for his aunt was difficult. The salary couldn't be low, and the work had to be decent. It was indeed hard to arrange. The company didn't have jobs suitable for his aunt. Finding jobs for those second-generation kids was no problem, but the issue was that it was a bit of a roundabout way. If his aunt wasn't happy with the job, it would be awkward. After pondering for a long time, he said, "How about going to my company to clean? How much can you pay?" Zhang Jinhua was most concerned about the money. Her sister had 2 kids at home, and they couldn't afford to pay less. Shen Hui said, "Around 6,000, I can't pay too high. I'll give a red envelope at the end of the year. 6,000 is fine." Zhang Jinhua said, "What about your uncle? Can you find him a job?" Shen Hui rubbed his face and said, "Let him drive." Shen Ligua asked, "What car will he be driving?" Shen Hui replied, "The company's cars are all Mercedes." Zhang Jinhua said, "There are so many cars in the city. Your uncle hasn't been here. How can he know the way?" Shen Hui helplessly replied, "What can we do? What else can my uncle do? He'll just have to learn slowly." Shen Ligua asked, "How much is the driver's salary?" Shen Hui said, "Around 8 or 9,000. After social security deductions. It's probably over 6,000, but the company's subsidies are high. With various subsidies, it can exceed 10,000, plus the Provident Fund is well paid." "That's pretty good," Zhang Jinhua said. "I heard that renting a house in the city is too expensive, a few thousand a month. Since your house is empty, your uncle and aunt can stay here. Otherwise, renting will cost a lot." Shen Hui was speechless. Why would they stay here? Even if I have no objections, my uncle and aunt wouldn't be comfortable. Besides, the company has a housing subsidy that gives 2,000 a month for rent, plus transportation and meal subsidies, which adds up to over 4,000. For 2 people, it's over 8,000. Renting a cheaper place is enough for my uncle and aunt's expenses. Zhang Jinhua said, "If we can save, we should save. It's 7 or 8,000 a month. It would be great to save that." Shen Hui was completely speechless. He really couldn't stand his mom's way of thinking. "How about this?" Shen Hui said, "I'll buy a house for my uncle and aunt to live in. That should be fine, right?" Zhang Jinhua was unhappy again. How can that work? A house is so expensive. Shen Ligua couldn't take it anymore. "Then rent a house for Qi Weiqing and Yinhua." Zhang Jinhua asked, "How much does it cost to rent a house here?" Shen Hui hadn't paid attention to this, saying, "It probably costs over 100,000 a year." Zhang Jinhua was shocked. "So expensive. The money you earn in a year isn't even enough to rent a house." Shen Lu came over and sat down beside them, saying, "That's how it is in the city. The biggest hassle of working in the city is renting a house. Even if you share a rental, it still costs several thousand a month. I heard even renting a basement costs 2 or 3,000. Zhang Jinhua was a bit conflicted. She felt reluctant to spend money on renting a house for her sister. It costs over 100,000 a year, although she wasn't short of cash now. With over 10 million in pocket money from the mainland, spending over 1 million on a storefront in Qinghe, and still having over 3 million left. She had been frugal all her life. With a ready-made house to live in, why spend over 100,000 renting? After lunch, Shen Hui took his parents to the villa. The villa is not far from the financial district, just a 40-minute drive. It's a golf villa area with very low population density, each with its own gate and yard, covering 7 or 8 acres. And the straight line distance between each villa is over 50 meters. The courtyard has a garden, a small pavilion, and a fountain, as well as an outdoor swimming pool. Although the Riverside Gardens Riverview apartments are luxurious, most people undoubtedly prefer the villas compared to them. The spacious villas do not have that cramped feeling of being caged in, but instead offer a more relaxed atmosphere, making them much more comfortable than living in the Riverside Garden. This place is better. The old lady doesn't like the Riverside Garden. It feels particularly stuffy. There is nowhere to go if she wants to take a walk. The villa is better. If she feels bored inside, she can walk in the yard or sit in the pavilion to get some fresh air, which is much better than living in a high-rise. The villa also has a nanny, a woman in her 40s with the surname Liu, whom Shen Hui calls Sister Liu. Shen Liu posted something on social media, and not long after, his mom's phone rang. In the past 2 days, my parents have been calling a lot, mainly due to the trouble caused by social media. After Shen Tao and Shen Liu posted photos of their house in Binjiang Garden, relatives have been calling nonstop, making my parents incredibly happy. Luna also posted on social media, and after her mom saw it, she couldn't help but want to experience what it feels like to live in a mansion. The caller was my second aunt, Zhang Jinhua, who calmly began to show off, saying it was just a villa worth over 300 million, with some lawn in the yard, a garden, a few pavilions, plus several fountains, and a swimming pool. Watching my mom pretend to be modest, my siblings and I couldn't help but stifle our laughter. Shen Ligua frowned and puffed out smoke rings. After half an hour, Zhang Jinhua finally hung up, feeling quite pleased. When Shen Hui was leaving, my mom gave him another task, to rent a house for my aunt and uncle, since her son wouldn't let them stay at home. Zhang Jinhua didn't want to specifically buy a house for her sister and brother-in-law to live in. After thinking it over, she decided that renting a house would be more cost-effective, and of course, the rent would be paid by her son. She heard that her eldest son spends tens of thousands on meals with others outside, so skipping a few meals would save enough. After sitting in the office for a while, the heads of various departments hurried in to report their work. The first to come in was Liu Shiguang, who had been waiting all morning for the boss to arrive. Liu Shiguang had been keeping an eye on things and had even spoken to Wu Tianming beforehand. After receiving the notification, he was the first to come in and reported on the soybean meal contract market. Chapter 45, Extremely Difficult Operations. Liu Shiguang was anxious. As soon as he started work that morning, news had spread that the boss personally took charge and directed the Forex investment department to trade spot gold in the European market, reportedly making a substantial profit. One day's earnings could match the annual profits of many similarly sized investment firms. The people in the Forex investment department were as excited as if they had taken stimulants, eagerly waiting to make another big score under the boss's guidance, which made Liu Shiguang anxious. He had long heard from old classmates that the boss was a true expert, and now this was confirmed. He also heard that the proposal from the Securities Investment Department was shot down by the boss. Although the investment proposal was rejected, the boss had provided a new plan. In the morning, while chatting with Su Jinkuan, the Securities Investment Department had already completed building their position, buying over 300 million in stocks, leaving only the Futures Investment Department yet to start. How could Liu Shiguang not be anxious? Shen Hui looked at the soybean meal contract market and felt it wasn't the right time to enter, so he told Liu Shiguang to keep waiting. The second person to come in was the manager of the venture capital department, a man in his 40s named Peng Guifeng, who had jumped from a deputy manager position in a certain investment bank's venture capital department, bringing along a few projects and an investment proposal. The 3 projects had a small total investment of less than 30 million. Shen Hui carefully reviewed the proposals, which were all for early-stage investment projects. The largest investment was planned for a startup team, intending to invest $2 million, which Shen Hui didn't understand, so he cursed inwardly. The smallest investment was for a specialty hot pot brand, which reportedly had a business model not inferior to Haidaleo, with an investment of 6 million. Just by looking at the proposals, he couldn't figure out much. After pondering for a moment, Shen Hui asked Peng Guifeng to arrange meetings with the heads of the startup teams, wanting to meet them first. The third person to enter was the manager of the legal department, Feng Meiqi, a 28-year-old woman with a master's degree in law and 3 years of legal work experience in a foreign company. She had also served as a department head and had a sharp short haircut, projecting a strong aura. Mr. Shen, I am preparing to sue Xingxing Network Company, Feng Meiqi said. However, we can minimize the company's losses. Although Xingxing Network Company doesn't have much capital, it does have many fixed assets, including a few cars, which can help offset the company's losses. Shen Hui thought to himself that a bunch of old computers and a few broken cars weren't worth much. But he didn't want to dampen his subordinates' enthusiasm, as Feng Meiqi was looking out for the company's interests. So he said, then let's sue. Feng Meiqi responded affirmatively, and, seeing that the boss had no further instructions, left in a hurry. Shen Hui shook his head, although he didn't think suing would be of much use. He was quite satisfied with his subordinates' work attitude. At least their initiative and enthusiasm were commendable. They weren't just going through the motions. Shen Hui said, the first matter is a good thing. It's necessary to establish a good corporate image. However, to accomplish anything, there must be a necessary incentive mechanism. Otherwise, it's easy to start strong and finish weak. Few people are willing to engage in unbeneficial tasks, and even if they have to, their initiative will be limited. You put together a proposal. If by the end of the year we reach 10,000 effective videos and 50,000 followers, everyone will double their year-end bonus. If we reach 50,000 effective videos and 100,000 followers, the year-end bonus will be doubled again on top of the previous doubling. The videos must primarily promote positive energy and reflect the spirit of the employees and the company's positive image. Those chaotic videos don't count. You can decide the specific numbers that are appropriate. I'm just speaking casually. Yang Shan nodded repeatedly, taking notes. Shen Hui continued. The second matter is to think bigger, adopting the mindset of a large enterprise. Although our Shanghai investment doesn't currently have a large asset scale, I am full of confidence in the company's future prospects. As a mid-level manager, you need to adjust your mindset and change your thinking, considering problems with the perspective and vision of a big enterprise. What does it mean to sponsor 10,000 yuan? If you're going to participate, make sure to turn a bad situation into a good one. Communicate with the relevant parties. In the future, we will fully sponsor the annual children's sports meeting for Shanghai investment, costing at most $1 million, showing the district committee, district government, municipal committee, and municipal government that we, Shanghai investment, are committed to children's health and supporting their growth. This is the responsibility and commitment that a large enterprise should have. Yang Shan was somewhat excited after receiving this motivational speech and felt energized as she left. With such a generous boss, future work would be easier. She could imagine that as long as this matter was implemented, she would definitely become a valued guest of the relevant departments. Every department loves a generous company. As the specific person in charge, she would naturally grasp the resources involved. If one day the street office wanted to solicit sponsorship, that would be fine. There would be no problem sponsoring, giving 20,000 instead of 10,000. However, wouldn't a few small matters from our company need to be handled smoothly, such as employee residence permits and the occasional personal matters? Yang Shan, energized, went to implement the boss's requirements, while Shen Hui went to the Forex trading room. In 10 minutes, the European market would open. This time, Shen Hui planned not only to trade gold, but also to try currency trading. He allocated funds, $100 million in spot gold, spread across 5 accounts, with 5 traders responsible for executing the trades, and $50 million in the currency market, also handled by 5 traders, all in full force. At 15:30, European trading began, watching the losses on the account turn into profits and continue to grow. All the traders became excited again. Shen Hui had just filled out a blank form when suddenly his phone rang. Cursing under his breath, he wondered who was calling at this time. Just as he was about to hang up, he glanced at the screen and saw it was Chun Jiaojiao calling. So he answered casually. What are you busy with? Chun Jiaojiao asked loudly, causing Guo Xiumin and the traders nearby to listen in, pondering who this woman was. As it seemed she was quite close to the boss. Shen Hui replied, at work. Chun Jiaojiao was surprised. You found a job? What are you doing? Shen Hui said. I'm busy. Is there something you need? Chun Jiaojiao said. It's Peipei's birthday tonight. Are you coming? Shen Hui thought for a moment and replied. I might be a bit late. Chun Jiaojiao said. That's fine. We'll wait for you no matter how late it is. After saying that, she hung up the phone quite decisively. Shen Hui pondered for a while and then set that matter aside, focusing on monitoring the market. Guo Xiumin watched nervously from the side. This high-difficulty operation was not something a regular person could handle. The key was that Guo Xiumin didn't dare to operate like that at all. The difficulty was simply beyond estimation. By 6 o'clock, just before the European market closed, the profit from spot gold reached as high as $38 million, with currency profits of $16 million, mainly due to the intense fluctuations in the euro, US dollar, and Japanese yen later on, and the high leverage amplified the profits, resulting in substantial earnings. All right, that's it for today. Guo Xiumin agreed and immediately became excited. Witnessing the boss's high-difficulty operation was indeed exhilarating, but once that excitement passed, it lost its meaning. Even a fool knew these profits had nothing to do with him, and he wouldn't get a commission. To earn a commission, he had to rely on himself. In this industry, most of the income comes from commissions. Order takers earn a fixed salary, but at Guo Xiumin's level, income relies on commissions. With the boss's guidance, as long as he was careful that night, he should be able to make a decent profit. Chapter 46, A Woman's Tears. When Shen Hui arrived at Huang Peipei's place, it was almost 8 o'clock. A cake was placed on the table, and the food was ready. They were just waiting for people to arrive. The 2 girls had been prepared since 6 o'clock, waiting until 8, and by the time they finally arrived, they were almost starving. Chun Jiaojiao seized Shen Hui and started complaining. What have you been busy with? If you don't come soon, we want to wait for you. Shen Hui replied, I've been busy making money. I have to support my family. Hurry. Wash your hands and come to the table. Although she was unhappy about the wait, Chun Jiaojiao was still quite reasonable and didn't nag any further. Just urged him on. Shen Hui washed his hands in the bathroom and soon sat down at the dining table. Chun Jiaojiao put the birthday hat on Huang Peipei, turned off the lights, lit the candles, and said, although there are fewer people, it's still okay. At least there's a man here. So it's not too miserable. Let us sing the birthday song together. Shen Hui felt a bit awkward hearing this. Was he just called to make up the numbers? There was no time to think too much, as Chun Jiao had already started clapping. Happy birthday to you. Shen Hui clapped along and turned to look at Huang Peipei, who had a look of small happiness on her face, seemingly very satisfied. He had never closely examined this woman before, but today, upon closer look, he found her quite beautiful. Her features were very balanced, not too much nor too little, especially her big eyes, which were very expressive. Hurry and make a wish. After the birthday song was finished, Chun Jiao urged Huang Peipei to make a wish. Huang Peipei put her hands together, not sure what wish she made, then blew out the candles. The meal was lavish, with 6 dishes and 1 soup, far too much for the 3 of them. Just by looking at the variety of dishes, one could tell that it was all prepared by Chun Jiao. Shen Hui also got busy, opening a bottle of red wine and pouring a glass for each person. He had tea planned to drink, but in this situation, any reason would become an excuse. It was Huang Peipei's birthday, and even if he didn't want a drink, he had to. Chun Jiao raised her glass and called out, "Come on, let us toast to bid farewell to our fleeting youth. Youth is eternal. It's not that easy to say goodbye." Shen Hui also raised his glass and said, "Another year older. I wish my old classmates find their other halves soon." Huang Peipei smiled brightly and downed her drink in one go. Seeing this, Chun Jiao also finished her glass. The 2 girls drank their glasses, leaving Shen Hui with no choice but to down his as well. Chun Jiao picked up a fork, jabbed a piece of cream, and smeared it on Huang Peipei's face a few times. Huang Peipei sat quietly, letting her do whatever she wanted to her face. After that, they officially started eating, chatting as they went. Most of the time, it was Chun Jiao and Huang Peipei talking, while Shen Hui just listened. Hearing them reminisce about the difficulties since graduating from university and complain about the gains and losses of those years spent writing in a rented apartment. Chun Jiao suddenly remembered something and said, "Shen Hui, I have good news for you. Peipei and I have recently struck it rich. A wealthy guy has been tipping us every few days. Peipei earned over 300,000 last month, and I made over 200,000 this month. Peipei is expected to earn over 400,000, and I'll be close too. What do you think, surprised or not? That is great. You 2 are rich ladies now. I'll have to come over for meals often," Shen Hui replied, looking surprised on the outside but not really surprised inside. The wealthy person Chun Jiao was talking about was him. What was there to be surprised about? However, Chun Jiao noticed that his expression seemed a bit fake, as if he wasn't really surprised, which puzzled her. She asked, "You mentioned on the phone this afternoon that you found a job. What are you doing? Do you have to work overtime often?" Shen Hui replied, "Selling apartments. It's going all right." He had initially wanted to find a chance to show off a bit to the 2 of them, but later that thought faded. While money was good, it was the easiest thing to create distance between people. In Shanghai, he didn't have any real friends, so it was best to maintain a pure friendship. As for how long that could last, they would see. Huang Peipei asked, "Isn't it hard to sell apartments in the Shanghai market right now?" Shen Hui said, "It's not that easy. There are too many vacant houses." Chun Jiao smiled and said, "Once we save enough money, we'll go buy a house from you to help you boost your performance." Shen Hui laughed, "I'll be waiting. You 2 hurry up and make money." Unknowingly, a bottle of red wine was finished, and Chun Jiao opened another one. Huang Peipei seemed a bit absent-minded, and both Shen Hui and Chun Jiao noticed. After pondering for a while, Chun Jiao seemed to understand something, and after they had eaten and drunk enough, she didn't clean up, but said, "You 2 sit for a while. I'm going downstairs to buy some ointment." Shen Hui felt something was off with this woman, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Huang Peipei had drunk a bit too much. Her neck couldn't support her head, so she propped her arms on the table, with one hand holding up her head, her face becoming paler, and there seemed to be a mist in her big eyes. Shen Hui asked, "Do you need help getting into rest?" Huang Peipei giggled and asked, "Shen Hui, am I beautiful?" Shen Hui replied, "Yes. You're the most beautiful today." Tears suddenly welled up in Huang Peipei's big eyes, as if she were acting in a drama. She cried out of nowhere, with no prior indication, and began to choke up as she said, "Then come and hug me." Shen Hui was a bit puzzled, looking at her and saying, "What is the matter? Why are you crying? If you have something to say, just say it." Huang Peipei cried, but her voice was soft, burying her head on the table and not speaking. Shen Hui felt quite helpless and went over to pat her back, saying, "Crying doesn't help. You were fine before. Why suddenly are you feeling upset? If you have something on your mind, just tell me. I can help you analyze it." Huang Peipei just cried without saying anything, and it didn't seem like she was wronged. Her crying felt inexplicable. Shen Hui was really at a loss for what to do. Fortunately, Huang Peipei soon stopped crying. He thought she was done being sad. Who knew that when he looked again, she had actually fallen asleep on the table. Shen Hui felt overwhelmed and called Chun Jiao. But to his frustration, she didn't answer. Furious, Shen Hui really wanted to curse, so he had to carry Huang Peipei into the bedroom, toss her directly onto the bed, and pull the blanket over her. After sitting in the living room for a while, he continued calling Chun Jiao. Still no answer. Shen Hui sent her a WeChat message. Where have you gone? I'm leaving. This woman had come in looking around, even peeking into Huang Peipei's bedroom before coming out to sit next to Shen Hui, looking puzzled and saying, "This shouldn't be. You guys didn't do anything? Did the sun rise in the west?" Shen Hui replied with a straight face, "What are you thinking? Do you think I'm that kind of person?" Chun Jiao asked in surprise, "Aren't you that kind of person?" Shen Hui was so angry he almost wanted to hit someone, frowning at her without saying a word. Chun Jiao finally surrendered and said, Okay, no more jokes. Why did Peipei fall asleep?" Chun Jiao asked, "What did Peipei say?" Shen Hui nodded, not saying much, and got up to leave. After leaving the community, I called Yang Shan. "Call the duty car to pick me up. I'll send you the location later." "Okay," Yang Shan replied, but the call dropped. Looking at my phone, I felt puzzled. The big boss seemed to be in a bad mood today, not daring to delay. I quickly opened WeChat, and, after a few seconds, saw the location sent over. So far, when Yang Shan saw the location, she felt a bit overwhelmed. How did he end up there? It was clear that the boss had driven out himself, and he must have drunk. Otherwise he wouldn't have called the driver to pick him up in the middle of the night. She hurriedly called the duty driver to explain the situation and sent the location. After hanging up, her best friend teased her. Shan, your job isn't easy, is it? Serving the big boss in the middle of the night. Why did you choose this job?" Yang Shan sighed. "I've been doing it for a few years. It's not that easy to change careers." Her best friend excitedly said, "Your boss is so young, younger than you. Why not use your charm? If you can hook him, you won't have to worry for the rest of your life. Come on, what are you thinking?" Yang Shan retorted. Her friend dismissed it. In this day and age, people laugh at poverty, but not at prostitution. Besides, both of you are single. It's not like you're being a mistress, so what is there to worry about? Anyone would use all their skills to catch such a big fish. Yang Shan smiled and said, "If you can do it, then go ahead. But I don't know your boss." Her friend complained and then asked excitedly, "So, how does it feel to be a leader?" Yang Shan replied, "It's just okay. The pressure is huge. I'm always on edge, afraid of making mistakes at work. I even dream about how to make the boss satisfied with my work. Just worried that one day I might get fired." Her friend envied her. "Who isn't the same? You made a good move in changing jobs, a salary of 300,000 a year, and there's a year-end bonus at the end of the year. Unlike me, I only make around 100,000 a year, and I don't know when it will end." Yang Shan said, "Work hard. Only with effort is there hope. If you don't work hard, there's no hope." Her friend asked, "How much can your year-end bonus be?" Yang Shan replied, "I don't know. Our boss is a true expert in financial investments. I heard that he personally directed the foreign exchange trading department to reap huge profits in the European market yesterday and today, so the company should do well this year. As for how much the year-end bonus will be, it depends on the boss's mood. If he is in a good mood, he might give more." Her friend said, "It should be at least 100,000, right?" Yang Shan replied, "Who knows? If it is 100,000, that would be great. In a few years, I could save up for a down payment on a house." Her friend disagreed. "Buying a house is a man's job. Why are you a woman in such a hurry to buy a house? Even if you want to buy one, you should find a partner first. You don't even have a man. Buying a house and taking out a loan alone is exhausting." Yang Shan said, "It's not as easy as you think. The cost of living in Shanghai is so high. If I don't earn more money now, once I get married and have kids, I'll have to face the choice between family and work. I want to be able to work day and night like I do now." Her friend sighed and fell silent. It's not easy for anyone working in Shanghai. No one has it easy. Chapter 47. Different views on love. The next day at work, Shen Hui was still a bit restless. He thought about Huang Peipei and also remembered that his uncle and aunt were coming over. It seemed they couldn't stay at home, eager to make money. His mom called, saying they wanted to come over yesterday, which caught Shen Hui off guard. He hadn't found a suitable place yet. Where would they stay? Among his parents' relatives, his uncle's family had the best relationship with him. Now that he had become successful, it was only natural to take care of his uncle's family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to let his uncle and aunt work at the company. Just as he was about to ask Yang Shan how the house hunting was going, she came to report to him. After receiving the task in the evening, Yang Shan spent the entire afternoon running around, following the boss's requirements. She needed a place close by, a decent house, and most importantly, the price couldn't be too high, which made it hard to find. After looking around, she finally found a semi-new community on Weifang Road. The apartment wasn't too big. It was a 2-bedroom, over 80 square meters, newly decorated with all the necessary furniture and appliances, ready to move in. The only downside was the rent was a bit high, at 8,000 a month, totaling nearly 100,000 a year, which was just enough to cover one person's salary. After hearing this, Shen Hui looked at the pictures and immediately made the decision. This one would do. After all, it was for his uncle and aunt. And since they would be working at the company, it wouldn't be appropriate to rent it under the company's name. Shen Hui let Yang Shan rent it under her name and directly gave her a year's rent. After settling the housing issue, just as he relaxed, his phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was unexpectedly Huang Peipei calling. Shen Hui pondered for a moment and then answered, "Are you sober now?" Huang Peipei replied, saying, "I'm at the Bund. Are you busy? If not, come out for a walk." Shen Hui hesitated for a moment and then said, "Send me your location. I'll come over now." Huang Peipei said okay and hung up. Shen Hui held his phone, thought for a while, and went out to ask Wu Tianming to arrange a car for him. Wu Tianming asked while making the call, "Do you need me to go with you, Mr. Shen?" Shen Hui replied, "No need for you to follow. I'm dealing with some personal matters." Wu Tianming acknowledged, and at that moment, the call connected, and he chatted with Yang Shan for a few moments. When Shen Hui got downstairs, the car had already arrived, and the driver was waiting in front of the car. He recognized the driver but forgot his name. The car was his Mulsan. Shen Hui sat in the back seat, sent the location to the driver, and leaned back to relax. The driver didn't say a word and quickly started the car, heading towards the Bund. When they arrived, the driver turned and called out, "Mr. Shen, we're here." Shen Hui didn't get out immediately, but turned his head to scan the area. Only when he spotted Huang Peipei did he push the car door open and get out. Parking wasn't allowed for long here, so the driver quickly drove away. Huang Peipei had obviously dressed up for the day. She wore a white short coat on top and a light yellow skirt on the bottom, with a pair of white shoes. Her hair was tied back with a band, giving off a fresh beauty, though it seemed she had something on her mind as she leaned against the railing, gazing at the quietly flowing river with a somewhat dazed look. Shen Hui walked up beside her and asked, "What are you thinking about, so lost in thought?" Shen Hui frowned and said, "Is this really the Huang Peipei I know? When did you become so melancholic?" Huang Peipei then laughed heartily, blinked her big eyes, and hooked her arm through Shen Hui's, saying, "Come walk with me." Shen Hui stiffened for a moment and said, "Isn't that unnecessary?" Huang Peipei pulled him a bit and said, "Let us go." Shen Hui didn't want to be the subject of gossip, so he had to walk forward with her, asking as they walked, "You're not running a fever, are you?" Huang Peipei replied, "No. Do I look like I have a fever?" Shen Hui looked at her for a moment and said, "Then why do you seem a bit off today?" Huang Peipei didn't speak, and after a while, she said, "I wanted to talk to you last night, but I got drunk." Shen Hui asked, "What did you want to say?" Huang Peipei replied, "I want to date you. What do you think about us dating?" Huang Peipei said with distress, "Can you just take me seriously?" Shen Hui replied, "This is too far-fetched." Huang Peipei fell silent, lowering her head slightly, not knowing what she was thinking. After a while, Shen Hui realized she was crying, which made him even more frustrated. What's with this crying? If someone sees this, they might think I'm a heartless scumbag. So he quickly pulled her to a quieter corner and helplessly said, "Please don't cry, let us talk slowly." "I'm not crying." Huang Peipei wiped her eyes with her hand and stubbornly denied it. "All right, you're not crying." Shen Hui looked at her and asked, "Seriously, what is wrong with you?" Huang Peipei's tears started flowing again. "I want a date." Shen Hui sighed, feeling that these days have truly been bizarre. After wiping her eyes, she said, "You're being so vague. We were having fun before and never thought about this. Why did you suddenly think of this?" Huang Peipei blinked her eyes and replied, "I want to fall in love." Shen Hui had to wipe her eyes again and helplessly said, Okay, I know you want to fall in love, but why me? We're so familiar with each other. There's no chemistry at all. You're not ugly. Finding a man shouldn't be hard for you." Huang Peipei slapped him playfully and laughed through her tears. "The problem is, you're the only man I know." Shen Hui was dumbfounded. "Is that even a reason?" Seeing he didn't react, Huang Peipei said, "Hey, why are you acting like a wooden block?" Shen Hui felt a headache coming on and said, "Think about it some more. Don't act on impulse. I've never thought about this." Tears rolled down Huang Peipei's cheeks again. It was strange for such a cheerful person to cry so much today. Shen Hui, feeling overwhelmed, said, "Let us talk this out calmly. Don't cry." Huang Peipei wiped her eyes and said, "Do you know that I've never been in a relationship my whole life?" Shen Hui, half convinced, held back for a long time and said, "I've never been in a relationship either." Uffed. Huang Peipei burst out laughing. "You've been married and you say you've never been in a relationship?" Shen Hui just chuckled, unbothered by his embarrassment. "I started working right after middle school. Had no time for love. My marriage was arranged by my family. It happened without me really understanding it. It was just about daily life chores. How would I know what falling in love is? Later, when it didn't work out, I got divorced. Sometimes I envy you college classmates who can boldly and passionately fall in love in college, even if it doesn't lead to anything. At least there are no regrets in life." Huang Peipei blinked. "I've never been in a relationship in college." Shen Hui asked, "Didn't any guys pursue you?" Huang Peipei replied, "Yes, but I was silly back then, obsessed with web novels. I had dinner with a few guys a few times, but they weren't as interesting as the novels, so I stopped going. Some people in school call me pretentious. By my senior year, after writing a novel, I stopped interacting with men. Shen Hui was stunned. This girl is quite a character. After thinking for a moment, he asked, have you ever liked a guy? Huang Peipei frowned. No, I don't even know how to like someone. Shen Hui was even more confused. Then why do you want to fall in love now? Huang Peipei said matter-of-factly, I'm too lonely. I stay in my rented room writing all day. Sometimes I feel so stifled I want to cry. I just want to find a man to lean on, but I don't know any other man, so it has to be you. Shen Hui was completely speechless. What kind of view on love is this? After contemplating for a while, he didn't want to hurt Huang Peipei, but he was used to being honest. So he directly said his thoughts, but I've never considered this. I think we're fine as classmates. Huang Peipei blinked her big eyes, and as she blinked, they started to mist up. Shen Hui hurriedly said, don't cry, let us talk this through. Huang Peipei nodded vigorously, but still couldn't control her emotions. Shen Hui said, please don't overthink this. It's not that I look down on you. The main thing is, we're too familiar with each other. I never thought about this before, and I'm a divorced man. If I really wanted to fall in love, I wouldn't feel worthy of you. Huang Peipei immediately smiled, her tears gone as quickly as they came. I don't care. This girl blinked her big eyes and said, I didn't think about it during blind dates either, but once you came to the city, I just wanted to find a man to lean on. After thinking about it, I felt you were okay. Besides, you don't have kids. I think we could just get along. Shen Hui was amused and said, can you just casually get along in life? Huang Peipei replied, what is wrong with that? I think living a muddled life could be pretty good. Shen Hui sighed. Your thinking is too hasty. You don't even know me. How can we just get along? Huang Peipei was surprised. We've known each other for over 10 years. How could I not know you? Shen Hui said, I have many women. Did you know I've recently been pursuing a big star? Huang Peipei blinked. Is that true? Shen Hui replied, yes. Huang Peipei asked, is there a marriage prospect? Shen Hui shook his head. No, just playing around. For a divorced man, marriage is just a cloud. Especially for me now. I wouldn't marry easily. I can't afford to get divorced again. Huang Peipei said, then just play around. I'm tired. Just let me lean on your shoulder. Shen Hui said seriously, don't do this. Let us calm down and talk about it later. Huang Peipei's tears came again. And Shen Hui felt that life was a mess. Chapter 48, Fallen Nature. At the financial square outside the beach, people came and went. Shen Hui sat on the steps not far from the copper bowl, feeling a bit disheveled in the wind. After strolling with Huang Peipei for a whole morning and having a rice noodle lunch with her, he sent her off and sat there thinking seriously. Huang Peipei suddenly wanting to date him really caught him off guard. During college, he was too busy reading novels and ended up never dating. After graduation, he had been holed up in his rented room writing novels, and it seemed this woman's heart was a bit off kilter, while others were busy dating. She was either busy reading or writing novels. When she finally wanted to date, she found there wasn't a single man she knew around her. Moreover, her views on love and life were problematic. Wanting to date meant casually finding someone to date. Not wanting to be single meant casually finding a man to marry. What kind of situation is this? Chen Jiao asked. Did she come to find you? Shen Hui replied, I just sent her off. Chen Jiao said, I guess you can't understand the spiritual world of a homebody. You surely can't understand the world of us coders either. I can only tell you. Since Peipei hasn't dated anyone yet, if you don't dislike her, just give it a shot. Shen Hui said, you don't even know me and you're advising me to date her. Do you know I'm a divorced man? Do you know I have many women? I'm currently so broke I'm begging. She's just jumping into a fire pit. Chen Jiao said nonchalantly, I don't care about that. Since Peipei is willing, I'll give her a push. Shen Hui was completely speechless, feeling this woman's brain was also a bit off. He didn't ask anything more and hung up the phone after a few words. Forget it. Let us just take it one step at a time. Shen Hui stood up, patted his pants, and called for the driver to pick him up. In the afternoon, he went to work and called Guo Xiumin to ask about the trading situation from yesterday's late session. The results were mediocre, with an entry of $20 million. And after his guidance, they only made less than $1 million, which worried Shen Hui about how the commission would come from. After Guo Xiumin left, he began to look at the documents. He approved several expense forms and expenditure reports, and then there were documents from the office. Glancing through them, he found it was a proposal drafted by the office to promote positive energy using the Douyin platform and to vigorously promote the company's image. The content was detailed, incorporating his requests from yesterday and elaborating on them. The most exciting part was the year-end bonus would double upon achieving the goals, a significant matter concerning all employees' income, which naturally needed to be issued as a formal document to have authority. Shen Hui understood the employees' thoughts very well after reading through. He found no issues and directly approved it. The company had just opened, so there weren't many documents to handle. Before the European market opened, Shen Hui finished reviewing all the documents and then went to the Foreign Exchange Investment Department's trading room. The gold market was fluctuating. but the price didn't exceed 80 points. Since it was too late, Shen Hui simply slept in the office. The office lounge was not worse than a standard room in a star-rated hotel. In fact, it might even be better. The next day, as soon as he arrived at work, Wu Tianming brought several documents. Shen Hui immediately felt a headache coming on. The most annoying thing was reading documents. Wu Tianming arranged the documents and asked, "President Shen, what do you want for breakfast?" Shen Hui thought for a long time and said, "I remember there's a place downstairs selling Xian meat sandwiches. Bring me one to try." "Okay," Wu Tianming responded and went downstairs to buy breakfast for him. Before breakfast arrived, Lu Shiguang came first. After reporting on the soybean meal market, he asked Shen Hui, "Chairman, can we enter the market now?" Shen Hui checked on his computer and felt that while soybean meal would still rise, the potential was limited. It would be difficult to enter once the market reversed. At this moment, he said, "You can enter the market." Lu Shiguang then asked, "What about the position? What ratio do you think is appropriate?" Shen Hui frowned and said, "You come to me with such a shallow question? What do we need you as the investment department manager for?" Lu Shiguang didn't dare to ask further and quickly slipped away. Shen Hui watched him leave and couldn't help but shake his head. Everyone has a tendency to be lazy. When people are directed too much, they easily lose their judgment and become accustomed to following orders. None of the managers in the investment departments made him feel at ease. If someone really had the ability to rake in money in the financial market, who would care about a salary of millions? Just after Lu Shiguang left, Chen Lijun came in. Chen Lijun was there to report on the custom work uniforms. She had asked Yang Shan to find several suppliers, had inquired about prices, and compiled everything into a booklet with pictures and prices, just waiting for the big boss to make a decision. "I think Roman is pretty good," Chen Lijun said while flipping through the booklet for Shen Hui to see the styles and prices, giving her own opinion. After consulting everyone's opinions, Roman was quite favored, both in style and price, and the cost-effectiveness is acceptable. "You can decide on this. No need to ask me," Shen Hui replied. Listening to this, he leaned back and didn't want to look anymore. If he had to decide on such trivial matters, being a boss would be too tiring. "Okay, then I'll arrange the purchase as soon as possible," Chen Lijun responded with a smile. However, even though she said that, she still needed to report on other matters. After confirming the work uniforms, she reported the second matter. The district government is holding the opening ceremony of the Health Cup Children's Sports meeting on the 1st of next month. Does General Manager Shen want to attend? Shen Hui said, "You can go to such events. No need to tell me unless I must attend." Chen Lijun nodded and took out a document, saying, "This is this year's administrative expense budget. General Manager Shen, please take a look." Shen Hui took the document and glanced at it, saying, "All right, just leave it here for now." After Chen Lijun left, Shen Hui began to flip through the document. Administrative expenses are the most complex expenditures for a company, requiring the maintenance of various relationships, organizing activities, logistical support, business travel, hospitality, and many other miscellaneous expenses, amounting to dozens of items. From the perspective of corporate management, a scientific budget is very necessary. Shen Hui spent 10 minutes reading through it, only looking at a few general figures. Chen Lijun had considered quite thoroughly, accounting for all the various expenditure items. To be honest, a budget of several million is still a bit stingy. A budget is merely a reasonable plan. When it comes to spending money, Shen Hui would not be stingy. He marked the document with his approval and casually set it aside. Chapter 49, Million-Level Rewards. While waiting for breakfast, Shen Hui scrolled through Douyin. After swiping down a few times, he suddenly saw a familiar video. The scene was an office in the company, and the beautiful woman dancing and doing the splits looked very familiar. He couldn't remember if she was in the legal or HR department, but her slim waist was indeed captivating. Below was a line of text. "Wow, let's sprint for double year-end bonuses." Shen Hui checked the Douyin account name. It was the company's name. He casually followed the account and clicked in to see there were already a dozen short videos. After scrolling through them, in just one day, the manager of the Information Security Department, Jiang Yulan, had filmed 3 short videos, some dancing, some singing, with each video explaining the same content. "Dear friends, please pay attention. The boss said if we get 10,000 followers, the year-end bonus will be doubled." Shen Hui's first reaction was that the techies in the Information Security Department were really idle. He then shook his head. After being in a state-owned enterprise for a long time, he had picked up some bureaucratic habits. The nature of the Information Security Department's work was such that as long as there were no problems, there was no need to care about what those techies were doing behind closed doors, as long as they weren't playing games during work hours. Shen Hui asked, "Who is maintaining this Douyin account for the company?" Wu Tianming replied, "It's Manager Jiang who's maintaining it." Shen Hui said, "Have her come over." Wu Tianming agreed, and quickly called Jiang Yulan. Jiang Yulan arrived quickly, dressed in loose casual clothes, her hair a bit messy, wearing large frame glasses, giving off a very casual vibe. She entered the room without any restraint and asked, "General Manager Shen, You called for me? Shen Hui raised his phone and said, "The short videos are quite good." Jiang Yulan smiled and said, "Then I'll shoot more." Shen Hui said, "Since you're maintaining it, you need to be responsible for the content. There shouldn't be any inappropriate material. It's okay to occasionally vent about some minor issues in the company. Consider it a form of encouragement and supervision for the management. But the overall tone must be positive." Jiang Yulan said with a bitter face, "General Manager Shen, this is a bit hard to grasp." Shen Hui replied, "Such situations shouldn't be common. If it's really hard to manage, just consult General Shen." "All right." Jiang Yulan nodded and then said, "General Manager Shen, set an example and lead by doing. I'll film you." Shen Hui instinctively wanted to refuse, but suddenly realized he was only in his 20s. Why did he have the mindset of a greasy middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s? Even the construction workers on the site were filming short videos. So what was there to be awkward about? Moreover, if the leader could take the lead in setting an example, the effect would definitely be excellent. However, having him pose specifically for the video while having subordinates film was a bit hard to pull off. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I'll consider it first. Notify General Chun, and General He to let them film a few as well." Jiang Yulan said, "Okay. Do you want me to plan a scheme for you?" Shen Hui smiled and waved his hand. "No need for a scheme. I'll find you when I think of something." Jiang Yulan left the chairman's office with a smile and went to find Chun Lijun and He Dongping. Since the big boss gave the instruction, these two leaders must also play a leading role. Doubling the bonuses relies on everyone, not just a few of them working hard. The leaders also need to contribute. Chun Lijun was easy to talk to. Upon hearing the intention, she smiled and asked, "What do you think I should film?" Jiang Yulan didn't hold back and energetically planned several filming schemes for her. Chun Lijun was not much older, only about 5 or 6 years older than Jiang Yulan, and could resonate with her in some aspects, so they quickly settled on a plan. Since they needed to film outdoors, the two agreed to go out after lunch. Jiang Yulan then went to find He Dongping. He Dongping was also very agreeable. Although he was used to being in a bureaucratic environment at a state-owned enterprise and found it somewhat uncomfortable after just switching over, he quickly adjusted his state and was excited to discuss filming short videos with Jiang Yulan as soon as he heard the big boss wanted them to film. Near the end of the workday, Shen Hui's mother called. "Are you going to pick up your aunt?" Shen Hui replied, "I won't go. Let Shen Tao pick her up." "Okay, then I'll hang up." His mother just wanted to check and hung up after saying that. His aunt and uncle were taking the earliest train in the morning, arriving in Shanghai at 12:30 p.m. Wang Erqi and another driver were with his parents. So he didn't need to worry about picking them up. His parents arranged that themselves. When they entered the house, Qi Weiqing and Zhang Yinhua were awkwardly unsure where to put their things. Having lived half their lives, they had never seen such a luxurious house. Dazed, they arrived at the dining room, where Zhang Jinhua brought the dishes to the table, and neither of them knew what the food tasted like. While eating, Zhang Yinhua asked, "Sister, is this a house worth over 200 million? Zhang Jinhua replied, "This is it. Over 20,000 per square meter. What do you think buying such an expensive house is for? Over 200 million could buy how many houses in Qinghe? It's enough to buy a whole neighborhood. But you can't even buy a toilet here with the price of a house in Qinghe." To be honest, Zhang Jinhua absolutely wasn't trying to show off. Zhang Yinhua smiled and said, "You're living in luxury but don't know it. What's the point of having money if you don't enjoy it? I think you're just saying that. Deep down, you must be quite pleased. My Xiaoyu and Xiaojun are going to buy me such a big house, and I definitely won't say anything." Kai Weiqing said, "What are you thinking? How are Xiaoyu and Xiaojun going to buy it for you?" Zhang Yinhua replied, "I was just saying it. Who would dare to think that?" Kai Weiqing asked Shen Hui, "Shen Hui, when are we going back to work?" Shen Hui said, "Don't rush. You guys should spend a few days in the city first." Kai Weiqing said, "What do we need to spend time for? Let's get to work." Zhang Jinhua said, "What's the rush? We haven't really done much exploring yet. It's just right that you guys are here. We can explore together for a few days. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the villa to stay for a few days. It's not convenient to go out from this building. The villa is much better." Shen Hui also said, "The day after tomorrow is Saturday, and we won't be working on the weekend. It's perfect for you to explore, and we can discuss work on Monday." Zhang Yinhua smiled and said, "That works. Let's go stay at Shen Hui's big villa. I've never seen what a villa looks like." Kai Weiqing asked, "What about Mom?" Shen Ligua said, "Mom is at the villa. She doesn't want to come here." Zhang Yinhua said, "Then let's eat and go to the villa." After lunch, Kai Weiqing and Zhang Yinhua took another round to look at the house, and the two families then went downstairs to the villa. The Mercedes could only fit 3 people. So Shen Tao drove it away. He had long wanted to take a sports car for a spin, but his parents never let him. Today, he finally found an opportunity. How could he not let loose a bit? Imagining the scene of driving a convertible with Lu Na, Shen Tao couldn't help but get excited. When Shen Hui arrived at the company, it was already 3 o'clock. After dealing with a few documents, he went to the foreign exchange investment department. For 2 consecutive days, Shen Hui made a heavy investment and, coupled with high leverage, directed the Foreign Exchange Investment Department to achieve great success in the foreign exchange currency market and the spot gold market. After cashing out on Friday night, the funds on the books smoothly surpassed 500 million. Shen Hui's personal account also saw substantial profits. Back at Binjiang Garden, he lay in bed but couldn't fall asleep. After thinking about a bunch of random things, he scrolled through Douyin for a while and remembered that he hadn't tipped Huang Peipei and Chun Jiaojiao for several days. He opened the app to take a look. The two women were still working hard, maintaining thousands of updates daily, but their performance remained consistently poor. Unexpected wealth is hard to keep, and only wealth earned through hard work can be cherished. Although Shen Hui's wealth was not unexpected, it came more easily than unexpected wealth. As his wealth grew, his concept of money became increasingly vague, especially recently when he could casually make tens of millions of dollars in the foreign exchange market, completely missing the feeling of struggling to accumulate wealth. Spending became more extravagant, and he felt that there wasn't much difference between tens of millions and a few thousand. The next day, a headline published a shocking news story. Around 1 o'clock yesterday morning, a wealthy individual made a single recharge of over 10 million on an online novel original portal website, and within 10 minutes, he tipped all 10 million to 2 works, causing a sensation in the online literature community. The coders couldn't stay calm. The bookworms were also unsettled. Where did this rich person come from? It was beyond description. That was 10 million. It felt like tossing a wad of paper into the trash can, as if money meant nothing. The industry was in an uproar, and a certain platform was also taken aback. Originally 2 obscure coders received widespread attention, as powerful netizens dug them up, becoming the envy of many coders. The works they wrote, slightly better than the average, were exposed to the sunlight for criticism from coders and bookworms alike. Those who read the 2 books were even more baffled. A bookworm said, "I can't see what part is worth a wealthy person tipping 10 million. Another said, "The wealthy person's taste must be off." Another commented, "The author is female. She must be their sugar daddy." Huang Peipei and Qin Jiaojiao were not easy to mess with either. Despite Huang Peipei being so clueless that she couldn't even date, sometimes fragile like glass, both women had an impressive ability to withstand pressure in this aspect. They went back and forth, using alternate accounts to argue with some trolls, and by noon, they still hadn't stopped, ordering takeout while continuing their debate. After lunch, things finally calmed down a bit. "Wow, 5 million. Huang Peipei exclaimed. "This month's royalties could be over 2 million, plus last month's 300,000. That's 3 million. I'm not dreaming, am I?" Jiaojiao pinched me. Shen Jiaojiao also got excited and pinched her hard. "Ouch." Huang Peipei cried out, "What are you doing? You really pinched me." Shen Jiaojiao laughed uncontrollably, saying, "Just wanted to see if you're dreaming. If it hurts, then you're not. 3 million. How should I spend it?" Huang Peipei began to plan. "I want to buy a house. With a house, I won't have to rent anymore. I want to buy 2. Shen Jiaojiao jumped up and shouted. Those who have never struggled in the city cannot understand how important having their own house is for outsiders working there. Many people's lifelong dream is just to have one house. "No, I need to ask Shen Hui to go shopping with me." Huang Peipei, feeling inspired, jumped up and rushed into the bedroom. Shen Jiaojiao was speechless. It really was true that once you have a man, you forget your best friend. Chapter 50. Give me some time. Shen Hui originally wanted to sleep in, but was interrupted by his mother's phone call, who had made some noodles from their hometown and asked if he was coming over for a meal. Shen Hui, feeling quite helpless, had no choice but to get up and drive to the villa for his mother's cooking. After eating, he sat in the yard for a while. Shen Liguo was organizing an outing, while Zhang Jinhua and Zhang Yinhua accompanied the elderly lady in one car, and Shen Liguo, Kai Weiqing, and Shen Lu took another car, with Shen Tao driving the Mercedes carrying Lu Na behind them. The 3 Mercedes formed a small convoy and quickly drove out of the villa. Shen Hui didn't go. Instead, he changed into his swim trunks and went into the pool. He had a financial industry cocktail party to attend in the afternoon and didn't want to go out during the day. Recently, various social engagements had gradually increased. Cocktail parties, dinners, and even some government-related events required attendance. Shen Hui was most annoyed by the endless meetings, which he usually delegated to Chen Lijun or Yang Shan. As for industry cocktail parties, he had to attend in person since no one else could replace him. After swimming for a while, his phone on the side rang. Shen Hui swiped over, dried his hands with a towel, and then picked up the phone. It was Huang Peipei calling. "Where are you, Shen Hui?" Shen Hui replied, "I'm outside soaking up the sun." Huang Peipei said, "I'm on Nanjing Road. Come over." Shen Hui was taken aback and asked, "Aren't you writing?" Huang Peipei said, "Not writing today. I'm taking a day off. Come quickly." Shen Hui had no choice but to climb out of the pool and get dressed. He drove to Nanjing Road and found Huang Peipei at an ice cream shop. Huang Peipei was bored waiting and, seeing him come in, got up to pay and pulled him outside. Shen Hui asked, "What are you doing? Why did you come to Nanjing Road?" Huang Peipei seemed to be in a good mood, linking her arm with his and bouncing a bit, saying, "Shopping. I've been in the city for 8 years and haven't really shopped. I want to buy clothes. I want to buy bags. I want to buy. Shen Hui said, "Are you out of your mind?" Huang Peipei replied, "I'm not crazy. I'm just really happy." Shen Hui said, "I'm not happy." Huang Peipei asked, "Why aren't you happy?" She pinched him. "Can't you be a bit more graceful?" Shen Hui gritted his teeth, being dragged around without enthusiasm. Huang Peipei also didn't enjoy shopping much. After a while, she lost interest, saying she wanted to buy clothes but didn't enter a women's clothing store. Instead, dragging Shen Hui into a men's clothing store to hold up a Versace shirt against him. "This shirt is nice. You should try it on." After a few comparisons, Huang Peipei urged him to go try it on. Shen Hui was hesitant to try, but seeing her determined eyes that seemed to say, "If you don't try, I won't give up," he scratched his head and entered the fitting room to put on the shirt. After coming out to look in the mirror, he felt it was okay. Just as he was taking it off, Huang Peipei picked another piece for him to try. After trying on 6 pieces in total, Huang Peipei chose 2 to pack up. Shen Hui didn't voice any opinions, letting her buy as she pleased. In the end, they spent over 10,000 yuan, buying a complete outfit from head to toe, and only then did Huang Peipei relent. Shen Hui, holding paper bags in both hands, asked, "Why aren't you buying?" "I'm too tired to walk," Huang Peipei said while munching on an ice cream. "Where do you live?" "I want to go see your place," Shen Hui replied. "Do you really want to go?" Huang Peipei nodded. "Of course. Jiao Jiao has mentioned it several times." "Then let's go." Shen Hui didn't want to hide anymore. Lying was just too exhausting, and continuing to keep it a secret wasn't a solution either. When Huang Peipei noticed he wasn't heading to the subway station, but was instead walking towards the parking lot, she became a bit suspicious. When they reached the car, and Shen Hui opened the door for her to get in, she was completely stunned. "Whose car is this?" Huang Peipei asked, her eyes wide with surprise. She had thought Shen Hui was just another struggling guy in Shanghai, taking the subway and eating bread every day, which was why she had dragged him to buy a few outfits. She never expected that he had actually driven there. And looking at the car, although she didn't recognize the brand, it was clear it wasn't cheap. "It's a gift for you." Shen Hui was about to say something else when he suddenly realized he had just learned a new skill in flirting. Huang Peipei was momentarily taken aback and said, "But I can't drive. Just learn slowly." Shen Hui encouraged, "Get in first." At that moment, the convertible top had already opened, and the luxury and prestige of the high-end car hit her like a wave. Huang Peipei got into the passenger seat, staring at Shen Hui in disbelief, her face showing shock and surprise. She didn't even notice the ice cream melting onto her skirt, her mind racing with one thought: this must be a dream. Shen Hui turned to her and said, "Buckle up." "Oh." Only then did Huang Peipei realize, hurriedly reaching for the seatbelt. Once she fastened it, Shen Hui shifted gears and drove out of the parking lot. Huang Peipei looked at Shen Hui curiously and asked, "What exactly do you do?" "I trade stocks," Shen Hui replied. Although Huang Peipei didn't understand stocks very well, she was knowledgeable enough to ask, "Are you a professional trader?" Shen Hui replied, "I'm just a retail investor. I recently started an investment company." "You started a company too?" Huang Peipei was even more surprised, feeling her mind was a bit overwhelmed. "Yeah. Just opened half a month ago," Shen Hui nodded. Huang Peipei seemed to have discovered a new world, curiously asking, "How big is your company? How much wealth do you have? And this car can't be cheap, right? Tell me how you made your fortune. I think it could be a good plot for a novel." "When did I ever say that?" Shen Hui nodded, "But it's true." Huang Peipei was speechless, asking, "How big is your company, and what kind of business do you do?" Shen Hui replied, "It's a scale of several billion, mainly forex trading. Billionaires pretending to be low-key only happen in novels. In real life, which billionaire didn't grow step by step? How could they be hidden away in a deep boudoir without anyone knowing? Whether in business or managing capital, there is always a process, and that process cannot be silent." But Shen Hui had just resigned from a state-owned enterprise last year. How did he suddenly become wealthy? This didn't make sense. It was too unbelievable. Huang Peipei couldn't figure it out, and what frustrated her more was how the script had changed so suddenly. She had thought Shen Hui was just a poor guy, which was why she had dragged him out to buy a few outfits. Who would have thought he had transformed into a billionaire? How could the script continue from here? Huang Peipei was deeply troubled and completely at a loss for what to do. In a daze, they arrived at Binjiang Garden. Shen Hui smiled and said, "My parents are also here." Huang Peipei became a bit flustered. "Then I won't go up." Shen Hui laughed. "Aren't you usually quite bold?" Huang Peipei shot him a glare, her face showing distress. Shen Hui reassured her, "Don't worry, my parents aren't here." Only then did Huang Peipei feel relieved. It was better without family around. Otherwise it would be too awkward. Shen Hui added, "There's just a nanny at home. She's a graduate student." Oh, Huang Peipei wasn't surprised by this. With the current job market, it's not uncommon for graduate students to work as nannies in Shanghai. But once they went upstairs and entered the door, Huang Peipei was dazzled, feeling her eyes weren't enough. However, no matter what, she couldn't get too close at this moment. Huang Peipei took a tour around the house and said, "I need to write this afternoon, so I'm leaving." "Wait a minute, I'll call a car to take you," Shen Hui said. Huang Peipei didn't refuse, watching him make the call. Shen Hui quickly finished the call and said, I have an event to attend this afternoon. I'll treat you and Jiao Jiao to dinner another day. Huang Peipei nodded, unsure of what to say. The lively person she usually was suddenly fell silent. Shen Hui also didn't know what to say. Being friends was fine, but being lovers was a transition he wasn't prepared for. It wasn't that he had any psychological barriers, but the change had come so suddenly that he didn't have time to think it through. To be honest, Huang Peipei was quite nice. She had looks and seemed to have good character. Breaking up was a privilege of the young. It wasn't the outcome a mature man desired. Once the mind has found a place to settle, how could it just let go? Young people can take things up and put them down. But once a mature man picks something up, it's hard to let it go again. Both of them were lost in their thoughts. And time flew by quickly until the phone rang. Shen Hui answered the call and looked at Huang Peipei. She stood up and said, I'm leaving. Shen Hui nodded and said, I'll see you downstairs. When they reached downstairs, a Mercedes was parked at the exit, with a young driver standing in front of the car. Mr. Shen. The young man looked energetic and quickly called out. Shen Hui nodded, letting Huang Peipei get in the car and instructing the young man. Make sure she gets there safely. Rest assured, Mr. Shen. Once the boss had given no further instructions, the young man got into the car and started the engine. Huang Peipei rolled down the window, her bright eyes gazing at Shen Hui. Shen Hui didn't say anything, just waved at her. The Mercedes soon drove away, exiting Binjiang Garden. Shen Hui stood downstairs for a while before turning to go back upstairs. In the elevator, he took out his phone and sent Huang Peipei a WeChat message. Chapter 51. Find a place to talk? In the afternoon, Shen Hui went to Jinjiang to attend a cocktail party organized by the financial community. He had originally not wanted to go, but Li Guangming said that several big shots would be there, and it would be best for him to attend. After all, to mix in this circle, it's necessary to familiarize oneself with the industry bigwigs. A few second-generation heirs didn't come, but Li Guangming did. He came as a senior executive from Tian'an Securities and was with their team. When he arrived at the banquet hall, he searched for a long time before finally finding Li Guangming. Asking about the situation, Li Guangming said, there's not much practical significance. It's just a gathering to eat, boast, and exchange views on the industry, hoping to spark some ideas or discover a few interesting investment projects for potential cooperation. I know you didn't want to come, but you can't isolate yourself. In this circle, you will eventually have to interact with these people. Getting familiar now will make it easier for future cooperation opportunities. In any circle, being a stranger makes you an easy target. Shen Hui accepted this reasoning but couldn't help but say, I don't rely on them for a living. Nor do I look for financing from them. Even if there's a chance for cooperation in the future, it wouldn't be me seeking them out. Who the hell has the right to bully me just because I'm a newcomer? Li Guangming chuckled. I knew you'd think that. Let's not talk about that. How's the company doing? Shen Hui replied. It's okay. There are too many random issues, and I don't have much time to get personally involved. I've been working with the Forex department on a few deals in the gold market and made over 500 million. Li Guangming's eyes widened more and more, finally turning into a sigh of admiration. Damn, this is impressive. In just a few days, the $100 million principal has multiplied several times. I increasingly feel that the financial market is like a private garden built just for you. Li Guangming nodded, no longer discussing this, but asked, I heard your family came. Why haven't you said anything? Shen Hui replied, it's no trouble for you guys. My parents are here for vacation, and they'll probably leave in a few days. Li Guangming asked, I heard your brother and sister are working in government agencies. Have you considered transferring them to the Shanghai market? Shen Hui hadn't thought about it and asked, can they be transferred? Li Guangming smiled. It shouldn't be a big problem if you have a few indicators. Tycoon has some connections for this. Shen Hui thought for a moment and said, let's see. Actually, small places have their own advantages. There's no need to come to the Shanghai market. Li Guangming expressed his feelings. Yes, while the Shanghai market is good, it doesn't mean other places are bad. Moreover, the Shanghai market isn't suitable for poor people. You can eat as much as your ability allows, and transferring your brother and sister here might not be a good thing. Shen Hui asked, does Ningxi have any acquaintances? It would be good to have someone look out for them. Li Guangming said, Lu Maojun just got transferred there. Let him help you out. Shen Hui replied, then let's have a meal together tomorrow and discuss this. At this time, a waiter came over to invite everyone to move to the dining room, and the two followed to a nearby small restaurant. There are also rules for dining at such banquets. The table cards were already set up long ago. Seating arrangements are determined by status, and you can't just sit wherever you want. Shen Hui looked around and found his nameplate at a table close to the main table, while Li Guangming was assigned to the main table. Looking at the other nameplates, they were all heads or executives of industry giant companies. Compared to these large groups with assets of at least 100 billion, Shanghai Investment could only be considered a little brother. With 10 tables and over 100 people, the scale of the banquet was not small. As more people arrived, Shen Hui scanned the room and surprisingly saw a familiar face. Regardless of the type of banquet, It seems a few big-name stars are always invited. Shen Hui waved his hand, and Yang Yu also waved back. They were at different tables, so it was inconvenient to communicate and each took their seat. Shen Hui was at table 2, and the identities of those at this table were not ordinary. Although they weren't as prominent as the heads of industry giant companies, they were all heads of enterprises and were familiar with each other. While Shen Hui felt a bit out of place, of course, he wasn't completely unfamiliar. When he hung out with the second generation before, he had met 2 of them. For example, the chairman of Shinda Capital, Ho Lin, looked at Shen Hui's nameplate and smiled. Brother Shen has already established a company. When did you start? Why didn't you say anything? You should at least have a flower basket sent. Shen Hui smiled. I didn't want it to be too extravagant, so I didn't hold an opening ceremony. With someone bringing up the topic, the conversation naturally unfolded. Except for Shen Hui, the others at the table were very familiar with each other, and there wasn't much to chat about. The main purpose of attending such banquets is to expand social networks and look for investment or financing opportunities. With a new face present, they naturally wanted to learn more. Especially since this new face was quite young. People like this are either very impressive themselves or have impressive connections. They are considered valuable resources in the circle, and missing the chance to get to know them could mean missing out on potential cooperation opportunities. One company president asked, "What business is President Shen in?" Shen Hui replied, "I do a bit of foreign exchange and futures." Upon hearing this, the interest of the crowd immediately waned. Their main businesses involve various projects. Although they occasionally dabble in foreign exchange and futures, it isn't their primary focus. Only Ho Lin and another executive from Fuxianhui Fund, Wan Fushan, specialize in futures. Ho Lin asked, "Does Brother Shen primarily deal in currencies or gold?" Shen Hui said, "I do both, but I deal more in gold." Ho Lin remarked, "Gold prices have been rising these days, and there are many optimistic views in the market. What do you think, Brother Shen?" Shen Hui replied, "I don't care. The financial market is just that. It's about following the trend." Ho Lin smirked and said, "It's easy to say follow the trend, but it's difficult to execute. Plus, the foreign exchange market is full of sharks. They eat people alive. You young people are really brave. We older folks can only muddle through domestically." Shen Hui asked, "Does President Ho not trade foreign exchange?" Ho Lin said, "I occasionally make a few trades, but the risks are too high and profits aren't guaranteed, so I do it less." Wan Fushan, the president of Fuxianhui Fund, asked, "What kind of periodic returns can Brother Shen achieve in the foreign exchange market?" Shen Hui replied, "Above 50. That's not bad." Both Wan Fushan and Ho Lin nodded, but internally, they didn't quite believe it. A periodic return of over 50 is something only Buffett or Soros could achieve. Or maybe during a bull market. Given the current situation, being able to guarantee a 20 return is already quite good. Meanwhile, Shen Hui thought to himself that he could easily make a 100-fold return just by playing around. After finishing the meal, they moved to a multifunctional banquet hall. The big shots gathered in a small reception area to continue discussing business, while others wandered around with their glasses, looking for investment or investment opportunities. Stars took the stage to sing a few songs to liven up the atmosphere of the banquet. While Shen Hui was sitting there feeling bored, Ho Lin passed by with a glass in hand. Seeing him sitting still, he asked, "Brother Shen, why aren't you going to toast a few glasses?" Shen Hui replied, "I'm not going, you go ahead." Ho Lin didn't say much and walked away with his glass. Shen Hui felt a bit annoyed. If it were an industry exchange meeting, it might be interesting to listen in, but this banquet was really meaningless for him. Others needed financing opportunities and good investment projects. So the banquet was a chance for them. But Shen Hui had no such needs, so attending this kind of banquet was purely a waste of time. After sitting for a while, Li Guangming came over with a glass in hand. "Why don't you go find someone to chat with?" Li Guangming sat down beside him and said, "Your current funding scale is still a bit small. There are plenty of people with money who don't know where to invest it. I think you can definitely expand your funding scale. Every successful entrepreneur invests with other people's money. No successful entrepreneur has developed their company into a giant solely with their own capital." Shen Hui showed little interest. "I'm not short on funds right now," Li Guangming said. "Then find projects. Money that isn't moving is just waste paper. Keeping it in an account is a waste. Even the best performing companies need debt. Using other people's money to expand and develop is the way to operate. Compared to expected returns, what's a little interest from the bank? A company like yours, with not a dime of debt, could practically be a legend." Shen Hui rubbed his cheeks, feeling a bit exasperated. Damn it. Worrying about having too much money and not knowing how to spend it? Is there anyone else like that? After chatting for a bit, a big shot came over and pulled Li Guangming away. As for Shen Hui, he was completely ignored. Shen Hui was quite displeased and was just about to get up and leave when Yang Yu came over with a glass in hand. "Why aren't you talking to anyone?" Yang Yu sat across from him, looking puzzled. Shen Hui replied, "I have no need for investment or financing. What would I talk to them about?" Yang Yu curiously asked, "Aren't you running a company? Don't you need funds?" Shen Hui didn't want to show off and said honestly, "I'm not short on money." "Ah, Yang Yu opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. What does it mean to not be short on money? Just as she was about to ask again, a chubby guy came over with a glass in hand. Yang Yu, I've been looking for you for a long time. So you were here. The chubby guy was rosy-cheeked, looking like he had drunk quite a bit, and walked a bit unsteadily. He glanced around and saw Shen Hui, recalling that he was at table 2 during the meal, and asked, "What's your name, brother? What line of work are you in?" Shen Hui didn't even lift his head and said, "I trade a bit of foreign exchange." The changed his expression and asked again, "Are you doing private equity? What scale?" Shen Hui replied, "Not very large, just about 5 or 6 billion." The changed his expression again and said, "I won't disturb you. You are busy." After saying that, he left in a hurry, which made Yang Yu feel secretly pleased. Shen Hui lit a cigarette and asked, "What does this do?" Yang Yu said, "He's a rich second generation. My old man is also in private equity." Shen Hui was surprised. A rich second generation shouldn't be so timid, right? Yang Yu said, "Do you think all rich second generations are those kinds of useless people? That's just a minority. Most rich second generations are good at assessing situations and adapting. Of course, they are also skilled at bullying the weak and fearing the strong." Shen Hui said, "I've dealt with the fly. Let's find a place to chat tonight." Yang Yu replied, "Another day, thank you." After saying that, he hurriedly left, feeling a bit disdainful in his heart, thinking that no man is a good thing. Chapter 52, Means. On Sunday night, Shen Hui had dinner with a few second generations. During the meal, they talked about his sister's situation, and Lu Maojun didn't refuse. Shen Lu had always wanted to be a teacher, probably because teachers have 2 long vacations during summer and winter, only working 9 months a year, with 3 months of long vacation, plus weekends off. It's simply too enjoyable. And it's considered one of the hottest professions in public institutions. Lu Maojun didn't dare to guarantee anything, only said he would do his best to help. Even if there is some certainty in such matters, one cannot speak too confidently. After dinner, Shen Hui went to a room to chat about life with 2 young stars. While the other second generations dispersed, the next day at work, he could barely get up due to weakness in his legs. The 2 girls were both in their 20s, full of energy and quite attractive, all scoring above 85 points. However, there are simply too many beauties these days, and only a small portion can achieve both fame and fortune. Both opportunity and strength are indispensable. Those who can make it to the front line have all sacrificed something to get there. Even if someone breaks free from the unspoken rules to become famous, that is definitely a rare occurrence. Most female artists can only make a living in the 2nd or 3rd tier. To achieve their dreams, they inevitably make sacrifices. But whether it's worth it is something only heaven knows. On Monday, Shen Hui had Yang Shan handle the onboarding procedures for his uncle and aunt, and they officially started work. Yang Shan originally wanted to dismiss one of the cleaners, but Shen Hui stopped her, saying it was fine to have one more person. But they couldn't let her aunt be looked down upon. Her uncle went to a small car team, and the team leader, Niu Wei, was at a loss. "How do we arrange this? We can't just treat the boss's uncle casually." He asked his direct superior, Yang Shan, for advice. Yang Shan said, "Try not to arrange for Master Qi to go on any trips for senior management and reception vehicles. You can arrange for middle management and below to handle business trips as you see fit. Start by taking him along, and once he gets familiar with the routes, you can arrange for him to drive." Niu Wei could only agree, thinking about how to avoid offending this royal relative. After a few days of contact, he found that Qi Wei was quite easy to deal with, doing whatever was asked without being picky. On Wednesday, Shen Hui's parents also left Shanghai and went to the ancient capital, Jinling. This time they didn't take the train. Shen Hui arranged for 2 drivers to drive them there. After touring Jinling, they were also going to Suzhou and Hangzhou, with a specific itinerary depending on his parents' mood, wanting to play as long as they liked. Anywhere they wanted to go except abroad. Once the family left, Shen Hui became solitary again. In the last week of May, Shen Hui canceled all social engagements, handling documents in the morning and listening to reports from department heads, while in the afternoon, he focused on directing the foreign exchange investment department in and out of the forex market, seizing opportunities to make a lot of money. On Thursday morning, after approving several documents, Su Jinkuan came in to report on work. It had been 10 days since they started buying stocks in batches according to Shen Hui's plan. They began to liquidate on Monday, and today they had cleared everything. So Su Jinkuan came to report the situation. Of course, the main purpose was to discuss the next investment plan. More than 300 million was distributed across 50 stocks, averaging about 6 million per stock, with a longer cycle. And it was done in batches, so the difficulty of entry and exit was not too great. As long as they didn't encounter a sudden market crash, they could still make a profit. "Mr. Shen, everything has been cleared," Su Jinkuan said excitedly. "The 50 stocks we held, the least earned 1 limit up, and the most earned 32. The overall profit margin is 215, with a net profit of over 62 million. What do you think about the next investment plan?" "Not bad," Shen Hui said. though he felt little joy in his heart. It took almost 2 weeks to earn so little profit, which wasn't even as much as he made from trading in the forex market. But even a mosquito is meat. There was no reason to give up something for nothing. But these useless guys couldn't always rely on him to do the work. As the manager of the investment department, shouldn't they at least show some capability? Good. Su Jinkuan, feeling helpless, could only accept it, but the pressure was indeed enormous. The boss was a true big shot, which had already been proven over the past 10 days. The guys in the foreign exchange investment department were all excited as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Letting themselves draft plans always felt like a carpenter showing off his axe skills in front of Lu Ban. All in all, it was still a lack of skill that was killing them. Just as Su Jinkuan left, Lu Shiguang came in again. Mr. Shen, soybean meal has dropped by 5. Should we liquidate and cash out now? The main futures contract for soybean meal due in July had started to fall since last Thursday, and by today, the overall decline was approaching 6. Based on the investment made during the week, the decline had already reached 5. With 10 times leverage, they had already made a profit of 50. Lu Shiguang controlled the position at half and had taken more than 200 million in short positions. If they liquidated and cashed out now, the profit would be just over 100 million. To control risk, liquidating now would be a more prudent choice. So he came to report to the boss. Shen Hui pulled up the soybean meal market and looked at it, saying, "Let's talk in a few days." Okay. Lu Shiguang had no choice but to listen to the boss. On Friday morning, Lin Yuding made Shen Hui a meat sauce bun breakfast. Shen Hui rarely ate breakfast at home, mainly to avoid troubling Lin Yuding. After all, if he got up too early, Lin Yuding would have to wake up even earlier to prepare breakfast for him, even if she was a nanny. She wasn't a servant from a feudal family and shouldn't be treated like a beast of burden. However, after waking up in the morning, Lin Yuding came over and said she had prepared breakfast for him. Since it was already made, Shen Hui naturally had to try it. After tasting a meat sauce bun and finding it quite good, he ate a few more and praised Lin Yuding a few times. After finishing breakfast and heading out, he suddenly remembered something and said to Lin Yuding, "Give me one of your ID card and bank card." "Why?" Lin Yuding looked puzzled. Shen Hui said, "I want to get you on board at my company and pay your social security. In the future, your salary will be deposited on the card." Lin Yuding showed a look of realization and went to get her ID card and bank card for him. After Shen Hui arrived at the company, he called Zheng Shuahai to the office and handed him Lin Yuding's ID card and bank card, saying, "Get her on board, pay the social security. Set it according to the department manager's standard, and let the salary be deposited on the card, just 1 million, no need to deduct social security." "Okay," Zheng Shuahai replied, took the documents, and went to handle it. Whatever the boss instructed, as long as it wasn't illegal, just do it without asking too many questions. After all, it was the boss's money. Even if a few thousand idle people were paid salaries, it had nothing to do with him as a worker. However, such a small matter naturally didn't require Zheng Shuahai to handle it personally. After giving the instructions, he submitted the payroll for May to Wu Tianming. Today was the last working day of May, and since next week would be June, salaries needed to be issued early. Currently, there were less than 100 employees registered in the company, and with the cleaners and drivers, there were only 63 people. This was the first payroll issuance. Many people had only been working for half a month, and the total payroll was less than 500,000. Issuing salaries was a big deal, and Wu Tianming didn't delay, reporting it to Shen Hui at the first opportunity. Shen Hui flipped through the salary sheet and found that most ordinary employees earned less than 2,000 yuan. The first month was a probation period, and the salary was already low at 6,000 yuan, with only half a month's work. After high social security deductions, the take-home pay was just over 1,000 yuan. Not seeing any subsidies, Shen Hui called Zheng Haishua and asked, "Why are there no subsidies?" Zheng Haishua replied, "The first month is a probation period, and generally, there are no subsidies during this time." Shen Hui said, "Rules are dead, but people are alive. Just give out the subsidies. Prices are so high now that 1,000 yuan is not enough for living expenses. If employees can't even manage their living, how can they work peacefully?" All right. Zheng Haishua had no objections, even wanting to give a thumbs up to the boss. He was just following the rules. But since the boss had spoken, he naturally had no objections. Moreover, no one would disagree with such a good thing. If all the subsidies were included, even the latest arrivals would take home over 4,000 yuan. Shen Hui continued to look down the list and said, "Lin Yuding doesn't need to be given a subsidy." Zheng Haishua didn't ask further and just followed the instruction. After reviewing the salaries, Shen Hui asked Wu Tianming to call He Dongping. He Dongping arrived quickly and asked, "Did you call for me, Mr. Shen? Come, sit down, Lao He." Shen Hui walked to the reception area and sat down, inviting He Dongping to sit as well. He Dongping sat opposite him, hands on his legs, not leaning back. Shen Hui didn't say much. After the secretary made tea, he smiled and asked, "How do you feel? Is the work going smoothly?" Shen Hui then asked, "Is everything okay at home?" He Dongping replied, No problem. The kids have grown up, and I don't have to worry. My partner can manage it alone. Shen Hui said, that's good. If there are any issues, let me know in time. He Dongping nodded, not saying much. The boss didn't call him for this. After showing concern for his subordinates' work and life, Shen Hui finally asked, how much money is in the company's account now? He Dongping said, over 200 million. Besides buying cars, there are no major expenses. Shen Hui said, in terms of capital return rate, keeping so much liquid capital in the account is a waste. However, since there are no good investment projects for now, I'm planning to find a quality property to buy several buildings directly, not too far from here, to use as employee dormitories. What do you think? He Dongping smiled and said, that's a good thing. I think everyone will be glad to have such a good boss. Everyone likes to hear good things. And Shen Hui was no exception. You take care of this. Shen Hui added, Manager Chen has a lot of mixed matters to deal with. Various issues need attention. I heard that she was taken advantage of at the dinner table the other day. It's not easy for female colleagues, so help her out when you can. Shen Hui chuckled. All right, let's not talk about that, shall we? He Dongping nodded, thinking he needed to communicate more with Chun Lijun in the future. Although this matter had nothing to do with him, and Chun Lijun didn't invite him to the social event, if the boss found out, he might think he was just standing by and would have a bad impression. To truly gain the boss's recognition and acceptance, it's essential to cooperate well with colleagues. All right, you go back to work. Shen Hui said, pay more attention to the property matter. Okay. He Dongping nodded and left the chairman's office. Shen Hui didn't rush to look at the documents. Instead, he sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and pondered the company's big and small matters. Where there are people, there will be competition. Although the company only had about 60 employees, various overt and covert competitions were inevitable. As the boss, what he needed to do was occasionally remind and warn, keeping this competition within reasonable limits. Talking to He Dongping was naturally to tell him not to just watch the show while guarding his own territory. Some signs need to be extinguished early. Bad habits shouldn't be allowed to form. Otherwise, once a certain inertia of thinking is established, it will be difficult to change it later. He believed He Dongping would understand and would likely change. Chapter 53, The Generous Boss. Lin Yuding responded with an "oh" and showed no reaction. Shen Hui felt frustrated and asked, aren't you happy at all? Lin Yuding said, I'm happy. Shen Hui was somewhat exasperated. Then why is there no sign of it? Lin Yuding thought for a moment and replied, thank you. Just eat your meal. Shen Hui found himself at a loss with this maid. Although the villa's maid, Sister Lu, was a rural woman, at least she had aspirations, always calculating how to earn more money to save for her son's future wife. But this woman, Lin Yuding, seemed to have no ambitions, just coasting through life like a real-life salted fish. Shen Hui felt a bit worried for her future husband. Lin Yuding lowered her head, feeling quite wronged. She hadn't slacked off in her work. Why was she not satisfactory? Just as she was pondering this, her phone suddenly rang. She hurriedly checked the caller ID. It was a call from home, so she got up and went outside to answer. What happened? Shen Hui asked. Did your dad die, or is your mom remarrying? Lin Yuding's voice trembled, as if she was trying hard to suppress her tears. Shen Hui was taken aback. This was a big deal, and he had no reason to oppose it, nor could he. He said, then hurry and go. Lin Yuding responded with a and without packing, turned to rush toward the bedroom. Shen Hui was completely speechless. Come on, the dishes weren't even washed yet. And even if she went to the train station now, there might not be a train. However, considering the serious situation at her home, he couldn't really blame her. Shen Hui said, is it that urgent? Can't you wait a day? Salaries will be paid on Monday. Lin Yuding lowered her head, seeming unsure of how to respond. Shen Hui didn't want to ask further, and said, then I'll transfer money to you later. Are you taking the train or the plane? I'll call a car to take you. Lin Yuding wiped her tears and said, train. Shen Hui shook his head and called the company. After the call, he said, a car will be downstairs shortly. Go pack your things. How's the situation at home? Is your mom seriously injured? Is it a big problem? No, I don't know. She's still in the hospital and hasn't woken up. Lin Yuding spoke intermittently, clearly trying her best to suppress her sadness. Shen Hui didn't know what to say, so he got up to clean the dishes. Lin Yuding's face turned red, feeling a bit embarrassed, but thinking about her mom still being in the hospital. She couldn't care about anything else and hurried to pack her things. After Shen Hui finished cleaning the dishes, Lin Yuding had already gone downstairs. He was basically satisfied with this maid. She handled housework and cooking well. The only dissatisfaction was that communication was a bit difficult. At first, it even made him, the employer, feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, after more than 2 months of adjustment, they had finally gotten used to each other. In the afternoon at work, as soon as he entered the company, he was blocked in the hallway by Jiang Yuran. Mr. Shen, you haven't filmed your Douyin video yet. Jiang Yuran, with her big eyes, had an attitude as if she wouldn't let him go without an explanation. Shen Hui felt a headache coming. He had thought about it before, but couldn't come up with any good ideas, so he had forgotten about it. He didn't expect Jiang Yuran to block him. He said, I haven't figured out how to shoot it yet. Why don't you help me design one? Okay, you go arrange it. Shen Hui smiled and nodded, increasingly satisfied with this subordinate. He had originally planned to have Yang Shan organize an event over the weekend, but unexpectedly Jiang Yuran brought it up first, which was perfect for balancing work and personal matters. All right, I'll go discuss it with Director Yang. Jiang Yuran agreed and hurried off to find Yang Shan. After a short while in the office, Jiang Yuran returned to report on the event plan. After work in the afternoon, everyone would eat first, then go to sing at the KTV on Century Avenue. Shen Hui directly rejected it, saying, "That's too stingy. This doesn't seem like your style, Jiang Yuran. You've already sung. Do you really need this meal? If you arrange it like this, people might think I'm a miserly boss. Have Yang Shan contact a 5-star hotel. Let us have a full package of eating, drinking, and fun. If we eat, let us eat well. If we play, let us play well." Jiang Yuran agreed and rushed off to find Yang Shan, thinking, if you don't speak, how dare I be so extravagant? Soon, the company's internal communication channel issued a notice to all employees. At 5:30 p.m., after work, all employees will take a bus to the Kempinski Hotel. The chairman is treating, and the evening's food, drinks, and entertainment are all included. Participation in this event is voluntary, and each department manager should bring their team, with safety as the priority. Oh yeah, the boss is generous. Cheers quickly erupted in the offices, and the employees were excited. A 5-star hotel, all-inclusive food and fun. Who wouldn't want to go? Given the spending level of a 5-star hotel, ordinary employees wouldn't have the opportunity to indulge unless it was a company event. Since the boss is treating, how could anyone refuse? Moreover, the notice clearly stated it was voluntary, not mandatory, so there would be no resistance. If the notice had stated that everyone must go, there might have been some pushback. But since it was voluntary, there naturally wouldn't be any resistance. The only slight regret was for the Foreign Exchange Investment Department, as they couldn't conduct their evening trading session. At 3:20 p.m., Shen Hui arrived at the Foreign Exchange Investment Department. Guo Xiumin had arrived early and was already waiting. In May, some forward-looking indicators in the U.S. had already suggested an impending economic downturn, including the U.S. manufacturing sector hitting an 11-year low, durable goods orders recording the worst figures in nearly 6 months. And the U.S. retail data, primarily domestic demand-driven, surprisingly falling into negative growth, continuing the downward trend of U.S. data in the first quarter of 2019. Correspondingly, the foreign exchange and gold markets experienced significant fluctuations over the past 5 trading days. Shen Hui and the team in the Foreign Exchange Investment Department had been working late into the night, seizing favorable opportunities from the high-frequency fluctuations in the foreign exchange market, buying high and selling low, frequently entering and exiting, resulting in extremely substantial profits. Just last night, after closing positions, the funds in their accounts had exceeded 1.5 billion. Now, not only the employees of the Foreign Exchange Investment Department, but even Guo Xiumin looked at the boss with admiration. With such impressive performance, even Soros would feel ashamed. Archimedes once said, "Give me a lever, and I can lift the whole earth." Guo Xiumin had previously thought Archimedes was just boasting, but now he didn't think so. He believed the boss was very likely to achieve this goal, using a small amount of capital to leverage the world. But the problem is, why can't we learn it? After a week of continuous work, Guo Xiumin began to doubt his own intelligence. He had witnessed every instruction given by the boss and had studied and observed carefully, yet he just couldn't understand it. Even when he occasionally figured something out, it was always after the fact. At best, he could be considered an armchair strategist, which was of little use. He had asked the boss before, but the boss had said nothing. Guo Xiumin felt that the big boss must have a core theory for judging price fluctuations. If such a theory exists, it must be a legendary secret that surpasses any economic theory, which explains why the boss wouldn't share it. Whoever masters this secret would surely become a second boss. At 3:30 p.m., the European market opened for trading as scheduled. Shen Hui focused on the charts, issuing instructions one after another. The order clerks responsible for trading became increasingly skilled, quickly filling out orders, and bundles of green U.S. dollars quietly flowed into the offshore accounts of Shanghai Investment. Soon it was time to get off work, and the hallway began to buzz with activity. Shen Hui told Guo Xiumin, "Go notify everyone to wait for half an hour." Guo Xiumin agreed and hurried out to find Yang Shan. Half an hour wasn't long, and Yang Shan quickly notified everyone. Knowing that the big boss was trading in the European session, which wouldn't end until 6, they weren't in a hurry. After all, it was already after working hours. And they didn't have to adhere to work discipline anymore, so they gathered in small groups, chatting while waiting. Chen Lijun came to find Yang Shan and asked, "Are there enough cars?" Yang Shan said, "Yes, Shen has arranged 2 cars, plus 8 Mercedes, and with Shen's 2 cars, there will be a total of 15 vehicles. Even if Shen doesn't drive, there will be enough seats for everyone." Chen Lijun reminded, Make sure everything is arranged in advance. Those driving shouldn't drink, and be careful not to have any accidents. Yang Shan replied, everything is arranged, don't worry. Shen Lijun nodded and didn't say anything more. 6 o'clock soon arrived, and someone had been keeping an eye on the foreign exchange investment department. As soon as the door opened, everyone sprang into action. And the news quickly spread to all the offices. The crowd surged out, ready to head downstairs to board the vehicles. When Shen Hui reached the elevator, he asked Yang Shan, who was waiting for him, is everything arranged? Yang Shan replied, yes, everything is ready. Then let's go. Tonight, let's drink and have fun. Chapter 54. Eat, drink, and have fun. Arriving downstairs to get in the car, Shen Hui didn't plan to drive himself and got into a car driven by his uncle-in-law. The other management members saw this and got into other cars. Both Chen Lijun and He Dongping had their own vehicles, and no other department managers were willing to ride with the boss. As a result, only 3 people were in this car, along with his aunt Zhang Yinhua. No one else was there, which was just right for chatting with his uncle-in-law and aunt. The convoy quickly set off on a Century Avenue. Shen Hui asked Qi Weiqing, uncle-in-law, is everything okay at work? Qi Weiqing smiled and said, no problems, I'm just idle. Captain Yo hasn't assigned me any vehicles. Shen Hui said, there are many cars in the Shanghai market, and the traffic conditions are complex. You should familiarize yourself with the route first. He then asked Zhang Yinhua, Auntie, how is it going? Zhang Yinhua also worked on a construction site, and cleaning was no problem for her. She said, it's very light work. I just clean the hallway once in the morning and afternoon and tidy up the restroom. You guys don't let me clean your office, so I can finish it by myself. Shen Hui laughed. You're so used to hard work that you find it easy. If it were another cleaner, I bet even 2 people would find it tiring and would want 3 to 5 people to help out, preferably split into 2 teams. If there are any issues in the future, just let me know. Zhang Yinhua laughed. No problem. What issues could there be? Shen Hui replied with a sound of agreement and said nothing more. Actually, he was very clear about how his aunt and uncle were doing. Even if his aunt and Yang Shan didn't mention it, with dozens of employees in the company, some things would always reach his ears. His uncle-in-law and aunt were both honest people. Even with a strong backing, they wouldn't act like bullies. Qi Weicheng had a good reputation among the drivers, fitting in well with them, and could chat about anything, quickly integrating into the group. However, there was a small issue with his aunt. One of the cleaners often slacked off, causing his aunt to do extra work. But since his aunt didn't mention it, he didn't want to bring it up. Such things happen often, and Shen Hui couldn't think that his aunt was being bullied and just fire that cleaner. That would only push his aunt into opposition with others, which wouldn't be a good thing. Since his aunt felt there was no problem, he didn't want to say much. Upon arriving at the Kempinski Hotel, a vice president of the hotel personally welcomed them downstairs. The hotel's public relations manager was an old acquaintance of Yang Shan's. When she heard that the boss of Shanghai Investment was treating the entire staff to food, drinks, and entertainment, she inquired about Shanghai Investment. Knowing that the boss's net worth was at least 5 billion, the public relations manager quickly notified the higher-ups. This was a major client, and since it was their first visit, it was only proper to give it importance. Running a 5-star hotel relies on the patronage of such big clients. A billionaire is certainly a big client. Moreover, treating all employees to a banquet, if the service was poor or the reception inadequate, how could they expect future patronage? Therefore, upon receiving the notice, the hotel's vice president Shi Wuxing decided to personally handle the reception. Yang Shan's car arrived at the hotel first. After getting out, she met with the hotel staff, and a group of 7 or 8 people quickly walked toward Shen Hui, who was coming this way. Yang Shan introduced Shen Hui to the hotel management. This is our chairman of Shanghai Investment, Mr. Shen. She also introduced Shi Wuxing. Mr. Shen, this is Mr. Shi from the Kempinski Hotel. Hello, Mr. Shen. Although Shi Wuxing was a bit surprised by the youth of the boss of Shanghai Investment, he was very courteous, extending his hands to shake hands with Shen Hui, smiling broadly as he said, welcome to the Kempinski. We will do our utmost to serve you. Thank you, Mr. Shi. Shen Hui, who believed in the saying never hit a smiling face, was also very polite and shook his hand. This way, please. Shi Wuxing stepped aside and led everyone upstairs to a small banquet hall, where 7 or 8 tables were set up. He brought Shen Hui to table number 1. While the middle and upper management also came over to sit at the same table with the boss, and others were guided by the hotel staff to take their seats. At this moment, a beautiful woman took the stage and said a few flattering words. Enjoy your meal, I won't disturb you. Just call me if you need anything. Seeing that it was about time, Shi Wuxing also said a polite farewell and left to avoid being disliked. Shen Hui smiled and said, look at this leader, personally handling the reception. No wonder the business is booming. Everyone laughed, and Shun Lijun said, in the hotel industry, it's all about service, especially in star-rated hotels. Ordinary people can't afford them. They make money from big clients. Especially in 5-star hotels, every customer is their god. Mr. Shen is the best quality customer resource. And since the leader knows this, he naturally has to come out to greet him for the first time. Shen Hui then said to Yang Shan, "Well done." Yang Shan smiled and said, "It's mainly because Mr. Shen has a big face. Once they heard our boss is a billionaire, they quickly reported it up the chain. If Mr. Shen hadn't come today, we wouldn't have such a big face." Shen Hui laughed and was even more satisfied with these subordinates. Not only were they capable, but they also knew how to flatter, always highlighting the boss's importance. Don't think that flattering is just fawning. A qualified employee must always prioritize the big boss or superior to become a competent professional. Those self-important people on TV are not workplace elites. They are workplace fools. The food and drinks quickly arrived. The meal was a luxurious set menu priced at $59.99, served at a total of 6 tables, including the department managers and executives. There were 11 people at Shen Hui's table. The drink was beer, which was not because Shen Hui was stingy, but because he had sought everyone's opinion beforehand. Shen Hui had been deeply poisoned by bureaucratic practices. Unless necessary, he would generally seek everyone's opinions in such activities, avoiding any display of the boss's muscle and authority that might make employees resentful. Therefore, he aimed for democracy and, after consulting everyone, opted for beer. On a hot day, no one wanted to drink white spirits. Beer is great. It cools you down and doesn't get you drunk easily. Shen Hui said to Yang Shan, "Go and explain that tonight is just for fun. Don't do anything superficial. Everyone should have fun as they wish. It's fine to challenge each other to drink. But no one should toast the leaders. In this kind of setting, we should downplay the hierarchical identities." Yang Shan silently gave the boss a thumbs up and went to relay the message. To be honest, if they deliberately emphasized leadership roles in such settings, employees would really be resentful. It was supposed to be a fun outing. Why emphasize leadership and ruin the fun? They always talk about sharing joy with the people. But if you keep holding on to your leadership status, how can you share joy with the people? Some may think that seizing the opportunity to toast the leader is a good thing, but not everyone wants to toast the leader or flatter them. At least Shen Hui was very averse to the idea of having to run around to flatter the leader with toasts in this kind of setting. There are definitely many employees who share this sentiment. Great. Everyone responded loudly, agreeing that this proposal was good. Although the boss said no to toasting, it felt unsettling not to raise a glass. The old saying goes, if you toast the boss, they may not remember, but if you don't, they will definitely keep it in mind. So everyone felt awkward. It was still Chen Lijun who understood everyone's predicament, and this proposal was quite good. Everyone raised a glass together. That counted as a toast, and afterwards, they would follow the boss's lead. "Mr. Shen, this doesn't count as a violation, right?" After Chen Lijun spoke, she smiled at Shen Hui. "Very good. A great suggestion from you, Manager Chen." Shen Hui also stood up with a glass and said, "I will drink with everyone. Tonight, this toast counts as done. No more toasts afterwards. Let's eat and drink freely. If you want to challenge each other to drink, that's fine. Show gratitude for favors and seek revenge for grievances, but do it carefully. Drink if you want, but don't force anyone who doesn't want to drink. Drivers who want to drink should also pour themselves a drink, and afterwards, let the hotel take them home." "Great." Someone at the driver's table shouted, banging on the table. When everyone looked over, they found the drivers all looking at Qi Weicheng with strange expressions. Shen Hui had already deduced that the one causing the ruckus was his uncle-in-law Qi Weicheng, who loved lively atmospheres and enjoyed a few drinks. If he wasn't allowed to drink, he probably wouldn't enjoy the meal. There were other drivers who drank too. There weren't many who genuinely didn't drink. Shen Hui smiled and said, "Those who want to drink can drink freely, but no driving after drinking." After saying this, he sat down. Saying more would be a bit annoying. Yang Shan shook her head helplessly. It seemed there would be some trouble when they left. Chapter 55, The Fierce Female Subordinate. The meal was sumptuous, and everyone was quite satisfied. However, the main purpose of such gatherings was never just to eat, no matter how good the food was. It was merely an addition. The main focus was still on drinking and singing. For instance, a few who enjoyed drinking had already started challenging each other before they had even eaten much. Halfway through the meal, someone could no longer contain their impatience and left the table. "Everyone quiet down. I have something to say." The most lively Jiang Yulan took the stage, holding the microphone and shouting a few times. Once the crowd quieted down, she said, "Don't just focus on drinking. Let me sing a song for everyone first. Where are the applause? I want applause. Applause. Whistles. And even ghostly cheers." The beautiful manager's enthusiasm instantly excited the single men below, and the atmosphere exploded. Some who had a crush on Jiang Yulan clapped especially hard, turning their palms red. Chen Lijun laughed while applauding, saying, "Manager Jiang looks quite gentle at work. But I didn't expect her to be so lively when playing. With such a happy gem around, organizing an event is quite lively." Shen Hui also applauded and nodded, saying, "The more such people, the better." He Dongping also praised Jiang Yulan a few times, noting that such people are liked by leaders wherever they go. A song of longing, dedicated to our generous and handsome boss. Amidst the warm applause, Jiang Yulan loudly said, "Is our boss handsome?" "Handsome." Everyone responded in unison, with the loudest voices coming from table number 1. It was a joke, sitting under the boss's nose. How could they not respond enthusiastically? "Is our boss generous?" "Generous." Jiang Yulan shouted. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's get lively. Raise your glasses to toast our handsome and generous boss, thanking him for giving us the opportunity to indulge in luxury at a 5-star hotel. Come on." Shen Lijun was the first to raise her glass and stand up, saying, "Everyone, let's toast Mr. Shen again." The atmosphere was right, and the boss's rules no longer mattered. Everyone stood up, raising their glasses and joining in the cheer. Shen Hui. Of course, wouldn't he spoil the fun? He filled his glass and drank with everyone. Jiang Yulan continued, "Have you all seen the red-headed document the company issued before? Our boss is generous and wants to give everyone extra year-end bonuses. If the company's TikTok account reaches 5,000 effective videos and 200,000 followers by the end of the year-end bonus will be doubled. If there are 10,000 videos and 500,000 followers, the year-end bonus will be doubled again. Does everyone want to double their year-end bonuses?" Yes. Now everyone was shouting, the sound almost shaking the roof. Of course we want to. Why even ask? Then what are we waiting for? Let us toast our generous boss again. The atmosphere became increasingly heated, and everyone was ignited. Xiaomeng, make sure to capture the video well. Just as Jiang Yulan shouted, the prelude began to play. In this world, there's a wisp of smoke. Romantic winds, flowers, and moonlight. The infatuated often become greedy. Whether love or hate, they are all beautiful. It makes you feel unbearable pain. It also allows you to pretend to be crazy while drunk. One day you will be reborn. Until you cry and laugh, you will understand. Jiang Yulan seems to sing often, and she's really good at it. Although her voice lacks a bit of depth, her full emotional investment ignites everyone around her. The people at table 1 are clapping along with Shen Hui, who is particularly enthusiastic. A few who enjoy singing have already rushed to the karaoke stage to line up. As soon as Jiang Yulan finishes her song, and before she even leaves the stage, a few guys are already approaching with their drinks. Usually, they don't have the chance to toast their boss, so they seize the opportunity to pour a few more drinks. The second girl to grab the mic sings Wildflower Fragrance, a lively song that's particularly popular on Douyin, and many people can sing it. Instantly, the atmosphere reaches a peak, and even those who were drinking stop to cheer along. Shen Hui feels his blood pumping a bit faster, and is also tempted to go join in the fun. The third girl to grab the mic is from the Future's investment department, and she looks about 1.7 meters tall. She requests a duet with a handsome guy for the song No Matter How Much Love. The girl loudly asks, "Who is the most handsome in our company?" Some girls chime in, "Old Shui is the most handsome." The girl then looks over at Shen Hui's table and directly calls him out. Everyone says the boss is the most handsome. So let's invite our handsome and generous boss to come up and duet with me. How about it? Give us some applause. A group of guys starts to cheer wildly, all joining in the excitement. Shen Lijun chuckles. The girl has made the invitation. "Shen Zong, please." Shen Hui thinks for a moment. Since it's about saving face for the girl, it's really hard to refuse, so he stands up and goes on stage. Applause, whistling, and the sound of clinking glasses mix together. The men are just joining in the fun, but the women are particularly excited, their faces flushed with excitement. And they all rush to the karaoke stage, unapologetically pushing a few guys aside to take over. Damn it, how could such a good opportunity be snatched away by others? Everyone knows the boss is worth billions, single, and where would such a young diamond-level bachelor find a girlfriend? Usually, he can't joke around in the office. And now that he's finally out to let loose, if he doesn't flirt now, when will he? No matter how much love, this song is really a good choice. The girls are internally complaining, trying to figure out which song to pick for the duet with the boss. They're all popular songs from Douyin. And Shen Hui has heard this one before, but the lyrics are a bit unfamiliar. Luckily, the lyrics are displayed on the big screen opposite him, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sing. Just then, the prelude starts, and the tall girl begins to sing along. In the lonely midnight, one person feels particularly uncomfortable. Tears of sadness flow down. At the bustling alley's entrance, the flow of people is endless. Someone is foolishly waiting for love. I want to thank the heavens for letting love stay for me. Lucky to hold your hand. I want to pray to the heavens, no more mirages. To always love and never part. Shen Hui picks up the microphone and starts to sing along. I love you, never enough. No matter how much I love you, it's still not enough. I want to walk with you to the ends of the earth. I am right by your side, holding your hand tightly. Even if the heavens and earth crumble, I won't let go. I love you, never enough. No matter how much I love you, it's still not enough. I want to love you till the end of time. I am right behind you, always keeping you in my heart. Deeply in love until we grow old. Amidst the whistling and applause, the song comes to an end. A few girls rush up on stage, surrounding Shen Hui. The tall girl excitedly pumps her fist and rushes back to the karaoke stage. These girls are really bold. Zhang Yinhua, sitting next to Qi Weiqing, is astonished and can't close her mouth, feeling like she's gained a new perspective. Qi Weiqing is laughing happily. Who told Shen Hui to be rich and still single? Women from big cities are just different. Zhang Yinhua looks at him. Are you also feeling restless? Qi Weiqing chuckles. Even if I am restless, it doesn't matter. She wouldn't look at me anyway. The next girl to grab the mic is a short-haired girl from Yang Shan's team. A Sichuan girl, who requests the song Beautiful Myth. Since Shen Hui hasn't sung this one before, he loudly says, I really can't sing this song. Anyone who can sing should come up. I'll do it. A boy from the Securities Investment Department jumps up, saving the girl from embarrassment. Zhou Jiaowei smiles and asks Shen Hui, Shenzong, shall we sing a song together later? Shen Hui replies, Jiang Yulan is over there filming a video. Aren't you afraid your husband will see it on Douyin? What is there to be afraid of? Zhou Jiaowei confidently replies, it's just singing a song with the boss. My husband isn't that petty. Shen Hui smiles wryly. Then you pick a song, but it has to be one I know. Zhou Jiaowei asks, how about Flower Bridge Water Flow? Shen Hui nods. That one is okay. I've sung it before. Zhou Jiaowei smiles slightly and heads to the karaoke stage. Once the atmosphere picks up, even those who usually don't enjoy the noise will be assimilated. Without any leaders giving speeches or drawing lines, everyone relaxes. Some take the chance to drink with colleagues, while others crowd around the karaoke stage to grab the mic. Everyone is letting loose, except for Yang Shan, who hasn't drunk much. With so many people out, she, the big manager, can't afford to relax, fearing something might go wrong. However, under Jiang Yulan's encouragement, Yang Shan also goes on stage to sing a song. Eventually, her uncle Qi Weiqing also loosens up, grabbing the mic for the cheesy song Stars Lighting Up, singing passionately with another driver from the team, and even duetting with his niece on Lovesick, earning a round of applause. Shen Hui doesn't wait until the end. He leaves just after 10 o'clock. Chapter 56, Going Out to Sea. On Saturday, Shen Hui sleeps until 10 before getting up. He feels a bit hungry and checks the kitchen. There is food, but it all requires some effort to prepare, which feels troublesome. He can't help but miss the days when he had a nanny. He's so used to being taken care of that suddenly not having one feels a bit uncomfortable. Remembering he hasn't seen Huang Peipei for a week, he decides to call her. Surprisingly, no one answers. Shen Hui, not willing to give up, keeps calling, and it rings for almost a minute before connecting. What's up, rich guy? Huang Peipei sounds perfectly normal, with no signs of anything unusual. Shen Hui asks, what are you doing? Why didn't you answer the phone? Huang Peipei replies, I was taking a shower, what's up? Shen Hui says, are you cooking lunch? Can I come over and mooch some food? Huang Peipei responds, no time. I have to write. Shen Hui replies, then let's eat out. I'll be there soon. Huang Peipei says, oh, you're not busy anymore? Shen Hui, feeling helpless, says, come on. It's Saturday. Huang Peipei exclaims, oh, okay then. After hanging up, Shen Hui heads out. The weekend isn't too congested, and after an hour and a half, he arrives at the Jiangdong Second Village community. He parks his car downstairs at Huang Peipei's building and calls her. After waiting for more than 2 minutes, Huang Peipei and Qin Jiaojiao come down. Wow, you really are a rich guy, Huang Peipei exclaims. Shen Hui laughs, what are you thinking? I see you've been writing your novel to the point of insanity. Hurry up and get in the car. Qin Jiaojiao excitedly says, a convertible sports car. It looks so high-end and classy. I've never been in one. Saying that, she gets into the back seat. And Huang Peipei doesn't sit in the front, but joins her in the back seat with her best friend. As Shen Hui starts the car, he asks, what are we eating for lunch? Huang Peipei replies, anything is fine. Is this what you're treating us to? Qin Jiaojiao's eyes widen as they stand in front of a stir-fry restaurant. Shen Hui says, what is our relationship? Is there a need to be extravagant? This is more like it. Qin Jiaojiao is very satisfied. What matters is Shen Hui's attitude. If Shen Hui had really taken them to a 5-star hotel, Qin Jiaojiao would have felt it was just showing off. While eating, Shen Hui asks, how about we rent a yacht and go out to sea for a bit this afternoon? Oh yeah. Qin Jiaojiao jumps up excitedly, saying, let's eat quickly. And after we finish, let's hurry over. Huang Peipei looks wide-eyed. Aren't you writing anymore? What about tomorrow's update? Writing my ass, Qin Jiaojiao dismisses. I can catch up tonight. Huang Peipei is quite speechless and glances at Shen Hui, asking, didn't you buy a yacht? Shen Hui replies, I didn't have time to buy one. You just reminded me. I'll have someone buy one another day. Wow. Qin Jiaojiao was excited again. Let me know when you buy it. Peipei and I can just take the yacht out to have some fun. Shen Hui smiled and nodded, thinking that this girl Qin Jiaojiao was really nice. Not pretentious at all. After dinner, Shen Hui drove the two beauties to the dock and called Lu Maojun on the way to borrow the yacht. He had borrowed Lu Maojun's yacht when he took his parents out to sea before. When they arrived at the dock, a young man had already been waiting nearby for nearly an hour. Seeing the car from the continent approaching, he first glanced at the license plate to confirm, then hurried over. Is this Mr. Shen? My name is Zhao Mingxian. The young man ran to the car and respectfully said to Shen Hui, who had just gotten out. Mr. Liu asked me to pick you up. Hello, Xiao Xiao. Shen Hui shook his hand, looking very friendly. Although the other party seemed to be not much younger than him, Shen Hui's momentum gradually built up, and there was no pressure when he called Xiao Xiao. Thanks for your trouble today. No trouble at all, Zhao Mingxian said politely, quickly leading the way. Mr. Shen, please come this way. Let's go. Shen Hui called out and followed. Chen Jiao Jiao and Huang Pei Pei held hands and followed behind. Upon reaching the dock, a medium-sized yacht was quietly anchored at the berth, with 3 beautiful women in uniforms standing next to the entrance. The woman in the middle, around 30 years old, looked like a mature peach, while the other 2 were in their early 20s, pretty and graceful. Welcome, Mr. Shen, and welcome to the 2 beautiful ladies. The woman in the middle smiled and stepped aside as she spoke. While boarding the yacht, Shen Hui smiled and said, I have to trouble you again, Sister Sunday. The woman slightly bowed and maintained her smile. It is my honor to serve you. Chen Jiao Jiao and Huang Pei Pei looked around curiously, experiencing a luxurious private yacht up close for the first time, and they were both a bit excited, looking at everything with a sense of wonder, as if they had never seen the world before. After checking out the cabin, they went to the second deck. The view here was even better, and the weather was perfect, with blue skies and fluffy white clouds, a great day for sailing. Captain Sister Sun, along with 2 service staff, brought drinks and said a few pleasant words before leaving, giving the space to the 3 of them. There were just 3 lounge chairs, and Shen Hui lay on one of them, saying, feel free to have fun, just treat the yacht as mine. Chen Jiao Jiao sighed, being rich is great. Huang Pei Pei asked, this yacht must cost several tens of millions, right? This was said very naturally, without any intention of showing off wealth. Rich people are really awesome. Chen Jiao Jiao jumped a bit and said, you should hurry up and buy one. Huang Pei Pei blinked her big eyes and asked Shen Hui, how much money do you have? Huang Pei Pei lightly kicked him. Can't you just say something normal? Shen Hui helplessly said, I'm just speaking my mind. How is that not normal? Chen Jiao Jiao said irritably, are you showing off or pouring chicken soup? Pei Pei and I can't understand. That's not normal talk. You say if Mr. Ma can afford it, then you can afford it too. Why don't you go to Africa and buy a country to be a king? Huh? Shen Hui appeared thoughtful. That's not a bad suggestion. I might consider it. Chen Jiao Jiao and Huang Pei Pei were completely speechless and didn't want to bother with him anymore. At that moment, the yacht slowly started moving. Captain Sister Sun came up to remind the 3 to pay attention to safety, and the 2 quickly sat down. Once the yacht had smoothly left the dock and was cruising on the sea, the 2 got up to move around again. Chapter 57, Overnight Stay. Taking photos should be considered one of the universal hobbies of women. Having the opportunity to board a private luxury yacht, Chen Jiao Jiao and Huang Pei Pei naturally took the chance to snap more photos and short videos to post on their social media or Douyin, quickly igniting a frenzy among their friends. After about half an hour of sailing, the dock was no longer visible. The sea and sky merged into one, and the sea breeze made one want to forget all worries and enjoy this rare tranquility. The captain came up to ask for instructions, then stopped the boat, letting it drift with the waves. The 2 girls brought out fishing gear and said they could go into the water with a professional coach. Shen Hui couldn't swim and wasn't interested in fishing, so he lay on the lounge chair scrolling through Douyin. As he was scrolling, he came across the videos posted by Chun Jiao Jiao and Huang Pei Pei and couldn't help but chuckle at the comments. Comments, huh? Another good cabbage being pushed by a pig. Not that great looking. I really doubt this rich guy's taste. Jokingly, I wonder what their parents would think if they saw this. Chen Jiao Jiao and Huang Pei Pei didn't see the comments. Otherwise, they would probably be furious. Shen Hui checked the company's Douyin account, and to his surprise, in just over half a month, they had posted over 3 small videos and gained more than 30,000 followers. He looked at the new additions. The small video from last night's party had increased by over 50 videos, and there were 10 just from him. All with the same text. The boss is young and handsome, and still has no girlfriend. Come on, everyone. As for what they were cheering for, it seemed the young folks all understood. He clicked in to see the discussions, which were quite lively. Initially, the topic was somewhat serious, with fans criticizing Shanghai investment for using Douyin videos and follower counts as criteria for year-end bonuses, calling it bizarre and unprecedented. With some even criticizing Shen Hui. How can such a bizarre person lead a company? Of course, there were also likes. Wow, this boss is generous. I want to switch jobs. As the conversation went on, the topic shifted to Shen Hui, with people either gossiping about the boss's exact age or probing into his wealth. Fortunately, the company's employees understood the rules, and no one dared to spill any secrets. Huang Pei Pei and Chen Jiao Jiao took photos and short videos for a while, then developed an interest in fishing, playing under the guidance of the 2 service staff. Occasionally, cheerful shouts echoed from the boat, adding a bit of joy to the atmosphere. They played until the sun was about to set, and still felt a bit unsatisfied. After getting off the yacht, Chen Jiao Jiao wanted to see the legendary rich person's mansion. Shen Hui took the two to Binjiang Garden, and by the time they finished eating and got home, it was already dark. Huang Pei Pei had been there once and wasn't too impressed, but for Chun Jiao Jiao, it was her first time, and she was astonished, constantly exclaiming. When she saw the rooftop garden and pool, she was completely stunned. Wow, I absolutely love this pool. Chun Jiao Jiao exclaimed dramatically, gesturing. Pei Pei, let's go swim. Chun Jiao Jiao flipped her hair and said, no coding today. At most, I'll work a bit harder tomorrow. Today, I want to truly experience the life of the rich. I used to hear people say that we are limited in our imagination by poverty, and I never believed it. Today, I finally believe it. A top-tier mansion worth over 2 billion. And since I'm here, I have to experience it well. Otherwise, it would be a wasted trip. Shen Hui said, you can come whenever you want. I won't stop you. Chun Jiao Jiao chuckled. I'm afraid if I come too often, I won't want to leave. Shen Hui chuckled a few times and went to the changing room to find 2 sets of women's swimsuits. Huang Pei Pei also wanted to try. She didn't dare go into the water before, and swimming at home is different from swimming on a rooftop more than 40 floors up. That feeling is incomparable to swimming in the sea. So she changed into a swimsuit with Chun Jiao Jiao and went into the water. Shen Hui displayed gentlemanly behavior and went to the study to read. They played until 10:30, and the 2 women finally changed their clothes and came out. It was too late to go back, so they planned to stay overnight. Shen Hui arranged 2 bedrooms. But the 2 women ended up switching rooms and sleeping in one bed, whispering to each other. Chun Jiao Jiao asked Huang Pei Pei, do you know how many women Shen Hui has? Huang Pei Pei replied, how would I know? Chun Jiao Jiao said, I don't even know what to say. I originally thought he was a loser, but he seems okay. You two could team up to buy a house in Shanghai and get by, but unexpectedly, he turns out to be a rich guy. What does he mean by that? Huang Pei Pei replied, didn't I tell you? Chun Jiao Jiao said, sigh. Men who have been divorced are different from other men. They're the hardest to deal with. Especially those who are rich. How did this guy suddenly become a wealthy man? It's really puzzling. Huang Pei Pei said, I'm tired. I don't want to think about it. If no one wants me, I'll just stay single. Chun Jiao Jiao complained. What's wrong with this world? Why are there so many scumbags everywhere? It's so hard to find a man. Damn, it seems that if I want to find a good man, I might as well reserve one at kindergarten. Huang Pei Pei asked, how's the guy you chatted with online? Chun Jiao Jiao replied, it's about the same. He asked me out several times, and I'm considering whether to meet him. Huang Pei Pei encouraged, how will you know what kind of person he is if you don't meet him? Just meet up and see. Chun Jiao Jiao said, then let's bring Shen Hui along tomorrow. Huang Pei Pei thought it was a good idea, and it was settled. The next morning, when the 2 of them got up, Shen Hui had already prepared breakfast. Don't get it wrong, it wasn't made by Shen Hui, it was takeout. While the 3 of them were having breakfast, Chun Jiao Jiao asked Shen Hui, does the rich guy have time today? How about accompanying me to meet someone? Shen Hui asked, who are you meeting? Huang Pei Pei explained, Jiao Jiao has been chatting with a guy online and is planning to meet him today. Shen Hui was taken aback and said, is this reliable? Chun Jiao Jiao replied, who knows? Let's just meet for a meal and see. Shen Hui felt a bit speechless, but, as a friend, still offered some advice. If you really want to find a man, you should check out some matchmaking platforms. It's likely that people there genuinely want to settle down. You know better than I do what kind of people are looking to chat with women online. Meeting them is just a waste of time. Huang Pei Pei said, I met him on a matchmaking platform. Shen Hui said, oh, that's fine. Should I go too? Chun Jiao Jiao said, what's wrong with that? You and Pei Pei can come along and help me keep an eye on things. Shen Hui readily agreed. After all, they were friends, and he naturally wanted to fulfill his responsibilities as a friend. Chun Jiao Jiao then started making calls to arrange to meet the guy at noon on Nanjing Road. Since it was still early, the 2 of them spent the day not doing homework and went to the bedroom to type instead. Chapter 58, Dating is Hard. There are many ways for men and women to meet, and specifically for a meeting with a matchmaking flavor, the first date usually involves a few options, either a CAF, a meal, or a movie. Typically, before establishing a relationship, they would choose to have a meal first. They would have a meal, chat a bit, and then decide whether to pursue a deeper relationship. During the date, it's usually the man who arrives first, finds a good spot, orders the food, and waits for the woman to arrive. This time was no exception. When Shen Hui and the others arrived, the man who was meeting Chun Jiao Jiao had already arrived. It was a Hunan restaurant on Nanjing Road, quite upscale. The man they were meeting was in his early 30s, dressed in business attire, and looked very energetic. After a brief introduction, the man introduced himself as Lu Yiwang, a financial analyst, which is considered a prestigious job in the eyes of ordinary people who don't understand finance. Working in finance is seen as a top-tier profession, elite among elites. During their first meeting, both parties were cautious, trying to learn about each other. Lu Yiwang didn't neglect Shen Hui and Huang Pei Pei, since anyone accompanying Chun Jiao Jiao must be close friends, so he chatted with them a bit. Huang Pei Pei and Chun Jiao Jiao were both programmers, which Lu Yiwang already knew. But when he heard Shen Hui also worked in finance, he casually asked, "What business are you in?" Shen Hui replied, "I just run errands. There's nothing serious." Huang Peipei shot him a glance, thinking he was getting better at pretending. Chen Jiao didn't say anything, but inside she was a bit annoyed. They had been chatting well initially, but this question made things feel off. Why does it matter if my profession is good or not? Shen Hui also felt a bit irritated. The words might be nice, but they didn't sound right. If they were in a romantic relationship, it wouldn't be a problem to say such things. But meeting for the first time, asking such questions was problematic. He had never commented on Chen Jiao and Huang Peipei's professions. What right does an outsider have to judge? Was he trying to show off his superiority by implying he was doing better than Chen Jiao? As the meal was coming to an end, Lu Yiwang looked at Chen Jiao. "The weather is quite nice today, perfect for a boat ride. A friend of mine bought a yacht last year. Let me give him a call, and we can go cruise the Huangpu River this afternoon." Lu Yiwang was momentarily taken aback, seeing Chen Jiao's calm demeanor. He felt a bit suspicious and awkward, forcing a smile as he said, "All right then, let's talk another day." When they went outside to get the car, Lu Yiwang hurried a few steps toward a blue BMW 3 Series parked not far away. From a distance, he took out his car key and pressed it. As the car's lights flashed and the horn honked, he turned his head and was stunned. He saw that not far away, Chen Jiao and the others had gotten into a Continental, and he was momentarily confused. What the hell is going on? Is this a rich girl pretending to be poor for fun? Or is Chen Jiao's male friend a rich second generation? But no matter which scenario it was, he felt like he had been slapped in the face today. Damn it, someone who can afford a Continental surely has been on a private yacht before, right? Lu Yiwang felt his face burning with embarrassment and quickly got into his car. Shen Hui didn't personally send the two of them off. He called the company to send a car. The financial tower was not far from Binhai Garden, with a straight line distance of less than 3 kilometers. If there was no traffic, it would take about 10 minutes to get there. When Shen Hui's car arrived downstairs, the company's car was already there, and the driver was waiting outside. When Chen Jiao got into the car, she suddenly remembered something and asked Shen Hui, "Is the rich guy who tipped us you?" Shen Hui was taken aback. He didn't expect her to ask that. Without thinking, he replied, "No, it's not me." Chen Jiao said, "Oh," and suspiciously looked at him several times before turning and getting into the car. As she watched the Mercedes drive away, Shen Hui stood still, his gaze deep and distant. Huang Peipei, this old classmate, was a good girl. After many years in the Shanghai market, she still maintained the simplicity of a rural girl from northwest China, not picking up any bad habits, and was indeed a good candidate for settling down. After careful consideration, Shen Hui decided to give dating a try with her. But the problem was, he realized his current mindset was somewhat problematic. If it was just to find a casual partner, there would be no problem. After all, he had dated many women, was confident, and had a billion-dollar fortune. He still had some skills when it came to flirting. But if he wanted to seriously date, he found he was actually not good at it. After graduating from middle school, he went out to work with his father, and during the tough times, he didn't have the chance to date. At 22, he was still naive and hurriedly got married, only to deal with the trivialities of life. And by the time he got divorced, he had never truly dated. Now that he suddenly needed to date, he didn't know where to start. Asking him to say sweet nothings like those young guys or flirty men to charm girls was really hard for him. Sending flowers or creating some romance felt very childish. And after thinking it over, he had no idea how to date. Shen Hui knew that this kind of mindset was problematic, but he just couldn't change it. The key was that Huang Peipei was just like him, also a dating novice, equally clueless about dating. Just last week, she had taken him shopping on Nanjing Road to buy some clothes, completely unaware of going to see a movie or anything like that. When it came to showing affection, she was even less skilled and would straightforwardly say to Shen Hui, "Let's date." Well, never mind. Let's just go with the flow. The parties involved didn't know what to do, and Chen Jiao was even more worried for her best friend. Back in their rental apartment, Chen Jiao kept asking Huang Peipei, "Peipei, do you think that rich guy who rewarded us is Shen Hui? I just feel something's off. Which rich person has so much money to spend with nowhere to go? Giving $1 million to a novel. Even if our writing is really good and there is a rich person who likes it, a reward of 1 or 200,000 would be enough. How could they possibly take out $1 million to reward us? $1 million? That's not just 1,000. Many companies don't even make $1 million in profit in a year." Huang Peipei didn't want to overthink it, and said, "Why worry about so much? Let us just get to writing. You're so carefree." Chen Jiao playfully hit her. "I don't want to think about it either. Let us write." Chapter 59. Caring about subordinates' lifelong matters. On June 1st, the Health Cup Children's Sports Games, fully sponsored by Shanghai Investment, officially opened. Shen Hui originally didn't want to attend, but after a warm invitation from the organizer, he decided to go, accompanied by the company's management team including Deputy General Manager Chen Lijun, Office Director Yang Shan, and Chairman's Secretary Wu Tianming. During the opening ceremony, A child even put a red scarf on Shen Hui. After some speeches from relevant leaders, Shen Hui also spoke a few words. He stated that children are the future of the country and the hope of the nation. Shanghai Investment pays great attention to children's education and growth and will actively fulfill its social responsibilities in the future, continuing to support children's education in the local area and sponsoring various cultural and sports activities for children, putting its focus and support for children's healthy growth into practical actions, and contributing as much as it can to local children's education and healthy development. The district leaders present at the opening ceremony expressed sincere gratitude and high praise for Shanghai Investment's attention and strong support for children's education and healthy growth in their concluding remarks. They stated that Shanghai Investment is a company with a strong sense of social responsibility and national duty. Chairman Shen Hui's attention and support for children's education and growth reflect the responsibility and sentiment of a new era financier, serving as a model for financial entrepreneurs. They wished for Shanghai Investment to continue to prosper and contribute even more to the district's economic and social development and children's education in the future. Amidst warm applause, the leaders on the podium took a group photo. Shen Hui also took several photos with the child athletes and, accompanied by the organizers, visited a primary school to watch a 4,100-meter relay race before leaving in a car under the organizers' farewell. He didn't go to the company since it was after work hours. At noon, during lunch with Chun Lijun and Yang Shan, Shen Hui inquired about his subordinates' lives, asking Chun Lijun, "I heard your husband became a professor. Should I host a dinner to congratulate you guys another day?" Chun Lijun replied, "No need for congratulations. How about I and old Wu treat you to a meal instead?" "Sure, I'll definitely come." Shen Hui agreed. Chun Lijun was 32 this year and just got married last year. She and her husband had agreed to wait a couple of years before having children, wanting to stabilize their careers first. Her husband teaches at a university and is an intellectual. "What about your lifelong matter?" Shen Hui asked Yang Shan again. Yang Shan grimaced. "I've been on a few blind dates, but haven't found anyone suitable." Shen Hui said, "You can't rush this. Just take your time." Yang Shan continued. "Not long ago, a classmate introduced me to a programmer, and we had a meal together, but I'm not sure how it went." Chen Lijun laughed. "The office director's job is quite busy, and you have to meet and send off people. Finding a software engineer is pretty good. Most people in software development tend to be more introverted, which complements your work well." Shen Hui nodded in agreement. "It's like what we say in the countryside. Two stubborn oxen can't live together because they are both too stubborn. Two stubborn donkeys can't either. As when both get stubborn, life becomes unbearable. So, the best match is one ox and one donkey. That way, you don't have to worry about fighting." Though the analogy is a bit crude, I think it has some truth to it. Chen Lijun smiled and said, "I mean the same. But your analogy is much more vivid." Yang Shan also found the analogy quite fresh, nodding thoughtfully. Yang Shan perked up and asked, "Does Chairman Shen want a leisure yacht or a business yacht?" Shen Hui replied, "A business yacht. I'd rather buy a big one. Those small yachts are cramped and can't fit many people. A larger business yacht would be nice for organizing employee outings at sea on weekends." Shen Hui chuckled. "You seem to have done your homework." Yang Shan replied, "My previous boss did a lot of research when buying a yacht." Yang Shan noted that she had gathered related materials when her previous boss bought a yacht, even going to the Faraday Group's office in Shanghai to request a bunch of information. However, although her previous boss was worth over $1 billion, his wealth was somewhat inflated, and the available funds were less than $10 million. After much deliberation, he only bought a small yacht worth a few million, unlike Shen Hui, whose wealth is all genuine. In terms of the quality of wealth, billionaires can't compare to Shen Hui. According to the Foreign Exchange Investment Department, under Shen Hui's direction, the company made a significant profit in the foreign exchange market in May. With Shen Hui's current wealth, buying a yacht should cost at least several million, right? In the afternoon at work, an investment proposal from the Securities Investment Department was on Shen Hui's desk. He picked it up and flipped through it, feeling it wasn't very good. Recently, the stock market had become increasingly bleak, with 2/3 of the stocks in the Shanghai and Shenzhen markets turning red. Fewer than 1,000 were in the green, and those with an increase of more than 5% were under 100. The trading volume had decreased significantly compared to the same period last year. In this situation, making money in the stock market was not easy. He didn't have time to study stocks. He Dongping was about to come over. There was some progress on the property purchase. As soon as Shen Hui moved to the reception area, He Dongping arrived. "This is the property information. Take a look first, Chairman Shen." He Dongping handed over a thick stack of materials and added, "The developer is Qianjiang Real Estate. The plot is at the northeast corner of Century Park. The second phase is planned for 5 12-story buildings and 2 22-story buildings, with delivery scheduled for June next year. The 22-story buildings will have 107 units, with sizes ranging from over 80 square meters for 2-bedroom apartments to over 120 square meters for 3-bedroom apartments. I think it looks good," Shen Hui commented. 100,000 per square meter isn't cheap. He Dongping nodded. The price is negotiable. The developer is currently raising funds and has started pre-sales. However, the national regulation on the real estate industry is becoming increasingly stringent, and financing channels for real estate are gradually tightening. The financing costs for developers are rising, and some smaller developers have limited financing options, even using loans of over 20%. Xinjiang real estate has a significant funding gap, so if we get involved, the price can be negotiated down, and reducing it by 10% shouldn't be a problem. Shen Hui stated, a large funding gap means increased risk. What are your thoughts? He Dongping clearly had a plan, saying, that's not a problem. We can allocate funds in batches according to the progress, which can prevent the developer from misusing the funds. We will also keep relevant construction documents for record, and the contract will specify that if the developer is unable to continue the subsequent projects, we can take over and find another developer to complete the construction. Shen Hui asked, are there any completed properties? He Dongping explained, now developers start pre-sales before opening to raise funds, and most completed properties have already sold part of their units. It's hard to find an entire building available for purchase. Shen Hui nodded, then you negotiate first, and let me know when you have results. He Dongping agreed, saying, there are several real estate developers looking for financing. What do you think, Chairman Shen? Shen Hui replied, while the financing returns in the real estate industry are decent, the risks are also considerable. We should exclude those smaller developers with poor risk resistance and consider those with strong risk resistance and good reputations. He Dongping nodded and said, okay, I'll screen it first and then report to you. Chapter 60, Need and Be Needed. Just after He Dongping left, Chen Lijun and Feng Meiqi came in again. Why are you both here together? Shen Hui asked with a smile while offering them a seat. Chen Lijun was in charge of legal affairs, but the two came in together, which puzzled him. There's something to report to General Manager Shen, Chen Lijun said with a smile, handing a document to Shen Hui. Please take a look at this first, General Manager Shen. When the Deputy General Manager and department heads bypass the normal process and come directly to the office to report work, it definitely means that the work to be reported hasn't been discussed and could generate disputes, which is why they came directly to report. The document was a supplementary labor agreement. After reading it, Shen Hui closed the file and asked, what are your thoughts on this? Chen Lijun replied, it was proposed by Manager Feng, and I also think it's necessary. Although General Manager Shen cares about the employees, I believe that with such good benefits, the company's employees wouldn't cause disputes over trivial matters. But I think that view is a bit too naive. In recent years, labor dispute cases have been increasing. Some people, no matter how much you give them, once their interests are compromised, will hesitate to bite back at you. From both a human and legal perspective, I think it is necessary to supplement and improve our labor agreement, at least so that the company won't be too passive and frustrating when problems arise. Shen Hui asked, is it compliant with laws and national policies? Feng Meiqi replied, dividing the income from employees' labor that is of equal value to the company's extra compensation legally poses no issues. As long as they don't have the idea of extorting the company after leaving from the beginning, no one would object. Shen Hui considered it for a moment and said, then let us go ahead with it. He hadn't thought about this issue before, but after hearing what the two said, he realized it was indeed necessary. Shen Hui had never been involved in human resources and legal affairs, and most of his management knowledge came from state-owned enterprises. So it was impossible for him to consider everything in each specialized management area, and some omissions were inevitable. Fortunately, the management personnel he recruited were very dedicated. Unlike those in his previous unit who needed a little push for everything, many things he hadn't thought of, these capable subordinates would consider in advance and provide solutions. This was quite good. It is right to prevent these issues early. After Chen Lijun and Feng Meiqi left, Shen Hui met with 3 entrepreneurial teams in his office. By the time he reached the foreign exchange investment department, the European market had already opened for trading, and Guo Xiumin and his team had been waiting for a long time. The 3 entrepreneurial teams were selected by the venture capital department from recent investment projects and had been waiting for Shen Hui to meet them. He had been too busy before, and after Peng Guifeng's third request, Shen Hui managed to squeeze out half an hour to meet with the 3 team leaders. Each was given 10 minutes to explain their entrepreneurial ideas, and Shen Hui listened without speaking. After hearing them out, he relied on his intuition to judge and found none of them were reliable. It felt quite bleak, and he dismissed them directly. Shen Hui didn't know what Peng Guifeng was feeling and didn't want to care. This was how venture capital worked. High returns came with high risks, especially for small teams in the startup phase. The probability of truly growing into a successful venture was too low. Not everyone could catch a company like Alibaba in its seed stage. Therefore, many venture capital institutions cast a wide net, knowing that as long as they could catch one big fish, they wouldn't lose out. Shen Hui didn't want to cast a wide net to catch a bunch of worthless small fish. Although he couldn't spot a seed stage company like Alibaba, he could judge whether the entrepreneurs seeking funding could succeed, thereby avoiding risks. The gold market in the afternoon didn't have much activity, but the GBP/USD had significant fluctuations. Shen Hui seized the opportunity to direct the foreign exchange investment department to make some trades, and after closing the positions, he briefed them on the key points for subsequent operations before finishing work for the day. There was a dinner party to attend that evening, initiated by several private equity firms. Speaking of which, as Shanghai investment gradually got on track, his various wine and dinner parties had also increased. Every industry has its own circle, and the financial industry certainly has one too. Although Shanghai investment had not been established for long, it had begun to attract attention. Shen Hui directed the foreign exchange investment department to earn significant profits in the foreign exchange market. Although the company's employees had signed confidentiality agreements, some information still gradually spread out. At least for insiders, it wasn't too difficult to gather some news. In the past 2 years, the stock market had been sluggish, and diversified financial companies were not overly affected, but for private equity firms primarily engaged in financial speculation, it was a matter of life and death. When a new player emerged in the circle, there was naturally an opportunity to get acquainted. The dinner was held at a club in a remote location, but it offered good privacy. As soon as Shen Hui arrived at the entrance, a young man welcomed him and led him to a small private room. The organizer of the dinner was Du Hongguang, the president of Hongguang Capital, which was said to have a capital scale of over 10 billion. Over the past year, the domestic private equity industry continued to thrive, with the number and scale of private equity firms increasing continuously. Before there were any firms with a scale of over 100 billion, those with a scale of over 10 billion could hardly be considered small. With only a little over 200 nationwide, the Shanghai market is the financial capital, and the number of private equity firms ranks first in the country. There were not many people attending the dinner, fewer than 20, all big players in private equity managing over 10 billion, with a large round table set up in the spacious private room. In addition to a dozen big names from the Shanghai private equity industry, there were also 3 beautiful female celebrities. It seemed that every time he attended a dinner or wine party, he could see a few female celebrities. Shen Hui couldn't help but admire how these seasoned business veterans had such vast social networks. Organizing a dinner party, they could easily invite a few celebrities to support the occasion. In this regard, he was lacking, as the only celebrity he knew well was Yang Yu. On any given day when he wanted to gather a few celebrities for a dinner party, he wouldn't even know who to ask. Of course, finding second-generation rich kids to invite wouldn't be a problem. Shen Hui's seat was arranged to the left of the main position, which couldn't be considered very forward. To the right of the main position was Ho Lin, and to Shen Hui's left was Wan Fushan, both of whom he knew, though not very well. They had crossed paths at previous wine parties, and just last weekend, he had shared a table with Ho Lin and Wan Fushan at one of those events. Scanning the room, he noted only 3 unfamiliar faces. He recognized the celebrities, having seen one of them, Zhou Dongyu, before. Once everyone had arrived, Du Hongguang introduced the attendees as per custom. Aside from Shen Hui and a few celebrities, the others were all from the same circle and were quite familiar with each other. Those private equity bigwigs who could sit here mostly knew Shen Hui. At such a small dinner table, the topics naturally revolved around their old profession. Eating was secondary. A bunch of private equity moguls gathered together, discussing the financial market without cease, and fortunately, the topics were relatively down to earth, or else Shen Hui wouldn't have understood anything. After an hour of dining, they moved to a multifunctional reception area. Shen Hui collected a large stack of business cards and was eventually invited by Du Hongguang to a small tea room. Only 4 people sat on the sofa: Shen Hui, Du Hongguang, Ho Lin, and Wan Fushan. To be honest, if it hadn't been for Li Guangming's greeting, he wouldn't have wanted to attend this dinner. With this time, he could have directed the foreign exchange investment department to make a few more trades during the night session. Although these private equity moguls managed substantial fund sizes, that was merely the capital they managed, not their personal assets. The funds in private equity were basically raised from investors in the private sector, which did not mean that the heads of fund companies had hundreds of billions in wealth. Of course, in terms of personal wealth, these individuals were slightly less wealthy than him, but their status in the industry was not low. The key was that these individuals had various connections with the second generation of wealthy families. With fewer people, the conversation topics naturally became more concentrated. Du Hongguang asked Shen Hui, "Brother Shen, you don't invest much in the stock market, do you?" Shen Hui replied, 5 to 600 million, indeed not much. Du Hongguang said, "Are you interested in collaborating with Hongguang Capital? We have some channels in the stock market, whether it's for IPOs or other information sources. Hongguang has some channels. If there's money to be made, let us make it together." Shen Hui smiled and said, "Let's talk later. Recently, my energy has been focused on the forex market. The finance industry is a representative of capital, and in this market filled with the smell of money, these private equity big shots must have sources and channels to make money, which often represent the forbidden gray areas. Taking risks for profit is the essence of capital. And this is undeniable. But Shen Hui is different from these people. Making money is too easy for him. And there's no need to touch the gray areas at all. Du Hongguang nodded, not minding, knowing that Shen Hui wasn't interested. He was just looking for a topic of conversation. According to his reliable sources, the other party was indeed making a fortune in the forex market and naturally looked down on the small profits from the stock market. Who would want to eat leftover rotten vegetables when they could have meat every meal? Du Hongguang said, Hongguang also invests in the forex market. How about collaborating if there's an opportunity? Shen Hui didn't refuse and said, sure, cooperation for mutual benefit is a good thing. Du Hongguang exchanged a knowing glance with Ho Lin and Wan Fushan, and they nodded in understanding, not mentioning it again. The intention was conveyed. And today's meal was mainly to get acquainted and express the idea of cooperation. As for whether they could ultimately collaborate, that would require finding another opportunity, which also needed the right conditions, and those conditions involve mutual need. The foundation of cooperation is mutual benefit, and the foundation of mutual benefit is need and being needed. If one is not needed or does not need, then what is there to discuss about cooperation? Du Hongguang pondered this, while Ho Lin and Wan Fushan were also contemplating what they needed. It goes without saying that what they needed was profit. But the initiative was in the other party's hands. What did the other party need, and what did they have that the other party needed? Chapter 61, not short of this bit of money. After the meal, Shen Hui and a few big shots went downstairs together. Okay. Glancing at the other party, Shen Hui said okay and turned to get into his car. Zhou Dongyu hurried to the other side and also sat in the back seat. Once on the main road, Shen Hui asked, Miss Zhou, where are you going? Zhou Dongyu replied pitifully, I have nowhere to go. I didn't buy a house in the Shanghai market. Shen Hui looked at her and said, then why not come to my place for a bit? Zhou Dongyu readily replied, sure. It seemed she was just waiting for this invitation. Shen Hui instructed the driver, go to Binjiang Garden. Okay. However, to drive for the boss, one must learn to be transparent, not listening to what should not be heard, and absolutely not looking more than once at what should not be seen. Even without considering career implications, sometimes one must be a transparent person. Shen Hui didn't say much. After all, there was a driver in the car, and some things weren't convenient to discuss. Zhou Dongyu looked at Shen Hui, gently poked him, and pointed at her phone. Shen Hui turned his head to take a look, and then took out his phone to add her on WeChat. Zhou Dongyu quickly sent a message. Are you a rich second generation? Shen Hui replied, my father is a migrant worker. Zhou Dongyu responded, impressive. But you're not on the rich list. Zhou Dongyu continued, what do you mainly do? The traffic was light in the evening, so they were moving quickly. Once they reached the building, Zhou Dongyu showed great interest, saying, can you show me your mansion? Sure. Shen Hui turned on all the lights and took her for a tour, finally arriving at the swimming pool. This pool is nice, Zhou Dongyu said excitedly. Looking like she wanted to take a swim. Shen Hui asked, want to try going in? Sure. Zhou Dongyu was very eager, without a hint of shyness. Shen Hui took her to the changing room, and after changing into her swimsuit, she waited by the pool for a while before coming out. Having seen many stars, especially many beautiful women, to be honest, Zhou Dongyu's looks were not particularly high. If he had to score her, it would be around 80 points. Even the housekeeper Lin Yuding at home was not less attractive than her. However, after changing into her swimsuit, she still displayed an astonishing charm. Zhou Dongyu giggled and entered the pool down the ladder. Shen Hui stood by and watched for a while before getting in as well. Soon, laughter and splashes filled the pool. This part is abridged by 3,000 words. In the bedroom, Shen Hui lay at the head of the bed blowing a smoke ring and asked, what do you want? Zhou Dongyu rested her head on his lap, not lifting her head, and said, I don't want anything. Shen Hui asked, really don't want anything? Zhou Dongyu replied, don't think of us as so materialistic. Okay, women getting on men's beds don't necessarily have ulterior motives. You men like to conquer beautiful women. We women also enjoy being conquered by strong men. Especially someone like you, a self-made rich second generation who is so young. Of course, if you were a bit more handsome, that would be even better. The next morning, when Shen Hui woke up, Zhou Dongyu had already left. It wasn't safe to go to a hotel, so he had brought her home last night. He needed to buy a few more houses. When he got to the office, he handed this task over to Yangshan. Yangshan asked, are there any requirements for the houses? Shen Hui replied, no specific requirements, just a bit more privacy. Shen Hui continued, just nearby riverside properties. Around 200 to 300 square meters will do. Price is not a concern, you can decide the floor. Yangshan braced herself and accepted, internally groaning. This was not an easy task. She had previously bought things for her former boss, yachts, cars, home appliances, and even clothes, but buying a house for the boss was still a first. This was not like yachts and cars, which are just tools. Houses are meant to be lived in, and she didn't know her boss's preferences. If she bought something her boss was not satisfied with, it would be a disaster. After Yangshan left, Shen Hui began looking at yacht information. Yangshan found a bunch of yacht data, and after a preliminary screening, selected 20 models for him to choose from. The data included pictures and specifications, with the smallest yacht over 30 meters long and the largest one exceeding 80 meters. As for the prices, they ranged from over $1 million to over $100 million. The most expensive was that yacht longer than 80 meters, priced just over $100 million. Really expensive, but the quality was indeed good. The giant yacht over 80 meters long was simply a movable super luxury villa. The small yachts of Wang Pengzi and Lu Maojun were nothing but small fishing boats compared to this big guy, lacking any comparability. This one will do. Just as Shen Hui was about to call Yang Shan, he suddenly remembered those second-generation rich kids. $100 million deal was the same no matter who it was done for. If those second-generation kids were to sell the yacht, that would be even better. He immediately called Sanzi and asked, "Sanzi, do you sell yachts?" Sanzi replied, "Yeah, what is up? You want to buy a yacht?" Shen Hui said, "I found a big yacht I want to buy for fun. I'll talk to you tonight." Sanzi said, "Perfect, let us meet at Huanghai tonight. Some people from Beijing want to meet you." Shen Hui asked, "Who are they?" Sanzi said, "People like us. Li Guangming just called me. So he is probably going to call you soon." "All right, I'll head over after work." After hanging up the phone, Shen Hui thought to himself that things were moving quickly. After pondering for a while, he was just about to review the documents on his desk when Shen Lijun came in again. "President Shen, I have something to report to you." Shen Lijun sat down beside him and said, "Recently, the Municipal Bureau is replacing a batch of equipment, but the funding is a bit short. The task has been passed down layer by layer to the District Bureau, and the District Bureau has assigned tasks to various police stations. We're considering sponsoring 100,000. What do you think?" Shen Hui asked, "How much is the shortfall?" Shen Lijun replied, "I heard it's a shortfall of 20 million. Shen Hui said, "If everyone just gives 100,000 to brush off the situation, people won't remember your kindness. They might even think you're too stingy. Since we're going to give, let us just cover the entire 20 million shortfall." Shen Lijun said, "Isn't that too much?" Shen Hui replied, "We're not short of this bit of money. 20 million can buy goodwill from the public security system. In the future, if there are any matters, they will be more attentive. Otherwise, if something happens and you need the public security system, they won't bother with you." Shen Hui said, "For a company to have influence and a voice, the external environment is very important. The employees below don't know, but you know the company's profit situation. Tens of millions is nothing. As long as it's necessary, spending hundreds of millions should be justified. As long as we can become an excellent enterprise in the eyes of the government. Is it still a matter to solve the household registration issue in Shanghai for employees?" Shen Lijun smiled and said, "Since General Shen said that, I feel reassured." Shen Hui responded with a and said, "All right, you go on with your work." Shen Lijun said goodbye and left. Shen Hui reviewed a few documents and then called Su Jinkoin to discuss the stock investment plan. Ever since he got into foreign exchange, he increasingly felt that stocks and futures were somewhat redundant. Spending a lot of time on investment plans was not as profitable as a single entry and exit in the foreign exchange market. It was truly tasteless, however. Even a small mosquito is still meat, and it would be a pity to throw it away. After thinking it over, he decided to extend the trading cycle. Therefore, this time, Shen Hui chose stocks that were long-term investments with a yearly cycle. As for the securities investment department, he left them a few tens of millions to play with. After a busy day, the stock investment plan was finally settled. Shen Hui changed his clothes and went out, calling his aunt to go downstairs together. Chapter 62, finally a bit drunk. He would need to go to the hospital for a checkup to see if there were any health issues. Usually, the two of them took the subway to work, which was a total of 3 stops, plus a 20-minute walk to get there. Shen Hui didn't want to drive, so he handed the keys to his uncle. Qi Weiqing had never driven a European car before, and he was a bit excited to sit in the driver's seat. Shen Hui sat in the passenger seat, and his aunt sat in the back. Qi Weiqing asked while starting the car, "I heard the company is going to buy a building for employee dormitories. Is that true?" Shen Hui replied, "It's true." Zhang Yinhua leaned forward and asked, "How much does a building cost?" Shen Hui said, "It'll probably cost over $1 billion. Zhang Yinhua exclaimed, "How much can the company earn? And you're spending over $1 billion on a building?" Shen Hui said, "Haven't you heard the rumors circulating privately?" Qi Weiqing said, "Of course I've heard. The drivers are all discussing it. They say the company made a lot of money, but the Foreign Exchange Investment Department isn't saying how much, claiming they signed a confidentiality agreement. However, many people say they made tens of billions in May." Zhang Yinhua said, "I've heard people say that too. But I don't know if it's true." Shen Hui said, "It's true, but don't talk about this." Zhang Yinhua replied, "I know, I just heard people mention it. If you ask me, I won't know." Qi Weiqing asked, "I heard there will be year-end bonuses. How much can the year-end bonuses be?" Shen Hui joked, "That depends on my mood." Zhang Yinhua laughed along and calculated, "I earned a little over 4,000 this month, and your uncle earned over 5,200. If we both work the whole month, we could earn around 16,000. If we spend 2 months' salary, we could save 10 months' worth, and by the end of the year, we could save about 150,000. If the year-end bonus is 25,000, we could save 200,000 in a year. Shen Hui said, "Why are you calculating that? Which wealthy person became rich by saving their salary?" Zhang Yinhua had her reasons. "My uncle and I are just workers. We can't compare to you, the boss." Shen Hui said, "Stop saving money. On weekends, when you have time off, go out with my uncle more. Now that transportation is developed, it only takes about an hour to get to Linen and Jinling. While you can still move around, take the time to travel. Otherwise, when you get older and want to go out, you won't be able to. Don't think about saving money for Xiaoyu and Xiaojun. If children have the ability, parents don't need to leave them anything, and they can still do well. If children lack ability, even if you leave them a mountain of gold, they will still squander it. So enjoying life while you can is the right thing to do." Qi Weiqing said, "How can you spend it all? You have to save some money." Zhang Yinhua said, "Last week, I went to the Oriental Pearl Tower with your uncle. We've been to the Bund and Nanjing Road. This weekend, we plan to go to Disneyland. I heard the tickets are really expensive. One ticket costs 500. "That's right," Shen Hui said with a smile. "If you have nothing to do on weekends, just go out." However, although the Shanghai market is developed, there's not much to see. My mom and the others just got to Jinling. They probably plan to go to Linen this weekend. If you want to go, you can go together." Zhang Yinhua was a bit tempted and asked Qi Weiqing, "Shall we go?" "Yes, I haven't been to Linen yet," Qi Weiqing said, eager to go out and play. But he had always been tightly managed and couldn't go out. Since the boss wanted to go, there was nothing more to say. They naturally had to go. In the evening, when Shen Hui arrived at Huanghai, it was already dark. It was a bit far. It took 2 hours to drive. Shen Hui could skip other work, but he had to handle the afternoon trading session every day. By the time he left the company and arrived at Huanghai, it was already past 8, and a group of second-generation rich kids had gathered, all waiting for him. In addition to a group of familiar faces, there were also 5 newcomers from Beijing. Shen Hui was well aware of these people's backgrounds, as Li Guangming had informed him long ago. To be honest, the second-generation rich kids were not as hopeless as the outside world rumored. The more Shen Hui interacted with them, the more he understood them. At least in terms of education, these second-generation kids started with a high foundation. Among those with aspirations, many were striving in their careers, and there were certainly excellent figures among them. Previously, when Li Guangming's brother came to Shanghai for business, Shen Hui met him once. He didn't qualify to evaluate him, but he had a deep impression. He was quite imposing. Although Li Guangming and the others were eliminated, it was merely a difference in pursuits or a choice of different life paths for other reasons. It didn't mean they were inferior to others. As for the occasional few who were exposed as bad apples, they were just a small minority, akin to one rat spoiling the whole pot of soup. The general public harbors resentment against the wealthy and officials, leading to subjective prejudice against the second-generation rich kids. Hu Guoping, Wang Zipeng, Li Yang, Lu Xiaodong, Wang Zhenjuan. The 5 second-generation rich kids from Beijing all came from big families. Hu Guoping's hometown is in Anhui, but he works in Beijing. Wang Zipeng is from the northwest and is also Shen Hui's fellow townsman, working in Beijing. It's quite complex. For example, Li Guangming's family is in Beijing, and his father's brother is also in Beijing, but he is floating around in Shanghai. The reasons are not clear, anyway. These people don't have a fixed base and frequently change locations. For instance, Wang Xiang was previously in Jiangsu, and when his father went there, he moved to Shanghai. Brother Hu, Brother Wang, Brother Li. Every time Li Guangming introduced someone, Shen Hui called them brother, as they were all older than him. Hu Guoping smiled and said, "It's really true that seeing is better than hearing. Brother Shen is even younger and more capable than I imagined. Compared to you, this financial prodigy, we really are a bit mediocre. Just for you to call me brother, I'm willing to be your friend." Shen Hui humbly replied, "I'm just a bit lucky. I'm not a financial prodigy." Wang Zipeng laughed and said, "You've created a wealth myth, starting from scratch and earning 100 billion in half a year. Not to mention globally, even if we look through history, there's likely no second one like you. You truly deserve the title of financial prodigy." Shen Hui smiled, but found it hard to respond. "Come on, let us eat first and chat while eating," Li Guangming called out, and everyone began to eat. After a few bites, the drinks were also served. Li Guangming and Hu Guoping each raised a glass, and it felt a bit awkward to let someone else raise the third glass, so everyone urged Shen Hui to do it. Shen Hui couldn't refuse, so he said a few flattering words. After the 3 glasses were finished, everyone started to mingle freely. Having learned from previous experiences, this time, no one among the second-generation rich kids suggested playing games. They all knew that Boss Shen had extraordinary luck, no matter how they played. The one who would end up drunk would definitely be someone else. They might as well have a real contest, taking turns drinking to see who would fall first. Nowhere to escape. Chapter 63. The ticket price multiplied 6 or 7 times. As the drinks flowed, looking at Shen Hui sprawled on the table pretending to be dead. Hu Guoping laughed and said, "Brother Shen, your talent for financial speculation is unmatched, but your drinking capacity seems a bit lacking. It seems you haven't even had half a gene yet." Wang Ziping was surprised and said, "Is there really such a thing?" Hee. That's what happens when you frequently go out without checking the calendar. Li Xiaomei smiled and said, "Hu Gu, you guys don't know? That guy Shen Hui has incredible luck when it comes to gambling. Every time we drink, no matter what we play, he always wins. I remember the last time we played Dreamy Goldflower. He didn't even drink a glass of wine and nearly got everyone else drunk. He never guessed wrong when it came to odd or even in colors. If we play cards today, he definitely won't drink too much." Hu Guoping said, half believing. "Is that true? We should try it someday." Li Guangming smiled and said, "Well, you can set up a game another day, and you'll find out." Everyone nodded, hoping they wouldn't be called upon. After chatting for a while and seeing that it was about time, Li Guangming said, "Let's call it a day. Tomorrow we'll take a trip out to sea." Hu Guoping had no objections, nor did the second-generation elites from Beijing. They then dispersed, and everyone slept in the club's suite. Shen Hui was also taken by Lu Maojun and Wang Ziyang to a suite, while the three sons arranged for Shen Hui's driver to have a guest room in the club as well. The next day, when he woke up, his head was pounding, and his throat felt dry and smoky. He was generally uncomfortable. Shen Hui crawled out of bed, grabbed a bottle of mineral water, and cursed the few second-generation elites in his heart. After cursing for a while, he grabbed his phone to check the time. It was still not even 8 o'clock. He tossed and turned but couldn't fall back asleep, his headache feeling like it was going to explode. "Damn it, I won't rest until I get my revenge." Shen Hui cursed and got up, stripped off his clothes, and rushed into the bathroom. After taking a shower, he felt slightly better. After finishing a phone call, he headed to the restaurant for breakfast, where Li Guangming and the others were watching him with smiles, looking gleeful. Wang Ziyang said, "It's not easy, huh? Finally, you drank a bit. Now you have some experience, right? Next time you drink with Boss Shen, just drink honestly and don't play those games, or in the end, you'll be the one suffering." Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, that's good advice. Even if he drinks half a glass, I can manage with a full glass. Shen Hui pressed his temples and complained, "From now on, I won't drink to toast. I only drink when gambling. Don't call me for other drinks." Hu Guoping said, "I heard Brother Shen has incredible luck in gambling. Shall we set up a game later?" Shen Hui smiled and replied, "Sure, I like that. It's more interesting than drinking." After breakfast, a group of more than 20 people in a dozen cars formed a small convoy heading straight for the dock. Shen Hui didn't take his car, but got into the car of the three sons, with the driver following behind. Shen Hui really didn't know much about this, saying, "Then ask Sengo. Forget about those small yachts. It's better to get a big one." Sanzi laughed. "From what I hear, it sounds like a rich person's request." Shen Hui chuckled. "What's the point of having money if you don't enjoy it? You can't take it with you when you die anyway. Once the money is spent, just take it from those Western capitalists. The stuff still belongs to us. Doesn't that count as contributing to the country? Using foreign money to buy their goods. And in the end, everything ends up back home, so the wealth stays here." Haha. Sanzi also laughed. "Then you should donate a few billion to the country, and they will definitely be pleased." Shen Hui said grandly, "That's a small matter. If needed, donating a few $100 billion is not a problem." Sanzi curiously asked, "How much can you do by the end of the year?" Shen Hui smiled. "First, let us earn over $100 billion and then talk." Sanzi was speechless, feeling as if he had been bitten by a dog in the head. Damn, $100 billion, that's in dollars. The speed of making money. He earns in a day more than I do in a year. Truly, people are better than others, and goods are better than goods. When they arrived at the yacht club, a group of people boarded Lu Maojun's yacht. Shen Hui saw several beautiful actresses, including Zhou Dongyu, who had spent the night with him just yesterday. He didn't expect to see her again so soon. "Dongyu is here," Shen Hui called out with a smile, thinking he wouldn't have to spend the night alone. Zhou Dongyu smiled and nodded, looking much more reserved than last night. Wang Ziyang, as if discovering a new continent, exclaimed, "You guys know each other?" Shen Hui replied, "I'm at least more handsome than you. It's not strange to know a few celebrities, right?" Hee, not strange. Not strange. With so many people around, it was inconvenient to say too much. Shen Hui didn't talk much with Zhou Dongyu and instead chatted with a group of second-generation elites on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze before heading into the guest cabin. Hu Guoping asked for a deck of cards, and the 5 who came from Beijing, along with the 3 actresses and Shen Hui, began to play cards. Li Guangming and the others didn't join the table and instead stood by to watch the fun. The reason was that there were too many people. In reality, they didn't want to be humiliated again. Every time they played cards with Shen Hui, it was frustrating. That feeling of losing from start to finish. Only those who have been through it can understand. As expected, today was no exception. Hu Guoping and the other 5, along with the 3 actresses, were severely beaten. In less than an hour, some were already out of chips. Shen Hui laughed. "Luck, it's all about luck." Wang Zhenjuan joked. Why do I feel like you've been possessed by God? Everyone laughed, and the card game came to an end. Ah, that was fantastic. Li Xiaomei unceremoniously collected the chips and said with delight, "This is the best gift I've received this year. And you guys, for my birthday next month. Your gifts can't fall short." The men looked distressed, secretly blaming Shen Hui. "Damn, you give such an expensive birthday gift. What are we supposed to give?" Lu Xiaodong said gloomily, "The key is that this gift was originally ours." One actress chimed in, "This is called borrowing flowers to present to the Buddha." Everyone laughed, chatted for a bit, and then went back up to enjoy the breeze. Hu Guoping intentionally avoided the crowd and walked to the lower deck with Shen Hui, leaning against the railing, saying, "I'm a straightforward person. Brother Shen, please don't take offense. We want to hitch a ride on your boat. I wonder if you could give us a favor?" Shen Hui smiled and said, "Welcome. It's too lonely to sail alone. Having more partners is a good thing." He had anticipated this. When discussing with Li Guangming and the others before, he had hinted that this group from Beijing would have received the news long ago. He just didn't expect them to come to Shanghai so proactively and so quickly. Not to mention, their willingness to come to Shanghai to see him was already a sign of respect. Even if they just sent a message asking him to visit Beijing for a few days, Shen Hui would agree. Their initiative to come to Shanghai to meet him was already a big deal. Hu Guoping said, "That's good. I wonder how big the capital scale of Shanghai investment is now." Shen Hui replied, "About $2 billion. So much." Hu Guoping was surprised, genuinely taken aback. "Before, you were at 2 billion RMB. Li Guangming said you officially opened in mid-May, and it's only been a bit over half a month. And you're already at $2 billion. Shen Hui smiled and said, "So the earlier you get on board, the better." Initially, the principal in the foreign exchange market was only $100 million, and most of the funds were domestically based. If all 20 billion had been invested in the foreign exchange market, it wouldn't just be $2 billion now. Hu Guoping smacked his lips and said, "Li Guangming and his crew took a big advantage. I didn't expect that just being a few days late, the ticket price has gone up 6 or 7 times. How much can Brother Shen give us in shares?" Shen Hui replied, "The same as with Li Gu, 20. But if anyone else wants to get on board in the future, you'll have to cover the shares. I'll keep 60 control. We can make money steadily and reliably. I don't want unreliable and shady people on my boat." Hu Guoping smiled and said, "Don't worry, people flock together. And things gather by their kind. Although we're not doing proper business, we're still quite reliable and don't want to associate with shady stuff. Lest we get burned one day." Shen Hui also smiled and said, "Then just transfer the money directly to the foreign exchange account. This year, let us aim for 100 billion. Hu Guoping nodded. There was nothing more to say. Getting on board was what mattered. Money wasn't the issue. But the rules should be followed. Although $400 million was quite a lot, they could scrape together the funds. Moreover, by then, there would only be complaints about it being too little, not too much. Chapter 64, A Bit Lost. At 8 o'clock, the lights began to shine. The night scene of Shanghai looked like a dazzling city of lights, enchanting and mesmerizing. In the rental apartment, Huang Peipei sat in front of the computer, gently rubbing her eyebrows. She had been struggling with writer's block these past few days. Her writing efficiency was low. After 2 hours, she had barely typed 2,000 words. Every day felt like a machine's routine, eating, sleeping, and writing, making her feel like a zombie. She wanted to change careers, but didn't know what else she could do. Huang Peipei tugged at her hair, feeling like she was going crazy. Just as she was feeling a headache, her phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, her mood improved slightly. She picked up casually, "Hello? What are you doing?" It was Shen Hui calling. Huang Peipei said, "Writing." Shen Hui replied, "I'm downstairs. Do you have time to come out?" Huang Peipei was surprised. "You just show up without calling first?" Shen Hui said, "I had dinner with someone nearby. Just came to see you." Huang Peipei responded, "Okay, wait a moment." After hanging up, she changed her clothes and went downstairs. When she reached the ground floor, she indeed saw a Bentley parked not far away, with Shen Hui leaning against the car, smoking. Huang Peipei walked over, looked him up and down, and asked, "Have you been drinking?" Shen Hui nodded, "Had a few drinks. Want to go for a ride?" Huang Peipei agreed, got in the car, and asked, "Where have you been?" Shen Hui rubbed his temples and said, "Just drifting at sea all day. Some friends came to Beijing." Huang Peipei noted that he seemed a bit off, and since there was a driver, she didn't ask further. After leaving the community, the car drove onto the main road. About 10 minutes later, they passed a park, and Shen Hui signaled to stop. They got out and entered the park. The park was still bustling with activity at night, seemingly hosting some event. And there were many people. After wandering around for a while, they finally found a small pavilion that was unoccupied. Shen Hui sat on the bench and gestured for Huang Peipei to sit as well. After she sat down, she asked, "Do you have something on your mind?" Shen Hui replied, "No, just feel like I'm living without direction." Huang Peipei widened her eyes and asked, "Why?" Shen Hui was able to share a few thoughts with her, pouring out his frustrations. "They say poor people have their troubles, and rich people have theirs too. When I was poor, I heard rich people say they lack direction in life, and I would complain. Now that I'm not short on money, I realize that rich people really do have their worries. I just don't know what the point of this life is. Huang Peipei felt frustrated listening to him. She said, "Are you crazy?" Shen Hui replied, "I'm not crazy, I'm being serious. You see, I don't lack anything now, just living in a drunken haze. Aside from making money and sleeping with women, I really don't know what else to do. Sometimes I feel like I'm just a walking corpse." Huang Peipei asked, "How many women have you slept with?" Shen Hui thought for a moment and said, "I don't remember, maybe 30 or 40. Huang Peipei asked, "How many lovers are you supporting?" Shen Hui shook his head, "Not even one. I'm afraid of developing feelings over time." Huang Peipei asked, "What's your ideal?" Shen Hui pondered for a long time before replying, "When I was poor, I dreamed of getting rich, living in a mansion, driving luxury cars, and then dating 10 or 8 movie stars. But now that I really have money, I realize that the life of indulgence is just like that." Huang Peipei said, "You could experience the joy of striving." Shen Hui replied gloomily, "What joy can there be? Making money is too easy for me. The financial market is like my ATM. Just reaching into foreigners' pockets is in the billions. I can't even understand the hardships of those entrepreneurs. You're really good at pretending." Huang Peipei hit him lightly, looking annoyed. "I'm not pretending." Shen Hui protested, "I'm telling the truth. What do I have to pretend about?" He continued, "I have over 10 billion now. I'm not as good as those top-tier people. I should be somewhere in the middle." Huang Peipei thought to herself, "How did he make hundreds of billions in such a short time? This guy is truly making money." She said, "You've only made it to the middle and have lost your ambition? Those billionaires are still striving." Shen Hui lamented, "I just feel a bit directionless." Huang Peipei said, "Then set a bigger goal, like becoming the world's richest person." Shen Hui thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "That's a good goal. I'll give it a try." After chatting with Huang Peipei for a while, his mood suddenly lifted. After sitting in the pavilion for a while, they got up to join the crowd. A group of aunties were dancing in the park, and there were quite a few spectators. After walking a few steps, Shen Hui took the initiative to hold Huang Peipei's hand. Huang Peipei blinked and asked, "Hey, how many movie stars have you slept with?" Shen Hui thought for a moment, as if counting in his mind, and said, 7 or 8. Huang Peipei asked, "Do men become bad when they have money?" Shen Hui replied, "You can't say that. Our ancestors said, food and sexual desires are human nature. Being lecherous is in a man's nature. It's just that most men lack the capital for affairs. Even the most honest man will stray if he has the chance." Huang Peipei asked, "Why so honest?" Shen Hui said, "I don't want to fabricate lies to deceive you. Besides, information is so advanced now, and human nature has been analyzed so thoroughly. Aren't you novel writers experts in analyzing human nature? If I don't say it, can you not think of it?" Huang Peipei said, "But I don't feel good hearing it." Shen Hui frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "I won't mess around anymore." Huang Peipei asked, "Can you do that?" Shen Hui honestly replied, "It probably won't be easy." Huang Peipei shot him a look. "Can you not be so honest?" Shen Hui just laughed and tightened his grip on her small hand. After leaving the park and finishing a phone call while waiting, Mushan quickly arrived. The car stopped in front of the building, and Shen Hui got out to hug Huang Peipei, then watched her go upstairs. As soon as Huang Peipei entered the door, she heard a noise. And Chen Jiejia ran out in her slippers. "Where did you go so late at night?" Chen Jiejia, with her hair messy like a bird's nest, asked curiously. Huang Peipei replied, "Shen Hui came over. We went out for a bit." Chen Jiejia asked, "Why did he come over so late? Why didn't he call first?" Huang Peipei said, "He had dinner with someone and came by on the way." Huang Peipei added impatiently, "What are you thinking? That guy drank a bit. Feeling a bit sentimental. Came to find some comfort." "Sentimental?" Chen Jiejia was taken aback, not quite understanding. Huang Peipei explained, "It means he has too much money and has lost direction in life." Chen Jiejia said, "Oh, how much money does he have?" Huang Peipei replied, "Over 10 billion, I think." "Wow." Chen Jiejia exclaimed, cursing in shock. Huang Peipei shot her a glare. "Keep it classy, no more dirty words." Chen Jiejia's eyes widened. "Can I help it? Is making money in Forex really that fast?" Huang Peipei said, "I don't know." Chen Jiejia advised, "Peipei, men become bad when they have money. You have to keep an eye on him." Huang Peipei replied, "Can you really keep an eye on someone like that?" Chen Jiejia said, "Just wait until you're kicked out by a mistress." Huang Peipei retorted, "If cats didn't tease stray, would dogs stop eating poop? Which wealthy man would stay home with his wife all day? Besides, I don't even know what he has thinking. It's a bit early to worry about that now. Let him find someone if he wants." Chen Jiejia was utterly speechless, thinking to herself that she would see when Huang Peipei regretted it. Chapter 65, The Second Goal. At Binjiang Garden, Shen Hui took a shower and sat on the balcony in the living room, admiring the colorful night view of the river below. After drinking a couple of glasses at noon, he suddenly felt a bit empty and lonely. He went to find some comfort with Huang Peipei, and he felt much better. What does the old saying go? You resent the poor and fear the rich. Although it's a bit one-sided, it perfectly reflects the reality of today's society. Nowadays, no one dares to look down on Shen Hui. Although he is not short on money, it comes too easily, and life has somewhat lost its purpose. Or rather, he has lost the passion for striving. Earning a large fortune effortlessly, what kind of passion can there be? After venting his frustrations to Huang Pei that evening, he felt much lighter. Gazing at the dazzling river view below, Shen Hui carefully pondered over his life. Should he aim to be the world's richest person? What to do after becoming the world's richest person? One thought after another flashed through Shen Hui's mind, and his thinking gradually became clearer. In a person's lifetime, there will be countless wishes. After sorting through them, Shen Hui realized that he had only fulfilled a few small wishes, and there were many more that remained unfulfilled, such as having a meal and chatting with Boss Ma, and developing Shanghai investment into a major player in the international financial world. The goals seemed a bit distant, and Xiaoshen still needed to work hard. Boss Ma was not someone one could just meet whenever. Despite having some money now, there was still a gap in being able to invite Boss Ma out for a meal. The phone call was from his mom. "Are you asleep?" Shen Hui replied. "Not yet, just thinking about some things." "What's wrong?" Shen Hui was a bit surprised, sensing that his mom seemed a bit off emotionally. Shen Hui was puzzled. "What's going on? Why does Uncle Air need to borrow money? What else could it be?" Shen Hui sighed. "Mom, it's just 5 million. If he needs to borrow it, let him borrow it. Don't get upset. If you get sick from anger, you'll be the one who suffers. It's just 5 million. I can give it to you. Is it really worth making the family uneasy over this? I'm very angry." Zhang Jinhua vented her frustrations. "Initially, we guaranteed a loan of 30,000 for someone, but that person ran away, and now we have to repay the loan without any explanation. Meanwhile, people on the street can give 1,000 to beggars, but have we ever taken even a penny from them over the years? Now it's fine. I didn't say anything when he borrowed 1 million before, just pretending not to know and letting it go. Now he's borrowed out all our savings. How are we supposed to live? If we become poor one day, who will recognize us?" Shen Hui quickly reassured her. "Mom, don't worry, we won't go poor. If you're not at ease, I'll buy a few buildings for you in the Shanghai market. In the future, you can collect rent and easily make tens of millions a year. Even if I lose everything in the future, you won't go poor." Zhang Jinhua huffed. "Don't start. You're just like your dad, forgetting the pain after the wound heals. Forget it, I'm done talking." Hearing his mom getting more upset, Shen Hui felt speechless and thought at least he managed to calm her down a bit. This situation was really making the family uneasy over a small amount of money. Shen Hui also felt a bit resentful towards his dad. Why couldn't he be more sensible about some things? Even if he wanted to help his brother, he should have ensured his mom was okay first. This was not just about his mom being upset. Uncle Air had indeed messed up some things, and it wasn't fair to blame his mom for holding on to it. But his dad's handling of the situation was also not quite right, making his mom unwilling and leaving Shen Hui troubled as well. After pondering for a while with his phone in hand, he thought about calling his dad but decided against it. These were adult matters that he, as a son, shouldn't interfere with. Just let it be. He turned off the lights and had just entered the bedroom when his phone rang again. Shen Hui frowned. Why were there so many calls? Checking the caller ID, he was a bit surprised to see it was Shen Qiao calling. "Bro, are you busy?" Shen Qiao's surroundings were a bit noisy, and Shen Hui couldn't tell where he was calling from. "I was about to sleep. Where are you?" Shen Qiao replied. "I'm in Bali. I'll be in Shanghai tomorrow. Let's have a meal together." Shen Hui said, "Okay, send me your flight number." Shen Qiao agreed, said a few more words, and then hung up. Shen Hui held his phone, pondering. This was what life should be like. Before getting married, he had traveled all over the country, and now he was off gallivanting abroad with Zhang Yu. Meanwhile, Uncle Air was in debt everywhere, but Shen Qiao never seemed to lack money. After a moment of thought, he sent a screenshot via WeChat. After a glance, he forwarded it to Yang Shan, asking her to arrange for a car to pick him up from the airport. The next morning, as soon as Shen Hui arrived at the company, he noticed a refreshing atmosphere. The reason was simple. The custom-made uniforms for the employees had arrived, and everyone was wearing them. It felt like a complete transformation. Although everyone had been wearing uniforms before, the colors and styles were not unified, which was somewhat chaotic. Now that the clothing was uniform, it immediately felt different. Especially for a few female employees, wearing the same professional attire made them look even more attractive and confident. They were already beautiful, and the tailored outfits definitely enhanced their appeal. "Good morning, Chairman." A female employee from the finance department, holding some documents, was about to go out when she bumped into Shen Hui and quickly greeted him. Shen Hui smiled and nodded, saying, "Not bad, the clothes look great." As Shen Hui entered his office, Chen Lijun followed him in. "Mr. Shen, Director Lu from the police station is coming over shortly," Chen Lijun said. "After I finished the call yesterday, Director Lu insisted on coming to thank you in person. I said it wasn't necessary, but the district bureau leaders insisted on coming to present a banner. Since they are so eager, could you please show up when they arrive?" Shen Hui smiled. "Sure. Let me know when they get here. Chen Lijun said with a smile. I'll go make the arrangements. The district bureau leaders arrived quickly, showing up at 10:30. When Shen Hui got the call and went out, Vice Director Jiang and his group were just stepping out of the elevator, meeting face to face. Vice Director Jiang was followed by 5 or 6 people. A young police officer was holding a plaque, and a female officer was carrying a banner. Director Jiang. This is our chairman Shen Hui from Shanghai Investment. Chen Lijun, walking alongside a vibrant-looking officer in his 40s, introduced Shen Hui to the district bureau leaders. Then introduced Shen Hui. Chairman Shen, this is Director Jiang from the district bureau. Shen Hui naturally extended his hand to the middle-aged officer walking in front. Welcome, Director Jiang, to inspect and guide our work. Vice Director Jiang was very polite, shaking hands with Shen Hui and smiling. Chairman Shen, you're too kind. I didn't want to disturb your work, but since you support the work of the district bureau so much, I couldn't miss the chance to come by. So I took the liberty to visit. Chen Lijun was busy introducing the other leaders, and Shen Hui had to shake hands with each of them. After a few pleasantries, they all went to Shen Hui's office. Wu Tianming brewed tea and went out, and Shen Hui, along with Chen Lijun, chatted with the guests for a bit. Vice Director Jiang then had someone bring in a plaque and a banner. The plaque read Police and Enterprise Building Together, and the banner read Dedicated to Public Good. Shen Hui and Vice Director Jiang held up the plaque, while Chen Lijun and Director Liu held the banner. With the sound of rapid camera clicks, Shen Hui sent off the district bureau leaders. Chapter 66, The Fence-Sitter. After work at noon, Shen Hui was about to go out to call his aunt when Li Guangming called, inviting him to lunch. He had to take a detour, go to the car team, and call the driver to go downstairs, driving to a Shandong cuisine restaurant on Century Avenue. When they arrived, the driver had just parked when a BMW pulled up beside them. Shen Hui got out and waited. Li Guangming also got out of his car. You should change your car. Shen Hui joked. You're not short on money. Why are you still driving a 3 Series? Let's not even talk about depreciation. With your car, some of the bigger restaurants might not even let you into the parking lot. Li Guangming replied. As long as it gets me around, that's fine. I can't compare to you. Shen Hui didn't say much more, went upstairs, entered the private room, and asked, what should we eat? You specifically asked me out for a meal. Is there something to discuss? Li Guangming said, I want to introduce you to someone. Shen Hui asked, who is it? And what do they do? Your mentor? Shen Hui was surprised. What level are they? His eyes lit up. Someone who teaches PhDs at Harvard must be quite impressive. Li Guangming replied, my mentor taught financial PhDs at Harvard, and he has particularly deep knowledge in monetary economics. Citigroup offered him an annual salary close to $1 million. How much can you offer? Shen Hui asked, how much do you think your teacher could be worth if he comes to Shanghai? Li Guangming said, a 10 million annual salary isn't common in the country, but 5 million is definitely worth it. Li Guangming was surprised. Can you really offer a 20 million annual salary? What's stopping you? Shen Hui said, don't talk about 20 million. If I think your teacher is worth 100 million, I can offer him a salary of 100 million. Just yesterday, I donated 20 million to the district bureau, but the key is to see how much impact your teacher can have at Shanghai. Li Guangming looked at him as if he were a monkey. The police station also came to our company, and they were given 50,000 to be sent off. You casually donated 20 million. How does it feel like you're spending someone else's money? Not a bit heartbroken. Shen Hui said, what do I have to feel heartbroken about? Contributing a bit to the local police work is also our company's responsibility. Anyway, those Western capitalists are loaded. They take a little out of their pockets every day, and I won't spend it all in my lifetime. Damn, can't you just be yourself? Li Guangming, with a toothache, said, can you really achieve 100 billion by the end of the year? Shen Hui said, no problem. The foreign exchange market is not comparable to the domestic futures market. Throw in a few billion and it won't even make a splash. I trade short-term with light positions. Just being a fence-sitter. If the bulls are strong, I chase the rise. If the bears are strong, I sell off. Quietly snagging some pocket money from those Western capitalists. No one pays attention to me. Li Guangming said, light positions are indeed easy to enter and exit, but have you considered the utilization rate of funds? Shen Hui said, I have considered it. The current amount of funds is not large, so I'm only doing short-term for now. Li Guangming said, what if the funds exceed 100 billion? You can't always trade short-term with light positions. Shen Hui rubbed his chin and said, let's talk about it when the funds exceed 100 billion. Li Guangming asked, how about venture capital? Are there any good projects? Speaking of this, Shen Hui felt a bit depressed and said, what good projects can there be? I only have a half-baked team under me. Those professional venture capital institutions are casting a wide net. Whether they catch a dead mouse depends on luck. What good projects can I find? Li Guangming said, startups are indeed hard to grasp, but you might consider those high-growth companies in the growth stage. Although the costs are higher, the risks are also lower. And as long as you hit the mark, the returns can be quite considerable. Li Guangming shook his head and said, it's not that I underestimate you. Your half-baked team really isn't that impressive. If a company wants to attract truly top talent, it still requires some effort. In my opinion, none of the people under you can be considered real talent. At most, they can barely be classified as workplace elites, and top talents are out of the question. Shen Hui grumbled. Chen Lijun was recommended to me by you. Li Guangming said. You can't count administrative staff. The top talents I'm talking about do not include those in administration. Shen Hui said. Let's not talk about this anymore. I need to find a driver. Do you have a reliable one? Li Guangming said. What are your requirements? Shen Hui said. A soldier is best. They must be capable. Li Guangming said. It's just a driver, not looking for a bodyguard. Why so many requirements? Shen Hui said impatiently. Come on. I am worth at least 100 billion now. I have to consider security issues. Even if I keep a low profile, there will be times when I get exposed. Should I wait until someone kidnaps me to start considering safety? Li Guangming chuckled. I really hadn't thought of that. Damn, your speed of making money is so fast that it's hard for people to get used to it. You've already reached 100 billion. I think by next year you'll push Ma out of the way. Shen Hui boasted. That's not my goal. My goal is to kick Bill Gates off. Li Guangming's mouth twitched. Please, when you have free time, read more books. Don't let people say you are uneducated, okay? The world's richest man is no longer Gates. That's old news. Shen Hui was bewildered. He really didn't pay much attention to these things. If the world's richest man isn't Gates, then who is it? It's awkward to ask. So embarrassing. I'll check it out later. Shen Hui cleared his throat. Keep an eye out for the driver situation. Li Guangming said. Don't ask me about this. Hu Guoping's family is military. Go find him. Shen Hui said. Finding a retired special forces soldier shouldn't be difficult, right? What are you thinking? Have you read too many novels? Li Guangming said impatiently. Special forces are not conscripts. The kind of soldier you want is a treasure in the military. There's basically no service term limit. And even if those novels say you can find a special forces soldier as a security guard, that's a joke. Even the most unfortunate special forces soldier wouldn't end up as a security guard. Besides, special forces retire after 40, and the state will arrange work for them. However, with Hu Guoping's connections, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to get someone out of the military for you. Shen Hui was speechless, feeling like he had gained some knowledge. Special forces, he really had read that in novels. How embarrassing. He needs to read fewer novels in the future. Chapter 67. The more I look, the more beautiful it becomes. During the lunch break, Shen Hui called Hu Guoping to discuss the driver situation. Hu Guoping readily agreed, saying that since it was Shun Caishan's first request, he would make sure to handle it smoothly. For his team, getting on board was easy as people were happy to agree. Such a small matter. Even if it had difficulties, he couldn't refuse. With the driver situation settled, Shen Hui felt relieved. He had long wanted to find a dedicated driver, but he didn't think much of the drivers at the company. If he were just a billionaire, he could find someone average, but considering his worth, it was only a matter of time before he focused on his own safety. Besides being able to drive, the driver also needed to act as his personal bodyguard. What else could those drivers at the company do? To put it bluntly, if someone really wanted to kidnap him one day, could he rely on those company drivers to protect his life? Don't be ridiculous. At 4:30 p.m., Shen Hui was directing the foreign exchange investment department in trading spot gold when his phone rang. Brother, I've arrived in Shanghai. The call was from Xin Chao, and he could hear Zhang Yu speaking in the background. Shen Hui responded with an aha and asked, have you gotten in the car? Xin Chao said, I'm in the car now. As soon as I got off the plane, Master Zhao called me. Okay, you get busy first. Xin Chao didn't say much. And only after Shen Hui hung up did he put his phone away. Zhang Yu asked, what did he say? Xin Chao replied, he said we should go to the house first. He'll come over after work. Zhang Yu exclaimed, is it that villa that Andy posted pictures of in the group recently? Xin Chao said, I don't know. It seems like my brother has more than one house. Zhang Yu then asked the driver, Master Zhao, do you know how many houses my brother has in Shanghai? The driver replied, I only know of two. One is in Songyuan Villa, and the other is in Binjiang Garden near Lujiagui. Thank you, Master Zhao. Zhang Yu thanked him and then said to Xin Chao, so there are only two. That should be the villa Andy posted. It seems like there's a big swimming pool in the yard. I've never seen a villa before, so this time I need to broaden my horizons. Xin Chao said, women should just focus on having kids. What's the point of broadening your horizons so much? Zhang Yu shot him a glare. Masculine chauvinism. Where did that bad habit come from? Xin Chao chuckled back. If you have the ability, go earn money to support the family. I can stay at home and have kids. Zhang Yu said, you give birth to one and let me see how capable you are. The driver found their banter quite amusing, thinking that today's young people are really interesting, with thicker skin than people of his generation. Driving is inherently boring, and he can't casually chat with the boss's family, so listening to the couple bicker is quite entertaining. When Xin Chao got off the plane, Huang Peipei's car had also arrived at Jiangdong Erzuan. Today, Huang Peipei had made an unprecedented effort to dress up, wearing a light yellow jumpsuit, white casual shoes, and oversized sunglasses from Chun Jiaojiao, exuding a fresh yet elegant vibe. lazy yet composed, perfectly accentuating her temperament. Shen Jiaojiao dropped her off downstairs and watched her get in the car. Huang Peipei rolled down the window and asked, "Are you really not coming with me?" Shen Jiaojiao replied, "You all are having a family meal. What do I need to go for? Just go, don't be so naggy." Huang Peipei waved her hand, and the driver slowly started the car. The 2-hour drive was very quiet. The driver didn't dare to speak unnecessarily. And Huang Peipei didn't know what to chat about with the driver, making the atmosphere inside the car a bit dull. When they reached the underground parking lot of the financial building, the driver finally spoke. "We've arrived, Miss Huang." Then she quickly got out of the car and opened the back door. Wu Tianming, who had been waiting for a long time, walked over and stood to the side. Huang Peipei said thank you and lowered her head to get out of the Mercedes. Wu Tianming stepped forward and said, "Hello, Miss Huang. I am Secretary Wu, Mr. Shen's secretary. I will take you up. Thank you." Huang Peipei looked at Wu Tianming and showed a friendly smile. Wu Tianming wore a standard smile, said nothing more, and led her into the elevator. Upon reaching the 43rd floor, he took Huang Peipei directly to Shen Hui's office. Not seeing Shen Hui, Huang Peipei asked, "Secretary Wu, where is Shen Hui?" Wu Tianming smiled and replied, "Mr. Shen is currently in the Foreign Exchange Investment Department doing spot gold trading for the European market. The European market closes at 6:30, and it will probably take about 20 more minutes to finish. You can have a cup of tea and rest for a bit while I go check on Mr. Shen." "Okay, thank you." Huang Peipei nodded. After Wu Tianming left, she let out a long sigh. It was her first time in the big boss's office, and she felt a bit awkward, even though it was Shen Hui's office. Huang Peipei couldn't help but feel nervous, just like a newcomer to the workplace who suddenly entered a luxurious chairman's office. In the foreign exchange trading room, Shen Hui sat on a large sofa, expressionless, staring at the big screen in front of him. The trading room was very quiet, with no one speaking. Only the faint sound of fans running from the computers. Wu Tianming knocked on the door and entered, saying, "Mr. Shen, Miss Huang has arrived." Shen Hui glanced at the big screen, stood up, and said, "That's it for today, close the positions. We will do a round of gold trading tonight. Wait for the right moment to go long, and clear the positions when we make a profit of 50 points. Also, do a bit with the euro and dollar. And remember to control the position and risk." "Okay," Wu Xiuming quickly responded and stood up to see him off. Shen Hui went to the office and, upon seeing Huang Peipei, his eyes lit up. "I haven't seen you wear this dress before." Huang Peipei replied, "I just bought it a few days ago." Shen Hui walked to her and looked her up and down before smiling and saying, "That's more like it. Go out more. Buy a few nice clothes to dress up beautifully. Otherwise, you won't be able to take them out." Huang Peipei rolled her eyes at him and asked, "Are you done?" "It's done." Shen Hui replied, "I'll change my clothes and we can go." After saying that, he entered the lounge. Huang Peipei didn't follow him in and waited outside. Shen Hui quickly changed into casual clothes and came out looking energetic. "Let's go?" He naturally took Huang Peipei's small hand, and the two left the office. The hallway was quiet, with people from other departments already off work. Only the Foreign Exchange Investment Department was working the night shift. Huang Peipei, visiting Shen Hui's company for the first time, curiously looked around and asked, "Why isn't there anyone around? Does your company not do overtime?" Shen Hui replied, "Everyone is so idle during work. Why would they do overtime? Only the people in the Foreign Exchange Investment Department work nights, and they get off later. Other departments leave on time. Even if they want to work overtime, I wouldn't want that. I'd have to pay for overtime." Huang Peipei asked, "How many people are in your company?" Shen Hui said, "Just over 100, and drivers and cleaners account for over 10. At that moment, the elevator arrived. Huang Peipei didn't ask further and followed him in. The elevator started to descend, and the small space suddenly became a bit quiet. Shen Hui looked at her and felt that this girl had an indescribable inner beauty. Huang Peipei blinked and tilted her head, asking, "What are you looking at me for?" Shen Hui didn't reply, leaned in, and kissed her cheek. Huang Peipei touched her face, feeling a bit confused inside. What was that about? Was he being flirtatious? Chapter 68, Meeting the Family. When Shen Hui arrived at the villa, it was just 7 o'clock. Sister Lu had already prepared the meal and was waiting for Shen Hui to start eating. Mu Shang entered through the gate, and Xin Chao and Zhang Yu were enjoying the breeze in the yard. Xin Chao lay on a lounger by the pool, wearing a contented expression, while Zhang Yu walked back and forth, gazing at the large pool with twinkling eyes. When a Bentley drove up, both of them quickly stood up to look. As the Bentley stopped, they happened to walk up to the front of the car. Shen Hui got out, glanced at the two, and said, "Were you waiting eagerly?" "I got off work a bit late." Not in a hurry, Xin Chao was about to speak when he suddenly saw Huang Peipei getting out from the other side, and he was immediately surprised. "Huang Dia, why are you here too?" Xin Chao's words slipped out instinctively, and he realized something fell off after saying it. Zhang Yu nudged him, thinking his mouth was too loose. Huang Peipei felt a bit annoyed but didn't show it, smiling and saying, "What's wrong? Don't you want to see me?" Shen Xiao chuckled awkwardly and replied, of course not, just surprised. He then looked at Shen Hui, wondering how the two ended up together. Shen Hui didn't explain and said, you two are living the good life, even more carefree than I am. Shen Xiao laughed and said, we had nothing to do, so we went to Bali for a honeymoon. We originally wanted to go to Europe, but after hearing the costs, Dad scolded us, so we couldn't compare to you. Living in a villa. Shen Hui asked, how is it over there? Shen Xiao replied, the scenery is quite nice. Bro, you should go see it if you have time. Shen Hui nodded and said, let's go, dinner first. They entered the dining room, where Sister Lu had already set the table and quickly brought out the dishes. Zhang Yu was quite observant. Although she wasn't good at housework, when she saw Huang Peipei go to the kitchen, she hurriedly followed. Sister Lu made a table full of dishes, with food from the sky and the sea. If it were Shen Hui eating, a bowl of soup noodles and a few cold dishes would be enough. At one table in the dining room, Sister Lu and two gardeners along with the driver had a separate table. Shen Hui ate a few bites and then put down his chopsticks, asking, Uncle, how's the project going? Shen Xiao also quickly stopped eating and said, still waiting, found someone and sent them 300,000. Shen Hui asked, what project did you take on? Shen Hui was a bit surprised and said, the highway has strict requirements, right? Shen Xiao replied, it's just earthwork, it's not complicated. Shen Hui nodded and didn't ask further, picking up his chopsticks to serve Huang Peipei a green shrimp. Shen Xiao smiled and asked, bro, you too? Shen Hui said, we're dating. Zhang Yu didn't have much to say since she wasn't familiar with Huang Peipei. Shen Xiao opened his mouth. Although he had guessed a bit, he still thought to himself, damn, Huang Peipei is too lucky, quietly getting Shen Hui. Huang Youfu's family must be overjoyed. Huang Peipei smiled and asked Shen Xiao, do you have any thoughts? What thoughts could I have? Shen Xiao laughed awkwardly, thinking he could no longer call her Huang Duya in the future. If these two really got together, he'd have to call her sister-in-law. Just thinking about it made him feel a bit pained. They say life is like a play, and indeed, everywhere is a stage. After dinner, it was already getting dark. The courtyard was lit up, and the four sat by the pool chatting casually. Shen Hui asked, how long are you planning to stay in Shanghai? Shen Xiao replied, not staying anymore. I booked a ticket for tomorrow. Shen Hui acknowledged and asked, how's that hot pot restaurant of yours? Shen Xiao replied with a bitter smile, can't open it. The county already has one. Shen Hui asked, what about Shen Qian? How's he doing lately? Shen Xiao said, he plans to resign and is preparing to take on an agency. He wants me to join him, but I don't know how it will go. Shen Hui asked, what kind of agency? Shen Xiao replied, it seems to be a food factory's Qinghai agency. Shen Hui said, whether it works out or not, just give it a try. You need to do something. Shen Xiao nodded, wanting to ask Shen Hui to help him find a job, but when he looked at Shen Hui's current demeanor and status, with houses worth hundreds of millions, either villas or luxurious riverside apartments, and the cars his employees used were all over 3 million, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Huang Peipei was smiling and listening quietly, not speaking. After watching for a while, she found these two brothers quite interesting. Shen Hui spoke confidently, with a tone that resembled an elder. Shen Xiao seemed a bit out of sorts, as if he couldn't express what he wanted to say. Shen Xiao couldn't help but laugh and said, dating my brother, what are you writing online novels for? I like it, what do you care? Shen Hui didn't say anything and got up to see her off. It was already completely dark. After Huang Peipei got into the car, she rolled down the window and said, I'm leaving. Shen Hui said, don't stay up too late, get to bed early. Huang Peipei blinked and didn't say anything, then rolled the window up again. Shen Xiao said, by the end of the year, hurry up and get married. What are you talking about? Zhang Yu hit him, thinking he was always talking nonsense. Shen Xiao kicked her. What are you interrupting for when a man is talking? Don't learn from mom. Shen Hui looked at the two and found it quite interesting. Shen Xiao said, Shen Qian was on a blind date recently. Did you know, brother? Shen Hui became interested and asked, how did it go? Shen Xiao replied, I heard it went basically well. The girl is from Shirley Fort, named Zhou Yunfang. She didn't pass the civil service exam and is just staying at home. She's quite ordinary looking, but her personality is good. Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Yu smiled and said, Zhou Yunfang is quite pretty, at least prettier than me. So fast. Shen Hui rubbed his forehead and said, Shen Tao is probably getting married by the end of the year. Shen Bing is also getting married. Shen Qian has started blind dating. And the only one left is Shen Lu, who hasn't dated yet. In a few years, Dad and Uncle Air and Uncle San will all be grandfathers. That's right. Shen Xiao said with a smile, I haven't had enough fun yet, and they're already marrying Zhang Yu off. Zhang Yu said, brother, you should keep an eye on Shen Xiao. This guy is too much. Does what he says even sound like human language? Shen Hui laughed and said, I'm only a few days older than him. How can I manage him? Men are naturally managed by their wives. Besides their wives, not even their parents can manage them. I see you're managing Shen Xiao quite well. Let Huang Peipei ask you for advice someday. Zhang Yu laughed and said, brother, you're someone who does big things. How can you let a woman manage? Shen Xiao was astonished. I haven't taught you. How do you know to say that? Zhang Yu was so angry she wanted to hit him, and Shen Hui felt more and more that this couple was indeed a match made in heaven. Chapter 69, Wasteful Thing. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Shen Hui and Xin Chao went out together. 2 cars were already parked in the yard, and the driver was wandering around downstairs. Xin Chao and Zhang Yu took the Mercedes to the airport, while Shen Hui went to the company to work. Upon arriving at the office, he asked Wu Tianming to call Peng Guifeng. Mr. Shen, you called for me? Peng Guifeng arrived quickly, within a minute of the call. Sit down, Shen Hui said as he got up and walked to the reception area, gesturing for him to follow. Peng Guifeng hurried over and sat down straight, ready to listen to instructions. Shen Hui asked, how's the project search going recently? Peng Guifeng replied, I've picked a few and am in contact with the startup teams. What fields are they in? Shen Hui was quite concerned about venture capital, but hadn't found any good projects yet. Peng Guifeng said, not very ideal. Traditional industries basically have no development potential. In the high-tech field, several giant companies have already formed a technology monopoly, making it hard for small companies to stand out. Many entrepreneurs are just pulling together a team with passion, but they don't even understand the project's application prospects, let alone the subsequent business model. Some are even just messing around with a project to fool people, only thinking about hitting a jackpot and running off with the funds. Shen Hui frowned and said, so pessimistic? Peng Guifeng replied, it's not pessimistic, just a reflection on reality. New companies are established every day in the startup park, and small companies are going bankrupt every day as well. Major venture capital institutions have screened those startup teams several times. Truly promising projects aren't lacking in funds, and venture capital is rushing to give money. Those with insight want to share the pie, while projects with no prospects are begging everywhere but can't get any funding. It's basically formed a polarization. The rich get richer, and the poor get poorer. Shen Hui asked, how about growth stage companies? Peng Guifeng said, growth stage companies don't lack small money but need large sums, which comes at a high cost. Peng Guifeng continued, let me sort through a few projects for you to review. Okay, Shen Hui said, don't limit your sights to just Shanghai, Beijing, Shenzhen, and Hangzhou. Go check out Beijing too. Many companies have developed well there in recent years. You might find something good. Sure, Peng Guifeng said, I'll go next week. Shen Hui replied, don't feel pressured. Good projects aren't like big radishes that you can find easily. Keep a normal mindset, make more friends, and discover gradually. Let me know when you go to Beijing. I'll introduce a few people to you. Peng Guifeng nodded but wasn't very optimistic. He thought the 3 projects selected earlier were quite good and had investment value. But the boss said no, and as an employee, he couldn't say much. What would it matter if he went to Beijing? The projects he thought were good weren't appreciated by the boss. What use was that? After Peng Guifeng left, Shen Hui reviewed a few documents when his phone rang again. He glanced at it. It was his dad calling, so he quickly picked up. Dad. Shen Hui held the phone to his ear with one hand while using the other to write comments on a document. Shen Ligua never wasted words when calling his son. He got straight to the point. Just now, your uncle Lisan called. He said a lot, mentioning that you are making money now. The road from Lu village to the village hasn't been repaired for many years. What do you think? Shen Hui put down his pen and asked, how much does it cost to repair a road? Shen Ligua, having worked on rural roads, knew the cost well. For rural roads, it's not much. About 10 to 15 million for a kilometer at 3.5 meters wide. A 10-kilometer road would be over $1 million. Just raise it a bit, flatten it, and pave it with asphalt. Shen Hui was surprised. So cheap? A kilometer of highway costs tens of millions. Shen Ligua said, you can't compare rural roads to highways. It's much simpler. Shen Hui said, then let's repair it. 3.5 meters is too narrow. Driving a car feels unsafe. Let's expand it to 8 meters and raise the standards a bit. If we're going to do it, let's do it right, sturdy enough, so it doesn't fall apart within a year. Shen Ligua replied, that would cost several million. Okay, should we repair the houses in the village? Shen Hui rubbed his forehead. There weren't many people left in the village. So what was the point of repairing houses? Sometimes he thought, if the whole family could gather in the village to celebrate the new year happily, that would be great. Shen Ligua was shocked. How much would that cost? Building a small 2-story house would cost at least 200,000. Shen Hui said, what are 2 to 3 million? Buying a yacht costs 7 to 800 million. Shen Ligua was utterly speechless, wondering what kind of wasteful child he had raised. Buying a broken yacht costs 7 to 800 million. He might as well die? All right, I'll discuss it with your second uncle. Shen Ligua thought it through. Rather than letting the eldest waste money, he might as well do something good. Shen Ligua asked, how many days can you stay in the house? You can only stay a few days in winter. Shen Hui was stumped. That was indeed a bit presumptuous. He had only been thinking broadly and hadn't considered how many days he could actually spend in Qinghe in a year. Chapter 70, Second-hand Shen Hui. Qinghe. The two of them carried quite a few things, feeling exhausted. Shen Liming asked, what did you buy? Why so much? Shen Xiao replied, not much. Just what Brother Hui bought for you and Mom in Shanghai. Oh, what did Shen Hui buy for us? Shen Limin was a bit surprised. It was rare for Shen Hui to buy things for himself. Shen Xiao said, clothes and cigarettes. Let me see. Shen Limin became interested. In previous years, his nephews would buy him a few things for the new year, but at most, it was just 2 packs of 95 Nanjing cigarettes. Since Shen Hui was wealthy, the things he bought should be nice, so he wanted to take a look. At this moment, Shen Guozhen also came out, joining them to see Shen Qiao and Zhang Yu unpacking the items one by one. First were 6 packs of cigarettes, which, although unfamiliar, were not too surprising. Then came the clothes, with 1 set each for summer, autumn, and winter. After checking the labels, the total price exceeded 100,000. Shen Hui was indeed thoughtful. Shen Limin felt quite satisfied. It didn't matter what was bought. What mattered was having this heart. Whose is this? Shen Guozhen rummaged through the nearby bag, which hadn't been opened yet. Shen Xiao said, it's from Uncle San and Aunt San. I need to deliver it later. Oh, Shen Limin and Shen Guozhen understood. They also bought for the third family, so it wasn't just one gift. Shen Guozhen asked, did you go to Shen Hui's house? Shen Xiao replied, yes. The villa that Auntie posted in the group. How was it? Shen Guozhen hurriedly asked, her curiosity piqued. Shen Limin stayed put, just listening. Shen Xiao said, what else is there to say? It's a top-notch villa worth over 3 billion. Poor people can't even imagine what it's like. Just the bedding and sheets on the bed cost tens of thousands. It's something we can only dream about in this lifetime. Zhang Yu added, don't even think about such houses. I bet the average person can't even afford the property management fees. Shen Guozhen became interested and asked, how much money do you think Shen Hui has? Shen Xiao replied, the villa is over 3 billion. I heard he has another mansion worth over 2 billion in Lujiazue. Just those 2 houses alone are 600 million. Not to mention what else he might have. Plus cars and everything else, he must have at least several billion. Shen Limin sighed. The eldest really made it big. No wonder Shen Hui was so generous to give several million to the village for road repairs and new houses. Several million is a lot of money for us. But to him, it's pocket change. Shen Xiao was unaware of this and exclaimed, when did this happen? Shen Limin explained. Shen Lisin heard that Shen Hui got rich and asked her uncle about it. Just now, your uncle called me and said Shen Hui agreed to spend 5 million to properly repair the road from Lu village to the village. And he is also going to build a small 2-story house for a family, turning all the houses into new ones. That will cost over 30 million. And he even said buying a yacht for Shen Hui would cost 7 or 800 million. Shen Xiao responded with an O, showing no particular reaction. You don't know how small the officials are until you go to the capital. You don't know how little money is until you go to the city. After a trip to the city, he had a preliminary understanding of what real wealthy people were like. Zhang Yu asked, there is no one left in the village. Why build houses? Shen Xiao remembered something and said, Brother Hui is dating Huang Youfu's daughter. Shen Limin was taken aback. Huang Youfu's daughter? Shen Xiao replied, Huang Peipei. You've met her. Shen Limin thought for a moment before realizing who it was, and he was greatly surprised. Is that true? Really? Zhang Yu said, yesterday afternoon. When we were having dinner at the villa, he brought it up himself. What the hell? Shen Limin couldn't help but curse in his heart, saying, old Huang's daughter is lucky. Huang Youfu, his name really fits. Shen Guozhen was a bit incredulous. How could Shen Hui like Huang Peipei? Although she is a bit pretty. There are plenty of women better than her in the city. How could he take a liking to Huang Youfu's daughter? That old man Huang must be thrilled. Shen Xiao said, everyone has their preferences. What's so strange about that? Shen Limin asked, do you think this is reliable? Shen Xiao replied, why wouldn't it be? If a rich man wants to find a certain type of woman, he can't find one. Brother Hui is divorced. If he just wanted to play around, he wouldn't bring her home. If he brings her home, it means he's planning to marry her. I'll call old Huang. Shen Limin took out his phone to dial. Feeling a bit sour inside, he didn't envy his nephew's fortune. Everyone has their fate. However, he couldn't help but feel jealous of Huang Youfu's good fortune. His daughter is dating Shen Hui, a super rich son-in-law. What more could he worry about? Plus, his father-in-law is much closer than his own second uncle. After all, they are a real family, while he was always a step removed. How could he not feel envious? What's up, boss? The call quickly connected, and Huang Youfu's voice came through. Shen Limin said, I want to ask you something. Has your daughter started dating? Huang Youfu replied, no, during the new year. I and her mother urged her, but she just won't find a partner. We introduced a few, but she said there was no chemistry. I mean, she's already 27. Why won't she find someone to marry? It drives me crazy. Shen Limin felt a bit frustrated listening to this, and said, good thing you didn't listen to yourself. What kind of people can you introduce with your standards? Your daughter is currently dating Shen Hui. Did you know that? Shen Hui? Huang Youfu was momentarily stunned. The eldest of the Shen family? Shen Limin affirmed. Huang Youfu was surprised. Is that true? How come I didn't know? I heard Shen Hui got rich, right? Shen Limin said, he got really rich. If this works out, Just wait to enjoy the blessings. Huang Youfu uncertainly replied, how do you know? I didn't know. I'll ask her later. Shen Limin said, you asked first. How come you have such good fortune? Hee. Huang Youfu chuckled a couple of times, then hung up and called his daughter. Shen Ligua's eldest son got rich. Qinghe is this big, and everyone has heard the news. Even if they didn't know exactly how rich he had become, they all knew that Shen Ligua's eldest son bought several $100 million worth of villas in the city and even started a company. It was said that Shen Ligua and his wife went on vacation, and Zhang Jinhua was posting on social media every day. Relatives saw it, and once it spread a little, everyone connected to the Shen family, or even those who were close, knew about it. Shen Ligua had previously sneakily asked him if he wanted to introduce his daughter to his eldest son. Damn it, you're a second-hand product, uneducated, and still want to marry your daughter? While he was pondering this, the call quickly connected. Dad, Huang Peipei called out, and there was the sound of keyboard typing in the background. Huang Youfu asked, I just heard Shen Limin say you're dating Shen Hui. Is it true? Huang Peipei was momentarily confused. How did the news spread so fast? Peipei? Huang Youfu called out, why aren't you speaking? Huang Youfu continued, why did you choose Shen Hui of all people? Huang Peipei responded, oh, I can make my own decisions about my life. Dad, don't worry about it. Huang Youfu didn't know what to say. He had a slow personality and no strong opinions on raising his children. Both his son and daughter were raised with a free-range approach. His son, Huang Bo, was a bit like him, but his daughter had a strong will and rarely listened to him. It was hard for him to offer advice on such matters. After thinking for a moment, he said, just make sure you've thought it through. Don't end up regretting it. Huang Peipei replied, don't worry, Dad. I'm busy. I'll hang up now. All right. After making a call and saying nothing, Huang Youfu felt a bit troubled. They say children grow up and don't listen to their parents. And daughters also don't listen to their fathers. Although he wasn't keen on Shen Hui being divorced, if this really happened, he would definitely be laughed at by relatives. And there would surely be plenty of gossip behind his back. But Shen Hui had money, and life would be better for his daughter. However, just thinking about Shen Ligua made his mood sour. Previously, Shen Ligua had mentioned it privately, and without thinking, he had rejected it. Now his daughter was dating someone like that. Where would he put his face? On Thursday, Shen Hui went to the city to attend a poverty alleviation project promotion meeting. The main theme for the past 2 years has been poverty alleviation. As the economic capital, the city had a significant poverty alleviation task, with several provinces having poverty alleviation points. They often held promotion meetings, seminars, and exchange meetings, organizing local enterprises to contribute ideas and efforts. Fortunately, this promotion meeting didn't turn into a long and tedious report or discussion. It was mainly focused on promotion. The government provided a platform for officials from various provinces and local entrepreneurs to gather and discuss development. Each province's poverty alleviation points would carefully select a few projects in hopes of attracting investment from city enterprises. Shen Hui and a few familiar private equity bosses gathered together, idly discussing foreign exchange futures. They had no interest at all in investment projects. It's ridiculous to ask a bunch of finance people to invest in real businesses. After chatting for a while, everyone dispersed, preparing to take a look around and find an opportunity to slip away. The spacious hall had many tables set up around, each with a sign indicating a location, such as Ningbei Anping, referring to a county in Ningbei province, with 1 or 2 people standing behind each table. Shen Hui wandered around and suddenly froze. In front of him, on a table, the nameplate surprisingly read Qinghe, Ningxi. What the hell? Even Qinghe has come to the Shanghai market to beg for alms? Shen Hui walked over, glanced at a middle-aged official in a suit, around 40, standing behind the table, and a beautiful woman in her 20s who was clearly a staff member. He asked, are you from the county? Yes. The middle-aged man quickly handed him a small booklet, his face displaying an extremely warm smile, saying, we in Qinghe have the best arable land resources and various specialty products, making it very suitable for developing ecological agriculture. Shen Hui listened casually, flipping through the booklet, which was indeed beautifully printed. However, Qinghe is such a poor place, with no mines or resources. Only a lunatic would invest there. It's not that he looks down on his hometown, it's just the reality. Without natural resources, with a remote geographical location and a lack of water, it's unreasonable not to be poor. Shen Hui put down the booklet and smiled, saying, I didn't expect to meet an official from my hometown here. I am from Qinghe. Oh, what a coincidence. The middle-aged official was taken aback and quickly extended his right hand. Hello, I am Su Yuping. The beautiful woman next to him added, this is our county mayor Su. Shen Hui. Shen Hui shook hands with County Mayor Su, not knowing if he was the top leader or a deputy. Shen Hui became interested and said, I must admit I'm ignorant. What well-known entrepreneurs have emerged from Qinghe? County Mayor Su, please introduce me to them. It's not easy to work outside, so it's nice to meet a fellow townsman. Su Yuping replied, there are quite a few successful entrepreneurs from Qinghe, like Lu Yongqi. The chairman of Jiahua Real Estate, Guo Weiqing, the general manager of Fulin Trading, and Zhang Wanyin, the chairman of Ningqing Second Construction, all of whom are quite capable entrepreneurs. Shen Hui was somewhat speechless. He hadn't heard of the first two, but he had heard of Ningqing Second Construction, which was a construction contractor. And its strength was just slightly better than his uncle's. Can they really be called successful entrepreneurs? But he thought to himself that he should still give face. If there's a chance, I would like to meet them. Shen Hui said polite words, but had already lost interest. Su Yuping asked, "What industry are you in, Brother Shen?" Shen Hui replied, "I work in finance." This was too broad of a range. Su Yuping didn't ask further and smiled, saying, "Finance is good. That's a high-end industry. Where are you from in Qinghe?" Clearly, he felt that there was no hope of attracting investment and simply didn't want to discuss economic topics anymore. Who would expect someone in finance to invest in Qinghe? Everyone knows that's hopeless. Shen Hui said, "I'm from Xinjiagu. County Mayor Su, are you from Qinghe?" Su Yuping nodded, "Yes, I'm from Zhangjiawan. Xinjiagu should be in Shaojing Town. It seems that our deputy director of the sanitation bureau, Shen Liwei, is also from Xinjiagu. You wouldn't be from the same family, would you?" Shen Hui smiled and said, "He is my third uncle." Su Yuping was taken aback. "Is this Shen Liwei's nephew?" Shen Hui took out a business card and handed it over, smiling. "It's not easy to meet a fellow townsman from Qinghe in the Shanghai market. I wonder if you two have plans for tonight. If not, I would like to invite you both to my home for a visit. It would be good to make connections with the officials from his hometown. Shen's roots are still in Qinghe, and who knows when he might need their help." "All right, then we'll be bothering you." Su Yuping readily agreed. Working within the system also requires resources, and being wealthy is a resource in itself. Since they come from the same hometown, if he turns out to be a fake, they would know after trying. If he is genuine, that would be even better. Even if he couldn't attract investment, having more wealthy friends would open more doors. The beautiful woman next to them hurriedly handed over 2 business cards, one for County Mayor Su and one for herself. Shen Hui glanced at them. The mayor was a deputy and the woman was named Jiang Fangqing, a secretary in the business bureau's office. "Where are you staying?" Shen Hui asked with a smile. "You don't need to trouble yourself. We can just take a taxi." Su Yuping said with a smile. "All right, that is really a trouble," Shen Hui replied. Su Yuping continued, "We're staying at a guest house arranged by the city." Shen Hui said, "Okay, you both get busy first. See you tonight." "All right, take care." Jiang Fangqing looked at Shen Hui's back and said, "County Mayor Su, I haven't heard of any famous entrepreneurs from Xinjiagu, and this person seems too young, barely in his 20s. He doesn't look like an entrepreneur at all." Su Yuping waved his hand, saying, "It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of him. We'll know tonight." Jiang Fangqing stopped speaking, pondering what kind of car would come to pick them up in the evening. Chapter 72, A Heavyweight Accompanying Guest. After a few words, he hung up the phone and called Huang Peipei. "The family knows we're dating." Shen Hui said, "My dad just called to ask." "It seems he also called your dad." Huang Peipei complained, "My dad called me too." Shen Hui asked, "What did your dad say?" Huang Peipei replied, "Nothing. I make my own decisions. I won't let him interfere." Shen Hui said, "My dad told me something earlier. He had approached your dad before, wanting to be in-laws. But your dad disagreed. I heard he just called your dad and teased him well. Did you know about this?" Huang Peipei was surprised. "Really? I didn't know." Shen Hui said, "The adults all know. We should meet the parents someday." "Well, let us talk about it later." Huang Peipei hesitated, fearless of anything but meeting the parents. Shen Hui didn't say much more and hung up after a few exchanges. Taking Huang Peipei to meet Xin Chao was a significant decision. Since he brought Huang Peipei to meet Xin Chao, there was no doubt the family would find out. Huang Peipei probably understood this, so she didn't deny it when her dad asked. Without a doubt, this was a declaration. Meeting the family meant making the relationship public. Su Yuping and his group of 6 arranged for a luxury car and a Mercedes to pick them up. After arranging these, he called someone. They would definitely need to drink in the evening, so he needed to find a few heavyweight accompanying guests, without showing off some muscle. How could the officials from his hometown recognize his capabilities? The second-generation wealthy individuals had enough weight, but they couldn't all be second-generation. Shen Hui pondered for a while, first calling Wang Zuyang. Wang, the fat guy, was very accommodating and agreed immediately. Then, he called Su Maojun, who was also in Ningxi. Finally, he called Yang Yu, preparing to follow the trend and invite a celebrity as well. How rare, Boss Shen still remembers me. Yang Yu was quite surprised when she received the call, not expecting Shen Hui to contact her proactively. Shen Hui asked, "Where are you, beautiful?" Yang Yu replied, "In Beijing." Shen Hui said, "Why did you go to Beijing?" Yang Yu said, "My home is in Beijing." Shen Hui said, "All right then, I wanted to ask you for a favor." Yang Yu asked, "What favor?" Shen Hui said, "I'm hosting a friend tonight. I thought of having you come over to liven things up, but if you're not in Shanghai, then forget it." Yang Yu said, "You're a top-tier tycoon worth billions, and you still need me, a singer, to liven things up?" Shen Hui chuckled, "If you're not coming to Shanghai, then I'll find someone else." "Okay, Yang Yu didn't say much more and hung up. After thinking for a moment, she called Zhou Dongyu, who was also popular and would definitely add some weight. The call was quickly connected, and Shen Hui asked, Dongyu, are you still in Shanghai? Shen Hui asked, do you have plans tonight? I'm hosting a friend. Come over and help me liven things up. Zhou Dongyu replied straightforwardly, sure, send me the address. Shen Hui said good and hung up, sending the address via WeChat. At 5 in the afternoon, Shen Hui arrived at the villa early. He went to the kitchen to take a look. Sister Lu had called the couple who were the gardeners to help, and the three of them were busy preparing a large amount of various ingredients, about to start cooking, with the set time being 6 o'clock, an hour away. There were 3 long-term workers at the villa. Besides Sister Lu, the nanny and housekeeper, there was also a couple of gardeners. Sir is here. Sister Lu saw Shen Hui come in and quickly greeted him, saying, everything is almost ready. Is there anything else you think we need? Shen Hui smiled and said, everything is well prepared. I think it's enough. We want to be able to finish all this, so it will definitely go to waste. Sister Lu said, you go take a break first. I'll call you when it's almost ready. Shen Hui replied, okay, and turned to leave the kitchen. Although Sister Lu doesn't have much education, she has a strong desire to improve, much more than Lin Yuding. Ever since Shen Hui asked her to pay more attention to the various household matters, she has taken the initiative to learn and progress, transforming herself from a maid into a housekeeper role. Not only does she take her responsibilities seriously, caring about both big and small matters, but she also actively learns the behaviors and etiquette of a housekeeper. Shen Hui is not fond of being called sir, and has corrected her several times, but Sister Lu refuses to change her wording, believing that a qualified housekeeper must adhere to basic behavioral etiquette. Shen Hui has given up on arguing and lets her be. When they looked into the dining room, the driver had already brought in the wine. The wine was Huangjiu. 3 boxes with 12 bottles, a gift from a second-generation rich kid, reportedly unavailable for purchase outside. Several women were exploring around, checking for any missing items. Besides the 2 second-generation guests and the heavyweight companion Zhou Dongyu, Shen Hui also brought 3 people from the company, all women, Yang Shan, Zhou Jiahui, and Jiang Yulan, all capable of drinking a pound of baijiu. In addition to the 3 women, he brought 2 young girls from the office to temporarily act as waitstaff, serving tea and water. Among the 4 female department managers in the company, these 3 are all playful and lively, skilled in drinking and singing, and strong in social situations. While only Feng Meiqi is not fond of socializing and prefers to be serious about her work. Fortunately, Shen Hui also does not enjoy drinking and does not use it as a standard to measure his subordinates' abilities. Mr. Shen, why haven't I seen your girlfriend? Zhou Jiahui casually asked upon seeing Shen Hui. Shen Hui replied, maybe next time, I'll bring her to the next gathering for you to meet. Yang Shan smiled and said, she came to the company the day before yesterday afternoon, but we missed her since we left work. Zhou Jiahui, being a married person, is more relaxed than Yang Shan and Jiang Yulan, and with a smile, she remarked, Mr. Shen is hiding her from us, only bringing her to the company after work. Only Secretary Wu has met her. Jiang Yulan curiously asked, what does Mr. Shen's girlfriend do? Shen Hui replied, she writes online novels. The 3 women exchanged bewildered glances. A billionaire super rich man found a girlfriend who writes online novels? Is it the boss's taste that is questionable, or is the girl truly stunning? However, this is the boss's private matter, and it is not their place to comment. After chatting for a bit, another car arrived outside. Shen Hui went out to check, and it was a business Buick. Wow, Zhou Dongyu. Upon seeing the person get out of the car, the 3 women's eyes lit up, and Jiang Yulan jumped up and rushed over to ask for a photo. Zhou Dongyu, clearly used to being surrounded by fans, graciously took a picture with Jiang Yulan. Now Zhou Jiahui and Yang Shan were also excited and ran over to take pictures. Shen Hui stood aside and watched for a while, waiting for the 3 women to finish taking photos before introducing Zhou Dongyu. Let me introduce you, my company's 4 leading women, Office Director Yang Shan, Finance Manager Zhou Jiahui, and Information Security Manager Jiang Yulan. Zhou Dongyu asked with interest, what about the other one? I haven't seen her. Shen Hui explained, the legal department manager hasn't come. She doesn't like socializing. Zhou Dongyu smiled and said, great, I'd like to meet her another day. Zhou Jiahui chimed in, Mr. Shen, did you forget about President Shen? Shen Hui laughed heartily, she doesn't count. Why would a senior executive compete with you mid-level people? The women all laughed. And Yang Shan went to arrange Zhou Dongyu's accompanying staff, while Zhou Jiahui took Zhou Dongyu to tour the villa. Shen Hui continued to wait in the yard, as Wang Zuyang and Lu Maojun were also arriving together. Chapter 73, Shun Boss's Circle of Friends. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a majestic Maybach drove into the yard. As Wang Zuyang and Lu Maojun got out of the car, Zhou Dongyu and Zhou Jiahui also came out. Miss Zhou is here too. When Wang Fatty saw Zhou Dongyu, he felt that something was off between her and Shen Hui. Hello, Mr. Wang. Hello, Mr. Lu. Zhou Dongyu greeted them with a smile, not surprised, knowing Shen Hui was familiar with these second-generation rich kids. Lu Maojun grunted and asked Shen Hui, has everyone you invited arrived? Shen Hui replied, almost. You guys go in and sit. I'll wait here. Sit. Let's just enjoy the breeze outside, Lu Maojun said. I asked about your sister's matter. I'm going to Ningxi at the end of the month. Are you coming? Shen Hui responded, I'll go with you. What are you going for? Lu Maojun said. To see my old man. We'll go out to eat together. Shen Hui inquired, do I need to prepare anything? Lu Maojun said, no need. Just a meal together is fine. Good. Wang Xiang asked, have you booked your yacht yet? Shen Hui replied, third brother is looking for one. But he hasn't found a suitable one yet. Wang Xiang rubbed his scalp and said, can't you just buy a random one to play with? Why do you insist on buying such a big one? A super yacht worth over 100 million. We can only look at it. Even if we have money, we wouldn't dare to buy it, or else I'd break your legs. Shen Hui said, what's the difference between mine and yours? If you want to go out for a ride, can't I let you drive? Now that sounds reasonable. Wang Xiang chuckled, feeling pleased. The three of them sat by the pool chatting, while the three women cornered Zhou Dongyu not far away, asking about the entertainment industry. After about 10 minutes, Mu Shang and a Mercedes arrived, and Su Yoping's group had arrived. Shen Hui stood up, went over to shake hands with Su Yuping, and welcomed everyone inside. The group of 6 consisted of 3 middle-aged men, resembling officials, and the remaining 3 were young people. Once inside the villa, Su Yuping seemed fine, but the others felt like they were in a dream, having never seen such a top-tier villa in their lives. However, the 3 young people were more focused on Zhou Dongyu, stealing glances at her. If it weren't for the disciplinary constraints, they would have rushed over to ask for a photo. Once in the dining room, Shen Hui invited everyone to take a seat. The main dining table could accommodate 20 people, with Su Yoping's group sitting on one side and Shen Hui's group on the other. The 2 young girls from the office quickly served tea. Before the dishes were all served, Shen Hui introduced both parties. Let me introduce myself again. I'm Shen Hui from Shenjiago. This is Wang Xiang, chairman of Blue River Industries, and that is Lu Maojun, general manager of Vita Trading. Next to him is Yang Shan, my office director. The person on the right doesn't need an introduction. Everyone should know her, the dream goddess of young people, Zhou Dongyu. Next to her is Zhou Jiahui, my finance manager, and beside her is Jiang Yulan, my company's information security manager. Su Yuping also introduced his people. Aside from himself and Jiang Fangqing, there was also Director Ho from the Business Bureau, Director Ma from the Agricultural Bureau, Secretary Xiao Zheng from the County Government Office, and Xiao Zhang from the Agricultural Bureau, a leader accompanied by his subordinate. After the introductions, Shen Hui smiled and said, I originally wanted to eat outside, but it's not easy to meet hometown officials. It wouldn't convey sincerity outside, so let us make do with a meal at home. The conditions are limited. So please bear with me. It's great. Home is still better. Outside is just like that. Su Yuping and the others were unsure of Shen Hui's background, politely responding. Shen Hui smiled. Qinghe is a nice place. Although it doesn't have much mineral resources, the scenery is beautiful, with blue skies and white clouds every day, and a significant area of pristine forest. It's great for tourism. If you have the chance, you should visit. Lu Maojun said. I'll be going to Ningxi at the end of the month. I'll see if it's as good as you say, Shen Hui assured. You definitely won't regret it. I'll take you up the mountain for a tour. Su Yuping asked, does Mr. Lu have investments in Ningxi? Lu Maojun replied, no, my dad is there. I'm going to see him at the end of the month. Su Yuping followed up, what does your dad do in Ningxi? Lu Maojun glanced at him and said, Lu Jinping. You should have heard of him. Su Yuping was taken aback, looking at Lu Maojun with his mouth agape, unsure of what to say. The 2 directors and the young ones also looked bewildered, utterly shocked. Have we met a second generation? Su Yuping asked uncertainly. Are you talking about Lu, the official from our province? Lu Maojun nodded. I'm the second son, not much of an achievement. Just doing some small business in the Shanghai market to make a living, and later I'll follow Boss Shen to earn some money from Western capitalists to spend. It must be making County Chief Su laugh. Hee. Su Yuping chuckled awkwardly, not quite sure what to say. He could have held his ground. Even if he had dinner with a bunch of local tycoons in Shanghai, no matter how luxurious their villas were, he was still a county leader and wouldn't be intimidated. But having the children of high-ranking officials from the province around was different. Su Yuping had never dealt with second-generation rich kids before, and who knew what they were like. Shen Hui glanced at Lu Maojun, feeling it was not very considerate, wondering if they would even get to drink. Although the 3 young people usually complained about the second generation, sitting at the same table with them still made them feel a bit in awe. These were real second-generation kids, not just children of minor officials, and they had never encountered such a situation before. At that moment, the dishes were served, and a young woman from the office came over with wine to start pouring. Su Yuping quickly covered his cup. Let us skip the wine. We're just here for a meal. Shen Hui said, let us just have a little drink. It's yellow rice wine from a friend. It won't get you drunk. Just treat it like a beverage. Su Yuping had no choice but to remove his hand. They were at someone else's home. Refusing to drink would seem disrespectful. But honestly, He felt uneasy about drinking, especially with a second-generation kid sitting across from him, fearing that he might say something wrong after a few drinks and cause trouble. After the wine was poured, Shen Hui filled his cup, raised it, and said, "Come on, let us drink to this. I'm happy to see the local officials from my hometown today. This cup is to thank County Chief Su and all the leaders for helping the people of Qingtian live better lives. Cheers." After saying that, he downed his drink, and everyone followed suit. Su Yuping set down his cup, still smiling and waving his hand. "Mr. Shun, you flatter me. I really don't deserve it. The better lives of the people of Qingtian are the result of the hard work of the county's high officials and the support from higher-level leaders. It's not my achievement." Shen Hui laughed and said, "County Chief Su, don't be modest. Achievements are not made by one person. The Shanghai market wasn't built by one person either. As long as you're part of it, everyone has credit. Come on, let us eat. We can talk while we eat." Everyone looked around, picked up their chopsticks, and began to eat. Yang Shan and a few other women were very lively, seamlessly taking turns to engage with the leaders, and whenever there was a slight lull, they immediately asked the leaders about the cultural history of Qingtian, ensuring that the table wouldn't go silent for more than 5 seconds. Lu Maojun and Wang Fadi also didn't hold back, since they came to accompany their guests. They had to give Shen Hui some face and chatted a bit with the county leaders. If Su Yuping and the others felt that these second-generation kids looked down on them, it would be Shen Hui who would lose face. After a few bites, Shen Hui put down his chopsticks and looked around. "County Chief Su, why don't you serve the second round of drinks? I'll pass." Su Yuping waved his hands repeatedly. "Let Lu come." Lu Maojun said, "Today I'm just a guest for Boss Shen. We'll go by the hostess' wishes. You do it." "All right then." Su Yuping reluctantly agreed, and it was clear he felt somewhat intimidated by Lu Maojun. In the system, who wasn't he walking on thin ice? To put it bluntly, if one accidentally said the wrong thing and it reached a leader's ears, they could be in trouble. As a county leader, especially a deputy, being far from the provincial big shots, how could he not be cautious when meeting the children of high-ranking officials? If he accidentally said something wrong, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he could be in trouble in a minute. Su Yuping gritted his teeth and said a few flattering words, and everyone drank the second round of wine. Shen Hui looked at Zhou Dongyu. "How about you handle the third round?" "Me?" Zhou Dongyu was taken aback, not expecting Shen Hui to call her name. Shen Hui smiled and said, "Yeah, say a few words so we can share some good fortune." "All right." Zhou Dongyu was naturally unafraid of such occasions and was still pondering how Shen Hui was so familiar with these second-generation kids. They were quite proud, not just superficially, but deeply ingrained pride. It was quite challenging for an ordinary person to mingle in their circle, which was a high-end world that even celebrities aspired to. Although these second-generation kids occasionally played around with female stars, it was very difficult for entertainment celebrities to break into their circle. They were simply from different worlds. How could one blend in? To enter this circle, mere wealth wasn't enough. There were many wealthy people in the country, and anyone with over $1 billion in assets could be easily found. Zhou Dongyu couldn't figure out how Shen Hui had managed to get into that circle. It wasn't until Shen Hui reminded her that she hurriedly raised her glass, stood up, said a few polite words, and everyone finished the third drink. Then they started moving freely. Shen Hui led the way, and Yang Shan and the others followed, taking turns to toast. Lu Maojun and Wang Fadi were very accommodating, toasting several times to those across the table. Chapter 74, The Attentive Boss. Dinner lasted until 9:30 p.m., and Su Yuping and the two directors had decent alcohol tolerance. But they were a bit tipsy. The two with lower tolerance were helped out. Naturally, they couldn't drink that much while toasting. It was mainly after the toast started that Shen Hui specially took care of Su Yuping and the two directors, resulting in them losing quite a bit of wine. Yellow rice wine has a strong after effect. It wasn't much of an issue sitting down, but once they got outside and felt the wind, they started to feel a bit lightheaded. After sending off the group from Qinghe, Lu Maojun and Wang Fadi also left. Shen Hui stopped the two office girls who were about to get in the car, giving each a red envelope. The two girls had been busy for several hours since the afternoon, so Shen Hui naturally couldn't let them work for nothing, after all. This wasn't their main job. Upon receiving the red envelopes, the two girls immediately became happy, initially feeling a bit gloomy about being called in to do side tasks. Though they didn't dare say anything, it wouldn't feel good for anyone. But once they received the red envelopes, their little frustrations vanished instantly. When they opened the red envelopes after getting into the car, they felt even happier. 2,000 yuan. If they could earn a red envelope every time, they would be willing to come in every day. The boss was generous. Both girls silently praised Shen Hui, feeling warm inside. Not only did the boss not forget them, but he also thoughtfully used red envelopes instead of directly handing them a wad of cash, which showed the boss's consideration, as well as a rare respect and attentiveness that were truly commendable. Yang Shan and the others also saw this and felt the same way. After sending off the company personnel, only Zhou Dongyu was left. Shen Hui said, "Shall we go to Binhai Garden tonight?" "Sure." After making the call, the business Buick quickly left the villa. 2.5 hours later, at Binhai Garden, Shen Hui sat by the pool, rubbing his waist, and said, "Damn it. I need to cultivate my character in the future. If I keep living like this, I probably won't even reach 40. Zhou Dongyu lay beside him on the lounge chair without a stitch on, saying, "Is there a cat that doesn't stray?" Shen Hui glanced at her, feeling a bit stirred, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, you really are a temptress." Tonight had been a double feature, nearly wearing him out, his legs feeling weak. Zhou Dongyu asked, "How did you get into the second-generation circle?" Shen Hui replied, "Why do you want to know that?" Zhou Dongyu said, "I'm curious." "That circle isn't just about having money. You're using the word mix incorrectly," Shen Hui said. "The second-generation kids are also human. They need friends. But I'm just someone they need." "Needed?" Zhou Dongyu said. "Isn't it enough that there are many people they need?" Shen Hui replied. "Then just add one more thing, irreplaceability." "Irreplaceable?" Zhou Dongyu pondered for a moment and said, "You're putting on quite a show." Shen Hui said, "Let us not talk about this. Are you familiar with Yang Yu?" "Not really. We don't have much overlap." Zhou Dongyu asked, "Do you know her?" Shen Hui nodded. "I'm quite familiar with her in the celebrity circle." Zhou Dongyu asked, "Have you slept with her?" Shen Hui said, "I'm working hard, haha." Zhou Dongyu got excited. "Don't just laugh it off, be honest." Shen Hui said, "Come on, you're a woman. Can't you be a bit reserved?" "Nonsense." Zhou Dongyu said, "I've already slept, and you want me to be reserved?" Shen Hui said, "We can sleep together, but don't gossip about other people's privacy." "Can I just say whatever?" Zhou Dongyu lay back and stopped asking. Although a bit dissatisfied, she felt relieved. If it really came out, she was worried about her. Who knows when this guy might tell Yang Yu that he slept with her. After lying down for a while, she sat up and asked, "Do you trade stocks?" Shen Hui said, "Yes, why?" Zhou Dongyu asked, "How's your judgment? Recommend me a good stock." Shen Hui just chuckled. Does he have good judgment or not? If he didn't have good judgment, could he have a net worth of hundreds of billions? However, recommending stocks is like giving away money. Why should he give away money? Shen Hui said, "I'll send you a message on WeChat tomorrow." Zhou Dongyu felt uncertain. "Are you reliable?" Shen Hui said, "That depends on you, if you believe it. Buy it, if not, forget it." Zhou Dongyu asked, "What stocks do you trade?" Shen Hui said, "I trade Forex." Zhou Dongyu was taken aback. Forex has high risks. Why don't you trade stocks? Shen Hui said, "High risks also bring high returns." Have you ever seen someone make hundreds of billions from stocks? Zhou Dongyu was a bit confused. The top billionaires in the country are all celebrities. It's hard to make hundreds of billions and still be so low-key. Are you deliberately keeping a low profile, or has the media just not discovered you? Shen Hui said, "A bit of both." Zhou Dongyu got interested and said, "Do you want me to help you promote it?" Shen Hui said, "No need. Let's wait until I become the world's richest man." Zhou Dongyu was speechless, thinking this guy was being ridiculous. The next morning, just after 6, Zhou Dongyu quietly left. Shen Hui also woke up. Standing by the window looking at the recovering Pujiang in the morning sunlight, suddenly feeling that even the scenery of Pujiang could become tiresome. No matter how prosperous it is, it's still man-made, far less beautiful and majestic than nature. After staying in this golden pit of the Shanghai market for too long, he wanted to go out for a breath of fresh air. Shen Hui decisively called, "Mom, when are you going to Linen?" Zhang Jinhua said, "We're leaving soon." "Why are you up so early?" Shen Hui said, "I have something to do. I'm going over too. Let's meet in Linen." Zhang Jinhua asked, "Aren't you going to work?" "Not anymore." Shen Hui said, "I'm tired of staying in the Shanghai market. I'm going to Linen to hang out with you for a few days. Then come." Zhang Jinhua was quite happy and said, "Bring Huang Youfu's girl along so I can meet her." Shen Hui agreed, hung up the phone, and called Huang Peipei, but it rang for a long time before she picked up. "Hello." The voice on the phone was groggy, clearly not awake. Shen Hui said, "Hurry up and get up. We're going to Linen to have some fun for a few days." Huang Peipei yawned and said, "I'm so sleepy. Why are we going to Linen?" Shen Hui said, "Seeing how hard you work, I'm taking you to relax and enjoy the scenery." Huang Peipei became a bit more alert and asked, "How many days are we going for?" Huang Peipei yawned again. "I want to sleep a little more." "Hurry up." Shen Hui said, "I'll set off soon. You can sleep in the car later." Huang Peipei mumbled a couple of times and hung up the phone. Shen Hui thought for a moment and called Yangshan to say he was going out for a few days to handle some matters. Mainly to tell his aunt and uncle that he would take them away, and such matters should naturally be handled by him, the boss, rather than letting the aunt and uncle say it. After hanging up with Yangshan, he called his aunt. Chapter 75, Getting Rich is Too Crude. Shen Hui waited for an hour, and his uncle and aunt drove to Binjiang Garden. They got in the car, and it was exactly 7 o'clock when they set off. The car was a Mustang, which was comfortable for long journeys. Shen Hui was dressed casually, wearing large sunglasses, and instead of sitting in the back, he got in the passenger seat. After getting in the car, he opened the navigation and said, "Uncle, let's first go to Jiangdong's second village to pick up my girlfriend." Qi Weiqing was surprised. "You have a girlfriend?" Shen Hui replied. "She's also from Qinghe, my middle school classmate." Zhang Yinhua perked up and said, "Why haven't I heard you mention her before? Is she in the Shanghai market too?" Shen Hui said, "I didn't mention it before because it wasn't settled. It was only recently finalized. She's the same age as me and writes novels in the Shanghai market. Huang Youfu's daughter. You know Huang Youfu, right? He's quite familiar with my dad and second uncle." "I know," Zhang Yinhua said. "Huang Youfu has known your dad for decades." "What's his daughter's name?" Shen Hui said, "Huang Peipei." Qi Weiqing asked while driving, "What's she like?" Shen Hui was at a loss for words and finally said, "She's okay. You'll see when we meet." Zhang Yinhua laughed and said, "Your mom worries every day that you don't have a girlfriend. Now she can relax." Shen Hui said, "My mom is worrying for nothing. I'm not afraid I won't find a girlfriend." Qi Weiqing said, "I saw something on my phone recently. As long as a woman is beautiful, even if she has children, there will be men wanting her. As long as a man has money, even if he gets divorced 10 or 8 times, there will still be women wanting to marry him. I think you could even marry a star." Zhang Yinhua said, "Wow, Lao Qi, when did you learn these things?" Qi Weiqing said, "There's nothing you can't find online. There's a lot on Douyin." Zhang Yinhua asked Shen Hui, "We don't have to work today, right?" Shen Hui said, "No problem. I'm taking you on a business trip." "What could possibly come up?" Zhang Yinhua said, "Just afraid it might look bad." "No worries." Shen Hui said, "Mom and them have already set off. They'll probably arrive before us." Qi Weiqing asked, "How long does it take from Jinling to Linen?" Shen Hui said, "Almost 300 kilometers. It should take over 3 hours. If we hurry, maybe 3 hours." Qi Weiqing said, "We can get there in 2 hours." Shen Hui said, "We still have to pick up Huang Peipei. That place is a bit far. It might take an hour." Qi Weiqing asked, "Why did you suddenly want to go to Linen?" Shen Hui said, "I'm tired of working every day. Staying in one place for too long, even if living in heaven, would get boring. I need to go out more. And coincidentally, my mom and them are also going to Linen, so we can go around together." Zhang Yinhua laughed and said, "Otherwise, why do people envy bosses? You're the boss. No one manages you. If you don't want to work, you can just go on a trip. Workers don't have that freedom. They have to work every day." Shen Hui also laughed and said, "That's the only good thing about being a boss. No one controls you." After Huang Peipei finished the call, she was so sleepy that she set an alarm and slept for another hour and a half. When the alarm woke her up, she looked at the time and saw it was only 7:30. She really didn't want to get up. So she bit her teeth for a long time before finally getting up, yawning, and getting dressed. She had only slept at 2 o'clock the night before and was really too sleepy. After washing her face, she went to wake up Chen Jiao. "Shen Hui called me to go to Linen to play for a few days. Come with us?" Chen Jiao looked constipated. "You guys are going to Linen for a honeymoon. What am I supposed to do?" "I'm not going." Huang Peipei said, "It would be so rude to leave you alone." Chen Jiao pulled the quilt over her head. "Go away. Don't bother me. I'm trying to sleep." Huang Peipei was speechless and had to close the door. She called Shen Hui to ask, and upon hearing he had only left for half an hour, she was instantly furious. What a jerk. When he called at 6, he said he would leave soon, but how come it was 7 before he left? He wasted her sleeping time. Leaving at 7 meant hitting the morning rush hour. They wouldn't arrive until at least 9. If she had known, she could have slept another hour. Drowsily, she fell asleep again until she was awakened by her phone ringing. Grabbing her phone, she was shocked to realize she had overslept. She quickly got up, answered the phone while heading outside. I'm coming, going downstairs now." After saying that, she hung up without waiting for Shen Hui to respond. In the car, Shen Hui was holding his phone, looking confused. What's going on? Why does it feel like she overslept? Fortunately, Huang Peipei arrived quickly. Shen Hui had just switched seats with his aunt when he came out. Qi Weiqing and Zhang Yinhua had been staring at the hallway, and when they saw a woman in loose casual clothes running out, looking a bit flustered with messy hair, they asked Shen Hui, "Is it her?" "Yes, that's her." Shen Hui nodded, puzzled in his heart, wondering what was the rush all about. Huang Peipei ran down, without even combing her hair, and when she reached the front of the car and was about to open the door to get in, the rear window of the front passenger side rolled down. Seeing Shen Hui sitting inside, she ran to the other side to get in the car. "It's all your fault." Huang Peipei complained as she got in the car. "Leaving so late made me lose an hour of sleep." Before she could finish her complaint, she noticed there was someone else in the front passenger seat and was instantly stunned. "What's going on? Why is there another woman in the car?" Shen Hui held back his laughter and introduced, "This is my aunt and uncle." Huang Peipei was confused. "Why are they relatives of yours?" "Aunt, uncle, this is Huang Peipei." Shen Hui formally introduced her to his uncle and aunt. "Hi, Xiao Huang." Zhang Yinhua greeted her, turning her head to look at Huang Peipei. Qi Weiqing also greeted her and then turned his head to glance before starting the car. "Ah, Huang Peipei felt extremely frustrated. It was so annoying that he didn't mention there were relatives in the car earlier, making her embarrassed. Shen Hui explained, "My uncle drives at the company, and my aunt does cleaning there. My parents came to the city recently and went to Jinling for a few days, and today they are heading to Linen. We're going to meet up with them and spend a few days together." Huang Peipei was speechless again, thinking, "Why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known your parents were coming too, I wouldn't have come." A shy daughter-in-law dares not meet her in-laws. What a stroke of bad luck. Huang Peipei felt so frustrated, thinking she was just meeting two people and hadn't even tidied herself up. How could she face anyone like this? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, and she couldn't help but glare at Shen Hui secretly. Shen Hui gave her a reassuring look and said, "Just act naturally, don't overthink it." Huang Peipei shot him a glance, thinking, meeting your family isn't something that can be taken lightly. Whatever, it is what it is. Huang Peipei was relatively carefree. After worrying for a while, she decided not to stress over it anymore. Zhang Yinhua looked at Huang Peipei and smiled. People who have been to university are different. They're much more stylish than girls from the countryside. Huang Peipei didn't know how to respond, so she sat up and asked, "Aunt, when did you come to the city?" Zhang Yinhua said, "We just came a little over half a month ago." Huang Peipei asked, "What did you do before?" Zhang Yinhua replied, "I used to work on construction sites. There was no place to go this year, so I came to seek refuge with Shen Hui." Huang Peipei was surprised. "You worked on construction sites?" Zhang Yinhua said, "Of course, where else would I earn money? Working in a restaurant serving dishes for 2,000 yuan a month isn't enough for anything." Shen Hui's mom also worked on construction sites. It's just that Shen Hui struck it rich this year, so she didn't have to go. Shen Hui covered his face, wishing they wouldn't use the term struck it rich. It sounded so kitsch. Huang Peipei expressed her deep agreement. "It's really hard for migrant workers. My dad works with Shen Hui's uncle, and my mom did it when she was younger. She isn't in good health now and doesn't go anymore. But she still has many ailments as she ages, and no one takes care of her. Those state-owned enterprise workers complain every day about being tired. Let them go to the construction site for a month, and they'll know what hardship really is." Zhang Yinhua nodded vigorously, and Shi Weiqing chimed in a few words. Shen Hui also felt the same. Migrant workers indeed have it tough. When he was at Longxing, many workers complained about how hard and tiring the work was. If they were sent to a construction site for a month, they would definitely stop saying the factory work was tiring. Migrant workers do the hardest jobs. And when they are young, they exert too much strength, resulting in health issues when they get older. The key issue is that there is no pension. Living becomes a problem as they age. The so-called rural pension is a joke. Paying a few hundred yuan a year only yields 100 yuan a month when they turn 60, barely enough to buy a bag of flour. Forget about retirement. Just not starving to death is good enough.